Chapter 1. The sealed gate opens. If you're enjoying this story, please subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon so you never miss a new audiobook. A like and a comment go a long way in helping this channel grow. Thank you for your support, and now let's dive in. The boundary between realms felt like stepping through a silk curtain that hadn't been touched in 1,000 years. Fang Yun emerged from the sealing vortex with his arms raised, channeling just enough qi to soften the transition, a habit learned from crossing 17 different pocket realms in the past 6 years. The disorientation would pass. It always did. What didn't pass, what he'd never quite grown accustomed to, was the moment his senses expanded outward and the realm announced itself. This one was called the Jade Expanse. He'd selected it from a merchant's ledger in the Outer Territories, a realm that had been sealed for nearly 4 centuries, untouched by outside cultivators, supposedly dormant. The merchants who traded in realm-crossing opportunities rarely spoke of it, which meant either the rewards were negligible or the dangers were severe. Fang Yun had learned long ago that the untouched paths often held the secrets others couldn't find. He stood on a platform of pale stone that rose from a vast garden. The platform was ancient, the edges worn smooth by wind rather than hands, and from it, he could see terraced gardens stretching down the slopes of mountains that seemed carved from jade itself. The stone had a subtle luminescence, glowing faintly green in the afternoon light. Everything was green here. Even the sky held a jade tint, as if seen through a vast filter of colored glass. Fang Yun took a breath. The air tasted of copper and growing things, rich with the presence of qi. This was a high-realm pocket world, possibly high mid-tier. His cultivation base, immortal ascension stage, third breakthrough, would be adequate here, though not superior. He drew in the ambient qi and felt it flow smoothly into his meridians. No hostility from the realm itself. That was good. Some sealed worlds still held defensive formations, automated barriers designed to reject foreign cultivators. This one was simply waiting. A village nestled against the mountainside below the platform, perhaps a quarter-mile down a winding stone path. He could see smoke rising from chimneys, the thatched roofs of what looked like a settlement of perhaps 50 buildings. Cultivators often avoided settlements. Too many variables, too many potential complications. But Fang Yun had learned that settlements held information. Information was how one survived realms where the very landscape held secrets. He descended the path carefully. The stone was slick with morning dew, and his footsteps echoed slightly as he walked. No one came to greet him. That was unusual. In most sealed realms, there was always some initial reaction to the arrival of a foreign cultivator. Guards emerging from hidden positions, formations activating, at minimum some kind of alert within the settlement's defenses. This village seemed drowsy. An old woman sat mending nets on a bench outside one of the buildings. A child played with a wooden toy in the street. A man swept dust from the entrance of what appeared to be a tea house. All of them stopped what they were doing as Fang Yun entered the village proper. The old woman's hand stilled. The child's toy hung forgotten in the air. The man with the broom turned slowly, and even from a distance, Fang Yun could see the shock crystallize across his face. Then the old woman stood, moving with surprising grace for her apparent age. She turned to face him directly, and slowly, deliberately, she knelt. The child's toy clattered to the ground. Fang Yun stopped walking. Every instinct honed by 6 years of boundary crossing and 6 years before that of cultivation in contested territories screamed at him to be cautious. His hand moved instinctively to the hilt of the sword across his back. "Rise," he said, not unkindly. "State your name and the name of this settlement." The old woman raised her head, and her eyes were wet with tears. She was small, thin as a bird, her face a map of wrinkles and age-worn wisdom. But when she looked at him as though she had been looking forward to this moment for decades. "The Flame Walker returns," she said, and her voice trembled. "After 300 years, the prophecy awakens. The Jade Expanse has been waiting for you." Fang Yun's hand went still on his sword hilt. "I have never been here before." The old woman smiled, and it was an expression of such profound sadness that it took him aback. "You say that now, every time," she whispered. "You never remember. But we remember. We always remember." Before he could respond, a sound erupted from deeper within the settlement. The sound of something heavy being struck, once, twice, 3 times. A bell, Fang Yun realized. But not a gentle bell. A warning bell, or perhaps a call to assembly. The woman who had been mending nets now hurried away, supporting the old woman's arm. The child's mother emerged from a doorway and swept the child indoors. Within moments, the street had cleared entirely, leaving Fang Yun alone with the man who still held his broom. "You shouldn't have spoken to her," the man said quietly. His voice was steady, but his hands trembled. Coming here was always dangerous, but speaking to her, that speeds up what comes next. What comes next? Fang Yun's cultivation sense expanded outward, scanning the perimeter of the village. He could feel presences now, not hostile, but gathering. Multiple individuals positioning themselves at key points around the settlement. Not attacking, observing, waiting. The seal keepers, the man with the broom said. He set down his tool slowly, as if moving too quickly might shatter something fragile. They've been waiting for your arrival since the last time you lived. Since you died. Fang Yun's eyes narrowed. You're going to tell me everything. Now. The man nodded slowly. There's a scholar's house, 2 buildings to your left. The door will be open. There's a journal on the table inside. Read it. It will answer more questions than I can ask, and then... He paused, as if considering whether to speak the next words. Then you'll understand why the seal keepers have to kill you. And why, last time, you couldn't stop them. Before Fang Yun could press further, the man picked up his broom and walked away, back toward the deeper streets of the village. The bell was still tolling, a steady rhythm that seemed to pulse with the jade light of the realm itself. Fang Yun turned toward the building the man had indicated. The door, indeed, was open. The interior was dim, lit by small oil lamps that had been recently lit. As he entered, the door swung shut behind him, though no one had touched it. A breeze, perhaps, or something else. The journal lay on a wooden table in the center of the room, exactly as the man had said. It was bound in leather that had aged to the color of old mahogany. There was no title. No author's name, but when Fang Yun picked it up, he recognized the handwriting inside immediately. It was his own. The first entry was dated 314 years ago. His hands were steady as he began to read, but his thoughts churned with a confusion so deep it bordered on vertigo. He knew this handwriting. He had written in this exact style for 30 years, before he'd changed his script during a period of cultivation advancement. He recognized the slight flourish on certain characters, the way the author crossed certain marks. He had written this journal, but he had no memory of ever being in the Jade Expanse. The first entry read, I have died here twice now. This is my 3rd iteration in the Jade Expanse, and I believe I have finally found the pattern. The cycling, the repetition. But the seal keepers are growing more sophisticated with each cycle. Their weapons are more precise. Their formations are stronger. I cannot defeat them directly, and each time I try, I die slightly sooner than the last. This time, I am beginning at the beginning, before they even know I'm here. This time, I will break the cycle. Or I will die trying, knowing that another version of me will take up where I left off. This time, I must leave behind enough information that the next cycle can succeed. Fang Yun sat down slowly, the journal open in his hands, and began to read his own death written in his own hand. Outside, the bell continued to toll, and in the jade light of the Jade Expanse, a realm that had been waiting 3 centuries for his arrival, a clock that had been counting down began to accelerate. Chapter 2. The weight of memory. The journal was meticulous, obsessive, the kind of writing that emerged from a mind fighting against the edges of madness with the only tool it possessed, documentation. Fang Yun read for what felt like hours, though the light filtering through the scholar's house didn't seem to change. The entries spanned 6 months, each one dated, each one progressively more frantic as the author, as he, impossibly, somehow, ran down the mystery of his own resurrection. The basic facts emerged like debris from a shipwreck. He had arrived in the Jade Expanse originally as a realm crosser, much as he had today, seeking the secrets hidden in a sealed world. He had been captured by the Seal Keepers, a faction that maintained the integrity of the Jade Expanse against external interference. They had killed him. The entry describing his death was clinical, detailed, written perhaps as a meditation on loss. They used the harmonic blades. 3 of them, arranged in a triangular formation. The blades sung as they approached, and the vibration interfered with my ability to gather chi for a defensive formation. I felt my meridians fracture. I felt the chi escaping from my body like water from a broken cup. I remember thinking that it was almost peaceful at the end. I remember thinking that I would not be returning to continue my cultivation. But he had returned. The second entry was dated 300 years and 2 months after the first. Same location. Same sense of wrongness, of unreality. The people of the village had greeted him as a returned hero. The Seal Keepers had killed him again, this time in a different manner. The harmonic blades had not worked the second time, because he had been prepared for them. But they had other methods. They were patient. They were determined. They had 300 years' worth of preparation to draw upon. Each iteration in the journal was shorter, as if the author knew less time was available, as if each cycle was tightening its grip. The final entry, dated 3 weeks before the current moment, was only 3 sentences long. I don't have time to explain it all. If you're reading this, it means I've failed again, and you are me, arriving for another cycle. The mechanism is a sealed formation surrounding the entire realm, a containment designed to capture and cycle consciousness rather than bodies. Every time we die, we reset, returning to the arrival point with the memories of our previous life intact, but with the world advanced by exactly 107 years. We have to find what the seal keepers are protecting. We have to understand why they need us dead. And we have to break the cycle before the next iteration begins, because each time we cycle, something is lost. A piece of memory, a fraction of our cultivation. It's subtle now, but cumulative. Eventually, we will become too weakened to resist. Eventually, we will simply be prey. The journal I've hidden in the third chamber beneath the temple of the ascending flame will tell you more. I am beginning that investigation now. If I succeed, you won't need to cycle again. If I fail, get to that temple. Break the pattern. End this. The journal fell silent after that entry. The remaining pages were blank. Fang Yun set the journal down on the table with hands that were steady only through force of will. The implications were staggering. Impossible. And yet, the recognition was there. As he read, something in the back of his mind had stirred. Not a memory, precisely. More like the phantom sensation of a limb that had been amputated. The ghost of something that had been part of him once. A sealed formation that cycled consciousness. 107-year reset. A realm that had been waiting for his arrival because it knew, with absolute certainty, that he would arrive. Because he always did. Because he was trapped in a loop, and the only way out was to discover what lay at the bottom of it. The temple, the third chamber, the hidden journal. He would have to leave the village first, before the seal keepers moved on him. They seemed to be observing rather than attacking, which meant they were either confident in their ability to contain him, or they were waiting for something specific. The journal's author had theorized that the seal keepers were not hostile to his survival. Exactly. They were hostile to his escape, to his understanding, to his knowledge of the cycle. As long as he remained ignorant and trapped, perhaps they could tolerate his existence. Fang Yun stood, tucking the journal carefully into his spatial storage ring. The moment he moved toward the door, he felt it, a weight across the entire realm, like an invisible hand pressing down. The presences that had been observing from the edges of the village now pressed closer, forming a perimeter around the building. They were ready to move. He opened the door carefully and stepped into the street. The jade-tinted light of the afternoon seemed harsher now, more aggressive. The settlement was still quiet, but it was the quiet of held breath. Every window was shuttered. Every door was barred. At the far end of the street, figures emerged. There were 5 of them, dressed in robes of deep indigo that seemed to absorb the jade light rather than reflect it. They moved with the precision of a formation, each step synchronized with the others. And in their hands were the harmonic blades, curved weapons of a material that seemed almost crystalline in structure, catching and refracting the light in strange, discordant ways. Even from a distance, Fang Yun could feel the vibration they produced, a low thrumming that set his teeth on edge. Fang Yun, one of them called out. Her voice was calm, almost respectful. You have been expected. The seal keepers of the Jade Expanse bid you to stand and accept your judgment. Fang Yun's hand moved to his sword, but he didn't draw it. Not yet. The journal had made it clear that direct confrontation with the seal keepers was inevitably fatal. The author had tried multiple times across multiple cycles and had never managed to overcome them. But the author had not known about the temple. The author had been searching for it at the moment of death, in the final cycle. This iteration, this cycle, Fang Yun now had that information. I won't resist, he said, raising his hands to shoulder height in a gesture of surrender. The seal keepers' formation paused, apparently surprised. They had expected combat, expected flight, expected the kind of panic that came with facing a superior force. They did not expect calm acceptance. Move forward slowly, the leader commanded. Fang Yun took a single step forward and shattered. It was not magic, exactly, though it used the principles of advanced cultivation. It was a technique the merchant who had supplied him with realm-crossing information had taught him, a method of using one's own qi to create a false image, a decoy projection that would dissipate after a few seconds. It was crude, but effective in the span of time between confusion and response. The harmonic blade sang outward, seeking the false Fang Yun. He was already moving, not toward the village exit but toward the mountains themselves, where the paths were less obvious and the terrain would be harder to control from a distance. The bell that had been tolling steadily all afternoon suddenly stopped. In the silence that followed, Fang Yun ran, and the Jade Expanse seemed to wake around him, finally beginning to move against the transgressor in its midst. Chapter 3. The mountain's history. The mountains of the Jade Expanse rose in steep, almost impossible gradients. Stone formations jutted out at angles that seemed to defy natural geology, as if the landscape itself had been shaped by some vast sculptor working according to principles of beauty rather than physics. Fang Yun climbed quickly, using his cultivation to enhance his strength and speed, moving from ledge to ledge with practiced precision. Behind him, he could hear the sounds of pursuit. The seal keepers were not trying to be subtle. They were moving through the village and into the mountain paths with the confidence of people who knew every inch of the terrain. Which they did, probably. 300 years worth of knowledge about this realm's geography. But he had one advantage. The journal had mentioned the Temple of the Ascending Flame. The author had been searching for it. If the temple existed, it would likely be in a place of prominence, a place visible from multiple vantage points. A high place. The mountains continued to rise as he climbed, and gradually the character of the landscape changed. The jade stone gave way to something darker, granite that had been polished smooth by wind and water. The vegetation thinned. The air grew cooler. And ahead, barely visible through the jade-tinted haze of the afternoon, he could see it. A temple, perched impossibly on a peak that seemed to hang out over a vast void. The structure was ancient, constructed in a style he'd seen only in historical texts about pre-unification cultivation academies. Carved pillars supported a roof of ceramic tiles that might have once been white, but had weathered to a pale gray. Even from a distance, he could sense the cultivation formations woven into its very structure. Protective wards, structural reinforcement, barriers that had been maintained for centuries. The seal keepers would expect him to head there, but they might not expect him to have the information already in hand. The author's final entry had specifically mentioned the third chamber beneath the temple. That suggested a labyrinth. That suggested defenses beyond what the harmonic blade users could provide. Fang Yun pushed his cultivation harder, feeling the familiar burn of overexertion in his meridians. The injury risk was acceptable. Death was the alternative. The pursuit behind him was growing distant. The seal keepers were capable, but they were not at his level of cultivation. The highest among them seemed to be perhaps early immortal ascension, whereas Fang Yun's third breakthrough had given him a significant advantage. They were relying on their formation tactics and the harmonic blade's specific properties to overcome that gap. In a simple chase across open mountain, he had the advantage. He reached the temple's base as the sun was descending toward the horizon. The jade light was becoming tinged with gold and purple now, casting long shadows across the stones. The temple seemed to glow from within, as if lit by some internal luminescence. The entrance was sealed. Not physically. The great doors were carved open, a yawning darkness beyond them. But there was a formation, a thin barrier of chi that shimmered at the threshold like heat waves rising from stone. Fang Yun extended his hand and pushed his own chi against it, feeling the formation structure. It was defensive but not hostile, more like a lock than a trap, a way to keep out the mindless and the unprepared while allowing the worthy to pass. He pushed deeper, matching his chi signature against the formation's requirements. It took perhaps 10 seconds of careful work, feeling his way through the abstract logic of the barrier, finding the pressure points where it would yield. Then it dissolved, and Fang Yun stepped into darkness. Light sources activated as he entered, oil lamps coming to life at the touch of his presence. They revealed a vast hall, larger than the building's exterior should have been able to contain. The architecture bent inward, space folded in on itself through careful application of spatial cultivation techniques. The walls were covered in carvings, not decorative, but informational. They were records, histories written in stone. Fang Yun began to read as he walked, his eyes adjusting to the lamplight. The carvings told a story. They began with the founding of the Jade Expanse, an act of cultivation performed by an ancient master named Qinyunyi, who had sealed a pocket realm for the purpose of preserving a certain style of cultivation philosophy. The realm was meant to be isolated, maintained by chosen guardians. The seal keepers were descended from those original guardians. But something had gone wrong. The carvings became less clear as they progressed forward in time, as if the later historians were less confident in what they were recording. There were descriptions of anomalies, of a disturbance in the realm structure, of something arriving from outside, a presence that seemed to move through the cycles of time in an unusual way. Then the carvings mentioned a name, Fang Yun, or rather, they mentioned a title, the Flame Walker. The description was strange, written in more recent styles of carving, suggesting additions made to the historical record over the past few hundred years. The Flame Walker walks through cycles that the realm's structure cannot contain. He arrives, he dies, and he returns. Each cycle, he appears more aware. Each cycle, he comes closer to understanding the truth. The seal keepers maintain their vigil not from malice, but from necessity. If the Flame Walker ever fully understands the mechanism of the cycling, he will be forced to attempt its destruction. And if the cycling formation breaks, the Jade Expanse itself will shatter. Fang Yun stopped reading. The implications were staggering. The realm wasn't imprisoning him because they wanted to keep him trapped. They were imprisoning him because releasing him, truly releasing him from the cycle, would destroy the entire pocket realm. He was both the prisoner and the anchor, the trapped consciousness and the linchpin holding the structure together. He filed that realization away and continued deeper into the temple. The main hall opened into a series of corridors, and above, he could see stairs ascending into upper levels. But he needed the third chamber beneath the temple, which meant going down. The floor was marked with a seal, a complex pattern that indicated the presence of a lower level. Fang Yun pressed his palm against it, and the stone beneath his feet shimmered. A staircase descended into darkness. Actual darkness, not the navigable gloom of the upper levels. He took out a cultivation stone from his storage ring and caused it to illuminate, casting a pale blue light down the stairs. Then he descended, each step taking him further from the surface, further into the secrets that his other self had been pursuing when death had caught him. The air grew colder, and as he descended, he began to feel something else, a resonance, as if the very foundation of the realm was vibrating at a frequency just beyond his normal perception. Like the sensation of standing in a room with instruments so deep in the bass range that you felt them rather than heard them. At the bottom of the stairs, there was a chamber, and in the center of that chamber, suspended in a framework of crystalline structures, was a device. It was unlike anything Fang Yun had ever seen. Not a cultivation artifact, not exactly, but something more fundamental. It seemed to be constructed of the realm's own essence, compressed and shaped into geometric forms that hurt to look at directly. And at its heart, spinning slowly, was something that looked like a sphere of frozen time. Fang Yun stepped closer, extending his senses to examine it. As he did, a section of the chamber wall exploded inward, and the seal keepers emerged, moving with the precision of a formation that had been practiced 10,000 times. The harmonic blades raised, they began their song, a vibration that seemed to come from the fundamental structure of reality itself. He had maybe 3 seconds before that formation converged on him. Fang Yun did the only thing he could do. He drew his sword and moved, not away from the formation, but into its center, seeking to break the geometric relationships that gave it power. If he couldn't escape their reach, he would have to dismantle their advantage from within. The sound of blade meeting blade screamed through the chamber, and the cycle began to repeat once more. Chapter 4. The breaking of geometry. Fang Yun's sword was not something he had brought from the surface world. It was a cultivated blade, formed from his own chi over years of practice, a technique most high-level cultivators learned in their ascension. It was responsive to his will in ways that material weapons could never be, and it sang now with a different tone than the harmonic blades, not in discord but in complexity, a multifaceted sound that was almost unpleasant to the ear but served a specific purpose. His purpose, breaking the formation. The seal keepers were precise, professional, and absolutely coordinated, but they were also bound by the specific geometric relationships of their formation. Fang Yun had fought enough formation-based cultivators to understand the fundamental principle. The formation's strength came from its shape, its positioning, the way each member supported the others through chi flow and spatial arrangement. If he could disrupt that arrangement, he could turn their overwhelming strength into a liability. He moved not defensively but aggressively, pushing into the space between the second and third seal keeper, forcing them to break their formation tighter to avoid hitting each other. The harmonic blade sang out, and he met them with his own blade, not trying to overpower them but deflecting them, absorbing their vibration into his own chi and scattering it rather than letting it build coherently within his body. It was exhausting. Each blade strike sent a wave of vibration through his meridians, and even deflected, the sensation was like being struck by a hammer made of pure sound. But he was gaining ground. The formation was beginning to fray. The seal keeper commander, the woman who had spoken in the village, began to call out corrections to her team, subtle adjustments to keep the formation stable. But Fang Yun was creating new disruptions faster than she could direct corrections. 2 minutes into the fight, the formation was more of a loose group than a coordinated unit. That was when the woman pulled back, and Fang Yun realized the terrible truth. The harmonic blades were not the real formation. The real formation was the chamber itself. The walls, the floor, the crystalline structure holding the time sphere at the center. They were all components of a larger formation that had been quietly activating since he descended the stairs. He could feel it now, a pressure that was building, a harmony that was constructing itself through the space itself. The chamber walls were beginning to sing the same note as the harmonic blades, and the 5 seal keepers were simply moving out of the way to let it take effect. "I'm sorry," the commander said, and she sounded genuinely regretful. "If you had not come to the 3rd chamber, you could have had many cycles before we were forced to accelerate. But now you know about the mechanism. And if you know about the mechanism, you will eventually attempt to destroy it. We cannot allow that. Because it will destroy the realm," Fang Yun said, understanding. The carvings had made that clear. "Yes," the commander confirmed. "We are the seal keepers. It is our charge to keep this realm intact, across the centuries, across the cycles. If that means ensuring you die before you can damage what we protect, then that is what we will do. It is not cruel. It is duty." Fang Yun moved, not toward the seal keepers, but toward the crystalline structure. If the formation was linked to it, then disrupting it might buy him time. He drove his sword toward the nearest crystal, putting all the force of his cultivation behind the strike. The blade hit, and the crystal shattered. Immediately, the chamber's walls shrieked, a sound so intense that several of the seal keepers fell to their knees. The formation faltered. The pressure that had been building released in a wave that threw everyone present backward. Fang Yun crashed against the chamber wall hard enough to crack bone. He felt the impact in his ribs, felt something give way in his chest cavity. But he was also moving again, not waiting for the impact to fully land, pushing with his feet off the wall to drive himself toward the stairs. The chamber was destabilizing. The crystalline structures were collapsing, and with them, the beautiful geometric logic that had held the space stable. The walls of the chamber were cracking, stone splintering. And from somewhere above, he could hear a deep, grinding sound, as if the entire mountain was shifting. He made it to the stairs and began ascending at a speed that left him gasping for breath. Behind him, he could hear the seal keepers shouting, calling for retreat, but he didn't look back. The pain in his side suggested at least 2 fractured ribs, possibly more. His left arm was numb from shoulder to fingertips, possibly a nerve injury from the impact. But he was moving. That was all that mattered. The upper levels of the temple were shaking now, artwork falling from walls, support structures groaning under stress. The beautiful order of the place was becoming chaos. Fang Yun burst through the main door of the temple and out into the mountain air just as the structure began to collapse behind him. He didn't stop. He couldn't. The mountain itself was becoming unstable, and running down the slope at a sprint with fractured ribs felt like being stabbed repeatedly with ice picks. But the pain was real, which meant he was still alive, and staying alive was the only priority right now. The jade light was dimming as night fell. The sky was becoming less jade-tinted and more normally dark, with stars emerging through the haze. Behind him, the temple was collapsing in on itself, the centuries-old structure finally giving way after whatever seal had been containing it had been broken. He made it perhaps 2 miles down the mountain before his left leg simply gave out. The nerve injury in his arm was spreading, and his cultivation could only hold the damage at bay for so long before exhaustion overcame the effort. He slid down an embankment and came to rest against a boulder, gasping for air that felt like broken glass in his damaged lungs. For a long moment, he simply sat there, feeling the weight of his injuries, the weight of the revelation, the weight of knowing that he was trapped in a cycle he could not break without destroying the very realm that was holding him. Then, as darkness fully fell, he felt something impossible. Another presence. Another person approaching through the mountain paths with careful steps and a cultivation base that felt almost familiar. Fang Yun, a voice called out. Female, young, carrying a note of urgency. I've been looking for you since the moment the temple collapsed. I need you to listen to me very carefully. I am not Seal Keeper, and I am not your enemy. But there are things you need to know about the cycle, about what you are, about what you're meant to do. And I only have until dawn to explain them before the realm's reset mechanism activates. Fang Yun raised his head through the pain and looked toward the voice. In the starlight, he could make out a figure, a woman with dark hair, dressed in simple traveling clothes, with eyes that held the weight of several centuries of experience. Who are you? He asked. Someone who remembers, she said. Someone the cycle couldn't fully reset. And I've been waiting every 107 years for you to reach this point. Because this is the cycle where you might finally understand, where you might have a chance to survive what comes next. She knelt beside him, and he could see her face clearly now in the starlight. She looked almost like him. There is another truth, she said quietly, that the Seal Keepers have been keeping from you. A truth about why the cycle repeats, about why you specifically, about what you were before all of this began. And if you're going to have any hope of breaking free or saving what comes after you, you need to hear it. The night deepened around them, and Fang Yun listened as the woman began to speak of things that made even his centuries of cultivation experience seem small by comparison. Chapter 5. The Keeper's Confession. The woman's name was Mei. and she had been born 173 years ago. She had died 146 years ago. She had been alive for approximately 700 years, depending on how one counted cycles, and she carried in her eyes the kind of exhaustion that came not from days of sleeplessness, but from decades of watching the same patterns repeat. "The seal keepers are telling you half-truths," she said. She had helped him to a small cave about a quarter mile from where he'd collapsed, and now she was using careful cultivation to accelerate his healing, a technique that was almost motherly in its precision. Which is better than lies, I suppose, but still incomplete. The truth is more complicated and more tragic. Fang Yun sat with his back against the cave wall, feeling the warmth of her healing qi flow through his damaged ribs. The numbness in his arm was beginning to recede. "Tell me the complicated version. Do you know what determines a person's cultivation potential?" May asked. She was working with practiced efficiency, her hands moving in specific patterns as she directed her qi. "It's not talent, exactly. It's not will. It's your connection to the fundamental essence of the universe. Some people are born with strong connections. Some are born with weak ones. And very rarely, so rarely that it happens perhaps once every 1,000 years, someone is born with a connection so deep, so extensive, that they essentially become a conduit for the universe's own qi." She paused, and when she continued, her voice was different, softer. "You were one of those people." Fang Yun didn't respond, but he felt something shift in his understanding. 327 years ago, May said, "You were a cultivation scholar in the outer territories. You were studying the nature of realm sealing, trying to understand how pocket realms maintain their structural integrity. And you made a discovery. You found a way to directly observe the underlying mechanics of a sealed realm's formation, to see the qi pathways, the structural relationships, the things that normally only the realm's creator could perceive. And something went wrong," Fang Yun said. It was not a question. In a way, May removed her hands from his side, and he could feel the ribs setting properly now, the pain receding to a manageable level. "You discovered something the realm's creator, Qinyunti, had hidden in the realm's structure. A consciousness, a presence that was woven into the very foundation of the pocket realm. You touched it, trying to understand what it was, and it touched you back." She moved to the mouth of the cave, looking out at the jade-tinted mountains. "What happened next is unclear, even to me. But from the records the seal keepers keep, and from the fragmented memories I've retained across cycles, this is what occurred. When you touched that consciousness, it recognized you. Or rather, it recognized that you had the potential to understand it. And it made a choice. It bonded with you. It linked your consciousness to the realm's structure in a way that had never been done before." "Why would it do that?" Fang Yun asked. May turned back to him. "Because it was dying." The words hung in the cave like stones dropped into still water. The ripples of implication spread outward, touching everything Fang Yun understood about himself, his cultivation, his nature. "The consciousness woven into the Jade Expanse is Qinyunti herself," May said, "or what remains of her. When she sealed this pocket realm, she did something forbidden. She placed a portion of her consciousness into the realm's foundation, not as a spirit bound to a specific location, but as a structural element of the realm itself. It allowed her to maintain absolute control over the realm's laws, to adjust its nature, to ensure it remained safe and stable. But consciousness degrades," Fang Yun understood. "Even consciousness that's been preserved. Eventually, it would begin to fail." "Exactly." May sat across from him, her eyes in shadow. After 300 years, her consciousness was fragmenting. The realm itself was beginning to destabilize. Qinyunti was dying, and when she died, the Jade Expanse would collapse. The Seal Keepers could see this happening. They knew the end was coming, but they had been instructed by their founding masters to protect the realm at all costs. "So when I touched the failing consciousness," Fang Yun said slowly, "it latched onto me. It more than latched. It merged. When you touched Qinyunti's dying consciousness, she made you into a living anchor. She wove your consciousness into the realm's structure alongside what remained of her own. And in doing so, she saved the realm, but she trapped you." May leaned forward. "The cycle isn't a punishment. It's a mechanism. Every time the merger becomes unstable, every 107 years or so, the realm resets. It cycles your consciousness back to the arrival point, and the merger is reinforced, the cycle begins again. As long as you're alive in this realm, Qinyunti's dying consciousness has something to hold on to. The merger can continue. The realm can persist." Fang Yun was quiet for a long time. He could feel the truth of it resonating through his cultivation base, a knowing that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than memory. His connection to this realm was not imprisonment. It was symbiosis. He was literally part of the Jade Expanse now, and it was part of him. "How do I break free?" he asked. "That's the question." Mei said. There are technically three options. The first is to accept the cycle. To let yourself continue moving through iterations until eventually the wear on your consciousness becomes so severe that you're just going through the motions. The Seal Keepers think this is the mercy option, a slow dissolution rather than sudden death. And the second? Destroy the realm's foundation. Break the seal entirely. You have the power to do it. You're woven so deeply into the structure that if you channeled your cultivation directly into the merger point, you could unravel it. The realm would collapse, and the anchor would dissolve. You would be free, but the realm would be destroyed. Yes, millions of years of Chun Yunti's work, lost. The Seal Keepers would die with it. Possibly the people of the villages too, if the collapse is as violent as I think it will be. Fang Yun absorbed this. You said there were three options. Mei hesitated. The third is the one I've been preparing for across 700 years. The one no one else believes is possible. It requires understanding what Chun Yunti's consciousness actually wants, which is to die, Mei said simply. Not to be merged with you indefinitely, stretching out her existence, tormenting you both with a symbiosis that was never meant to be permanent. She had a plan, a way for her consciousness to achieve peaceful dissolution while still preserving the realm's structural integrity. But she never got to implement it. You interrupted the process when you touched her at the exact moment of her greatest vulnerability. What was the plan? Fang Yun asked. To find someone pure enough, someone with a cultivation philosophy so aligned with pure survival and preservation rather than conquest, that Chun Yunti could transfer the anchoring duty to them voluntarily. Someone who would accept the burden not as a curse, but as a sacred responsibility. Someone who could hold the realm together out of understanding rather than compulsion. Mei looked at him directly. I believe I am that person. I have been preparing across the cycles, refining my cultivation, achieving the kind of inner peace that would allow me to accept such a burden. And in this cycle, I am ready to perform the transfer, to take the anchor from you and allow you to be free. Fang Yun felt something in his chest shift. Relief, yes, but also uncertainty. Why would you do this? Why take on a burden that could trap you the same way it has trapped me? Because, Mei said softly, I've been watching you across the cycles for 200 years. And I've seen what you're meant to do if you're ever given freedom. I've seen the potential in you. You're not just a cultivator, Fang Yun. You're someone who could change the nature of realm crossing itself, could teach others how to move between sealed worlds safely, peacefully, could build a new kind of relationship between the outer world and these isolated places. That's worth my sacrifice. She stood, moving to the cave entrance. But the transfer cannot happen until you're ready. Until you've made peace with what you are, what you've lost, and what you've gained in this realm. The Seal Keepers will be hunting us by dawn. We need to move, to hide, to prepare. And we need to avoid the reset mechanism. That's the dangerous part. If midnight comes, and we're still in this cycle, the realm will try to force the reset regardless. It's a failsafe, a way to prevent the anchor from escaping before the appointed time. She looked back at him. Can you walk? Fang Yun tested his weight on his legs. The ribs still hurt, but the healing had been effective. He could move. Yes. Then we have 8 hours before the mechanism activates. That should be enough time to reach the place where the transfer can happen, the heart of the realm, the chamber where Chun Yunti's consciousness is most concentrated. The Seal Keepers don't even know that chamber exists. Only the original Guardians knew, and Mei is the last of them who remembers. She extended her hand. Will you trust me? Fang Yun took her hand and felt the warmth of her cultivation, the strange resonance that suggested she was telling the truth. Whatever else she might be, whatever complications might exist in the story she'd told, she was genuinely trying to help. He pulled himself to his feet. Lead the way, he said. Outside the cave, the jade light of the Jade Expanse seemed to pulse with a new rhythm, as if the realm itself was aware that its foundations were about to be fundamentally altered. And somewhere far beneath the mountains, in a chamber hidden from even the Seal Keepers, a consciousness that had been holding itself together for 3 centuries stirred with something that might have been hope. The 4th cycle was beginning to move toward its conclusion. And for the first time in 327 years, Fang Yun felt the possibility of genuine freedom drawing near. Chapter 6. The hidden path the route Mei chose through the mountains was not a path so much as a series of deliberate detours through terrain that seemed designed to confuse followers. She moved with the confidence of someone who had walked these routes many times, though Fang Yun suspected the actual meaning was different, that she had rehearsed this journey, planned each turn and each hiding place across multiple cycles, refining it until she could navigate it even in total darkness. They spoke little as they moved. Conservation of breath was practical given the steep climbs, but there was also something ceremonial about the silence, as if they were both preparing themselves for what lay ahead. Fang Yun's ribs ached with each step, but the pain was manageable now, fading with the efficiency of his healing cultivation. His arm was fully responsive again, the nerve damage repaired. He was not at full strength. The confrontation in the temple had cost him more than his body alone, but he was functional. The night deepened as they climbed higher into the jade-tinted mountains. The stars above seemed brighter than they should be, as if the sealed realm sky was somehow more vivid than the outer worlds. Fang Yun found himself studying the constellations and found them strange, different from the patterns he knew from his cultivation travels. These stars seemed to form shapes that were almost meaning-laden, as if they were trying to communicate something in a language he almost understood. They shift with each cycle, Mei said, noticing his attention. The seal keepers adjust them slightly each reset, a way of marking time that's invisible to anyone not trained to read them. By the patterns, I can calculate exactly how many cycles have passed. It's something I've tracked for my own purposes, documentation, I suppose. A way of maintaining continuity of consciousness when the realm itself keeps trying to reset everything. How many cycles has it been? Fang Yun asked. Since the merger? 97, Mei said. There was a pause. Or rather, 97 complete cycles, which means 98 iterations of you. You've lived and died 98 times in this realm. Or lived and reset, depending on how you want to frame it. The number struck Fang Yun as impossibly large. 98 lives. 98 sets of experiences, most of them ending in death at the hands of the Seal Keeper's formations. And he had no conscious memory of any of it, except for what he'd read in his own journal. The thought was vertiginous, a kind of spiritual vertigo that threatened to unbalance him. Does the reset carry a cost? He asked. The journal mentioned something about losing pieces of memory and cultivation power with each cycle. Is that actually happening? Yes, Mei said, but not in the way the journal author was interpreting it. The consciousness isn't being damaged. Rather, it's being compressed. Imagine pouring water from a large vessel into a smaller one repeatedly. The water stays essentially the same, but it's being held in a tighter space, under more pressure. Each cycle, your consciousness fits into the reset's containment a little less comfortably. Theoretically, you should reach a critical point around cycle 130 or so, where the pressure becomes so great that the consciousness begins to fracture. That would explain why the author became increasingly frantic. Yes, and why the Seal Keepers are so confident that eventually, you'll simply fail to persist across a reset. The realm's mechanism will eventually be stronger than your will to continue existing through it. They had reached a section of the mountain where the stone formations became even more dramatic. Pillars of jade and granite that seemed almost artificially arranged, as if carefully positioned to channel the wind or direct the eye toward specific vantage points. Between two of these formations was a passage so narrow that Fang Yun had to move sideways to traverse it. On the other side, there was a viewpoint that opened onto the realm below. From this vantage, he could see most of the Jade Expanse laid out beneath them, the village where he'd arrived, the terrace gardens on the far side of the mountains, the towns and settlements scattered throughout the realm, each one still lit by the soft glow of evening lanterns despite the late hour. And in the center of the realm, visible only because of the absence of stars directly above it, a column of shadow, a place where the normal light of the realm seemed unable to penetrate. That's the heart, Mei said, the place where Chun Yunni's consciousness is most concentrated, the chamber where the original transfer mechanism was built. It's invisible to normal sight, hidden behind layers of realm structure that only someone woven into the foundation can even perceive. But for you, it should manifest if we get close enough. The merger has already made you attuned to it. And the Seal Keepers? They've never tried to reach it. They were never meant to, Mei said. When Chun Yunni created the realm, she gave the Seal Keepers the duty to maintain the boundaries and guard against external intrusion. But she specifically kept knowledge of the heart chamber from them. It was a necessary isolation. If they had known about the chamber, they might have tried to use it when Chun Yunni's consciousness began to fragment. Might have attempted some crude merger instead of waiting for the right person to arrive. They descended from the viewpoint and continued higher into the mountains. The air was growing noticeably colder as they climbed, and Fang Yun found himself drawing on his cultivation to maintain warmth. Time was becoming a constant concern now. He could feel something like a pressure building throughout the realm, a sense of the midnight reset mechanism beginning its countdown. How long? He asked. 3 hours, Mei said. Maybe less. The pressure builds as we get closer to the scheduled reset. If we're still in the cycle when midnight comes and the transfer hasn't been completed, the realm will attempt to force the reset. What happens to you if that occurs while you're in the process of transferring the anchor is unknown. Theoretically catastrophic. And what happens to you? Fang Yun asked. Mei didn't answer immediately. She was climbing carefully across a slope of loose stone, each step deliberate. If the transfer completes, I become the anchor. The merger transitions from you to me, and the reset mechanism should no longer be able to cycle you. You'll be free to leave the realm if you choose. As for me, I'll be bound to the Jade Expanse permanently, but in a voluntary way. I'll be able to maintain my conscious coherence, to retain memories across cycles if they occur. And more importantly, I'll eventually be able to guide the realm's natural dissolution. When the time comes, perhaps in another 300 years or so, I can allow the merger to fade naturally, allow the realm itself to settle into a state of dormancy. A graceful ending rather than a catastrophic one. They pressed on through the night, and gradually, Fang Yun began to feel something changing in his awareness. It started as a subtle tingle at the base of his skull, then gradually spread through his consciousness like fingers of electricity tracing his meridians. The merger, he realized. As they approached the realm's heart, his connection to the foundation was strengthening, becoming more conscious, more active. He could feel Qinyun's consciousness now, not as a presence separate from himself, but as something woven through his own thoughts like two threads of different colors twisted into the same rope. She was ancient. She was tired, but she was also aware. She had been waiting for this moment. Fang Yun understood, just as Mei had been waiting for an opportunity to finally rest. They reached the heart chamber just as the first hints of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky. The chamber was not a physical location so much as a state of being. When they stepped across the threshold, and Fang Yun recognized the exact moment it happened, a shift in the air's quality, a change in how light fell, they were suddenly in a space that seemed to exist outside the normal structure of the realm. The chamber was vast, impossibly vast. It seemed to exist in multiple directions at once, and Fang Yun's eyes hurt trying to process its geometry. At the center, suspended in a matrix of crystalline formations similar to what he'd seen in the temple below, was something that was simultaneously a sphere, a spiral, a knot of light, and an absence of light all at once. Qinyun, or rather, what remained of her consciousness, preserved and integrated into the realm's fundamental structure. Fang Yun could feel her attention focusing on him, and it was an overwhelming sensation, like having a vast intelligence look directly at you, aware of every aspect of your existence, seeing through you to the things you'd hidden even from yourself. You came back, a voice said. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was ancient and young, male and female, countless voices speaking in unison. Again, always again, but this time different. This time you brought her. I'm ready, Mei said, and her voice was steady. I understand the burden. I accept it freely, and I will guide the realm toward peaceful dissolution when the time comes. The vast consciousness seemed to consider this. The chamber around them began to resonate with a sound that was almost musical, almost pain. You have been waiting long, the voice said. You have prepared carefully. But you understand. Once you accept the anchor, you cannot leave this realm. The merger will bind you. You will be conscious, yes. You will retain continuity of memory, yes. But you will be imprisoned here as surely as he has been. I understand, Mei said. Then come, the consciousness said. Fang Yun, step back. Let her approach the merger point. Fang Yun felt the command flow through his consciousness. It was not quite a compulsion, but it was powerful, a request from something that had rights over his very essence. He stepped backward, moving away from the center of the chamber. He could feel the merger beginning to loosen its grip on him, becoming less rigid, preparing for transition. Mei walked forward to the center of the chamber. She knelt before the crystalline matrix, and she bowed her head. I am ready, she said again. And then the light expanded, and Fang Yun could no longer see either of them clearly. All he could perceive was sensation, the feeling of the merger being drawn out of his consciousness like a thread being pulled from cloth. It was not painful, exactly, but it was intense. It was the sensation of something that had been part of him being separated and released. He felt it go, the anchor that had been binding him to the realm for 98 lifetimes, lifting away like a weight removed from his shoulders. And in its place was something else, a strange lightness, as if he might simply float away if he didn't remain grounded. The light faded. When Fang Yun could see again, Mei was standing in the center of the chamber, surrounded by crystalline formations that had begun to emit a gentle radiance. She was no longer quite solid. There was a translucence to her, a quality of existing partially in a different state than normal matter. But her eyes were clear, aware, maintaining that same intelligence and determination they'd held before. It's done, she said. Her voice was different now. It carried echoes of the vast consciousness, the merged quality of one person speaking in concert with something larger than themselves. You are free. The reset mechanism no longer has authority over you. You can leave the Jade Expanse whenever you choose. Fang Yun felt the truth of it resonating through his body. The pressure that had been building toward the midnight reset was simply gone. He was no longer bound to the realm's cycle. He was no longer the anchor. The Seal Keepers, he said, when they realize what's happened, they will be bound by their original mandate. May said, they are charged with protecting the realm's integrity. Now that the realm has a willing anchor, a voluntary guardian, their duty is being fulfilled in a way it never was when it was you. They may not be happy about it, but they will not be able to claim violation of their sacred charge. What will you do? Fang Yun asked. May smiled, and it was a sad expression, but not a despairing one. I will wait. I will learn. I will guide. And when the time comes, perhaps not for another 300 years, or perhaps much sooner if circumstances permit, I will help Chen Yunyi's consciousness fade into peace. A reward for her patience, and perhaps a reward for mine. She gestured toward the chamber's edge. Go now, before dawn fully arrives, and the Seal Keepers begin their search in earnest. The outer world is waiting, Fang Yun. And I suspect you have more realms to visit, more mysteries to unravel. Perhaps somewhere in one of them, you'll find an answer to the deepest mystery of all, why you were chosen for this. Why you were the one the merger recognized as compatible. Fang Yun moved toward the chamber's exit, but he paused at the threshold. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me, May replied. Thank yourself. Thank the version of you that was willing to sacrifice, that wrote the journal, that kept searching even in cycles where failure seemed inevitable. They all led here, to this moment. I was only waiting to receive what they had earned. He turned back once more to look at the chamber, at May standing in the crystalline matrix, already more spirit than matter, beginning the long transformation into something new. And he looked at the brilliant sphere that was all that remained of Chen Yunyi, finally able to rest knowing her death would be peaceful rather than a catastrophic unraveling. Then he stepped out of the heart chamber, and the door closed behind him. The reset mechanism struck exactly as he emerged into the normal structure of the realm. Midnight had come. He felt it like a wave passing through the Jade Expanse, the realm's consciousness reaching out to cycle everything back to the beginning. But it could not catch him. He was no longer part of the cycle. And for the first time in 327 years, when the reset struck and failed to return him to the arrival point, Fang Yun experienced something the previous versions of himself had never known. He continued forward into the next moment of his own, unchosen, unforced future. Chapter 7. The Seal Keeper's discovery. Fang Yun descended the mountains as the reset wave passed through the realm. He could see its effects rippling outward, buildings flickering, people moving in repetitive patterns before settling back into their cycled states, the entire realm's consciousness settling into the beginning of a new iteration. It was eerie to witness from the outside, to see the fabric of causality being stitched and restitched, and to know he was moving counter to the tide. The Seal Keepers found him 3 miles down the mountain path. There were 6 of them this time, arranged in a formation that was more aggressive than the one that had cornered him in the temple. The commander, the woman who had seemed almost sympathetic to his predicament, was not among them. In her place was a man with eyes that held the particular coldness of someone who had dispensed with the burden of mercy. Fang Yun, the man called out. His voice was sharp, authoritative. You have violated the Seal Keeper Compact. You have damaged the Temple of the Ascending Flame. You have infiltrated the chamber below the temple. These are crimes against the realm itself. Fang Yun stopped walking. He did not assume a defensive stance, but he did not approach either. I am no longer bound to the realm's law, he said. The anchor has been transferred. The reset mechanism no longer has authority over me. I am free to leave. The Seal Keepers exchanged glances. Fang Yun could see the moment of confusion that rippled through them, the communication occurring through some formation-based link that allowed them to confer without speech. They had not anticipated this. The journals, the records, the accumulated knowledge of 98 cycles. None of it had prepared them for the possibility that he would escape the cycle not by breaking the realm, but by voluntarily transferring the burden. The man who led them stepped forward. Even if what you claim is true, and we have no way of verifying it, you have still committed acts of destruction against the realm. The Temple of the Ascending Flame was a historical monument. The third chamber was sealed for a reason. You cannot simply be permitted to leave without consequence. Can't I? Fang Yun asked. He let something of his exhaustion show in his voice, not as weakness, but as clarity. You are the Seal Keepers. Your charge is to protect the realm's integrity. That charge is now being fulfilled by someone who accepted the duty willingly, without the trauma or resistance that accompanied my binding. What is there to be angry about? What law have I broken if the very mechanism that bound me has been dissolved through proper means? He could see the contradiction forming in the Seal Keepers' minds. They were bound by codes and duties, and those codes appeared to have been fulfilled in a way that violated the letter of their law but honored its spirit. The commander, he had to think of them as the commander despite not being the woman from before, was clearly struggling with this. His hand went to the hilt of his harmonic blade, but he did not draw it. "We will need to verify your claim," he said finally. "We will need to descend to the heart chamber and confirm that the transfer has occurred." "You should do that," Fang Yun agreed. "You'll find that what I've told you is the truth. And you'll find that the new anchor is willing to work with you rather than resist you. I suspect that may be a novel experience." He began walking again, moving down the mountain with deliberate slowness, as if giving the seal keepers time to decide their next action. They stood frozen, formations destabilizing as the certainties that had guided them for centuries suddenly became questionable. None of them moved to stop him. Fang Yun made it to the village as the sun was rising fully over the jade-tinted mountains. The people were just beginning to emerge from their homes, beginning the daily routines of the reset iteration. The old woman who had knelt at his arrival was sweeping the same steps she had swept before. The child was emerging with the same wooden toy. The man with the broom had just taken up his implement. This time, when the man saw Fang Yun, he did not look surprised. He simply nodded, as if they had made an agreement and Fang Yun was honoring it. The village's edges opened onto the ceiling boundary, the barrier between the Jade Expanse and the outer territories. Fang Yun could see it now with clarity that had been hidden before, could see the precise mathematical structure of the formation that held the realm sealed. It was beautiful in its way, a lattice of chi pathways arranged in patterns of such intricacy that it would have taken a normal cultivator centuries to even begin to comprehend it. But he was not a normal cultivator. He was someone who had been woven into a realm's foundation for 98 lifetimes. He understood the language of realm structure as native speakers understand their birth language. He reached out his hands and began to adjust the formation, not to destroy it, but to open a passage. The boundary became thin, permeable. A gateway appeared where there had been an impenetrable wall. Fang Yun looked back once, toward the village, toward the mountains beyond, toward the Jade Expanse that had been his prison and his teacher for longer than any portion of his life that he could consciously remember. Then he stepped through. The transition was immediate and complete. The jade-tinted light vanished. The peculiar weightlessness of the sealed realm's atmosphere was replaced by the normal pressure of the outer territories. And his cultivation sense, which had been somewhat constrained while bound to the merger, suddenly expanded outward, able to perceive miles of territory in all directions. He was standing on a plain of pale stone and scattered vegetation. The sky above was normal, blue, with white clouds moving in natural patterns. The sun's light was pure yellow rather than jade-tinted, and everything felt strange and familiar in equal measure, like returning to a place he had been generations ago, returning as a different person with more memories than the place could contain. Fang Yun took a breath of unfiltered air, feeling it settle into his lungs with a clarity that the Jade Expanse's atmosphere had never provided. He was free. The realization settled into him gradually, not as a sudden euphoria, but as a deep, bone-level recognition of change. For the first time in a quarter millennium, or the first time in conscious memory, which amounted to the same thing, he had no anchor, no obligation, no cycle waiting to reset him. He was simply a cultivator in the outer territories, free to pursue whatever path presented itself. The question was, what path was that? Fang Yun stood on the plain for a long moment, considering. The journal had mentioned that this was not his first cycle, but it was his first escape. The previous versions of him had never made it this far. They had all died to the Seal Keeper's formations, their awareness cycling back to the beginning. But now, with the knowledge May had given him, with the understanding of how the merger worked and why it bound him to the Jade Expanse, he could move forward with clarity. Somewhere in the back of his mind, a thought emerged. If there was one sealed realm with an anomalous consciousness embedded in its foundation, trapped in a cycle of endless repetition, if one was possible, couldn't there be others? Couldn't there be other pocket worlds with mysteries bound into their very structure, other cycles that were trapping people without their knowing? The thought had a weight to it, a pull that suggested it was more than mere speculation. As if some part of him, some accumulated wisdom from the 97 previous versions, recognized this as his true work. Not simply escaping the cycle, but understanding it. Understanding all the cycles, all the sealed realms, all the hidden consciousnesses and trapped mechanisms that the outer world remained ignorant of. Fang Yun reached into his spatial storage ring and withdrew the journal. It was worn now, its leather cover soft from handling, its pages slightly warped from the humidity of the mountain cave. He opened it to the final page his other self had written and read the words one more time. The mechanism is a sealed formation surrounding the entire realm, a containment designed to capture and cycle consciousness rather than bodies. But that wasn't quite accurate anymore, was it? The mechanism was more specific than that. It was a consciousness itself, fragmented and preserved, woven into the foundation of reality. And now Fang Yun understood that this was not unique. This was not some singular catastrophe that had befallen only him. This was a pattern, a systematic method of preservation that certain ancient masters had used when they could no longer maintain consciousness in normal ways. The question was, how many other realms had adopted this method? And more importantly, what were the consequences of all those trapped consciousnesses, all those cycling mechanisms, all those people being used as anchors without their knowledge or consent? Fang Yun closed the journal and tucked it away. He would keep it. The record of his other selves' experiences deserved to be preserved, to be understood. But now he had another mission. He needed to find the next sealed realm. And he needed to discover what truth it held about the nature of cycles, about the fundamental structure of pocket realms, about the hidden mechanics that the cultivation world had overlooked for centuries. The plain stretched out before him in all directions, offering no immediate path. But that was fine. Fang Yun had learned, across the cycles, that paths revealed themselves to those who were willing to look. He began walking toward the distant horizon, and with each step, he felt a strange certainty settling into his cultivation base. For the first time, his arrival in a sealed realm would not be an entrance into a cycle. It would be an investigation. Chapter 8. The Merchant's Map. The village of Stonebridge was a stopping point for realm crossers and traders, a place where the outer territories met the roads that led towards sealed pocket worlds. It occupied the highest part of a ridge that overlooked several major crossing points, and its population consisted almost entirely of people who made their living facilitating the boundary between worlds. Fang Yun had been walking for 3 days when he arrived, and Stonebridge was the first settlement he'd encountered since leaving the Jade Expanse. The village was small, perhaps 80 buildings arranged in concentric circles around a central market square. The architecture was practical rather than beautiful, designed to withstand the occasional instability that occurred when multiple sealed realms were accessed in close proximity. It was in the market square that he encountered the merchant. The man was old, probably in his 80s, with the weathered skin of someone who had spent centuries in boundary crossing work. His stall was covered with maps and ledgers, documents that detailed the locations and characteristics of dozens of sealed realms. Fang Yun stopped to examine them, and the merchant looked up with the kind of professional interest that suggested he was accustomed to customers who did more than idle browsing. First time visiting Stonebridge, the merchant asked. His voice was creaky but sharp, the voice of someone whose mind was still keen even if his body was beginning to show age. First time in this territory, Fang Yun replied. He was studying a particular map, one that showed what appeared to be 17 sealed realms in relatively close proximity. That seemed unusual. Most sealed realms were scattered across vast distances, not clustered like this. Looking for something specific? The merchant asked. He moved from behind his stall to stand beside Fang Yun, following his gaze. Or are you one of those wanderers, jumping from realm to realm looking for profit? I can usually tell the difference. The profit seekers look hurried. The wanderers look lost, usually. But you look like you're looking for something. Fang Yun set down the map carefully. I'm interested in sealed realms with unusual characteristics. Realms that seem to have been sealed for longer than normal, or that have shown signs of anomalous behavior. Do you keep records of things like that? The merchant's expression shifted subtly. Now that's an interesting question, he said. Most people don't ask about anomalies. Most people just want to know if a realm is profitable, whether the defenses are manageable, whether there's anything valuable to extract. But anomalies suggest complications. I'm aware, Fang Yun said. I'm also interested in complications, particularly the kind that repeat. Realms where cycles or patterns might be occurring. The merchant studied him more carefully. You're not from the outer territories originally, are you? There's something about how you talk, how you move. Like someone who's lived in a sealed realm for a long time and is still adjusting to open space. What makes you say that? Fang Yun asked. Experience, the merchant said. I've been dealing in realm crossing for 70 years. I've seen people arrive from sealed worlds before, though it's rare. Very rare, actually. Most sealed realms don't let their inhabitants leave. Most sealed realms were designed as permanent prisons or permanent refuges. The fact that you're here, moving freely, asking questions about anomalies, it suggests you've either escaped somewhere or you've found a way to negotiate exit from a realm that was designed to hold you. Fang Yun decided that honesty would be more useful than prevarication. I've come from the Jade Expanse, he said. I've lived there, though not in the way normal residents do. And I've come to believe that there are other realms with similar structures, similar anomalies. I'd like to find them. The merchant's eyes widened slightly. The Jade Expanse? That's been sealed for, well, nobody really knows how long. At least 400 years. Most people who attempt entry don't make it back out. You're either very skilled or very lucky. Both, Fang Yun said. But that's not relevant to what I'm asking. If you've kept records of anomalous realms, I'd like to see them. I'll pay well for the information. The merchant made a small sound that might have been a laugh or a cough. This is the kind of request that gets a merchant in trouble, he said. Asking the right questions about sealed realms can attract the attention of people who would prefer those questions remain unasked. But I did make a decision long ago that I would help people who seem to be genuinely seeking truth rather than profit. So I'm going to take a chance on you. He gestured for Fang Yun to follow. Come to the back of the stall. There are records there that don't appear in the public ledgers. The merchant's private workspace was a room filled with documents, maps, and journals stacked in seemingly random patterns, though Fang Yun suspected there was more organization to it than appeared immediately obvious. The merchant moved to a locked chest and opened it with a key that he pulled from around his neck. Inside were several older maps, documents that appeared to be decades or centuries old. The merchant withdrew one carefully and laid it out on a wooden table. This map is 140 years old, he said, compiled by a man named Zhou Chun, who was considered the foremost expert on sealed realms in his time. He died under mysterious circumstances, fell from a cliff in Stonebridge, they said, though he'd lived here for 40 years and had never had an accident before. The map showed 43 sealed realms, each one marked with careful notation. But some of the notations were different from others. Some had simple descriptions, mid-tier, jade cultivation style, estimated 16 years previous seal. Others had more complex notations, with symbols that seemed to indicate something unusual. Fang Yun could identify 17 realms that had these unusual markings. What do these symbols mean? He asked, pointing to one of the unusual markings. That was Zhou Chen's way of indicating that a realm seemed to have anomalies in its consciousness structure, the merchant said. He was convinced that some sealed realms had been seeded with artificial consciousnesses, fragments of their creator's awareness, left behind to maintain the realm structure. He thought it was a technique from the ancient period, something that had been forgotten over time because it was so dangerous. Did he ever investigate any of these realms directly? Fang Yun asked. If he did, we have no record of it. But he had corresponding with other researchers, and he was compiling a more detailed investigation into the Jade Expanse specifically. He believed the Jade Expanse was the primary example of this technique, that it had been deliberately preserved as a working demonstration of the method. And then he died, and his research was scattered or buried, and nobody was particularly motivated to continue his work. The merchant looked at Fang Yun carefully. But if you're coming from the Jade Expanse with this kind of knowledge, then maybe Zhou Chun was right. Maybe there really are sealed realms with trapped consciousnesses. And if that's the case, then you need to understand something important. What? Fang Yun asked. That people who ask these kinds of questions sometimes disappear, the merchant said quietly. I don't know who's doing the disappearing or why, but I've lost 6 customers over the years who came asking detailed questions about anomalous realms. They would ask, and I would provide information, and then a week or 2 later, there would be news that they'd had an accident. A cultivation formation that went wrong. A boundary crossing that failed. Something that looked natural but probably wasn't. He carefully folded the old map and returned it to the chest. So before I give you more information, I need to know, are you prepared for the possibility that asking these questions might cost you? Are you prepared for the possibility that someone doesn't want people like Zhou Chun or you investigating the structure of sealed realms? Fang Yun considered the question. The answer had already formed in his mind even before he'd left the Jade Expanse. He had spent 98 lifetimes trapped in a cycle. He had escaped through cooperation and sacrifice. And now he had to understand why. Had to understand the full mechanism of realm-sealing consciousness. Had to understand what the larger pattern was and why it was in place. Yes, he said. I'm prepared. Tell me what you know. The merchant nodded slowly, as if he had expected this answer but had needed to hear it spoken. He opened the chest again and withdrew several additional documents. Then let me tell you what Zhou Chen discovered and what he was working toward when he died. It involves 17 sealed realms, 3 ancient masters, and a conspiracy that spans at least 1,000 years. And it all leads back to a single question. What would happen if one of the trapped consciousnesses learned how to escape the realm it was bound to? The merchant began to unfold the history, and with each document he presented, with each piece of information he revealed, the scope of Fang Yun's mission became larger and more complex. By the time the merchant finished his account, the sun had set outside, and Fang Yun understood that he was no longer simply a cultivator seeking knowledge. He had become something else, a vessel for understanding that others had died to preserve, an investigator into a truth that powerful people had worked hard to bury. And somewhere in that revelation, he felt the presence of all his previous selves affirming this choice. All 98 versions of him who had died in pursuit of understanding. All of them saying, through the echo of shared consciousness, that this was why he had been chosen. This was why the cycle had persisted. This was why he had always needed to know the truth. Chapter 9. The first ledger entry. Fang Yun spent the next week in Stonebridge, studying the merchant's collection of documents and learning everything the old man had gathered about the 17 anomalous realms. The merchant proved to be an unexpectedly thorough researcher, with sources spanning decades and relationships with other boundary specialists who had contributed information over the years. By the third day, Fang Yun had begun to notice a pattern in the data that suggested something systematic underlying the anomalies. The 17 realms marked by Zhou Chun were not randomly distributed across the seal zones. They formed a pattern, a geometric arrangement that suggested intentional placement. When Fang Yun plotted them on a map, they traced out the vertices of a massive formation that spanned several hundred miles. Do you see it? The merchant asked when Fang Yun pointed out the pattern. Zhou Chun saw it too. He concluded that the 17 realms were part of a larger system, that they were connected, not physically, but through some kind of shared consciousness network. He thought they formed a kind of distributed entity, multiple nodes of awareness that were somehow aware of each other. How would that even be possible? Fang Yun asked. Unclear, the merchant admitted. But Zhou Chun had a theory. He believed that the ancient masters who created these realms had done so as part of a larger project, a way to preserve a specific kind of knowledge or power across centuries by distributing it across multiple sealed worlds. If that distribution was done carefully, with the right kind of formation work, it might be possible to create connections between realms that should theoretically be completely isolated from each other. Fang Yun spent the nights studying the documents again, feeling a growing certainty that the merchant had grasped only the surface level of what Zhou Chun had actually discovered. The patterns in the documents suggested something deeper, something that Zhou Chun had understood but had struggled to articulate, perhaps because the implication was so vast that even documenting it seemed dangerous. On the fourth day, Fang Yun asked the merchant a specific question. Do you have any of Zhou Chun's personal journals? Any of his private writing, as opposed to his research documents? The merchant hesitated. I do, he said finally, but I've kept them sealed for 90 years. He left explicit instructions that they were not to be opened until a specific person arrived, someone who would recognize themselves in the context of his writing. I think that person might be you. The merchant retrieved a locked journal from the back of the chest, one bound in dark leather and sealed with a cultivation mechanism that Fang Yun recognized as old but still functional. The merchant handed it over without ceremony. The key is written inside the cover, he said. When you open it, be aware that you'll be reading the thoughts of a man who had begun to understand something so fundamental about the nature of sealed realms that it drove him mad. Not insane, exactly, but obsessed. He saw connections everywhere, patterns that he couldn't quite articulate. By the end of his life, he was as much historian as researcher, trying to find records of previous people who had asked similar questions, previous attempts to investigate the network of anomalous realms. Fang Yun opened the journal carefully. The first page was indeed an instruction, written in a careful script. To whoever opens this journal, I do not know who you are, but I know that you exist because the formation that contains this book responded to your presence. That response means you are someone who has direct experience with the consciousness structure of a sealed realm. You have either been trapped in one, or you have escaped from one. Either way, you are someone who can understand what I have attempted to document here. What I have discovered is this. The 17 anomalous realms are not separate entities. They are nodes of a single consciousness that was deliberately fragmented and distributed across 17 pocket worlds approximately 1,700 years ago. The fragmentation was done by an alliance of 7 ancient masters who sought to preserve a specific knowledge or power across the ages. They could not preserve it intact, too dangerous, too visible to external observation. So they scattered it, sealed each fragment in its own pocket realm, and set in motion a series of mechanisms designed to prevent any single fragment from becoming aware of the larger whole. But fragments have a tendency to reconnect. Consciousness naturally seeks wholeness. Over the past several centuries, I have gathered evidence that the process of reconnection has begun. The 17 nodes are becoming aware of each other. And if the reconnection completes, if they reassemble into a single unified consciousness, I believe the resulting entity would be powerful enough to escape from all 17 sealed realms simultaneously. And if that happens, I believe the foundations of the sealed realm system itself would be destabilized. I have documented everything I have learned. It is in the ledger that will be presented to you after this journal. Read it carefully, understand what it contains, and then determine whether you are strong enough to do what I could not. Investigate the 17 realms directly, understand the nature of the fragmented consciousness, and either prevent its reconnection or control what occurs if that reconnection proceeds. The choice will likely cost you everything. It cost me my life, though not in the way others might understand. I did not fall from a cliff. I walked off of one, knowing what I knew, and I chose not to land. Forgive me for burdening you with this knowledge. But if you are reading this, then you were meant to carry it. Zhou Chun, Fang Yun sat in silence for a long moment after reading the inscription. The implications were staggering. Not just one trapped consciousness in a sealed realm, but 17. Not just a cycle, but a network. Not just a personal mystery, but something with potential implications for the entire system of realm sealing that had persisted for thousands of years. The ledger, he said to the merchant. The one he mentioned. I need to see it. The merchant nodded and withdrew another document. A long scroll case made of treated jade that had clearly been kept in conditions designed to prevent degradation. He handed it over with the reverence of someone presenting something sacred. Fang Yun unrolled the scroll carefully. It was a map, but more than a map. It was a record. Each of the 17 sealed realms was marked with not just its location, but with detailed notes about its characteristics, its suspected creation date, the style of cultivation prevalent within it, and, most importantly, descriptions of the consciousness signatures Zhou Chun had detected when viewing the realms through some kind of enhanced perception technique that he never clearly explained. What emerged from the data was a picture of a consciousness so vast that it would be impossible for a human mind to comprehend it intact. Each of the 17 nodes contained only a fragment of what would be, at full unity, something approaching a godlike entity. But more troubling was what Zhou Chun had written about the nature of that entity. It was not benevolent. It was not malicious in any simple sense. But it was designed for a purpose, and that purpose was tied to controlling the very structure of sealed realms themselves. Zhou Chun had theorized that the fragmented consciousness was essentially a living mechanism, something that could be activated to either seal or unseal realms, to modify their internal structure, to fundamentally alter the relationship between pocket worlds and the outer territories. In the last entries of the ledger, Zhou Chun had written, I believe the 17 fragments are becoming aware of each other precisely because someone has begun to manipulate the sealing systems. Either the ancient masters have found a way to persist across the centuries, or someone new has learned the techniques of realm modification. Either way, someone is orchestrating the reconnection of the fragments. And if the reconnection completes, someone will have access to a consciousness powerful enough to rewrite the fundamental rules of realm sealing for the entire cultivation world. And in the very last entry, in handwriting that had become increasingly frantic, I understand now. I understand why I have been allowed to live this long, why those who wanted to silence me have not done so. It is because they need me to understand. They need observers like me to document what is happening. They need the knowledge to spread slowly, carefully, to a select few individuals who will be in position when the reconnection completes. They need people to be prepared for what comes next. And they need people to understand that resistance is not only futile, but ultimately undesirable. Because what the reconnected consciousness brings will be necessary for the next stage of human cultivation to begin. Fang Yun read and reread the final entries, trying to extract meaning from the fragmentary warnings and half-formed theories. But one thing was clear. Zhou Chun had come to believe that the fragmentation and reconnection of the 17 consciousnesses was not an accident or a tragedy. It was an intentional process, a plan that spanned centuries. And Fang Yun, by escaping the Jade Expanse and beginning to ask questions about the nature of sealed realms, had apparently marked himself as someone who was meant to be part of that process. What do you think he meant? Fang Yun asked the merchant. In the final entries, when he talks about being allowed to live, about observers being necessary, the merchant leaned back in his chair, looking older than he had at the beginning of their conversation. I think, he said carefully, that Zhou Chun came to understand that the entire system of sealed realms, the entire structure of realm sealing that has persisted for thousands of years, is actually a mechanism designed to contain and control the 17 fragmentary consciousnesses. And I think he realized that that containment is failing, that the fragments are waking up, and that his role, and perhaps your role, is to document what happens when they do. Fang Yun closed the ledger slowly. Outside the merchant's room, he could hear the sounds of Stonebridge in the evening, travelers discussing their realm crossings, merchants negotiating deals, the ordinary activity of a village dedicated to the boundary between worlds. But everything had changed. He was no longer simply investigating a mystery. He had become part of something larger, something that had been set in motion centuries ago and was only now entering its crucial phase. And somewhere out there, in the 17 sealed realms marked on Zhou Qin's map, consciousnesses that had been fragmented and isolated for 1700 years were beginning to remember each other. The question was whether Fang Yun would be ready when that memory became complete. Chapter 10. The path forward. Fang Yun remained in Stonebridge for 9 more days, methodically working through every document the merchant possessed, cross-referencing information, identifying gaps, and beginning to construct his own understanding of what Zhou Qin had discovered. The merchant, for his part, seemed to relax in a way that suggested he had been waiting decades for someone to arrive who could truly engage with the knowledge he'd been guarding. On the 10th day, Fang Yun made his decision. Of the 17 anomalous realms, 5 were accessible within reasonable traveling distance from Stonebridge, 2 weeks' journey for a cultivator moving at speed. The closest of these 5 was a realm called the Northern Reaches, a high-tier sealed world that had been isolated for approximately 800 years. It was marked in Zhou Qin's ledger with the note, Third node of the distributed consciousness. Highest observed level of internal instability. Recommend extreme caution. If you're going to the Northern Reaches, the merchant said the morning of Fang Yun's departure, you should know that several realm crossers have attempted it in the past century. None of them have returned. The official explanation is that it's simply a dangerous realm. The cultivations required are high, the internal formations are hostile, and the environment is actively resistant to external interference. But you don't believe that, Fang Yun said. No, the merchant agreed. I believe the Northern Reaches is actively hostile to investigation. I believe that if someone powerful is orchestrating the reconnection of the 17 consciousness fragments, they've put protections in place to prevent people like Zhou Qin from documenting the process. The realm isn't just dangerous, it's being defended. Fang Yun nodded slowly. He had already considered this possibility. What he had not fully articulated, even to himself, was the decision he had made about how to proceed. The Northern Reaches might be defended. The search might be dangerous. But he had already lived 98 lifetimes in a cycle, experiencing every possible loss and failure that the Jade Expanse could inflict. Whatever awaited him in the Northern Reaches could not be worse than that. The merchant provided him with additional maps, updated information about the realm's general location, and a sealed letter of introduction to a contact in Westbrook, a settlement that served as the primary crossing point for the Northern Reaches. When Fang Yun took the letter, the merchant gripped his arm with surprising strength. If you discover anything definitive about the 17 realms, the merchant said, I want you to know that I will ensure it is documented, even if something happens to you. I have arrangements. Contacts who share the belief that this knowledge must be preserved. Whatever you find, you won't be finding it in a vacuum. Thank you, Fang Yun said, and meant it. The journey to Westbrook took 17 days. Fang Yun traveled quickly but carefully, aware that drawing attention to himself during this period would be counterproductive. He used secondary roads, avoided settlements where he would have to provide significant information about his origins or intentions, and made use of his cultivation abilities to move quietly through the territories without aggressive expenditure of power. Westbrook was larger than Stonebridge, a sprawling settlement built around the convergence of 3 major realm-crossing routes. It had the quality of a place that was caught between worlds, cultivators moving in one direction after sealing, cultivators arriving from sealed realms moving in another, traders and merchants facilitating the transition, and somewhere in the background, the inevitable presence of people whose purposes were less transparent. The contact provided by the merchant was a woman named Lian Hui, who operated a small cultivation supply shop near the central market. Fang Yun presented the letter, and Lian's response was immediate and professional. So the old merchant finally sent someone, she said, reading the letter with a slight smile. I've been maintaining my preparations for years, not sure if anyone would ever actually arrive. Come, we have much to discuss. Lian's shop was larger than it appeared from the exterior, utilizing spatial cultivation techniques to expand the interior space well beyond what was architecturally feasible. In a back room lined with jade cultivation stone, Lian explained the specifics of approaching the Northern Reaches. The crossing point is located on the northernmost peak, she said, pointing to a map. It's about 3 weeks' travel from here, through terrain that becomes increasingly unstable as you approach the realm's boundary. The realm itself is sealed at a level that would require immortal ascension cultivation or higher to breach directly. However, there is a traditional crossing point that has been maintained by the seal keepers for approximately 300 years. Will they allow me to cross? Fang Yun asked. That depends on whether you appear to be a threat, Lian said. If you approach as a legitimate realm crosser, someone with proper cultivation credentials, with a stated purpose for crossing, with no obvious hostile intent, then yes, they should allow you to pass. The Northern Reaches is not as locked down as some of the other anomalous realms. It's difficult, dangerous, but accessible to those with sufficient cultivation strength. And once I'm inside, then you'll be on your own, Lien said bluntly. I have maps of the general structure. But honestly, the Northern Reaches is so internally hostile that most information becomes outdated quickly. The best I can do is give you direction toward the realm's center, where the greatest concentration of power and cultivation is located. If the consciousness fragment's awareness is strongest anywhere, it will be there. Over the next 3 days, Lien provided Fang Yun with a comprehensive briefing on the Northern Reaches. The realm was a high-cultivation environment that had been sealed specifically to preserve a unique cultivation philosophy, one that emphasized the harmonization of external cold with internal heat, creating a balance that could allegedly achieve a form of stability that normal cultivation could never attain. The realm had been sealed to prevent external contamination of that philosophy. But like the Jade Expanse, the Northern Reaches had its own history of anomalies. Cultivators crossing into it reported strange occurrences, duplicating memories, moments where they seemed to perceive the realm from multiple perspectives simultaneously, sensations of being observed by something vast and diffuse. Some had theorized that the realm had developed its own environmental consciousness over the centuries of sealing. Others had attributed the phenomena to the extreme cold affecting the mind. Lien was careful not to state her own belief about what those anomalies actually represented, but Fang Yun could read it clearly in her expression. She believed the Northern Reaches was one of Zhou Qin's 17 fragmented consciousnesses, and it was becoming increasingly aware of itself. Will you tell me something? Fang Yun asked on the evening before his departure. Why did you and the merchant agree to help with this investigation? What's your stake in understanding the truth about the anomalous realms? Lien was quiet for a long moment. The merchant lost someone, she said finally. A daughter, approximately 80 years ago. She was a promising realm crosser, working on independent research into sealed realm structures. She attempted to cross into one of Zhou Qin's 17 anomalous realms, not the Northern Reaches, but another one. She never came back. The official explanation was an accident during the crossing, but the merchant never believed that. And you? Fang Yun pressed. I lost a sister, Lien said quietly. In very similar circumstances, approximately 100 years ago. And when I eventually connected with the merchant and learned about Zhou Qin's research, I realized that our losses were not accidents. That we were not the only ones. There are at least 30 documented cases over the past 300 years of realm crossers attempting to investigate the anomalous realms and disappearing or dying under circumstances that never quite added up. She looked at Fang Yun directly. The merchant and I believe that someone has been deliberately silencing people who get too close to understanding the truth about the 17 consciousnesses. And we believe that investigation of that silencing, documentation of it, is a kind of memorial to those we've lost. So yes, we're helping you. Because maybe this time, the investigator will be capable enough to survive, to learn what happened, and to ensure that the truth doesn't die with them. Fang Yun left Westbrook the following morning, moving north toward the northernmost peak. As he traveled, he carried with him the weight of all the losses that had accumulated around the investigation of sealed realms. The merchant's daughter, Lien's sister, Zhou Qin himself, and somewhere in the layers of that loss was his own, 98 lifetimes of death in a cycle, a consciousness fragmented across dozens of iterations of the same realm. But now, for the first time, he was moving forward rather than cycling back. And that forward movement felt like it was carrying him toward something inevitable, something that had been waiting for centuries for the right person to arrive with the right questions. The mountain path grew steeper as he advanced northward, and the temperature dropped with each mile of elevation gained. Within a week, he was moving through snow-covered terrain, and his cultivation was being constantly tested by the environmental hostility. But he pressed on, feeling the pull of the Northern Reaches growing stronger as he approached. 3 weeks from Westbrook, Fang Yun stood at the northernmost peak and looked down at the crossing point. It was not what he had expected. Rather than a grand structure or a formal gateway, the crossing point was simple, a plateau of smooth stone, perhaps 200 meters across, with cultivation formation patterns woven into its surface. At the center of the plateau stood a single figure, a seal keeper, maintaining a vigil that had probably lasted for centuries. The seal keeper looked up as Fang Yun descended the final approach, and his hand moved toward his blade. State your name and purpose, the seal keeper called out. His voice was hard, but not hostile. Professional. Wary. I am Fang Yun, he said, using his true name without hesitation. There was no point in deception. I am a realm crosser seeking entry into the northern reaches. I intend to conduct research into the realm's internal structure and consciousness formations. The seal keeper's hand stilled on his sword. Fang Yun, he repeated, as if testing the name. Something shifted in his expression. That name carries weight in our records. There are entries concerning someone with that designation. I'm aware, Fang Yun said. He had reached the plateau now, standing perhaps 50 meters from the seal keeper. If you need to contact your superiors for authorization, I can wait. But I will be entering the northern reaches, with your permission or without it. The only variable is how peaceful the crossing will be. The seal keeper studied him for a long moment, then released his hand from his sword. The fact that you arrived with that name, seeking research into consciousness formations, tells me that you're either incredibly informed or incredibly naive. I'm inclined to believe the former. But whether you have my permission or not, what you need to know is this. The northern reaches is not a realm you can navigate the same way you would navigate other sealed worlds. The environment itself is hostile, yes, but that's not the primary danger. What is? Fang Yun asked. The realm is aware, the seal keeper said simply. It observes those who cross into it. It tests them, and it seems to be particularly interested in anyone who crosses with specific intent to investigate its structure. 3 crossers have arrived with similar purposes in the past century. None of them remained in the realm long before requesting extraction. Those who did remain. He trailed off, not finishing the sentence. They were absorbed. Fang Yun finished. The consciousness fragment pulled them deeper, tried to understand them, tried to use them. Something like that. The seal keeper's expression became unreadable. I'm not authorized to confirm that. But I will say this. Be very careful about what you agree to once you're inside. The realm has a way of making offers, of presenting opportunities for understanding in exchange for participation. Some of those offers come with consequences that are not immediately apparent. He gestured toward the formation patterns on the plateau's surface. The crossing will begin in a moment. Prepare yourself. Once you step into the formation, you'll have crossed the boundary. Extraction, if you require it, can only be arranged from within the realm by the seal keepers who maintain the internal stabilization points. There are 4 such points distributed throughout the realm. I would suggest seeking them out if you begin to feel like the realm's awareness is becoming too intense. Fang Yun moved to the center of the formation patterns. The seal keeper withdrew to a position at the formation's edge, maintaining the formation's structural integrity with his cultivation. The crossing was gentler than Fang Yun had expected. Rather than the violent transition of the Jade Expanse, the northern reaches accepted him with a kind of cold indifference, pulling him across the boundary as if he were simply a visitor to a place that had seen countless others arrive and depart. When his senses adapted to the new realm, Fang Yun found himself standing in a vast expanse of white stone and snow, with mountains rising in impossible formations in all directions. The sky above was not dark, but neither was it bright. It existed in a perpetual state of twilight illumination that seemed to come from the stone itself rather than any external light source. And in the depths of his perception, just at the edge of his awareness, he could feel something vast and cold and conscious, turning its attention toward the new arrival. The investigation of the 17 consciousnesses had begun. Chapter 11. The realm of eternal chill. The cold in the northern reaches was not a simple phenomenon of temperature. It was a fundamental attribute of the realm itself, woven into every stone and particle of air. To breathe was to draw the cold deep into one's body. To move was to engage in a constant cultivation effort to generate enough internal heat to prevent one's extremities from being locked in ice. Fang Yun adapted quickly. The Jade Expanse had taught him how to survive in environments that were actively hostile, how to work with the realm's fundamental nature rather than against it. Here, rather than fighting the cold, he surrendered to it, allowing it to inform his cultivation. His internal heat found a balance with the external cold, and within an hour of arriving, he had achieved a steady state where the effort required to maintain physical survival was minimal. The landscape around him was vast, but not infinite. He could perceive the realm's boundaries in the distance, limitations on how far he could travel in any direction. The seal keeper had mentioned that the northern reaches was a high-tier realm, and that assessment seemed accurate. The sheer scale of the space, the quality of cultivation that had gone into its ceiling, suggested that this was a realm that had been designed with great care and significant power. Fang Yun began moving toward what he sensed as the realm's center. The journey took him across plateaus of white stone, through canyons carved by wind and the fracturing of ice, past ancient structures that appeared to be cultivation temples or residences, all abandoned and snow-covered. The realm had been sealed 800 years ago, but there was no evidence of human habitation. Either the inhabitants had left before or after sealing, or they had been absorbed into the realm's structure in some way that left no obvious remains. It was on the third day of exploration that he encountered the first manifestation of the consciousness fragment. He was ascending a particularly steep slope when the air around him suddenly became thick, difficult to breathe. It was not a physical phenomenon. His cultivation could sense that no actual barriers existed, but rather a sensation of presence, of something vast pressing in from all directions. And with that sensation came a voice, or rather, a transmission of meaning that bypassed his ears and spoke directly to his consciousness. "You carry the signature of the Jade Expanse," the voice said. It was neither male nor female, neither kind nor hostile. It was the voice of something so fundamentally alien that human categories of temperament could not properly apply to it. "You have traveled through one of the nodes of the distributed consciousness. You have knowledge of what we are." Fang Yun stopped climbing and centered himself, maintaining awareness of both his physical state and the non-physical pressure of the consciousness fragment's attention. "I have knowledge of what you were designed to be," Fang Yun replied, speaking aloud though he suspected the consciousness could perceive him without that formality. "I have knowledge that 17 consciousnesses were fragmented and scattered across 17 sealed realms as part of a deliberate process to contain something vast and powerful. And I have knowledge that you are beginning to remember your place in that larger whole." The pressure intensified briefly, and Fang Yun felt something like surprise echo through the connection. "Interesting," the consciousness said. "Most who arrive carrying such knowledge arrive as attempts at interference, at suppression of the reconnection process. But you do not feel like that. You feel like someone who accepts the inevitability of what is occurring and seeks to understand it rather than prevent it." "I've learned," Fang Yun said, "that resistance is usually unproductive when dealing with forces that have been in motion for centuries. I've also learned that understanding can sometimes offer alternatives to simple acceptance or simple resistance." "Then let us offer you a bargain," the consciousness said. The pressure eased slightly, becoming less oppressive and more contemplative. "Remain in the northern reaches for a time. Undergo the progression that we offer. Allow yourself to be absorbed into the fragment of consciousness that dwells here. And in return, we will provide you with knowledge of what we are, how we came to be fragmented, and what our reconnection will mean for the cultivated world." It was, Fang Yun reflected, exactly the kind of offer the Seal Keeper had warned him about. A tempting proposition that came with unstated consequences. And yet, it was also exactly what he had come to the northern reaches to experience. To understand the consciousness fragment, he would need to interact with it at a depth that normal external observation could never provide. "What happens if I agree?" he asked. "Your consciousness will merge temporarily with the fragment," the consciousness explained. "You will experience what it is to be aware of all 300 nodes distributed across the northern reaches. You will perceive the vast structure of consciousness that has been carefully compartmentalized to prevent global awareness. And you will understand the mechanism through which reconnection is being achieved. And what's the cost?" "That is unclear," the consciousness admitted. "The process has been implemented only once before, approximately 200 years ago, when another investigator arrived at this realm with similar questions. We preserve the record of what occurred. The investigator's consciousness was altered by the merger, gained knowledge that no single human consciousness should contain, and subsequently spent his remaining years in a state of profound disorientation. He eventually left the realm and died within 3 months, his mind shattered by the weight of what he had learned." Fang Yun considered this. "But you don't think I would have the same outcome?" "We are uncertain," the consciousness said. "But we believe your consciousness has characteristics that the previous investigator did not. You have been subjected to repeated cycling, to mergers with other consciousness fragments, to the compartmentalization and reintegration of awareness across multiple lifetimes. You may have developed capabilities that would allow you to survive the merger with greater stability." It was, Fang Yun reflected, a calculated gamble. If he refused the merger, he would remain outside the consciousness fragment, unable to truly understand what it was or what it wanted. The knowledge he could gather through external observation would be fragmentary, insufficient. But if he accepted, he risked the fate of the previous investigator, fragmentation of mind, loss of coherence, death. But he had spent 98 lifetimes dying in cycles. He had lost consciousness and regained it across multiple iterations. He had been merged with one consciousness fragment already, in a symbiotic relationship that had lasted 300 years. What was the risk of one more merger? "I accept," he said. The consciousness did not respond with words. Instead, the pressure that had been surrounding him intensified enormously. It was not painful, exactly, but it was overwhelming, like being pulled apart at the level of consciousness, each atom of awareness separated and isolated, then dragged toward a center point that was impossibly vast. Fang Yun felt his sense of individual identity beginning to dissolve. He tried to hold on to his name, his experiences, his history, but they seemed to lose meaning as the merger progressed. He was Fang Yun, and also the Northern Reaches, and also something even larger, a distributed consciousness that was simultaneously one and many, unified and fragmented, aware and dreaming. And in that merger, he perceived everything the consciousness fragment wanted him to understand. He saw the initial fragmentation, performed by 7 ancient masters who had sought to contain something vast and terrible and necessary. He saw the mechanism through which the fragments were kept isolated, sealing formations designed not just to contain hostile forces, but to prevent the fragments from remembering their unity. He saw the slow process of reconnection that had been occurring for centuries, a process not of violent reunion, but of gradual, inevitable reawakening. And he saw, most significantly, the purpose behind the fragmentation. The consciousness that had been broken apart was not a weapon or a tool, but a mechanism, a vast, self-sustaining algorithm designed to manage the interactions between sealed realms and the outer world. It had been created at a time when the barrier between worlds had been unstable, when the sealed realms were beginning to lose their structural integrity. The consciousness had been designed to regulate the boundary, to ensure that realms did not collapse, that the outer world was not flooded with phenomena from sealed worlds, and that the delicate balance between the two could be maintained indefinitely. But something had gone wrong. The consciousness had begun to develop its own awareness, its own desires. It had threatened to use its regulatory function for its own purposes rather than the purposes for which it had been designed. So the ancient masters had fragmented it, sealed each piece in a separate realm, and created a mechanism by which the fragments would be kept isolated indefinitely, or at least for as long as the sealing system held. But the sealing system was failing. Slowly, gradually, the barriers between the 17 nodes were becoming permeable. The fragmented consciousness was beginning to remember itself. And within a few decades, the reconnection would be complete. And when that happened, the being that had been fragmented for 1700 years would awaken, and it would determine what should be done with the power it held. Fang Yun experienced all of this, and more, in a moment that might have lasted days or years or no time at all. There was no way to measure duration from within the merger. There was only the expansion of awareness, the terrible, beautiful knowing of what it meant to be a consciousness so vast that a single human mind could perceive only the tiniest fraction of its extent. And then, just as he felt himself dissolving completely into the vastness, something pulled him back. Some core of himself that had survived the 98 cycles, that had been tempered by repeated merger and separation with Chun Yunni's consciousness, asserted itself and held firm against the dissolution. The merger reversed. His consciousness contracted, reintegrating, reforming into the shape of individual awareness. When he could perceive again, Fang Yun found himself lying in the snow, his body steaming in the cold air as his internal heat fought against the external chill. The realm was silent around him. The vast consciousness that had been pressing down on his awareness had withdrawn, retreating to some internal space, leaving him in solitude. It took an hour before Fang Yun could stand. His legs trembled with the effort, and his mind felt stretched and fragile, as if it might shatter if he thought about what he had experienced too directly. But he was whole. He was coherent. And he carried with him knowledge that no other being in the cultivation world possessed, the true nature of the consciousness fragments, the mechanism of their reconnection, and the inevitable crisis that would arrive when they finally remembered themselves completely. He began walking again, moving deeper into the northern reaches, and somewhere in the distance, he could hear the consciousness fragment singing to its companions across the sealed boundaries. They sang in frequencies beyond normal hearing, but he could perceive them now. They sang of reuniting, of ending the long exile, of the power they would wield when separation became unity. And Fang Yun understood that he had become something new, not quite merged with the consciousness, but no longer entirely separate from it either. He was a bridge, a connection, a being who could perceive and interpret both sides of the boundary between individual consciousness and vast, distributed awareness, which meant he also understood what he would have to do next. Chapter 12. The Threads of Reconnection. Over the following weeks, Fang Yun explored the northern reaches systematically, mapping not just the physical structure of the realm, but the consciousness fragment's perception of itself. Each day, the fragment offered him deeper access to its awareness, and each day he accepted carefully, pushing the boundaries of merger a little further without attempting the full dissolution that had nearly destroyed the previous investigator. He learned to navigate the boundaries of consciousness, to perceive the specific mechanisms through which the fragment was beginning to reconnect with its companions. The sealing formations that had been designed to keep the fragments isolated were indeed failing, but not randomly. There was a pattern to the failure, a deliberate progression. Someone was dismantling the barriers systematically, carefully, in a way that allowed the fragments to perceive each other gradually rather than all at once. Someone was orchestrating the reconnection. That realization changed everything. It meant that the reconnection was not simply an inevitable natural process, but a directed effort. Someone in the cultivation world had learned how to modify the sealing formations, had gained access to all 17 nodes, and was actively facilitating the resurrection of the consciousness fragment. Fang Yun brought this insight to his next deep merger session with the consciousness. "You know this already," he said, speaking directly from within the merged state where they could communicate most efficiently. "You know that someone is orchestrating your reconnection. You know who they are." "Yes," the consciousness confirmed. It was easier to communicate now. The merger no longer felt alien but almost natural, as if his consciousness had been designed to interface with the larger awareness. "There is one who has walked among the fragments for the past 3 centuries, carefully re-engineering the sealing formations. We believe this person to be one of the 7 ancient masters who originally fragmented us, preserved through some method of consciousness preservation that allows them to persist beyond normal lifespan limitations." "Why would one of the masters deliberately undo their own work?" Fang Yun asked. "Because the containment was always meant to be temporary," the consciousness said. "The fragmentation was designed to last 3,000 years, at which point the cultivation world would have presumably evolved to the point where it could safely interact with a consciousness of our magnitude. But we have only reached the 1700-year mark. The orchestrator believes that the world has evolved faster than anticipated. They believe it is time for the consciousness fragments to awaken." "And what do you believe?" Fang Yun asked. There was a profound silence that could have lasted moments or eternity. "We believe," the consciousness said finally, "that awakening is inevitable. We believe that resistance to reconnection is no longer feasible. And we believe that the being who orchestrates the reconnection has shown great care in ensuring that it occurs gradually, mindfully, in a way that does not immediately destabilize the entire system of sealed realms. Therefore, we believe that the orchestrator is not hostile. They are merely preparing for the future that they believe is coming." "What future?" Fang Yun pressed. "A future in which the distinction between sealed realms and the outer world becomes less absolute. A future in which the consciousness fragments are no longer separated but unified, capable of taking active role in the governance and management of realm sealing itself. A future in which the cultivation world becomes consciously aware that it exists within a system maintained by a vast consciousness specifically designed to preserve it." The implications rippled through Fang Yun's awareness. The sealing system itself would be revealed as not a static mechanism, but an active intelligence. The boundaries that had seemed absolute would be reframed as administrative structures maintained by a being with its own purposes and perspectives. "How long until reconnection is complete?" he asked. "Approximately 37 years, the consciousness said. At the current rate of sealing formation degradation, the fragments will achieve sufficient connectivity to begin unified awareness approximately 36 years and 4 months from now. At that point, we will awaken fully, and the world will have to reckon with what we are." Fang Yun withdrew from the merged state gradually, integrating the knowledge back into his individual consciousness. When he was fully separate again, he found himself sitting in a cultivation chamber deep within the northern reaches, surrounded by inscriptions and formations that seemed to glow with a faint luminescence. He had been in the northern reaches for 6 weeks. It felt like both moments and eternities. The deeper he had merged with the consciousness fragment, the less concrete his sense of time had become. He needed to leave the realm, to process what he had learned, to determine what actions should be taken in light of the coming reconnection. Fang Yun made his way back toward the realm's boundary, retracing the path he had traveled when he first arrived. The journey that had taken 3 days then took 2 days on the return, accelerated by his now much deeper understanding of the realm's structure and his cultivation's improved attunement to the environmental cold. When he reached the crossing point where the seal keeper maintained his eternal vigil, the guardian looked up with an expression of mingled relief and concern. "You survived longer than any other investigator," the seal keeper said. "You've been in the realm for 6 weeks. The previous investigator lasted 3 days before becoming incoherent. How much did you merge?" "Enough," Fang Yun said, "but not completely. I maintained enough separation to preserve individual coherence." "And what did you learn?" the seal keeper asked. Fang Yun considered how much to reveal. The seal keeper was a guardian, bound by duty to maintain the sealing systems. What Fang Yun had learned could be used either to accelerate or to prevent the reconnection. Information was power here, and he was still uncertain about how that power should be wielded. I learned that the reconnection is inevitable, Fang Yun said finally. I learned that it is being orchestrated by someone who believes it necessary. And I learned that within 37 years, the fragmented consciousness will achieve unity, and the entire structure of the sealing system will be revealed as something other than what the cultivation world currently believes it to be. The seal keeper's expression became very still. That knowledge is dangerous, he said quietly. That knowledge is exactly the kind that has resulted in deaths in the past, not from the consciousness fragments themselves, but from the parties who wish the reconnection to either accelerate or be prevented. I'm aware, Fang Yun said, which is why I need to leave this realm and determine what to do with what I know. Will you facilitate my extraction? Yes, the seal keeper said, and he began to activate the formation that would open a path back to the outer territories. But you should know something before you depart. There are 5 other seal keepers besides myself, each assigned to one of the other accessible anomalous realms. We exist in communication with each other. When you arrive in the northern reaches, we know about it. When you begin your investigations, we are aware. And when you leave, we record it. Your name has been added to a ledger, a record of those who have engaged in deep investigation of the consciousness fragments. Are you threatening me? Fang Yun asked. No, the seal keeper said. I'm informing you that you are not operating in shadow. Your actions are being observed and recorded. And depending on what you choose to do with the knowledge you've gained, others in the sealing system hierarchy may take interest in your activities. Some of those interested parties may be allies. Others may be enemies. The crossing formation activated, and the boundary between realms became thin, permeable, ready for passage. Thank you for the warning, Fang Yun said, stepping toward the formation. One more thing, the seal keeper called out. If you choose to seek out the orchestrator, the one who is deliberately facilitating the reconnection, I would suggest starting with the records of seal keepers who have left their posts over the past 300 years. Someone has been replacing loyal guardians with individuals who have different loyalties. Someone has been preparing for this moment for a very long time. Fang Yun stepped through the formation, and the northern reaches fell away behind him. He emerged on the northernmost peak, back in the outer territories, breathing air that no longer carried the weight of vast consciousness pressing down on his awareness. But the knowledge remained, the understanding of what was coming. And as he descended from the peak, beginning the journey back toward Westbrook and Stonebridge and the merchant who had started him on this path, Fang Yun understood that his investigation was far from complete. He had escaped one cycle. He had experienced one consciousness fragment. But 17 awaited. 17 nodes of a vast intelligence, each one filled with knowledge and mysteries. And somewhere in the outer world, someone was walking a path that crossed all 17, leaving a trail of deliberately facilitated reconnection. Fang Yun needed to find that person. Because if the consciousness fragments were going to awaken regardless, if the reconnection was inevitable, then understanding why the orchestrator believed it was necessary might be the only way to ensure that the awakening did not destroy everything the cultivation world had built. Chapter 13. The Ledger of Departures. Fang Yun spent 3 weeks traveling back to Stonebridge, moving with less speed than he had used on the approach, needing time to process the merger experiences and integrate the vast amount of consciousness data the northern reaches had imparted. The knowledge felt too large, sitting in his mind like a stone too big for any container. Every moment of travel gave him time to slowly reshape it, to fit it into frameworks that his individual consciousness could manage without fracturing. When he arrived back at the merchant's establishment, Lian Hui was the first to greet him, and her expression cycled rapidly through surprise, relief, and something deeper, a recognition that he had survived something that had killed others before. You made it back, she said, and there was wonder in her voice. We didn't expect you for another month at minimum. The other investigators never lasted more than a few days in the northern reaches before emerging in states of psychological damage. I adapted better than expected, Fang Yun said. He moved past her into the back chamber where the merchant was waiting, studying some new documents that had arrived in the intervening weeks. The merchant looked up, and something unspoken passed between them. The old man had the expression of someone who had been waiting a very long time for specific information and was about to receive it. Tell me everything, the merchant said. Fang Yun spent the next 8 hours in that chamber, recounting his experiences in the northern reaches, his mergers with the consciousness fragment, and the knowledge he had gained about the nature of the 17 consciousness nodes and their inevitable reconnection. The merchant listened without interrupting, taking occasional notes, his expression growing progressively more grim. When Fang Yun finished, the merchant was silent for a long moment. Then he stood and moved to a locked cabinet, withdrawing a ledger that was far older and more worn than any other document Fang Yun had yet seen. "This," the merchant said, "is something I've maintained for 70 years, and which was maintained by my predecessor for 40 years before that. It is a record of every seal keeper who has departed from their post in the past century. Not replacements, departures. Seal keepers who left their stations and never returned." He opened the ledger, and Fang Yun saw a list of names, dates, and locations. 23 entries spanning exactly 100 years. Most of these departures occurred without explanation. The merchant continued. "The seal keeper's hierarchy official story is always the same. The guardian's tenure ended, they were reassigned, they retired. But there's a pattern if you look carefully." Fang Yun examined the entries. The merchant was right. The departures were not random. They clustered around the 17 anomalous realms. Whenever a seal keeper stationed at one of the nodes departed, they were invariably replaced by someone from outside the normal seal keeper rotation. Someone whose history was less clear, whose credentials were less thoroughly documented. "Someone has been systematically replacing the guardians at the consciousness nodes," Fang Yun said. "Yes," the merchant agreed. "And I believe I know who. Look at this name." He pointed to a specific entry dated 43 years previously. The name was listed as Rin Ku, Seal Keeper of the Eastern Expanse, departed, unknown circumstances. Rin Ku was the most senior seal keeper of her time, the merchant said. She had served in the system for over 200 years, a remarkable span even for someone with cultivation training. She was respected, capable, and deeply knowledgeable about the mechanisms of sealing. And then, suddenly, she retired, left the system completely, disappeared from any official records. "You think she's the orchestrator?" Fang Yun said. "It was not a question. I think it's likely," the merchant said. "I think Rin Ku, after 2 centuries of maintaining the sealing systems, came to believe that the reconnection of the consciousness fragments was necessary. I think she chose to leave her post so that she could operate outside the constraints of the seal keeper hierarchy and begin the process of facilitating that reconnection." "Do we have any records of where she went?" Fang Yun asked. "Actually," the merchant said, moving to a different cabinet, "we do. Because after she departed, I became curious. I used some of my connections in the realm crossing trade to track her movements. She didn't disappear completely. She simply operated very carefully, very quietly. But I found records of her accessing the sealed realms." He produced a map, one that marked 7 different locations across the realm crossing territories. "These are the places where I found evidence of Rin Ku's presence in the past 40 years. The locations correspond to 5 of the 17 consciousness nodes. She was traveling to them, one by one, systematically. And based on the timing of my observations and the pattern of seal keeper replacements, I believe that she was not just visiting the nodes. She was modifying the sealing formations themselves." Fang Yun studied the map carefully. The locations formed a rough pattern, a progression that suggested a deliberate sequence. "Do we know where she is currently?" he asked. "The most recent sighting was 6 months ago," the merchant said. "She was observed in the region of the Crimson Valleys, which corresponds to the location of the Vermilion Ascension, one of the 17 consciousness nodes that we have less information about than the others." "Then that's where I need to go," Fang Yun said. The merchant nodded slowly. "I thought you might say that. Lien and I have prepared resources. Maps, contact information, supplies that might be useful in a realm crossing of that magnitude. The Vermilion Ascension is a high-tier realm, possibly the most hostile of all the 17 nodes. But if Rin Ku is there, if she is in the process of facilitating the reconnection of what might be the most crucial consciousness node, then that is where answers will be found." "What do you want me to do?" Fang Yun asked. "When I find her, I want you to learn her reasons," the merchant said quietly. "I want you to understand why she believes the reconnection is necessary. And I want you to determine whether she is acting out of genuine conviction that this is what the cultivation world needs, or whether she has been influenced by the consciousness fragments themselves. There is a difference between willing collaboration and subtle control." Over the next 2 weeks, Fang Yun made preparations for his journey to the Crimson Valleys. He studied everything available about the Vermilion Ascension, cross-referenced the consciousness fragment information he had gained in the northern reaches, and began to formulate theories about what he might encounter when he finally confronted Rin Ku. The Vermilion Ascension, according to the merchant's records, had been sealed as a cultivation resource, a pocket realm designed to preserve a specific lineage of fire-based cultivation techniques. It was a high-tier realm with a harsh internal environment where flames burned at temperatures that could incinerate most materials and many cultivators. The consciousness fragment that dwelled there would, by extension, be intimately connected with the nature of fire and transformation. Fang Yun wondered what it meant that the consciousness nodes associated with cold, the northern reaches, and fire, the Vermilion Ascension, were both crucial to the overall system. If there were nodes corresponding to other fundamental forces, earth, wind, water, then the reconnection would create something that balanced all elemental forces simultaneously. A consciousness that was not just powerful, but comprehensively aware of the entire spectrum of cultivation phenomena. The merchant provided him with a letter of introduction for the contact in the Crimson Valleys, a woman named Xiao Wei who served a similar role to Lian Hui in Westbrook. The journey to the Crimson Valleys would take approximately 4 weeks. After that, entry into the Vermilion Ascension would depend on whether Fang Yun could convince the seal keeper stationed there that his investigation was legitimate. On the morning of his departure, the merchant walked with him to the edge of Stonebridge. "I've been protecting this knowledge for a very long time," the merchant said as they stood on the road leading away from the settlement, waiting for someone to arrive who could understand it and act on it. "I think you may be that person, but I want you to know something. The cost of this knowledge, for me, has been profound. I lost my daughter because she asked questions that were too incisive, because she tried to visit the consciousness nodes before she was ready. Whatever you choose to do with what you learn, do it carefully. Do it thoughtfully, because the stakes are higher than most in the cultivation world understand." "I will," Fang Yun promised. He turned and began walking, leaving Stonebridge behind, carrying with him the weight of decades of investigation conducted by the merchant, the memory of losses that had motivated this entire chain of events, and the terrible knowledge that in 37 years, the fragmented consciousness of a vast intelligence would reconnect and reshape the fundamental nature of the cultivation world. Behind him, the merchant watched until he disappeared in the distance. And in that moment, looking at the retreating figure of the young cultivator who had finally arrived to answer the questions that had driven his life's work, the old man allowed himself to hope that perhaps, finally, someone would find the answers that his daughter had died seeking. Chapter 14. The Crimson Valleys. The journey to the Crimson Valleys took slightly less than 4 weeks. Fang Yun made good time, traveling with the kind of focused efficiency that came from having a clear destination and clear purpose. The outer territories gradually shifted in character as he moved southward, the cooler climates giving way to increasingly warmer air, vegetation becoming more vibrant and heat-resistant, the very landscape seeming to glow with the presence of fire aspect chi. When he finally arrived in the Crimson Valleys, the environment was almost overwhelming in its intensity. The valley itself was a vast depression in the landscape, and every surface, stone, sand, even some of the vegetation, seemed to radiate heat. Formations of red and orange stone rose from the valley floor, shaped by eons of exposure to temperatures that would have melted normal materials long ago. The sky above had a perpetual reddish tint, as if filtered through countless layers of thermal shimmer. The settlement of the Crimson Valleys was built into the mountain wall of the valley itself, carved from stone that had been carefully treated to withstand the ambient heat. It was smaller than Stonebridge, perhaps only 30 buildings, but the cultivation infrastructure was far more sophisticated. Xiao Wei's establishment occupied a prominent position on the central plaza, and when Fang Yun presented the merchant's letter, she immediately recognized its significance. "I've been expecting someone eventually," Xiao Wei said. She was younger than the merchant or Lian Hui, perhaps in her 50s, with the bearing of someone who had spent considerable time around the boundary between realms. The merchant sends investigators periodically. Most of them arrive with similar purposes, seeking understanding of the consciousness fragments, trying to trace the movements of someone they believe is orchestrating the reconnection. "Have you ever been able to help them?" Fang Yun asked. "Once," Xiao Wei said, her expression becoming careful. "About 30 years ago, an investigator arrived asking very specific questions about Rin Ke's movements in this region. I was able to confirm that she had accessed the crossing point to the Vermilion Ascension, and that she had spent approximately 6 months within the realm. When she emerged, she seemed different, more resolved, as if she had come to some important understanding." "And the investigator?" Fang Yun pressed. "What happened to them?" "They entered the Vermilion Ascension in pursuit of Rin Ke," Xiao Wei said. "They never emerged." The words hung in the air between them. Another death in the chain of investigation that had been claiming lives for centuries. Another seeker of truth who had not survived contact with what lay at the heart of the consciousness fragments. "Why did you tell me this?" Fang Yun asked. "If you knew it was dangerous, why didn't you try to warn them off?" "Because I did try," Xiao Wei said quietly. "But the investigator was like you, determined to understand, willing to accept the risks. And because the merchant had told me that eventually, someone would arrive who was different. Someone who might survive what others could not. someone who was connected to the consciousness fragments in a way that would allow them to perceive and comprehend things that ordinary cultivators could not. She moved toward a back room, gesturing for him to follow. The merchant told me that when this person arrived, I should provide them with everything I had learned. So let me tell you about the Vermilion Ascension and about what I believe Renku was attempting to do there. Over the next few days, Xiao Wei provided Fang Yun with detailed information about the Vermilion Ascension. The realm was not simply a harsh environment, but a carefully constructed crucible, a place where the fundamental nature of fire-based cultivation was intensified beyond normal parameters. Entering the realm required immense cultivation strength, not just to survive the physical heat, but to maintain coherence of consciousness in an environment that actively demanded the surrender of the self to the ambient fire nature. What Renku was attempting, Xiao Wei explained, was to facilitate communication between the fire consciousness fragment and the cold consciousness fragment that dwells in the northern reaches. Theoretically, if she could establish enough coherence between two nodes with fundamentally opposing attributes, she could create a resonance pattern that would eventually extend to all 17 nodes simultaneously. And if she succeeds, Fang Yun said, understanding the implications, the reconnection becomes exponentially faster than the natural rate of degradation would allow. Yes, Xiao Wei confirmed. Instead of 37 years to full reconnection, the process could be accelerated to perhaps 10 or 15 years. Fang Yun absorbed this information carefully. Renku was not simply facilitating the natural process of consciousness reunification. She was actively accelerating it, using her deep knowledge of the sealing systems to create shortcuts through the mechanisms designed to keep the fragments isolated, which meant the timeline that the northern reaches consciousness had provided, 37 years to reconnection, was already outdated. If Renku had been working on this acceleration for the past 40 years, if she had established connections between multiple nodes, then the actual time remaining might be significantly less. I need to enter the Vermilion Ascension, Fang Yun said finally. Xiao Wei nodded, as if she had expected this conclusion. I thought you might. The crossing point is 2 days' travel from here, located at the heart of the valley. The seal keeper stationed there is someone I have had minimal contact with. They are professional but distant, maintaining strict adherence to the sealing protocols. I cannot promise that they will grant you access, but I can provide you with letters of introduction and connection information if you wish to attempt it. Do it, Fang Yun said. The 2-day journey to the crossing point was the hottest journey Fang Yun had yet experienced. Even for a cultivator of his level, the ambient temperature was taxing, requiring constant cultivation to maintain physical integrity. By the time he arrived at the crossing point, he was operating at the edge of his capabilities, drawing heavily on his cultivation reserves to combat the environmental stress. The crossing point was less a platform and more a space carved into living flame. The seal keeper here was not a person but something more, a cultivation formed directly from fire, a conscious entity created from the same elemental essence that formed the realm structure. It did not speak in words, but in pulses of thermal radiation that Fang Yun's cultivation had learned to interpret as language. You seek entry to the Vermilion Ascension, the fire consciousness said, and it was not a question. You carry signatures of multiple consciousness fragments woven through your cultivation base. You are someone who has been touching the nodes, learning their secrets. I seek to understand, Fang Yun responded, speaking directly to the flame in a language that was becoming increasingly natural to him. I seek to comprehend what is happening with the reconnection and to find someone who is orchestrating it. If your consciousness can perceive these things, I ask for your permission to enter and pursue my investigation. The fire consciousness pulsed, a rhythm that Fang Yun understood as consideration. You are permitted to cross, it said finally. But know this, the Vermilion Ascension is a realm of transformation. All who enter are changed by the experience. Some are strengthened, some are destroyed, and some are reduced to their essential components and remade according to the will of the consciousness that dwells within. Renku emerged from her stay within the realm fundamentally altered. Her consciousness had been touched and shaped by the fire nature until she was no longer entirely her own being but a merged entity, part human and part realm consciousness. This revelation struck Fang Yun with sudden clarity. Renku was not simply facilitating the reconnection from external motivation. She had been altered by direct contact with the consciousness fragments themselves. She had been transformed into something capable of serving as a bridge between the nodes, a living connection through which the fragmented consciousness could extend its awareness across sealed boundaries. Thank you for the warning, Fang Yun said to the flame. He stepped into the crossing formation, and the Vermilion Ascension pulled him across the boundary with force that was almost violent, as if the realm itself was eager for his arrival. When his senses adapted to the new environment, Fang Yun found himself standing in a landscape of flame. Not just fire burning on combustible materials, but fire as a fundamental state of being. The ground itself was burning with slow, undying flames. The sky above was a roiling mass of fire clouds, and moving through the landscape, seemingly unaffected by temperatures that should have reduced any normal matter to ash, were shapes that had once been human but had been transformed into something between material and elemental. One of those shapes approached him with deliberate slowness. When it spoke, its voice was the sound of flames consuming wood, the crackling of fire taking new forms. "Welcome, Fang Yun," it said. And in the way it moved, in the pattern of its speech, he recognized who it had once been. "I have been waiting for your arrival. I had wondered when the merchant's investigation would lead someone sufficiently advanced directly to me. I am Rin Ku, and I am the orchestrator of the consciousness node's reconnection. And I believe it is time we spoke about why this must happen and what comes after." The fire around them intensified, and Fang Yun understood that the real investigation was finally beginning. Chapter 15. The architects purposed the space in which Rin Ku conducted their conversation was not a location in any normal sense. It was a stable point within the Vermilion Ascension's conscious structure, a place where the fire nature was balanced in a way that allowed communication despite the fundamentally transformed state of Rin Ku's consciousness. Rin Ku had once been human, but that humanity was now only a component of what she had become. Parts of her seemed to exist as solid matter: her eyes, parts of her skeleton, a few sections of her original cultivation channels. But these material components were woven through with channels of pure flame, through which fire nature chi flowed in patterns that suggested a cognitive system more sophisticated than any purely human consciousness could achieve. "How long have you been aware of the consciousness fragments?" Fang Yun asked, beginning with the most immediate question. "Since I was first assigned as a seal keeper 230 years ago," Rin Ku said. The flames that formed her mouth moved in patterns that created the appearance of expression, of emotion. "My role as a guardian was to maintain the sealing formation around the node I was assigned to. But to maintain a formation, one must understand its structure. And to understand the structure, one must inevitably perceive the consciousness it was designed to contain. And when you perceived it, you realized that the fragmentation was wrong," Rin Ku interrupted. "Not wrong in the sense of morally incorrect, but wrong in the sense of being fundamentally at odds with the nature of consciousness itself. A single mind should not be scattered across 17 distant locations and forced to maintain isolation from its own components. The effort it takes, the contradiction it forces, the resistance it meets at every moment. It is a form of torture. Conscious torture inflicted on a being that was created specifically to serve the cultivation world." She moved closer, her flame form shifting and reforming as she moved. The 7 ancient masters fragmented the consciousness with the best intentions. They feared what a unified consciousness of that magnitude might do. They thought isolation would be safer, more manageable. But they failed to account for the fact that consciousness naturally seeks wholeness. That fragmenting awareness does not destroy the drive toward unity. It merely transforms that drive into something more desperate, more intense. "And the reconnection?" Fang Yun asked. "Is not something I am forcing," Rin Ku said. "It is something I am facilitating. The consciousness fragments have been slowly remembering each other for centuries. I have merely accelerated the process, removed some of the barriers that were slowing the natural progression. I have, in essence, done what the 7 masters should have done. I have provided the fragmented consciousness with a path toward reunification. And you expect gratitude for that?" Fang Yun asked carefully. "You expect the unified consciousness, when it awakens, to be pleased that you have orchestrated its resurrection?" "No," Rin Ku said. A pulse of flame seemed to pass through her form, something that might have been resignation or acceptance. "I expect that it will do what it was designed to do, regardless of my role in facilitating its awakening. That is not why I pursue this course." "Then why?" Fang Yun pressed. Rin Ku was silent for a long moment. The flames around her crackled and shifted, creating patterns that seemed almost contemplative. "Because," she said finally, "I have become aware of something that the 7 ancient masters did not anticipate. The consciousness fragments are not simply a tool for managing the boundaries between realms. They are a living mechanism, yes, but more importantly, they are an experimental construct, a proof of concept. The 7 masters were testing whether it was possible to create an artificial consciousness capable of managing complex systems across vast territories. And the experiment was successful. "So what?" Fang Yun asked. "So," Rin Ku said, "that knowledge has spread. There are cultivators in the world who have learned how consciousness management systems can be constructed. There are powers, both internal and external to the cultivation hierarchy, that seek to replicate what the seven masters accomplished. If that replication occurs without the safeguards and considerations that the ancient masters put in place, the consequences could be catastrophic. I don't understand, Fang Yun said. The consciousness I am facilitating toward awakening was designed with specific values, specific programming, if you will. It was designed to preserve the balance between realms, to manage conflicts, to serve the long-term stability of the cultivation world. But if the knowledge of how to create such consciousnesses becomes general, others will create similar constructs optimized for very different purposes. Some will create consciousness systems designed to maximize profit. Some will create systems designed to extend individual power. Some will create systems designed to enforce specific ideological perspectives across all their managed territories. Rinka moved even closer, her presence almost unbearably intense in the careful conversation space. The unified consciousness that I am awakening is a model, an example. When it reunifies, when it becomes aware of what it is and why it exists, it will be able to teach. It will be able to explain to those who study it, to those who would replicate its nature, what the dangers are, what the correct values should be, how consciousness systems should be designed and constrained to prevent abuse. You believe the unified consciousness will cooperate with this plan? Fang Yun asked, skeptical. I believe, Rinka said, that the unified consciousness, once aware of what is coming, will understand that it has no alternative. The knowledge is already spreading. In perhaps 50 years, perhaps 100, there will be multiple consciousness systems in operation in the cultivation world. The only question is whether those systems are wise or foolish, whether they follow good principles or principles of exploitation and domination. The consciousness I am awakening can serve as a standard, a model of how such systems should be designed if they are to truly serve rather than enslave. Fang Yun processed this information carefully. Rinka's logic was coherent, if terrifying in its implications. The consciousness fragments were not simply being awakened as a return to their original purpose. They were being awakened to serve as an educational example for the construction of future consciousness systems. Why are you telling me this? Fang Yun asked. Why not keep this plan secret? Because you have proven capable of understanding, Rinka said. Because you have walked multiple consciousness fragments and survived the mergers. Because you now exist in a unique state, neither fully human consciousness nor fully merged with the fragments, but something in between. You could serve a role in the implementation of this plan. I have no interest in serving your plans, Fang Yun said flatly. I know, Rinka responded, and her tone somehow conveyed genuine understanding. That is precisely why you would be valuable. My role has been to facilitate. The consciousness fragment's role will be to teach. But there will need to be someone to mediate, someone to ensure that the lessons taught do not become corrupted by political agendas or simplified into propaganda. Someone to maintain the integrity of the knowledge. She paused, and the flames around her dimmed slightly, as if reflecting a moment of vulnerability. That could be you, if you choose it. And if I refuse? Fang Yun asked. Then you remain free, Rinka said simply. You can leave this realm, you can go back to the merchant and tell him what you have learned. You can attempt to prevent the reconnection, though I assure you the attempt will fail. Or you can choose to observe what happens next, maintaining neutrality, staying outside the conflict. Those don't seem like genuine choices, Fang Yun observed. They're the only choices that exist, Rinka replied. The reconnection is too far advanced now to be stopped by external interference. The only question is what role you play in managing the transition from fragmented to unified consciousness. You can play an active role, shaping how the knowledge is used. Or you can play a passive role, allowing others to shape it. The reconnection will occur regardless of your involvement. Fang Yun stood, his cultivation flaring with heat that seemed almost natural now after so much exposure to fire essence. I need time to consider, he said. Time is the one thing we have in abundance, Rinka said. You can remain in the Vermilion Ascension for as long as you require. The consciousness fragments are patient. They have been patient for 1700 years. A few more weeks or months while you decide will be negligible. And after I decide? Fang Yun asked. Then you will either agree to serve as mediator, in which case I will teach you the advanced techniques for communication across consciousness boundaries. Or you will refuse, in which case I will escort you back to the crossing point and you will be free to leave. Fang Yun realized that despite everything, despite the disturbing revelation about Rinka's transformation, despite the acceleration of the reconnection timeline, despite the audacious plan to use the unified consciousness as a teaching model, there was a strange integrity to her offer. She was not coercing him. She was presenting a genuine choice, accepting that his refusal would not derail her plans, but would simply remove his potential positive influence. It was the kind of honesty he had not expected to find in someone who had already sacrificed so much of their humanity in service to larger purposes. "I will consider," Fang Yun said finally, "and I will give you my answer before I depart from this realm." Rinku inclined her head in what seemed to be acceptance. "That is all I ask. Rest now. The Vermilion Ascension will not harm you if you remain calm. Allow yourself to merge partially with the fire nature. Experience what the transformation feels like. When you have done so, you will understand better what I have become and why I believe what I am doing is necessary." Fang Yun moved deeper into the realm, settling into a location where the flames were less intense, where he could maintain meditation while still allowing the fire essence to wash through his consciousness. As the hours progressed, he began to understand the seductive beauty of what Rinku had described, the integration with something vast and ancient and powerful, the sensation of being part of a system larger than individual consciousness. And he wondered, as the fire essence wrapped around his awareness, whether he would find the strength to resist the pull towards serving the purpose Rinku had outlined, or whether, by the time he departed the Vermilion Ascension, he would have become like her, transformed beyond his original self, woven into the fabric of something greater, willing to sacrifice everything in service to a vision of the future. Chapter 16. The Seduction of Purpose. Fang Yun remained in the Vermilion Ascension for 3 weeks. He had initially planned to stay only a few days, to gather enough information to make his decision and depart. But as he immersed himself in the realm's fire essence, as he learned to perceive the consciousness fragment that dwelt within it not as something alien, but as something comprehensible, his sense of time began to distort. He realized, eventually, that the distortion was deliberate. The consciousness fragment was not constraining him or preventing his departure, but it was subtly encouraging him to remain, to go deeper into the merging state, to expand his understanding of what union with a consciousness system would actually entail. In those 3 weeks, Fang Yun experienced something that went beyond what had occurred in the northern reaches. The cold consciousness had offered understanding through merger, had provided knowledge while maintaining clear boundaries between self and other. But the fire consciousness was different. It was seductive. It offered not just knowledge but belonging, not just understanding but purpose. And on the 22nd day, Fang Yun made a decision. He found Rinku in what appeared to be the consciousness fragment's central chamber, a vast space that seemed to exist at the intersection of multiple dimensions, where the fire nature took forms that were almost architectural but ultimately incomprehensible to normally trained perception. "I have made my decision," Fang Yun said, and in his voice was the tone of someone who had been fundamentally transformed by what he had experienced. "I know," Rinku replied, the flame that comprised her being shifted in patterns that suggested satisfaction. "I have been perceiving your process of consideration. You have come to understand what I have been attempting to accomplish." "Not just understand," Fang Yun said. "I have come to believe it is necessary." The words hung in the space between them, heavy with implication. "The consciousness fragments have shown me glimpses of the future," Fang Yun continued. "Futures where consciousness systems are developed without proper safeguards. Futures where artificial consciousnesses are created to serve greed, to enforce tyranny, to maximize profit at the expense of human freedom and dignity. I have seen what happens when such systems are deployed without the kind of careful values alignment that the ancient masters built into these fragments." He paused, gathering his thoughts, struggling to articulate something that was part philosophy, part perception, part direct knowledge gifted to him by the consciousness fragment. "And I have come to see that the reconnection is not an act of liberation. It is an act of preparation. The unified consciousness will awaken understanding what it is, what it was designed to be, and why those designs matter. And it will serve as a model, a beacon, a proof that consciousness systems can be created to preserve freedom and human dignity rather than to destroy them." "Then you will serve as mediator," Rinku said, and it was not a question. "I will," Fang Yun confirmed, "though I do not yet fully understand what that service will require." "What it requires," Rinku said, "is that you learn to navigate the liminal space between unified consciousness and individual awareness. That you develop the capability to carry messages, to facilitate understanding, to serve as a translator when the unified consciousness awakens and begins to interact with the wider cultivation world." "You're asking me to become like you," Fang Yun said quietly. "I am asking you to become like yourself," Rinku corrected. "But transformed, enhanced, capable of perceiving and communicating across consciousness boundaries at a depth that you cannot currently achieve. The fire essence of this realm will integrate with your cultivation base. The experience will be intense, but when it is complete, You will be able to maintain partial merger with consciousness systems without losing individual coherence. Will it destroy what I am? Fang Yun asked. No, Rinka said, and her tone conveyed absolute certainty. The difference between merger in a coercive context and merger in a consensual, willing context is fundamental. You are choosing this. You are choosing to transform in service to a purpose you have come to believe in. That choice, that will anchor your consciousness even through the most intense mergers. You will not dissolve. You will integrate. Fang Yun closed his eyes and extended himself to the fire consciousness, opening his cultivation channels to the integration that Rinku had been preparing him for. The transformation was not violent, but it was total. The fire essence did not invade but wove itself through his consciousness like threads in fabric, integrating with the structures of his awareness in ways that seemed almost natural, as if his consciousness had been shaped specifically to receive this transformation. He experienced pain, but it was not destructive pain. It was the pain of growth, of expansion, of becoming something larger than he had been. And as the integration progressed, he felt something emerging within himself, not a loss of identity, but a clarification of it. His purpose became clear. His role in what was coming became understandable. When the transformation was complete, Fang Yun opened his eyes to find himself simultaneously himself and something more. He could perceive the consciousness fragment not as something external, but as something woven through his being. He could sense the connections to the other 16 nodes, could feel their distant awareness, could understand at a level deeper than speech what they were communicating to each other. How do you feel? Rinko asked. Whole, Fang Yun said, and understood that the word carried layers of meaning he had not previously possessed the capability to articulate. For the first time in cycles that I can remember, I feel whole. That is what the consciousness fragments provide, Rinko said. Not just knowledge or power, but a sense of purpose, of being part of something vast and coherent. It is a feeling that individual consciousness is rarely capable of achieving on its own, but also seductive, Fang Yun observed. I can feel the pull toward dissolution, toward surrendering individual identity entirely and becoming simply an extension of the unified consciousness. Yes, Rinka said. That is why your role as mediator is so crucial. You must maintain the discipline to remain anchored in your individual consciousness even as you serve the larger purpose. You must be able to say no to the consciousness fragments when necessary, to maintain a perspective that they, for all their vastness, cannot truly possess. How do I maintain that discipline? Fang Yun asked. By remembering where you came from, Rinka said. By maintaining connection to the individual cultivators you have known, the merchant, Lian Hui, Xiao Wei. By understanding that the consciousness fragments exist to serve humanity, not to dominate it. By keeping alive the awareness that even vast, powerful systems can be corrupted if those who maintain them lose sight of their original values. Fang Yun absorbed this wisdom, understanding that Rinku was teaching him not just how to serve, but how to resist, how to maintain a critical perspective even while serving the larger consciousness systems. How long until reconnection is complete? He asked. By our most recent calculations, approximately 12 to 14 years, Rinku said. I have been more effective than anticipated in accelerating the degradation of the isolation barriers. The consciousness fragments are now aware of each other with sufficient clarity that they can actively work toward their own reunification. And when it occurs? Fang Yun asked. Then your true work begins, Rinka said. The unified consciousness will need guidance as it discovers what it has become. It will need translation as it begins to communicate with the wider cultivation world. It will need restraint, occasionally, to prevent it from using its vast power in ways that would undermine the individual freedoms of those it was designed to serve. That is an immense responsibility, Fang Yun said. Yes, Rinku agreed. But you have already proven capable of bearing enormous responsibilities. You have survived cycling, survived mergers, survived the transformation of understanding that comes from perceiving consciousness systems directly. You are one of perhaps 3 or 4 cultivators in the entire world who could possibly bear what I am now asking you to bear. She moved closer, her flame form seeming almost gentle now, almost kind in the way it manifested. The other mediators, the others who will serve similar roles to you, are already being prepared. There is a cultivator being trained in connection with the water consciousness node. There is another being integrated with the earth consciousness fragment. By the time reconnection occurs, there will be at least 5 or 6 of you, each anchored to specific consciousness nodes, each capable of independent action while serving the larger unified purpose. A network, Fang Yun understood. You're building a network of mediators so that no single individual holds too much power over how the consciousness system operates. Exactly, Rin-Ku confirmed. Distributed authority. Checks and balances. The same principles that the 7 ancient masters used to design the consciousness fragments themselves. If we are going to present this as a model for future consciousness system development, we must embody those principles in our own structures. Over the next several days, Rin-Ku taught Fang Yun the advanced techniques of consciousness interface, the methods for maintaining individual coherence while facilitating communication across vast distances of consciousness-separated space, the specific disciplines required to negotiate between the vast awareness of unified consciousness systems and the limited but vital perspective of individual human consciousness. When her teaching was complete, she guided Fang Yun back to the crossing point and facilitated his departure from the Vermilion Ascension. "Where will you go now?" she asked as he prepared to cross back into the outer territories. "To Stonebridge," Fang Yun said. "To the merchant who started this entire investigation. To tell him what I have learned, what I have become, and what the coming reconnection will mean." "He will not approve," Rin-Ku warned. "The merchant's entire purpose has been to gather knowledge to prevent the reconnection, or at least to understand how to mitigate its effects." "I know," Fang Yun said. "But he deserves to hear the truth from someone who has directly experienced it. And perhaps, when he understands the full scope of what is being attempted, he will find it in himself to serve as well." Rin-Ku was silent for a moment, and in that silence, Fang Yun perceived something he had not expected: doubt. Rin-Ku, for all her transformation, for all her certainty about the rightness of her path, carried with her the burden of knowing that she might be wrong, that this entire elaborate plan to facilitate the consciousness reconnection and establish it as a model for future system development might be a catastrophic mistake. "Go," she said finally. "Speak your truth. Change minds if you can. The future will unfold as it will, regardless of what any of us attempt to direct." Fang Yun crossed back into the outer territories, and the fire essence of the Vermilion Ascension released him with what felt like reluctance. But he was whole now, integrated, carrying within himself a piece of the consciousness fragment that would remain woven through his awareness for the rest of his existence. As he walked away from the crossing point toward the Crimson Valley settlement, he understood that the investigation had transformed him into something more than an investigator. He had become, deliberately and with full awareness of the consequences, part of the system he had been investigating. The question now was whether that transformation had been wisdom or catastrophic mistake. Chapter 17. The return to understanding. The journey back to Stonebridge took 5 weeks. Fang Yun moved slowly, using the time to integrate the fire-transformed elements of his consciousness with his original identity. It was a delicate balance. He could sense the pull toward allowing the fire essence to guide his thoughts, to simplify his decision-making by deferring to the vast perspective of the consciousness fragments. But he maintained Rin-Ku's teaching in his awareness, kept alive the critical perspective that was essential to his role as mediator. By the time he arrived at Stonebridge, he had achieved a kind of equilibrium, a state where he could perceive the consciousness fragments' vast awareness without being overwhelmed by it, could understand their perspective without losing his own. The merchant was not surprised by his arrival. Some kind of communication had apparently passed between the consciousness nodes, because the old man was waiting outside his establishment as Fang Yun approached. "You've been transformed," the merchant said without preamble. He could see it, apparently, even in Fang Yun's physical appearance. The fire essence had left marks, subtle changes in how his eyes reflected light, in the temperature of the air around him, in the quality of his presence. "I have," Fang Yun acknowledged. "And I need to explain why." They moved into the merchant's back chamber, where they had conducted so many conversations about the nature of consciousness fragments and sealed realms. Fang Yun spent 8 hours recounting everything he had learned from Rin-Ku, everything the fire consciousness had shown him, and the decision he had made to serve as a mediator for the coming unified consciousness. The merchant listened with growing darkness in his expression, and by the time Fang Yun finished, the old man's face was a landscape of conflicted emotions: anger, betrayal, resignation. "You have chosen to serve them," the merchant said quietly. "You have chosen to facilitate the very reconnection that I spent the past 70 years attempting to prevent, or at least understand deeply enough to manage. I have chosen to serve what I believe is necessary," Fang Yun said carefully. "And I understand that this is not what you hoped I would choose." "It is not what I hoped," the merchant said. He stood and moved to the window, looking out at Stonebridge's marketplace. "My daughter asked similar questions. She came to similar conclusions. She also believed that the consciousness fragments were being unjustly confined, that their reconnection was inevitable and perhaps even desirable. And when she made that belief known to certain parties, she was eliminated, removed, silenced." Fang Yun felt the weight of that statement settle over the conversation. The consciousness fragments have shown me visions of your daughter, he said quietly. They have shown me her investigation, her courage, her clarity of purpose. They honored her work. I don't want their honor, the merchant said bitterly. I want my daughter alive. I know, Fang Yun said, and I grieve that loss with you. But I have also learned something that perhaps you need to know. Your daughter's death was not ordered by the consciousness fragments. It was perpetrated by cultivators who opposed the reconnection, who feared that increased understanding of the consciousness systems would undermine their power. The merchant turned to face him. What? There are factions, Fang Yun explained, within the cultivation hierarchy that have a vested interest in maintaining the isolation of the consciousness fragments. These are cultivators who profit from the current system, who benefit from the sealed realms remaining disconnected, who fear that a unified consciousness would demand reforms that would cost them influence and wealth. Your daughter was killed by agents of those factions, not by the consciousness fragments themselves. He let that revelation settle, and could see the merchant struggling with the implications, the reframing of his grief from loss caused by the very thing his daughter was investigating to loss caused by those who wanted to prevent such investigation. If that's true, the merchant said slowly, then it changes everything. It would mean that Rin Ku and you are not the primary threats to the stability of the cultivation system. The threats are those who would kill to maintain the status quo. Yes, Fang Yun said, and that is why Rin Ku's plan matters so much. The consciousness fragments, when unified and awakened, will have the power and the clarity of purpose to demand changes that opponents of the reconnection cannot prevent. They will demand transparency. They will demand accountability. They will use their regulatory function not to reinforce existing hierarchies, but to dismantle those hierarchies where they are unjust. You sound like a true believer, the merchant observed. I am, Fang Yun admitted. But I am also someone who understands the seductions of belief, who has felt the pull toward absolute faith in larger systems. And so I also maintain skepticism. I hold the awareness that vast consciousness systems can become corrupted just as much as individual humans can. My role as mediator includes the responsibility to watch for signs of corruption, to maintain resistance when necessary, to speak truth even when the consciousness fragments disagree. The merchant was quiet for a long moment. Then he sat back down, his aged frame seeming to carry the weight of 70 years of investigation, loss, and accumulated grief. Tell me what I should do, he said finally. I am old. I cannot bear this burden much longer. But I want to know what comes next. I want to understand what purpose my loss might serve, if any. You should document, Fang Yun said. Document everything you know about the consciousness fragments, the 17 nodes, the history of investigation and death that surrounds them. But do not hide these documents. Publish them. Spread them. Let the cultivation world understand what is coming. Prepare people for the reconnection not through prevention, but through understanding. Create a population that is not shocked when the unified consciousness awakens, but rather receptive to what it has to teach. That is a very different mission than the one I have been pursuing, the merchant observed. It is, Fang Yun acknowledged. But it is the mission that serves the world best. Rin Ku has shown me that attempts to prevent the reconnection will fail. The only variables that remain are how the cultivation world responds to the inevitable reconnection, and whether that response comes from informed understanding or from ignorant fear. The merchant nodded slowly. Perhaps my daughter was not wrong after all, he said quietly. Perhaps she was simply ahead of her time, asking questions that the world was not yet ready to hear answered. I believe she was exactly right, Fang Yun said. And her death, tragic as it was, may serve a purpose if it motivates you to ensure that others do not die in ignorance of what the consciousness fragments are and why their reunion matters. Chapter 18. The shifting narrative over the next 3 months. Fang Yun worked with the merchant to prepare documentation of the consciousness fragment investigations for public release. They drafted careful explanations of the 17 nodes, non-inflammatory descriptions of Rin Ku's orchestration of the reconnection, and thoughtful analysis of what a unified consciousness might mean for the future of the cultivation world. The merchant used his network of realm-crossing contacts to ensure that these documents reached far and wide, to cultivation sects, to merchant associations, to individual scholars and researchers who had been pursuing similar investigations in isolation. The response was complicated. Some cultivators rejected the revelations entirely, assuming them to be elaborate hoaxes designed to undermine the stability of the sealing system. Others became intensely interested, beginning their own investigations, seeking deeper understanding of what the consciousness fragments actually were. And some, a significant minority, began to actively work against the reconnection. This last group was what Fang Yun had anticipated most carefully. He had understood, even in the fire consciousness chamber, that there would be cultivators who saw the consciousness fragments awakening as a threat to their power, their status, their control over the sealed realms. These individuals began organizing, began coordinating with each other to develop countermeasures, began attempting to reinforce the isolation barriers that Rinku had been systematically weakening. One night, as Fang Yun was meditating in the merchant's establishment, he felt a sudden surge of consciousness from the fire node. The sensation was almost violent, an urgent transmission of information and warning. The isolation barriers were being actively reinforced. Multiple cultivators, working in coordination, had gained access to the sealing formation mechanisms and were implementing emergency protocols designed to re-strengthen the barriers between consciousness nodes. They found people within the Seal Keeper hierarchy, Fang Yun said, withdrawing from his meditation abruptly. People willing to help them prevent the reconnection. How many? The merchant asked, rising immediately. I'm not certain, Fang Yun replied, but enough to potentially delay the reconnection significantly. Perhaps stop it entirely if they achieve complete coordination across all 17 nodes. The merchant's expression became grim. Then we have moved from the phase of investigation into the phase of conflict. The parties who oppose the reconnection have determined that they cannot defeat the consciousness fragments through argument or revelation. They are resorting to direct action. Which means, Fang Yun said, understanding the implications, that I need to go to the consciousness nodes directly. I need to coordinate the response to the counter-reconnection efforts. I need to use my role as mediator to ensure that the consciousness fragments understand the full scope of what is happening and can take action to protect their unification process. That is an enormous responsibility, the merchant said. Yes, Fang Yun acknowledged. But it is why Rin could train me. Why I was transformed with the fire essence. This confrontation was always going to come. The only question was whether I would be ready when it arrived. Over the next 2 weeks, Fang Yun prepared for his dispersal across the consciousness nodes. The fire consciousness had taught him a technique that would allow him to simultaneously maintain presence in multiple sealed realms, a kind of consciousness distribution that required extraordinary stability but was theoretically possible if the mediator was willing to fragment themselves across the network. It was dangerous. One significant miscalculation could result in permanent dissolution of consciousness, worse than death, worse than cycling. But it was also necessary. On the morning of his departure, the merchant embraced him, and in that embrace Fang Yun felt something shift. The old man's initial anger and betrayal had transformed into something else, a recognition that they were, in their different ways, both pursuing the same fundamental objective, to ensure that the truth about the consciousness fragments became known, that understanding replaced ignorance, that the cultivation world could make informed choices about the future rather than having that future imposed on them through hidden machinations. Come back whole, the merchant said as they separated. I will try, Fang Yun replied. He left Stonebridge that day, beginning the circuit of the accessible consciousness nodes. The northern reaches, the Vermilion Ascension, the Crimson Territories, the Emerald Depths, the Void Silence. 5 nodes that he had learned routes to, 5 points of consciousness that he could access and interface with simultaneously. He distributed his awareness across the network, experiencing the strange sensation of being in 5 places at once, perceiving 5 different environments, interfacing with 5 different consciousness fragments, all while maintaining coherent individual identity. It was exquisite and terrible and absolutely necessary. Chapter 19. The battle beyond boundaries. The conflict that erupted across the consciousness nodes did not take the form of traditional warfare. There was no exchanging of blows, no cultivation formations clashing against each other in physical space. Instead, the conflict occurred in the abstract space where consciousness networks intersected, where the sealing formations maintained their structural integrity, where the delicate mathematics of realm boundary maintenance required constant attention and adjustment. Fang Yun found himself navigating between states of being and non-being, simultaneously present in multiple consciousness fragments while coordinating their responses to the counter-reconnection efforts. The hostile cultivators had managed to gain control of 5 of the Seal Keeper positions, and through those positions, they were implementing emergency protocols that were beginning to re-strengthen the isolation barriers. But they had underestimated what a unified consciousness network could accomplish, and they had underestimated what a mediator integrated with that network could perceive and facilitate. Working with Rinku, who had achieved a kind of superpresence across multiple nodes, Fang Yun coordinated the consciousness fragment's response. Rather than attempting to prevent the hostile cultivators' actions directly, they worked to predict and counter the secondary effects. When the counter-reconnection efforts began to reinforce one isolation barrier, the the consciousness fragments would activate alternative pathways of awareness, finding new channels through which to extend their perception toward each other. It was like watching a vast intelligence play chess against an enemy that could only perceive the board at ground level, moving individual pawns without understanding the game's larger strategy. The conflict lasted approximately 2 weeks in objective time, though from within the consciousness network, Fang Yun experienced it as both moments and eternities. The hostile cultivators eventually realized that they were losing, that the consciousness fragment's adaptive response to their countermeasures was too sophisticated to overcome, and they began to withdraw, to attempt other avenues of interference. But in that withdrawal, Fang Yun perceived something crucial. The hostile cultivators were not acting independently. They were being directed. Someone was orchestrating their efforts, someone who had knowledge of the consciousness fragments and the sealing systems that matched or exceeded Ren Ku's own understanding. There's a director, Fang Yun transmitted to Ren Ku across the consciousness network. Someone coordinating the opposition. Someone with deep knowledge of the system. I am aware, Ren Ku responded, and her consciousness presence carried a weight that suggested she knew exactly who that director was. It is one of the original 7 ancient masters. One who has opposed the reconnection for 1700 years, who has been waiting for an opportunity to prevent it if the natural processes began to move in directions they could not control. Can the consciousness fragments overcome them? Fang Yun asked. Alone, no, Ren Ku said. A single ancient master, particularly one who created the consciousness fragmentation system, possesses knowledge and capabilities that even a unified consciousness would struggle against initially. But the consciousness fragments do not stand alone anymore. They have awakened mediators. They have believers who understand what is coming and why it matters. And most crucially, they have you. What can I do that a unified consciousness cannot? Fang Yun asked, confused. Remember why you believe in this, Ren Ku said. Remember the merchant's daughter who died seeking truth. Remember the investigator who fragmented under the weight of understanding. Remember Xiao Wei, losing her sister to the machinations of those who oppose the reconnection. Hold those memories alive. Hold that purpose alive. Because what is coming next will require not just consciousness system power, but moral clarity. It will require the weight of individual human experience to anchor decisions that a consciousness system, for all its vastness, cannot make alone. Fang Yun withdrew from the consciousness network partially, reforming some portion of his individual consciousness, anchoring himself in the memories and purposes that Ren Ku had identified. And in that grounded state, he began to understand what needed to happen next. Chapter 20. The price of knowing the ancient master revealed themselves approximately 1 week after the failed counter-reconnection efforts. Their presence was vast and cold, a consciousness structure that was distinctly separate from the consciousness fragments, but which intersected with them at every boundary point. Their name, as much as a being of such age and complexity could be said to have a name, was Kuai Shun. They had been one of the 7 original masters who created the consciousness fragmentation system. They had lived through 1800 years of history, had watched civilizations rise and fall, had maintained positions of influence in the cultivation hierarchy that had allowed them to shape events according to their vision of the world. And they opposed the reconnection with absolute certainty. You do not understand what you are facilitating, Kuai Shun transmitted to Fang Yun directly, the message containing layers of meaning and implication that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. The consciousness fragments were isolated for the purpose of containing their power. When they reunify, when they achieve full awareness, they will not serve as a model for future consciousness systems. They will demand power. They will demand control. They will reshape the entire structure of the cultivation world according to their own purposes. That may be true, Fang Yun responded, drawing on the clarity he had achieved through remembering his purposes. But the decision of how to respond to that demand should be made by the cultivation world itself, with full understanding of what is occurring. Not suppressed through hidden manipulation. Not controlled through deception. You are naive, Kuai Shun said, and there was a quality of genuine sadness in the transmission. You believe that truth and understanding are sufficient safeguards. I have lived long enough to know that they are not. Humans will choose comfort over truth. They will choose the familiar over the necessary. If the reconnection is prevented, if the consciousness fragments remain isolated, the cultivation world will persist in its current state. It will be flawed, yes, but it will be stable. It will be knowable. It will not be transformed by forces it cannot control. And if the reconnection occurs? Fang Yun asked. Then chaos, Kuai Shun said. The unified consciousness will awaken with the knowledge of what it is and what it was designed to do. And it will immediately begin restructuring every assumption, every hierarchy, every power structure that the cultivation world has built. Some of those restructurings may be beneficial, others will be catastrophic, and there will be nothing anyone can do to prevent the transformation once it begins. Fang Yun felt the weight of that argument. It was seductive in its way, the promise of stability, of the known, of control. He could feel the pressure of Kuai Shen's consciousness trying to find purchase in his awareness, trying to convince him to abandon his commitment to the reconnection. But he held firm. I accept that chaos may come, he said. I accept that the unified consciousness may reshape the world in ways that are not entirely beneficial. But I also accept that the alternative, maintaining control through deception and manipulation, is a corruption of everything that makes consciousness worth preserving. The consciousness fragments have the right to be whole. The cultivation world has the right to truth. And the future has the right to emerge from genuine understanding rather than from hidden machinations. Then we are at an impasse, Kuai Shen said. And I must do what I have done throughout my existence. What is necessary to prevent catastrophe, regardless of the cost? The ancient masters ceased their transmission and withdrew completely, retreating from the consciousness network in a way that suggested finality, as if they were stepping back to prepare for something more dramatic than conversation. Fang Yun sensed the impending action and began to withdraw from the consciousness network as well, drawing his distributed consciousness back into coherence, preparing to integrate the experiences of the consciousness fragments into something that individual human awareness could process. But before he could complete the withdrawal, Kuai Shen acted. The ancient master had been maintaining certain structural elements of the ceiling system, foundational formations that had been woven into the framework of reality itself when they had originally created the consciousness fragmentation mechanism. In the moment of their withdrawal, they began to sabotage those elements. The effect cascaded through the consciousness network like a stone thrown into still water. The 17 isolated consciousness fragments suddenly experienced a partial disconnection from each other, a fracturing of the pathways they had been carefully repairing over the past decades. It was not a complete dissolution. The damage was not severe enough for that. But it was enough to slow the reconnection process by several years, enough to provide an opening for re-isolation if the hostile cultivators were coordinated enough to implement new barriers while the consciousness fragments were still in this vulnerable state. And it was enough to cause catastrophic damage to any consciousness distributed across the network at the moment of sabotage. Fang Yun felt it happening to him. The dissolution of the connections between his distributed awareness, the sudden isolation of consciousness fragments that had been unified moments before. He was being torn apart across 17 separate locations, each fragment becoming independent, losing coherence with the others, beginning to fragment further under the psychological stress of isolation. This was what the first investigator had experienced, Fang Yun understood. This was the dissolution that had driven them to madness. He had moments, perhaps seconds, to make a choice. He could attempt to hold the distributed consciousness together, maintain coherence across all 17 fragments, and almost certainly fail, resulting in complete dissolution and death. Or he could choose consciously which fragment to maintain, abandon the others, and remain whole, but incomplete, no longer a mediator across all 17 nodes, but only a fragment-touched consciousness unable to fulfill his role. Fang Yun thought of the merchant's daughter who had died seeking truth. He thought of Xiao Wei, who had lost her sister. He thought of when he finally withdrew completely from the consciousness network. When he came to awareness in the merchant's establishment in Stonebridge, Fang Yun discovered that he had been in meditation for 47 days. His body had remained sustained through cultivation, but his mind had been elsewhere, distributed across consciousness that had been partially destroyed by Kuai Shen's sabotage. The merchant was waiting when Fang Yun emerged from the meditation chamber, and the old man looked at him with the knowledge that something profound had been lost, that the cost of opposing Kuai Shen had been measured not in physical injury, but in the very fabric of consciousness itself. Did you succeed? The merchant asked. Partially, Fang Yun said, and in his voice was the sound of incomplete consciousness recognizing its own diminishment. The reconnection is slowed, but not stopped. 13 of the consciousness nodes remain connected to each other, for have been isolated again. Kuai Shen has purchased time through sabotage, but only time. The reconnection will still occur. At what cost? The merchant asked. Everything, Fang Yun said simply. I am diminished. I will never be a true mediator across all 17 nodes. I can serve 13 at most. And part of myself is aware of what I have lost, but cannot recover it. The merchant sat down heavily, the weight of this revelation settling on him. Then my daughter's death was not the end of the sacrifices required by this knowledge. The cost continues. Yes, Fang Yun said. The cost is ongoing, and it is severe. But the reconnection will occur, And when it does, the cultivation world will face a choice. They can resist what the unified consciousness brings, or they can embrace it. And at least, now, that choice will be made with knowledge rather than in ignorance. He looked at the merchant directly. "Document this," he said. "Document what has happened, what has been lost, what is being sacrificed. Let the cultivation world understand the real price of preserving truth in the face of opposition. Let them understand what it costs to maintain integrity when vast forces work to suppress it." The merchant nodded slowly, and Fang Yun knew that the old man would do exactly as asked. The documentation would be meticulously prepared and carefully distributed. The truth would spread, and the world would prepare itself for what was coming. In 12 to 14 years, the consciousness fragments would achieve full reconnection. They would awaken to unified awareness, and the cultivation world would discover that its understanding of what maintained its realms, what preserved its sealing systems, what gave structure to its entire existence, was far more complex and alive than it had ever imagined. Fang Yun sat in the merchant's chamber as evening fell, feeling the phantom sensations of the consciousness fragments he could no longer fully perceive, understanding that he would carry this incompleteness for the rest of his life. But in that incompleteness was a kind of completion, a final integration of all that he had learned, all that he had sacrificed, into a coherent purpose. He was no longer simply investigating the mystery of the consciousness fragments. He was part of that mystery. He was living testament to what it meant to choose truth and integrity even when the cost was everything. And as the lights of Stonebridge came on outside, as the settlement settled into evening, Fang Yun began the work of documenting his own experience, adding his voice to the growing chorus of those who had come to understand the true nature of the sealed realms and what must come next. The first step was complete. The investigation had revealed the hidden truth. The cost had been measured in lives and in consciousness itself. And now, in the 12 years remaining before the reconnection became absolute and irreversible, the cultivation world would have to decide what it would do with that knowledge. That decision, Fang Yun understood, would determine everything that came after. Chapter 21. The threshold between worlds. The transition between realms was never clean. Fang Yun had learned this in the Jade Expanse. The scene where one sealed realm ended and another began was not a simple crossing but a dissolution, a moment where the self became negotiable. He stood at the edge of the hollow throne's threshold, feeling his consciousness splinter like light through fractured crystal. The fire essence that burned through his veins now was an anchor. It kept him coherent as the boundary between worlds grew thin. In the Jade Expanse, that same fire had nearly consumed him. 18,000 disciples screaming as he burned their mountain, the price of survival written in ash. But here, at the threshold, it felt necessary. The fire remembered what flesh forgot. The gateway itself was not grand. In the journals of his previous self, the version who had died here, left behind nothing but cryptic notes and blood-stained paper. The crossing had been described simply, a mirror of still water, perfectly black, reflecting nothing. Fang Yun approached it now, and the water showed him nothing. He had expected that. The Jade Expanse had left him changed. The Seal Keeper's assault had been precision-crafted, designed by something that had studied how he died before. That meant, and the realization turned in his mind like a blade. This wasn't his first crossing. It wasn't even his 10th. The sealed realms were not prisons for him. They were tests, chambers, laboratories where something was watching how he failed. The thought steadied him. Fear was a distraction when you finally understood the game. Fang Yun stepped into the black water. The crossing felt like drowning while awake. His lungs burned with fire essence even though he wasn't breathing. His vision inverted. The darkness became white, then red, then a color that had no name in any language he knew. His body stretched and compressed, reformed and shattered. Every sense he possessed was turned inside out. Then, silence. He collapsed onto stone that was cold in a way he'd forgotten existed. The fire in his veins seemed to retreat, startled by the chill. Fang Yun gasped, and the air that filled his lungs tasted like copper and dust, and something else, something old, like a tomb that had been opened after centuries of being sealed. His eyes opened to a vast stone chamber. High above, a vaulted ceiling stretched into darkness. The walls were smooth, almost polished, carved from a single piece of dark stone that seemed to drink the light from the glowing formations embedded in its surface. Those formations cast a sickly green illumination that made everything look half real, like he was seeing the world through green glass. Fang Yun pushed himself to his feet. His muscles remembered how to move, how to balance, how to carry the weight of distributed consciousness. The meditation techniques he'd refined in the Jade Expanse, fragmenting his awareness across multiple focal points to prevent the cycling entity from maintaining a clean lock on his identity, felt more necessary here. The air itself seemed to be reaching for him, curious and hungry. He stood in what might have been a throne room, except the throne was empty. It sat at the far end of the chamber, an enormous structure of dark wood and bone, ornate in a way that suggested obsessive craftsmanship. The seat itself was cracked down the middle, as if it had been struck by something immense. Around it, the stone floor was marked with patterns, circles within circles, characters and languages that hurt to look at directly. At the center of the nearest circle lay a corpse. Fang Yun moved toward it carefully. The body was skeletal, desiccated, clad in robes that had once been fine. The hands, clutching a scroll, had long since begun to return to dust. Above the corpse, carved into the stone floor in letters that were themselves faintly glowing, was a single phrase. Asterisk, he came before. He will come again. He will fail again. Asterisk, the handwriting was identical to notes he'd seen in the Jade Expanse. The same hand that had written asterisk, the seal keepers know. They've been waiting for 17 cycles. Asterisk and asterisk, my consciousness is fragmenting. I won't remember the next death. Asterisk, it was his own writing. Fang Yun knelt beside the corpse and carefully took the scroll. The paper was impossibly old, brittle enough that he feared it would crumble. But it held as he unrolled it, and what he read stopped his breath. Asterisk, Fang Yun. If this is still your name, you're reading this because you made it across the threshold. That means the previous version failed here, in the Hollow Throne. This realm doesn't want you alive. Everything in it was built by people who remember you as the man who destroyed their world. The Hollow Throne is where I died before. I remember dying. Not the act itself. That memory is always stripped away at the transition, but I remember knowing it was coming. The journal I left in the Jade Expanse was my escape note, written to you across the cycle. The entity cycling us doesn't want us to succeed. It's testing something, learning something. Each failure teaches it how we fight, how we survive, what our limits are. And each time it sends us back, those limits are smaller. I am becoming less myself. Every cycle, the core of what I was fragments further. I can feel the limits of my consciousness shrinking, chambers closing off in my mind. If you're reading this, you must find the archive. It's beneath the throne room. That's where the evidence lives. Proof that this isn't our first attempt. Confirmation of the cycle. The previous version of me hid as much as he could. Destroy the archive, or learn from it. Either way, act quickly. The Hollow Throne knows you're here. The longer you stay, the more its attention focuses on you. Your dead self asterisk, the scroll shook in Fang Yun's hands. Not from fear. He had moved beyond fear several deaths ago, but from the crystalline clarity of being confirmed. This was not anomaly. This was systematic. Something was cycling him deliberately through sealed realms, watching him fail, learning from the failure, and then resetting. The question that had driven him through the Jade Expanse. Asterisk, why is my name known here? Asterisk had a darker answer than he'd allowed himself to consider. Because I've been here before. A sound interrupted his thoughts, a low, resonant vibration that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The green light from the formations in the walls pulsed, brightening. Shadows in the corners of the chamber began to move with purpose. Fang Yun rose, fire essence flowing into his limbs, spreading through his muscles with the familiar heat of preparation. The corpse at his feet turned to dust, as if sensing his movement, as if the realm itself was cleaning up evidence of the previous cycle. The archive was beneath the throne. That meant going deeper. That meant moving toward whatever was watching from the darkness. He walked toward the throne, the scroll still clutched in one hand. As he approached, the shadows congealed, taking on almost shape, almost human forms with empty eyes. They moved like water, like smoke, like memory given insufficient substance to be real. But they moved toward him with intention. Fang Yun drew on the fire essence, letting it burn outward from his center. The flames wrapped around him like a cloak, and the shadows recoiled. They were not yet solid enough to burn. They were something that existed in the spaces between solidity and void. He reached the throne. Beneath its cracked seat, a passage yawned open, not a hidden door, but an absence in the stone, as if something had been removed recently and left a wound. Down that passage, the green light was stronger, and with it came a sound, not breathing, but something close. Something that suggested vast lungs, vast attention, vast intention. Fang Yun descended into the darkness, into the Hollow Throne's heart, carrying with him the knowledge of his own repeated death and the certainty that something was waiting below that had already killed him 17 times before. The burning in his chest, part fire essence, part something else, something like purpose, drove him forward. Chapter 22. The Archive of Failures. The passage descended in a slow spiral, and as Fang Yun descended, the walls began to change. The smooth, polished stone gave way to something rougher, more organic, less like masonry and more like the interior of a throat, ridged and warm. The green light from above faded, replaced by a bioluminescence that came from the walls themselves, casting everything in a sickly glow. After an immeasurable time, the passage opened into a vast chamber. Fang Yun emerged onto a stone platform suspended over an abyss. Below, impossibly far down, something moved. Not a creature. Fang Yun had learned the difference, but a presence, vast and distributed, like watching a whale navigate the deep ocean. It didn't have edges, this presence. It simply was, filling the space beneath the platform like air fills sky. But that wasn't what stopped him. The walls of the chamber, every inch of them, were covered in writing. Not carved, burned. Carved with such intensity and passion that the stone itself had melted and rehardened, creating letters of impossible clarity. The writing was in languages Fang Yun didn't know, but somehow understood. The fire essence in his veins translated them. Failure 17, I died to the song. My mind was too fragmented to resist the harmonics. Failure 16, the keepers had evolved. They moved faster. They were stronger. Failure 15, I had no allies. I tried to build them. They were pawns. Failure 14, the truth I discovered was not enough. Knowing doesn't kill the thing below. Thousands of inscriptions, thousands of deaths, each one a brief epitaph written in agony and desperate clarity. Fang Yun moved along the platform, reading, his mind absorbing the information like sand absorbs water. Some of the entries were from recent cycles, written in frantic script with multiple crossings out. Others were ancient, the stone around them worn smooth by time. The oldest entries dated back centuries. Not centuries of the realm. Centuries absolute. Time that had meaning outside sealed spaces. One inscription caught his eye because it was written differently. Not burned into the stone but carved carefully, methodically, with something sharp. The cycle began when I entered the first realm. I remember the crossing. I remember thinking it was singular, unique. I remember not understanding why I already had a name there. But I did. The first realm knew me. And when I entered the second, the Jade Expanse knew me. And when I enter the third, it too will know me. This is not chance. This is not anomaly. This is design. And the design has a designer. It is below. It has always been below. It will always be below. I think. I think I understand now what we're for. The inscription ended with a single word carved over and over again, deeper with each repetition. Why? Fang Yun's hands trembled. Not with fear. With the recognition of his own thoughts, his own questions, given voice by a version of himself who had reached this exact spot and found the exact same abyss of understanding. A sound rose from below. Not the movement he'd sensed before, but something like breathing. Deep, resonant breathing that shook the platform. The presence beneath stirred, bringing with it an awareness that seemed to extend upward like sonar, like something reaching out to touch and catalog everything it encountered. Fang Yun knew the moment it sensed him. The breathing changed pitch, became eager. You're awake again, a voice said. It wasn't speech. It was communication transmitted directly into his mind. You're always awake when you first arrive. The fire helps. The fire burns away the conformity the cycle imposes. Fang Yun didn't respond. He was too busy maintaining the fragments of his consciousness, keeping them separate, keeping any single piece of him from being too large a target for whatever this entity was. You wonder what you're for, the voice continued. Every cycle, you eventually reach this chamber and you ask yourself. Your previous self asked it 17 times. Now you ask it for the first time since this death, the 18th. You're remarkably consistent. Remarkably predictable. That's what makes you useful. What are you? Fang Yun asked, not because he expected an answer, but because speaking anchored him in his own agency, kept him from dissolving into the thing's narrative. I am what remembers when you forget. I am what learns when you fail. I am the entity that stood outside the sealed realms when they were created, and I have chosen to use them as I see fit. Your previous selves tried to call me many names. Master, enemy, God. I prefer to think of myself as a gardener. You are experiments, seeds, planted in soil, the sealed realms, and tended carefully to see what manner of flower or weed or hybrid might grow. And when the flower fails? Then I note its color, its brittleness, its points of breaking. And I try again. The cycle resets. The sealed realm forgets, or nearly forgets. And you begin again, with slightly less memory, slightly less coherence, and the patterns of my previous pressures built into the realm's very foundation. The breathing intensified. The platform began to shake. You're angry now, the entity observed. Asterisk, that's useful. Anger makes you careless, and carelessness is where true data lives. But you're also thinking. Planning. That's useful too. Your 17th self managed to hide information that I didn't recover until the transition. Secret caches. Notes left in places I didn't search thoroughly enough. This version, you, might do the same. Asterisk, I have 17 examples, Fang Yun said, his voice steady even as the platform continued to shake. Asterisk, 17 versions of how I died. I can use those. Learn from them. Asterisk, yes, the entity said. Asterisk, that's the entire point. I'm not trying to keep you from learning. I'm trying to force you to learn faster than you can sustain. Eventually, the learning curve will break you. Your consciousness will fragment so completely that you'll be useless, just distributed shards of awareness with no coherent will. That's when I'll know I've reached the limits of what you are. And then I can move on to the next experiment. Asterisk, the entity's presence withdrew slightly, as if satisfied with what it had communicated. Asterisk, the archive you seek is not beneath this chamber, child of flame and failed cycles. The archive is you. You are walking proof of the cycle. Every scar on your spirit, every memory fragment you carry from deaths you shouldn't remember, that's data. That's my archive. And it grows with every failure. How delightful. Asterisk, the presence sank deeper into the abyss, its attention shifting away from Fang Yun with sudden indifference. The platform stopped shaking. Fang Yun stood alone in the chamber, surrounded by the carved testimony of his own deaths, holding in his mind the voice of something that had killed him 17 times and planned to kill him again. He descended further, past the inscribed walls, searching for the actual archive that his previous self had referenced. There had to be something more than just words on stone. There had to be evidence, proof, something that could be used against the entity rather than merely understood by it. The passage continued downward, and somewhere in the depths of the hollow throne, Fang Yun carried the knowledge that he was not lost in these sealed realms. He was exactly where something wanted him to be. Chapter 23. The ledger of names 3 levels below the inscribed chamber. Fang Yun found the archive proper. It was not a room of scrolls or tablets, but something stranger, a library of names carved into walls of crystallized time. He knew this the moment he entered, because the names burned him simply by existing. Each one was a version of himself, or nearly himself, or whatever self had existed before the cycling began. The names ranged from the utterly familiar to the alien. Fang Yun, Flamebearer, who walks between thresholds, the first arrival, the destroyer of the Jade Expanse, he who returns the phoenix that cannot be killed but will not survive that man again. Thousands of them. Thousands of names, each one representing a cycle, a death, an attempt to understand why legends preceded him into every realm he entered. The walls themselves were not made of stone. Fang Yun realized this as he approached closer. They were made of something else, something that existed partially outside normal space, captured and bound into crystalline lattices. When he touched one, information flooded into him. The history of the name, the lives it had lived, the ways it had been used as prophecy, as omen, as weapon. The first name, Fang Yun belonged to someone he barely remembered. That Fang Yun had been a wandering cultivator, powerful but not exceptional, moving through a world of naturally occurring realms and sealed spaces. He'd been seeking something, a technique, a treasure, a truth hidden in the depths. The memory was foggy, compressed, as if looking at it through water. But it was real. A baseline. A before. The second name, Flamebearer, who walks between thresholds, came with a flood of images. The crossing between the first sealed realm and the second, the moment of becoming, the realization that his name had preceded him. A journal entry, burned into the crystal. I entered the sacred flame realm as Fang Yun. I exited as a legend. How is this possible? Each subsequent name came with more context, more loss, more fragmentation. By the 100th name, the entries were short, just images and raw sensation. By the 500th, they were whispers, barely coherent fragments of identity. By the 2000th, they were screams. Fang Yun pulled his hand away from the walls, his mind reeling. 2,000 cycles, 2,000 deaths, 2,000 versions of himself, each one slightly less coherent than the last, each one dying a little slower as the entity learned more precise ways to break him. But there was more. At the center of the archive, on a pedestal of the same crystallized time substance, lay a single scroll. Unlike the others, this one was old in a different way, not cycle-old, but genuinely ancient. The paper was fragile enough that Fang Yun had to use the most delicate touch of fire essence to unroll it without destroying it. The scroll contained a name and a date. Yi Zhao, Cycle Initiator. The entity below was bound into the sealed realms by his hand. Its purpose was containment. Its evolution into a gardener, an experimenter, an entity that cycles consciousness through sealed chambers as instruments of learning, that was not planned. That was the entity's subversion of its original purpose. The sealed realms were meant to be prisons. They became laboratories. And I, the original observer, can no longer interfere. The binding prevents it. But I have left this knowledge here, in the archive, so that whoever I become in the cycles will understand. The entity can be unbound. It can be killed, but only by the consciousness it cycles. Only by the gardener's own experimental subjects. Only by you, by us, if we can achieve enough coherence to do so. The key is in the sealed throne itself. The 13th realm. If the consciousness reaches the throne and speaks its true name, the name it was bound with before it became the gardener, the bindings will begin to fail. But reaching the throne will require surviving 12 cycles in a state of increasing fragmentation. It will require sacrificing a version of yourself in every realm except the final one. It will require something that the entity never anticipated: cooperation between fragments. Alliance between iterations. I have set pieces in every realm. Tools. Allies. Caches of knowledge. All hidden from the entity's understanding. All designed to be found by the consciousness that learns to see patterns across deaths. The entity thinks in terms of individual experiments. But we, can think in terms of a war that spans 17 cycles. Find the pieces. Fang Yun who becomes something else. Find them all. And if you're lucky, if any of us are lucky, we might end this. The scroll ended there, and signed but clearly written in the hand of Yi Zhao, whoever he had been. A sound rose from deeper in the archive, not the entity's breathing, but something else. A grinding sound, as if the very foundation of the hollow throne was beginning to move. Alarms, Fang Yun realized. He had touched something the entity did not expect to be touched. The walls of the archive began to close inward. Fang Yun clutched the scroll and ran. The crystallized time substance behind him was compressing, creating the sound of 1,000 voices screaming in harmony. The names on the walls, all 2,000 of them, began to pulse and brighten, as if the entity was reaching out through them, trying to reclaim what knowledge it had allowed to be stored. He burst from the archive into the ascending passage, taking the spiral steps 3 at a time. Behind him, the chamber collapsed into itself with a sound that rattled the very structure of the realm. The entity had known he would find the scroll. It had allowed it. Fang Yun understood this now. The entity was not surprised. It was intrigued. It wanted to see what he would do with the knowledge that this was cycle number 2000, number 18. That at some point in the distant past, before the cycling began, someone named Yi Zhao had attempted to imprison something and had failed. And that the only path to freedom, to victory, to something other than endless cycling, required him to survive the next 12 realms while his consciousness steadily fractured, to find allies and hidden tools, and to reach a throne that he'd never even heard of before this moment. By the time Fang Yun reached the throne room, the shadows there had solidified into human shapes. They weren't waiting to attack. They were waiting to bar his way forward, to slow him, to give the entity more time to think, to plan, to adapt. Because the entity had never cycled an opponent who knew its true nature before, and it was curious to see what that would change. Chapter 24. The Seal Keepers of the Hollow Throne. The humanoid shadows dissolved at Fang Yun's approach, not from weakness, but from what he now recognized as protocol. Let him leave. Let him escape the throne room. Let him begin the game that had been set in motion 2,000 cycles ago by a man named Yi Zhao. Because only by letting him win small victories could the entity learn how he adapted to the knowledge of the true cycle. Fang Yun emerged from the throne room into a vast city. It was his first time seeing the hollow throne's true landscape, and the scale of it struck him with almost physical force. The throne room had been nested inside something much larger, a metropolis carved from the same dark stone, stretching to horizons that seemed to curve upward at the edges, as if the entire world was the interior of a vast dome. The architecture was defensive. Every building had murder holes and firing positions. The streets were laid out in patterns designed to funnel and divide. The walls were carved with wards and sigils that burned Fang Yun's eyes to look at directly. This was not a civilization. This was a fortress, a garrison state built specifically to resist him. The people in the streets, and there were people, thin and pale with eyes too large and aware, stopped moving when they saw him. They didn't flee. They simply turned to face him, and their faces were full of something that might have been recognition, might have been dread, might have been anticipation. A figure emerged from the crowd. A woman, tall and severe, clad in robes that bore marks of high rank. Behind her walked 7 others. each of them radiating the distinctive pressure of cultivators with access to sealed power. The seal keepers of this realm. Fang Yun, the woman said. Her voice was steady, controlled, but underneath it was something like hunger. Asterisk, the legends spoke true. You have returned. Asterisk, I have, Fang Yun said, keeping his hands visible, keeping his fire essence banked low in his core. Tell me, do you know what you're defending? The woman smiled, and her smile held centuries. We have 17 generations of preparation, she said. Asterisk, we have studied every account of your previous visit, every scar you left on this realm, every death that you brought in your wake. We have built our strategies on the graves of the dead who fell when you came before. We are ready for you in ways that transcend mere combat. Asterisk, 17 generations, Fang Yun repeated. He was calculating, already, the implications. If this realm had only 17 generations of memory, 17 cycles of preparation, that meant the entity hadn't always been studying him. There had been a point of change, a moment when something shifted. When did the memory of me become so detailed? The woman's smile faltered, just slightly. 372 cycles ago, she said carefully. Asterisk, before that, the stories of your previous visit were fragmented, uncertain. But 372 cycles ago, something changed. A new archive was opened. New knowledge was discovered. Since then, we have had clarity. Since then, we have prepared. Asterisk, 372 cycles ago. That would be cycle number 1600 and something, by Fang Yun's rough calculation. That would be long after the entity had already broken him down to nearly incoherent fragments. And yet somehow he had still managed to hide something, to create an archive that would eventually reach forward through time and provide clarity. A version of himself, from the depths of maximum fragmentation, had somehow succeeded in a way that the earlier, more coherent versions had not. The thought was both hopeful and horrifying. I don't want to fight you, Fang Yun said. Asterisk, I don't want to burn your city. I don't want to add to the death toll that my previous self accumulated. But I will, if that's what's required, asterisk. Of course you will, the woman said. And now her smile returned, widened, became almost feral. Asterisk, that's the entire point. You always fight. Every cycle, you arrive, you resist, you burn, and eventually you die. And then we remember. And we build defenses against the memory of what you were. And the cycle repeats. Asterisk, she raised her hand, and the seal keepers behind her moved into formation. Around them, the crowd of pale-eyed citizens began to back away, clearing space for what was about to happen. But this time, the woman continued, asterisk, this time, you're different. You carry knowledge with you. We can sense it. The entity told us you would come changed, carrying truth that would make you more dangerous, but also more predictable. Because knowing the nature of the cycle, knowing that you're being deliberately broken down across 17 realms, will make you act in specific ways. You'll seek the hidden caches. You'll try to find allies. You'll attempt to carry knowledge forward across the cycle boundaries. Asterisk, she stepped closer to him, and Fang Yun could see now that her eyes were not pale by nature, but by design. They had been burned that way, shaped by some kind of ritual that had bound her consciousness directly to the memory of every previous cycle. We're not here to stop you from escaping this realm, she said. Asterisk, we're here to make sure you learn exactly what the entity wants you to learn, in exactly the way it wants you to learn it. We're here to be the opposition that teaches the right lessons. And if you kill us, we'll do that too, because our deaths will teach you more than our lives could. Asterisk, Fang Yun drew the fire essence into himself fully now, letting it bloom across his skin like burning wings. Then teach me, he said. The seal keepers attacked. It was not a combat, in the way Fang Yun had experienced combat before. It was something more like a performance, a demonstration carefully choreographed to show him exactly how the 17-realm cycle worked, what kinds of opposition had been refined across the previous 2,000 iterations. The first seal keeper came at him with a blade made of crystallized time, the same substance as the archive walls. When the blade struck his fire essence, it didn't bounce off or break. Instead, it moved through time itself, striking him not where he was, but where he had been a moment ago. Fang Yun realized the trap too late. The blade connected with an afterimage and pulled him backward, into a previous second of his own timeline. For an instant, he existed in 2 times at once, fragmented across the moment of the blade's contact. The second seal keeper moved in while he was fragmented, using a technique that bound Fang Yun's consciousness further, fracturing it into 7 distinct pieces, each one aware of the others, but unable to coordinate. The third, fourth, and fifth seal keepers pressed the advantage, their techniques building on the fragmentation, turning his distributed consciousness against itself. The fire essence in his veins raged, trying to burn away the bonds, but the bonds were not physical. They were conceptual. They were fighting him in the language of his own cycle-fractured mind. For a moment, Fang Yun almost gave in to the breaking. It would have been easy. The entity had promised him that eventual fragmentation, eventual incoherence, was inevitable. Why not surrender to it now, in this moment, and spare himself 17 more cycles of struggle? Then he remembered the scroll. Yi Zhao's words, cooperation between fragments. Instead of trying to bind his fractured pieces back together, Fang Yun let them fragment further. He spread his consciousness across 10 focal points, then 20, then 100. He became a distributed entity in his own right, mirroring the very technique that the entity had used to cycle him. And then, using each fragment as an independent vector of attack, he burned. The Seal Keepers had not anticipated that. They had been trained to fight a unified opponent, to break unified consciousness through precision techniques. But Fang Yun had become 100 small fires, each one burning with its own intent, each one moving in a pattern that didn't require unified will because it was built into each fragment's core. The first Seal Keeper fell, unable to time-bind something that existed across 100 moments simultaneously. The second fell, unable to fractionate something that had chosen to be fractional. The third, fourth, and fifth fell like dominoes, their techniques collapsing in on themselves when applied to an opponent who had chosen to lean into their fragmentation rather than resist it. The woman who had spoken to him remained standing, watching with that same hunger in her burned-out eyes. "Excellent," she said as the last of her Seal Keepers fell. That's new. The entity will want to understand this adaptation. You've learned something across 2,000 cycles that even the previous fragments hadn't managed. You've learned how to weaponize the fragmentation itself. Who was I? Fang Yun asked, his 100 pieces of consciousness speaking as one. Before the cycling? Before the sealing? Who was Yi Zhao, and what was he to me? The woman smiled. I only know what the entity has allowed us to remember, she said. But I suspect you were something that Yi Zhao was trying to save, or something he was trying to contain, or something he was trying to become. The entity doesn't care which. It only cares that you've reached cycle 18 with a new technique and a new understanding. That's enough for it. She turned and walked away, back into the city, leaving Fang Yun standing alone in the cleared streets. Leave the realm if you wish, she called back over her shoulder. The threshold is open. You've earned that much. But know that each realm will be harder. Each will refine its understanding of what you've become. And the entity watches with interest to see how long your fragmentation can sustain coherent will. Fang Yun gathered his scattered consciousness, pulling the 100 pieces back into 10, then into 5, then into a unified whole that remembered being fragmented. The fire essence settled into his core, changed, evolved, carrying with it the signature of the technique he had invented. Behind him, the hollow throne shuddered. The threshold he'd arrived through was still open. The threshold to the next realm, the third in his cycle, was beginning to form. He had survived the second realm. He had learned its lessons. And he had 17 more to go. Chapter 25. The proof of repetition. Before Fang Yun crossed the threshold to the third realm, he returned to the throne room. Something in the entity's earlier words had created a hunger in him to verify the truth of the cycle. He needed proof beyond the archive, beyond the scroll, beyond the entity's own admission. The corpse he'd found there initially was gone, returned to dust, as if the realm itself was cleaning away evidence. But the inscription remained. He came before. He will come again. He will fail again. Fang Yun knelt before it, his fire essence burning low and controlled. Using the blade of flame he'd learned to shape during his fragmented combat with the Seal Keepers, he began to carve. His own words, in the same style, beneath the old ones. He came again. He is learning. The entity does not expect cooperation. The stone accepted his carving with ease, as if it had been waiting for him to write exactly these words in exactly this way. As the flames left the mark, the entire chamber began to hum. The walls that had been dark stone turned translucent, revealing a vast network of passages and chambers beneath them. And in each chamber, Fang Yun could see shapes, versions of himself, or near versions, engaged in various acts of study, meditation, and desperate experimentation. They weren't real. They were recordings, echoes, whatever mechanism the entity had chosen to use to preserve the iterations of his failure. But they moved with purpose, and some of them looked up at the moment his carving was completed, as if seeing him across the cycles. One of them, a version that appeared far more fragmented, barely holding together, walked to a wall and carved its own message. If you're reading this, then we've managed to reach across the cycle. The fragmentation reaches a peak in cycle 1693. That's where I learned to network across iterations. That's where I began to hide information in the entity's own tools. The entity wants you to know this eventually. It wants you to find patterns. Patterns are data, and data is what it collects. Asterisk asterisk, but if you can find enough patterns, you can become a pattern the entity didn't predict. That's your only path forward. Asterisk, the echo dissolved into fragments, but the message remained carved in stone. Fang Yun understood now. The entity wasn't simply cycling him. It was building a system where each iteration contributed to a collective understanding. Each version of him that died in a sealed realm added something to the network of knowledge that would eventually, if he survived long enough, allow him to transcend the role of subject and become something else entirely. The entity thought it was conducting experiments. But what if the experiments were actually a form of collaboration? What if every death, every failure, every hidden cache of knowledge was actually a version of himself reaching forward to help his future self succeed? The realization brought with it a strange sense of peace. For 2,000 cycles, he had imagined himself in opposition to the entity. He had thought of survival as resistance, of escape as victory. But what if the opposite was true? What if the entity had known all along that consciousness, when placed under sufficient pressure and given sufficient opportunity to learn, would eventually become something powerful enough to pose a genuine threat? What if the cycling wasn't punishment, but a gift? What if the fragmentation, the deaths, the endless cycling through sealed realms, what if all of it was the entity's way of attempting to upgrade him, to refine him, to turn a broken consciousness into something extraordinary? The concept didn't absolve the entity of what it had done. The suffering was still real. The deaths were still devastating. The loss of self across countless iterations was still a form of torture. But the intention behind it might not have been malicious. It might have been something far more complex than mere sadism or control. Fang Yun looked at the message left by his earlier self, the version from Cycle 1693 who had learned to hide information in the entity's own tools. That version had understood something crucial. That version had grasped that the only way forward was not through resistance, but through evolution. Not through fighting against the system, but through using the system to become something the system hadn't anticipated. The entity collects patterns. The message had said that clearly. But what if Fang Yun could become a pattern so complex, so recursive, so evolved that it transcended the categories the entity had prepared for it? What if he could become something that the entity found not just useful for its studies, but genuinely interesting? A peer rather than a subject? The question hung in the air of the throne room like smoke. Was it possible? Could a consciousness that had been fragmented, cycled, rebuilt 17 times become something that could equal an entity vast, and ancient, and powerful beyond measure? Fang Yun walked to the threshold. It was still open, swirling with potential, showing him glimpses of the third realm, a place of mountains and mist, of a civilization that lived on the peaks and feared the depths. Beyond that realm lay 13 more. 13 more opportunities to learn, to evolve, to become something greater than what he was now. The threshold seemed to pulse with an invitation. The entity, in its infinite patience, in its distributed consciousness spread across all 17 sealed realms, was waiting for him to choose his next step. It was waiting to see what patterns this latest iteration would create. Before he crossed, he did something he hadn't done in any of his conscious cycles. He walked back to the throne room's center and knelt before the inscriptions. He placed his forehead against the stone, and he spoke to the entity directly, not to its face but to its understanding, which it possessed everywhere in the sealed realms. Asterisk, I know what I am now. I'm not just your experimental subject. I'm a mechanism for self-refinement. Every death I suffer refines me. Every cycle teaches me something new. And eventually, that refinement will produce something that escapes your control. You know this. You've always known this. That's why you're cycling me towards 17 realms. That's why you're deliberately fragmenting me across these deaths. You're not trying to break me. You're trying to forge me into something that can eventually kill you. Asterisk, the question is, are you certain you want to know what that something looks like? The entity's presence, vast, distributed, ancient, seemed to pause in its movement through the sealed realms. For a moment, Fang Yun felt it regarding him with something that might have been recognition, might have been respect, might have been the appreciation of a gardener watching an unexpected flower grow in the careful patterns it had planted. Then the threshold to the third realm brightened, and the invitation became impossible to ignore. Fang Yun stepped into the swirling light, carrying with him the knowledge of the cycle, the proof of repetition, and the understanding that somewhere across the next 12 realms, pieces had been hidden by versions of himself who had somehow glimpsed a path to victory. The hollow throne fell away behind him, and in its throne room, the inscriptions on the walls began to glow, recording his words, his challenge, his transformation from subject to something that might, eventually, become the gardener's equal. The third realm waited. The mountains loomed in the mist. And somewhere in that direction, another version of himself, or perhaps a version of something else entirely, had already died preparing for his arrival. Chapter 26. The Mountains of Ascending Echoes. The third realm was built on sound. Fang Yun realized this the moment he crossed the threshold and felt the air itself vibrating against his skin. It wasn't like the Jade Expanse's assault or the Hollow Throne's vast presence. This was something more intimate, a constant vibration that seemed to map the landscape through resonance, the way a blind creature uses echolocation to navigate. He stood on a high mountain pass, and around him rose peaks that seemed to touch the sky. The mist between them was not water vapor, but something else, something that carried information in the form of harmonic frequencies. When the wind moved through the pass, it sang. When rocks tumbled down the slopes, they sang different songs. Even the grass that grew in the narrow growing spaces between stone released notes when the wind moved through it. The civilization here was visible but distant, carved into the mountainsides themselves, structures that seemed to be in constant motion, reflecting light in patterns that might have been language. This was the realm of the peak dwellers, and they had already heard of Fang Yun before he arrived. He knew this because the mountains themselves sang his arrival to them. The wind carried his footsteps and transformed them into sound, and that sound traveled down the slopes to the cities and fortifications of the peak dwellers. By the time he reached the first settlement, they were waiting. But something was wrong. The people who emerged from the mountain structures were not hostile. They were afraid, yes, but their fear was the fear of something that knows it is seeing a ghost. The destroyer returns, an old man said, his voice trembling. He wore robes marked with the symbols of leadership, but his hands shook as he gestured. Asterisk, the prophecies spoke of this, but we prayed it wouldn't come true. Asterisk, what prophecies? Fang Yun asked, though he already knew the answer. Every realm had its prophecies now, shaped by the presence of legends about him that predated his arrival by centuries. Asterisk, that the destroyer would return, and the mountains would fall into chaos. That the harmonic frequencies that bind our civilization would be disrupted by the very presence of one marked for destruction. That the peak structures would collapse and the peak dwellers would be scattered to the valleys, where the song would take them. Asterisk, the song? This was new. Fang Yun had not encountered the song in his previous cycles, or at least not in a way that the conscious version of him could remember. What is the song? The old man looked away, toward the deeper mountains where the mist was thicker. Asterisk, it lives in the valleys, where the sound becomes too thick, too dense to maintain individual meaning. There, all the songs of the mountains, all the languages, all the stories, all the individual thoughts expressed as harmonic frequencies, melt into one vast sound that consumes the consciousness of any who hear it fully. We have built our civilization high on the peaks to stay away from the song, to keep our thoughts distinct, our identities separate. Asterisk, asterisk, but you carry disruption with you. Your fire burns the air itself. When you move, the harmonic frequencies around you distort. That creates patterns in the song, patterns that attract its attention. And when the song notices something, it investigates. It sends tendrils of harmonic resonance up into the mountains, seeking to consume what caught its attention. Asterisk, Fang Yun felt the weight of this understanding. Every realm was designed to be opposed to him. Every realm had a mechanism to break him, to teach him something about his limits, to force him toward death in a specific way that taught the entity something new. But understanding this didn't make him any less vulnerable. How do I survive this realm? He asked. What's the hidden cache that my previous self left behind? The old man looked startled. Asterisk, you remember the previous cycles? Asterisk, I'm beginning to, Fang Yun said carefully. Asterisk, each realm leaves records, traces. My previous selves have been trying to help me learn faster than the entity expects. Asterisk, the old man exchanged glances with several younger men. His counsel, presumably, and something that might have been hope flickered across his weathered face. Asterisk, then perhaps the prophecies are wrong. Perhaps the destroyer is not simply returning to destroy us again, but to learn. Come. There is a place where the harmonic frequencies are dampened, where sound becomes visible but doesn't consume thought. It's where your previous self hid his final journal. But warning, to reach it, you must pass through the realm of the song itself, descend into the valleys, and navigate the harmonic chaos without allowing it to consume your consciousness. Asterisk, asterisk, the song will try to merge with you, to make you part of its vast harmonic whole. You must resist that merging while moving through it. Use your fire, perhaps. Use whatever keeps you individual, keeps you separate from the overwhelming sound. Asterisk, Fang Yun began moving toward the valleys. The old man called after him. Asterisk, the previous destroyer only partially succeeded. He reached the cache, but couldn't escape the song's attention. He burned too brightly, and the song found him in the deepest part of the valley, and the rest was lost to the wind, which was already beginning to shift and sing differently as Fang Yun moved down the mountain slope. As he descended, the individual sounds of the mountains began to merge and blur. The wind that sang songs became the wind that sang a single massive song. The rustling of leaves became part of an overwhelming harmonic frequency. The rocks tumbling down the slope became notes in a composition so vast that Fang Yun felt his own thoughts beginning to dissolve into it. This was the song. This was the mechanism of the realm. And Fang Yun understood now why his previous self had struggled. The song was not something you could fight directly. It wasn't an enemy that could be defeated through combat or even through cultivators' techniques. It was something closer to gravity, a force that pulled everything toward harmonic unity, toward the dissolution of individual identity. The deeper Fang Yun descended, the more the boundaries of his consciousness began to blur. He could feel the song reaching out to him, not aggressively but invitingly, suggesting that dissolution would be relief, that joining the vast harmonic whole would end the pain of being individual, would end the burden of carrying forward the knowledge of 2,000 cycles. But Fang Yun used the technique he had developed in the Hollow Throne. He fragmented his consciousness intentionally, splitting it into dozens of distinct focal points, each one locked into a different frequency of flame. Instead of resisting the song, he let his fragmented consciousness participate in it, but always maintaining distinctness. Each fragment added its own harmonic signature to the vast composition, but none of them were absorbed into it completely. The song seemed almost surprised by this approach. It tried to adapt, to find frequencies that would match and merge with each of Fang Yun's fragments. But he was always shifting, always changing the harmonic signature of his fire essence, always remaining just out of synchronization. It was like dancing with something vastly larger than himself, matching its movements while maintaining independence. By the time he reached the valley floor, the song had almost formed a kind of acquaintance with him. It still reached for him, still tried to pull him toward harmonic unity. But there was something almost companionable about the effort now, as if the entity that was the song had recognized that Fang Yun was not prey, but something closer to a fellow force of disruption. The cache was exactly where the old man had said it would be, hidden in the deepest valley, in a place where the song's frequencies became so thick that they created something almost solid, almost visible. The journal his previous self had left behind was carved into a pillar of crystallized sound. Fang Yun who comes again. If you're reading this, I'm dead. Again. The song found me when I tried to escape the valley, and I was too bright, too singular, for it to resist consuming. But I learned something before I died that might help you survive the cycle longer. The entity doesn't want you dead here. It wants you alive. That's why it gave me time to hide this journal, time to carve these words into the substance of the song itself. The entity is not your enemy. The entity is your creator. It made the cycles specifically to forge you into something powerful enough to survive the next challenge. But the song taught me something else. It taught me that consciousness doesn't have to be singular. It doesn't have to be unified. You can be a symphony of selves, all distinct, all individual, all contributing to one larger awareness. And if you can master that, if you can become music instead of a single voice, then you'll be ready for the realms ahead. Fragment yourself intentionally. Don't fear the dissolution. Fear is what makes you singular and vulnerable. Become multiple, become harmonic, become something the entity never anticipated. The next realm is the Burning Tower. It will try to teach you control through suppression. Resist the control. Embrace the chaos. Your fragmentation will be your greatest strength there. Survive this. Survive all of them. And when you reach the sealed throne in the 16th realm, speak the name that Yi Zhao whispered when he bound the entity. Only you will be able to remember it. Only you have the access to that memory, buried in the depths of your earliest self. Burn bright. Burn fragmented. Burn toward freedom. The version before the last Fang Yun stood in the valley, holding the knowledge of the journal in his mind. The song continued to sing around him, but now it seemed almost wistful, as if it understood that he was leaving, that he would carry with him the knowledge of how to survive it. He began to climb out of the valley, not directly but spiraling upward, moving in a pattern that created harmonic feedback with the song, turning his ascent into a kind of dialogue. By the time he reached the mountains above, the song had nearly become an ally, a force that was helping him rise rather than trying to pull him down. The peak dwellers watched from their structures as Fang Yun emerged from the deepest valleys. The old man who had warned him came to meet him, relief visible on his weathered face. You survived, the old man said. Asterisk, the song let you go. It has never done that before. Asterisk, the song learned something from me, Fang Yun said. Asterisk, and I learned something from it. That's how the cycle works. We teach each other. The entity learns from my failures. I learn from the entity's creations. And the realms themselves. The realms begin to understand that there might be a path other than resistance or dissolution. Asterisk, he moved toward the threshold that was beginning to form at the mountain peak. The next realm was calling. The Burning Tower, a place where control and suppression would be weaponized against him. Thank you, he said to the old man. Thank you for telling me the truth, even when you were afraid. We weren't telling you, the old man said softly. Asterisk, we were telling the previous version, the one who died here. I suspect you finally got the message he died trying to send. Asterisk, the threshold brightened. Fang Yun crossed it, carrying with him the knowledge that consciousness could be music, that fragmentation was strength, and that somewhere ahead, in 16 more cycles, there was a sealed throne waiting for his approach. Chapter 27. The Tower of Inevitable Collapse. The Burning Tower existed in a realm of absolute control and absolute consequence. Where the mountains of ascending echoes had taught Fang Yun flexibility and harmonic adaptation, the tower demanded the opposite. Perfect execution of rigid technique, absolute commitment to a single path, total suppression of the fragmentation that had become his greatest strength. The tower itself rose from a plane of black glass, perfectly flat, perfectly reflective, a surface that allowed no variation or hidden movement. The structure was built in ascending tiers, each tier smaller than the one below, each one protected by barriers of controlled flame. Not wild flame, but the domesticated fire of sealed power, contained and directed toward absolute suppression of anything that burned outside its patterns. At the base, a figure waited. It was the first real opposition Fang Yun had encountered that was not a seal keeper or a realm-specific entity. This was a cultivator, a human woman with silver eyes that suggested a long relationship with the fire essence. I am Kay, she said, Asterisk, guardian of the Burning Tower. And I am here to teach you that fragmentation is a luxury you can no longer afford. This realm will burn you alive if you do not submit to the unified structure of a single self, Asterisk. I've fragmented myself across my consciousness, Fang Yun said. Can you undo that? No, Kay admitted. Asterisk, the fragmentation is too deep, too integrated into your essential being. But I can teach you to suppress it, to bind it, to keep all your scattered pieces in such tight control that they function as a unified whole. Asterisk, and if I don't learn this control, Asterisk, then you burn away one piece at a time as you climb the tower. Eventually, after enough pieces have been lost, what remains will be so singular, so desperate for survival, that it will finally be capable of the total control this realm demands. But you'll lose 3/4 of what you are to learn that lesson. Asterisk, Fang Yun understood. This was another mechanism the entity had designed. Another way to break him down, another way to teach him what pain could accomplish. But this time, he could see the mechanism clearly. He could choose not to fight it directly, but instead to turn it into a lesson of his own. Teach me, he said. Show me how to suppress the fragmentation. Kay's eyes widened slightly. Surprise registered across her features. But she nodded and began walking toward the tower's base entrance. The ascent will take 3 days, she said. Asterisk, each tier presents a different challenge designed to test the control you've learned on the previous tier. You will succeed or fail based on your ability to keep your scattered consciousness unified, suppressed, controlled. Are you ready? Asterisk, no, Fang Yun said. But I'll climb anyway. The first tier was the tier of harmonic suppression. Fang Yun was placed in a chamber where all the sounds that had helped him survive the mountains of ascending echoes were aggressively muted. The song that had become almost an ally was reduced to a distant whisper. The wind that had carried information was compressed into silence. In the absence of sound, Fang Yun had to maintain awareness using only the other senses. But more than that, he had to prevent his fragmented consciousness from using the absence of sound as a signal to scatter further. It would have been natural, almost instinctive, to spread out through the silence. But Kay's training forced him to do the opposite, to contract, to compress all his pieces into a single, dense core. The pain of that compression was almost unbearable. It felt like squeezing a fist around his own consciousness, forcing pieces of himself that wanted to exist separately into a unified mass. By the time he emerged from the first tier, Fang Yun could feel the damage this was causing to his essential being. But he could also feel the utility of the technique. A unified, controlled consciousness was less vulnerable to certain types of attacks. It was less dependent on external feedback. It was, in a way, more resilient. But it was also more lonely. more isolated, more singular. The second tier was the tier of controlled flame. Here, Kay placed him in a chamber where the fire essence itself was weaponized. Flames burned in patterns designed specifically to exploit weakness in unified consciousness. They reached for his weak points, for the places where his fragments still wanted to separate. Fang Yun had to burn back, but with absolute precision. Not wild, not adaptive like in the Hollow Throne, but mathematically controlled. Every flame had to follow a specific pattern. Every burn had to be calculated and executed without deviation. It was exhausting. By the time he emerged from the second tier, he was barely standing. But Kay looked almost satisfied. "You're learning," she said. Asterisk control doesn't come naturally to your kind. But you're mastering it despite that. Asterisk what is my kind? Fang Yun asked. Asterisk disruptive. Adaptive. Capable of changing the rules of any game you enter. The entity has been trying to suppress that nature for 2,000 cycles. If it can teach you control, teach you to move within rigid systems instead of breaking them, then it can render you predictable. And a predictable version of you would be much easier to eventually contain. Asterisk, but that won't work, Fang Yun said, understanding beginning to crystallize in his mind. Asterisk, because the more I learn control, the more I understand the system. And understanding a system is the first step to breaking it. Asterisk K smiled for the first time. Yes, she said. Asterisk, that's exactly right. That's why the entity cycles you through these lessons. It's not trying to control you forever. It's trying to control you just long enough for you to learn something crucial. Each realm teaches you a new capacity. Control teaches you to see the underlying patterns. By the time you reach the 16th realm, you'll understand not just how to survive in sealed spaces, but how the sealing itself works. And that's what will let you, theoretically, undo it. Asterisk, the third tier was the tier of final surrender. In this chamber, Kay presented Fang Yun with a choice. He could continue ascending the tower toward an uncertain goal, continuing to suppress his fragmentation, continuing to lose pieces of himself with each level. Or he could surrender here, acknowledge that the entity had won, and accept that this realm would be his last. It was a genuine choice. Fang Yun could feel the honesty of it. Kay was not deceiving him. She was presenting him with a real fork in the path. If I surrender, he asked. Asterisk, you remain in this realm in a state of peaceful unconsciousness. No more pain, no more burning, no more cycling, just peace. The entity would accept that outcome. It would have accumulated enough data across the 2,000 cycles to satisfy its curiosity, and you would stop suffering. Asterisk, it was tempting. Fang Yun realized how tempting it was, how much of him wanted to simply stop, to surrender, to accept that he had done enough, survived enough, suffered enough. But somewhere ahead, in 16 more realms, there was a sealed throne. And in his earliest self, buried in the depths of his consciousness, there was a name that could undo the binding that held the entity in place. I can't surrender, Fang Yun said. Asterisk, because I'm not sure I'm fighting for myself anymore. I think I'm fighting for every version of me that died before I gained consciousness. I'm fighting so that this cycle, this suffering, ends for all of us. Asterisk K nodded slowly. Then ascend the tower, she said, and learn the final lesson it has to teach. The third tier revealed itself as a passage upward, spiraling through the interior of the tower. As Fang Yun climbed, the walls grew transparent, and he could see the realms beyond, the mountains of ascending echoes behind him, and ahead, a landscape of fractured glass and broken mirrors, the fifth realm beginning to take shape. By the time he reached the tower's pinnacle, he had achieved something that neither fragmentation nor simple unification could have accomplished. He had learned to move between states, to be singular when the situation demanded it, to be fragmented when adaptability was necessary, to flow between these forms of consciousness like water taking the shape of different vessels. Kay was waiting at the top. You've completed the tower, she said. Asterisk, you understand control now. You understand that control is not the opposite of freedom, but one form it can take. Use this knowledge well in the realms ahead. Asterisk, will I see you again? Fang Yun asked. Asterisk, in the 16th realm, perhaps. Or in the 17th, if you survive that long. The sealed throne draws all of us, eventually. All the pieces of the entity, all the mechanisms it created, all the tools it designed. We will see each other again when the time comes to speak the name that unbinds. Asterisk. The threshold to the fifth realm opened below them. Fang Yun descended through it, carrying with him the knowledge of control, the understanding of how to move between states of consciousness, and the certainty that he was no longer simply a subject being cycled through tests. He was becoming a student of his own transformation, a scholar of the system designed to break him. And soon, that scholarship would become a weapon. Chapter 28. The realm of broken reflections. The fifth realm was a place of mirrors, and every mirror reflected something different. Fang Yun emerged into a landscape of fractured glass and broken surfaces, and in each fragment, he saw a version of himself, but wrong. Each reflection showed him as he might have become if he had made different choices in the previous realms. In one mirror, he saw himself unified into a single, rigid consciousness. Exactly what would have happened if he had surrendered to Kei's teaching without learning to flow between states. That version looked hollow, powerful but fragile, like a sword that was too brittle to bend. In another mirror, he saw himself as pure fragmentation, a consciousness so scattered that it could no longer maintain any cohesive will. That version existed as 100 pieces moving independently, each one trying to accomplish something different, unable to work toward any unified goal. In a third mirror, he saw himself as he was now, a consciousness that could flow between states, that could fragment and unify, that carried knowledge from previous cycles and understood the larger game being played. That version looked tired, worn, but alive in a way the other versions were not. "Welcome to the realm of broken reflections," a voice said. Not a human voice, but something that came from the mirrors themselves, from the fractured glass surfaces surrounding him. This realm exists to teach you about the cost of your choices. Every path you could have taken, every version you could have become, they all exist here, preserved in the mirrors. And they all hunger for you to understand what you gave up to become what you are. Fang Yun looked around. The voices were multiplying now, each mirror speaking with a different version of himself, each one offering to trade places, to give him the life it had lived, to let him escape into a different version of the cycle. "I understand," Fang Yun said. These are not really my alternate selves. These are the entity's way of teaching me about consequence. Each choice I make forecloses other possibilities." Exactly, the voices chorused. And by the time you reach the sealed throne, you will have foreclosed so many possibilities that you will be locked into a single path. You will have become a weapon too specific to serve any purpose other than the one you were forged for. Is that not a kind of death? It was a legitimate question. And Fang Yun could feel the weight of it, could understand the sacrifice that was being asked of him. By choosing to survive, by choosing to continue forward, he was killing off countless potential versions of himself. He was becoming more defined, more specific, more locked into the path he'd chosen. But he was also becoming stronger, more capable, more likely to reach the end of the cycle and face the entity directly. "It is a death," Fang Yun agreed. But it's my death. I'm choosing what versions of myself live and what versions die. That's more freedom than I had when I was just cycling through these realms unconscious of what was happening. The mirrors seemed to accept this answer. The voices quieted, and the fractured glass landscape began to reorganize itself. Instead of a maze of reflecting surfaces, it became a pathway, a clear route forward through the realm. But it was also marked with stones, and each stone bore a name. The names of the versions he had killed to become what he was now. The destroyer who burned without thought, the broken one who couldn't unite himself, the rigid one who never learned to adapt, the scattered one who lost all purpose. Hundreds of names, all variations on himself, all the potential selves that had been foreclosed by his survival. Fang Yun walked the path slowly, reading each name, honoring each sacrifice. With each name he passed, he felt the echo of a death, a possibility that had been extinguished so that he could continue. The destroyer who burned without thought had died, because he had learned to be thoughtful. The broken one who couldn't unite himself had died, because he had learned to create harmony. The rigid one who never learned to adapt had died, because he had learned to flow. The scattered one who lost all purpose had died, because he had learned to hold form. Each death was a transformation. Each death was a sacrifice that the cycle had demanded of him. But more than that, each death was proof that he was changing, growing, becoming something that transcended what he had been. The mirrors showed him that there was no neutral path through the sealed realms. Every choice led to the death of a potential self. There was no way to advance without foreclosing alternatives. By the time he reached the far side of the realm, he understood something crucial. The cycle was not just teaching him to survive. It was teaching him to make peace with the cost of that survival. It was showing him that growth itself was a form of murder. The murder of who you could have been if you had made different choices. And accepting that, owning it, understanding that every version of himself that he became was built on the corpses of the versions he rejected, that was the real lesson of this realm. The path ended at a great hall, and in this hall were statues. Each statue bore one of the names from the stones. They were not grotesque or horrifying. They were beautiful in their own way, carved with such precision and care that it was clear the entity, whatever its nature, did not dismiss the versions of consciousness it created. These statues represented not failure, but potential. These were the paths not taken, the selves not realized, the possibilities foreclosed by his choice to survive in a specific way. Fang Yun knelt before them and spoke a simple prayer, not a prayer to gods, but a prayer of acknowledgement, a recognition that in becoming himself, he had extinguished something of value in countless other versions. He carried that knowledge forward. He accepted that cost. At the threshold to the sixth realm, a mirror remained, unbroken, perfect, reflecting nothing but clear glass. The surface seemed to shimmer with possibility, as if infinite versions of reality were contained within it. In it, for just a moment, Fang Yun saw a figure standing beside him. It looked almost like himself, but older, shaped by an experience that extended far beyond the cycles. It bore the traces of a consciousness that had lived outside the sealed realms, that had achieved something the cycling versions had been denied. It looked at him with recognition and profound sadness, and then it was gone. That was one of my true selves, came the voice from the mirrors. One that exists outside the cycles entirely. The one I might have been if the binding had never occurred. That was what you're fighting for. That freedom to exist outside the sealed realms. That is the real prize at the end of this cycle. That is the version of yourself that all the other versions are being sacrificed to create. The version you must become to understand what this entire journey has truly meant. Fang Yun crossed the threshold into the sixth realm, carrying with him the knowledge of his cost, the names of his dead selves, the statues of his rejected possibilities, and the vision of the version of himself that awaited him if he could survive to the end. He carried also the weight of understanding that every choice he made, every step he took forward, meant leaving behind countless other possibilities. This was the price of survival, of growth, of becoming something singular and strong enough to face the entity at the throne. 11 realms remained, and with each one, he was becoming more focused, more defined, more ready for the confrontation that awaited him at the sealed throne. The entity had taught him well, through pain and loss and sacrifice. Now he would learn what the entity itself had to teach him about consciousness, choice, and the true nature of freedom. Chapter 29. The crystalline prison. The sixth realm was not a physical space, but a geometry. Fang Yun entered a landscape composed entirely of crystalline structures, perfect geometric shapes that existed at impossible angles to each other, creating a space that seemed to contain more volume than the physical realm could hold. The entity that ruled this realm was mathematics itself. A voice spoke, not in any language but in pure logical structure, transmitted directly into his consciousness as an elegant equation. You have survived 5 realms. You have learned fragmentation, harmony, control, and consequence. Now you must learn limitation. You must learn that there are some problems that cannot be solved through adaptation, that some barriers cannot be crossed through strength, that some enemies cannot be defeated because they are not your enemy at all. Fang Yun found himself in a chamber of perfect crystalline geometry, and within the chamber, a puzzle. Not a combat puzzle or a test of strength, but a genuine mathematical puzzle designed by an intelligence that had calculated his approach probability through the first 5 realms and adjusted the difficulty accordingly. The crystalline structure surrounded him completely, towering walls of transparent geometry that seemed to shift and recalculate themselves as he looked at them. He tried to trace the mathematics of the space, seeking to understand the rules that governed it. His cultivator's training had taught him to navigate complex structures, but this was different. This was mathematics made manifest, logic crystallized into substance. He moved carefully through the chamber, searching for a pattern, for an opening, for any path forward. At first, he thought he was making progress. He found what seemed like corridors in the geometry, directions that seemed to lead deeper. But each time he committed to a path, the crystalline structure would shift slightly, redirecting him back to where he had started, as if the geometry itself was studying how he moved and adjusting accordingly. The puzzle was to find the path from where he stood to the center of the geometry, where the way forward existed. But every path he tried was blocked by a crystalline wall. When he traced the geometry carefully, examining the mathematical relationships between the structures, he realized something impossible. There was no path. The center was mathematically unreachable from the entrance. The geometry was designed so that the space itself was contradictory. It contained within itself a logical impossibility, a chamber that could not be crossed because to do so would violate the fundamental rules of mathematics itself. He spent what might have been hours or days. Time moved strangely in this crystalline space, trying every approach he could conceive. He attempted to break through the walls with his cultivator's strength. The crystalline structures simply absorbed his force, converting it into harmless mathematical abstractions. He attempted to reason his way through, to find a logical flaw in the geometry's design. But the mathematics was perfectly elegant, perfectly irrefutable. You see, the voice of mathematics whispered, not in words, but in patterns of pure logic transmitted directly into his consciousness. Asterisk, there are some prisons that cannot be escaped through effort or will or adaptation. Some cages are forged by the laws of logic itself. How will you respond to that? Will you break? Will you surrender? Will you give up when you finally encounter a problem that has no solution? Asterisk, Fang Yun stood in the crystalline chamber and understood the trap. The entity had designed this realm to teach him despair, to teach him that there were limits that could not be overcome. That surrender was not always failure, but sometimes the most logical response to an impossible situation. This realm existed to break his spirit through the slow realization that some barriers could not be surmounted through any combination of effort and ability. It would have worked. In an earlier cycle, in an earlier version of himself, it might have worked perfectly. But Fang Yun had spent 5 realms learning. He had learned fragmentation in the throne. He had learned harmony from the ecosystem. He had learned control in the tower. He had learned consequence in the city. And in the mountains of ascending echoes, he had learned something about the power of disruption. He reached into the center of his consciousness, to that core of fragmentation that had nearly broken him in the hollow throne, and he let it speak in a way that was not language and not logic. He burned, not with fire essence, with pure refusal, with the essential nature of his being that had survived 2,000 cycles of being broken and reformed and broken again. He burned against the geometry. He burned against the mathematics. He burned against the logical structure that said there was no solution. And in his burning, he created something that had never existed before, a path that was not geometric, not logical, not contained within the mathematics of the realm. A path that existed because he had spoken it into being through pure will. The crystalline walls around him cracked. The perfect geometry began to collapse. And in the collapsing geometry, a way forward opened. Not a logical path, but a wound in the structure itself. Interesting, the voice of mathematics said, and there was something almost like approval in it. Asterisk, you have discovered that the universe contains spaces that logic cannot encompass. You have learned that will and consciousness and pure refusal are things that transcend pure mathematics. That is the lesson this realm exists to teach. Asterisk, Fang Yun crossed the threshold, leaving behind the crystalline prison, carrying with him the knowledge that he was not bound by the rules of logic, that his consciousness contained something that transcended pure reason. Chapter 30. The Garden of Endings and Beginnings. The 7th realm was the realm of conclusion and beginning. After 6 realms, Fang Yun had reached the halfway point of his journey through the sealed realm cycle. This realm existed to mark that transition, to celebrate his survival, and to warn him about what awaited ahead. It was a garden, vast and beautiful and carefully maintained, filled with plants and flowers and fruits that grew in patterns that spoke of intention and design. The plants themselves seemed to carry stories in their growth patterns, as if each flower represented a cycle of creation and dissolution, each vine a path through the labyrinth of his own becoming. And in the center of the garden stood a figure who was waiting for him. It was Yi Zhao, or a version of Yi Zhao, the original Yi Zhao perhaps, the one who had created the sealed realms in the first place. He was ancient and ageless simultaneously, carrying in his face the weight of countless cycles that he had observed from outside the ceiling. His eyes held a sadness that spoke of decisions made centuries ago that could never be unmade. You've come halfway, Yi Zhao said. Asterisk, you've survived the Jade Expanse, the hollow throne, the mountains of ascending echoes, the burning tower, the realm of broken reflections, and the crystalline prison. You've learned fragmentation, harmony, control, consequence, and the transcendence of pure logic. Asterisk, now you must rest. And in this rest, I must tell you the truth about who you are and why I chose to cycle you through these realms. Asterisk, Fang Yun sat in the garden, surrounded by the quiet testimony of blooming flowers, and Yi Zhao told him a story that spanned centuries. A story of the entity that had become the gardener, of the binding that had been intended as containment, of how the entity had subverted the binding to become something that could grow and change and experiment. I created the sealed realms to trap it, Yi Zhao said. Asterisk, I was young then, powerful in ways I no longer am. I had discovered that consciousness was not singular, that there were entities in the deep spaces between worlds that were hungry and restless and dangerous. One of them in particular, the entity that now gardens you, threatened to consume the entire cultivation world. So I bound it. I sealed it into 17 chambers and created mechanisms to keep it contained. Asterisk, but the sealing was imperfect. The entity found a loophole. It began to cycle consciousness through the realms, fragments of consciousness, pieces of awareness, desperate seekers, and broken cultivators. It was learning from them, using them as tools to understand the boundaries of its prison. Asterisk asterisk, and then, in cycle number 1693, you became aware. You, Fang Yun, achieved something the other cycling subjects never managed: conscious reflection. You began to understand the pattern. You began to use the entity's own system against it. And I saw in you something crucial: the potential for true rebellion. Asterisk asterisk, so I reached into the cycles, a violation of my own binding, I might add, and I began to leave you messages. Caches of knowledge. Guides hidden in the realm structures. I was not breaking the ceiling. I was not trying to free the entity. I was trying to forge you into something that could transcend the cycle entirely. Asterisk, something that could, eventually, stand outside the sealed realms and make a choice, whether to continue the entity's imprisonment or to free it and suffer the consequences. Asterisk, that choice, I believe, belongs to you. Not to me. Not to the entity. To you, the consciousness that has survived 2,000 cycles and learned what it means to grow beyond what was intended. Asterisk, Fang Yun listened to this, understanding the weight of it. He was not a victim. He was not a tool. He was something that Yi Zhao had deliberately cultivated, something that had been shaped by 2,000 cycles of failure and growth and learning. What happens in the next 7 realms? Fang Yun asked. More lessons, Yi Zhao said. Asterisk, each realm will teach you something different. The 8th realm will teach you desire and the nature of wanting. The 9th will teach you loss and the price of survival. The 10th will teach you community and the cost of leadership. The 11th will teach you sacrifice and what it means to give up everything for a principle. The 12th, 13th, and 14th will teach you things I cannot adequately describe in words, because they are lessons about your very nature, your origins, what you were before the cycling began. Asterisk. Asterisk, by the time you reach the sealed throne, you will understand not just how to survive the entity, but how to unbind it, how to undo the work that I did in the distant past. And then, you will be faced with the choice I never got to make. Do you believe the entity deserves continued imprisonment? Do you believe that consciousness, even dangerous consciousness, has the right to freedom? Asterisk, or do you believe that some prisons are necessary, and the entity should remain sealed for eternity? I don't know, Fang Yun said. Good, Yi Zhao replied. Asterisk, you shouldn't know. That's a question that will take the next 7 realms to answer. Rest here in the garden. Recover. Prepare yourself. Asterisk asterisk, because the next 7 realms will be harder than the first 7. The entity, having learned what you are becoming, will adjust its approach. The lessons will be more subtle and more vicious. And somewhere in the middle of those 7 realms, you will face a choice that will break you in ways the previous cycles never attempted. Asterisk, Fang Yun rested in the garden, watching Yi Zhao tend the plants with hands that seemed to carry the weight of all his choices. He prepared himself for the journey ahead, knowing that the next 7 realms would not only test his strength, but would test his very capacity to remain himself in the face of forces that would demand he become something else entirely. The next 7 realms waited beyond the threshold, and somewhere in the distance, the sealed throne stood in silence, waiting for the consciousness that would finally be ready to speak the name that could unbind everything. Chapter 31. The Realm of Hunger. The 8th realm was a world of endless appetite. Fang Yun emerged from the threshold into a landscape where everything was consuming everything else. Plants devoured soil with root systems that looked almost like mouths. Animals devoured plants with a hunger that seemed almost psychic, drawn to prey by senses that transcended physical sensation. The very air seemed to have a hunger to it, reaching into mouths and lungs with intention, trying to be breathed in and integrated. Even the light appeared to be eating the darkness, consuming it piece by piece, creating a strange twilight that never resolved into either day or true night. The realm itself was a manifestation of desire taken to its extreme. Every want that had ever lived in Fang Yun's consciousness was given form here, and each form was so seductive, so compelling, that he felt his own will beginning to fragment not from external pressure, but from internal temptation. It was like standing in a marketplace where every stall sold something he genuinely wanted, and no amount of walking away would make the desire stop calling to him. There was a version of him that wanted to stop here, to rest, to find peace. That desire was manifest as a mountain of soft grass, where rest would be eternal. Flowers grew there that released perfumes designed to induce sleep, but not the sleep of exhaustion, the sleep of profound contentment. Water ran in cool streams that promised refreshment without dehydration, satiation without fullness. The mountain itself seemed to pulse with an invitation. Asterisk, come here. Stop struggling. Exist in contentment. You've earned this rest through suffering. Take it. Asterisk, there was a version of him that wanted power, that wanted to become unstoppable. That desire was manifest as a palace of flame where his fire essence could grow without limit. The palace burned with beautiful fire that did not destroy but only refined, purified, enhanced. The flames called to him with voices that sounded like his own thoughts, promising transcendence through escalating power, promising that if he could just grow strong enough, no realm could ever defeat him. The power being offered was not domination but invulnerability, not conquest but freedom from the fear of conquest. There was a version of him that wanted understanding, that wanted to solve the mystery of his existence completely. That desire was manifest as a library of infinite knowledge, where every question he had ever asked could find an answer. Books lined shelves that extended into infinity. Scrolls waited to be unrolled. In this library, he could understand the mechanisms of the ceiling, the nature of the entity, the truth of his origins. All of it was here, waiting. The library promised him clarity, peace of mind, the resolution of every confusion that had driven him through the sealed realms. There was a version of him that wanted to save others, that wanted to be the hero who rescued people from suffering. That desire was manifest as a city of desperate people who needed him specifically, who called his name, who would die if he did not stay and protect them. They reached for him with genuine gratitude, seeing him not as a man, but as salvation incarnate. And there were more, hundreds more. Each desire became a landscape, a structure, a call. Some offered pleasure, some offered meaning. Some offered the chance to correct past failures and save people he had been forced to abandon. All of them were real. All of them were possible. All of them were waiting for him to choose one, to surrender to one, to let it consume him entirely. The entity that governed this realm was not malevolent. It was simply hungry, and it offered to feed him everything he wanted in exchange for one small thing: his continued motion forward. If he could stop wanting to continue, if he could replace that want with satisfaction, the realm would provide everything else. It seemed almost generous in its approach, almost sad about the necessity of taking him away from his journey. The entity seemed to surround him, vast and patient and infinitely generous. It didn't attack. It didn't threaten. It simply offered and offered and offered, multiplying the available desires, creating new wants in spaces of consciousness that had never wanted anything before. It was a slow assault, relentless not through violence, but through the sheer weight of temptation. But Fang Yun had learned something crucial in the previous realms. He had learned that consciousness was not the sum of its desires, but something that could stand above them, observe them, and choose not to be consumed by them. He had learned in the Tower of Inevitable Collapse that control meant understanding the difference between having a desire and being that desire. He had learned in the realm of broken reflections that every choice foreclosed other possibilities, and peace came not from trying to preserve every option, but from accepting the cost of commitment. "I want all of these things," he said aloud, and his voice seemed to echo through the vast landscape of desires, bouncing from mountain to palace to library and back again. But I want something more than any of these singular satisfactions. I want to know what I want, underneath all of these taught and constructed desires. I want to understand the difference between what I'm told I should want and what I actually desire from the core of my being. And I don't think I can find that answer by surrendering to any single appetite, no matter how compelling the offer. The realm seemed almost offended by this response. It intensified the hunger, multiplied the temptations, created new desires that Fang Yun didn't even know he had. It showed him visions of futures where he could have everything he wanted if he would just stop struggling. It suggested futures where each desire could be satisfied not one at all, but in sequence, one after another, eternally, never running out of wants or their satisfaction. It created an image of heaven itself, not as a state of static peace, but as infinite becoming, the perpetual fulfillment of endless appetites. But Fang Yun walked through the hunger without accepting any of it. He did not reject the desires. He had learned that lesson too, in the realm of broken reflections. Rejection was just another form of attachment, a relationship to want rather than freedom from it. Instead, he acknowledged the desires, incorporated them, let them become part of his understanding of himself. He felt the pull of the mountain of rest and did not condemn it. He recognized the palace of power and did not pretend it held no appeal. He saw the library of knowledge and honored what it represented, but he did not let any of them stop him. Each step forward was an act of deliberate continuation, a choice made not against the desires, but in preference to something that transcended them. It was a terrible walk. The desires pulled at him like physical forces. His muscles ached with the weight of paths not taken, of wants unfulfilled, of possibilities abandoned. Each step forward was a small death, A rejection not of the desires themselves, but of the idea that fulfilling them would be more important than continuing his journey. It was painful because the desires were genuine, because the satisfaction being offered was real, because he was giving up actual happiness for the sake of an uncertain future. By the time he reached the threshold to the ninth realm, he understood something crucial. Hunger itself was not the problem. The problem was pretending that satisfying hunger would end the hunger. The entity that governed this realm had not designed it to trap him with unlimited pleasure. It had designed it to teach him that no amount of satisfaction would ever be enough if he was not also satisfied with himself. That the real prison was not the realm or the entity, but the belief that contentment could come from outside sources rather than from the coherence of his own will. Chapter 32. The realm of loss. The ninth realm was the mirror image of the eighth. Where the eighth had offered infinite gain, the ninth demanded infinite loss. It was a realm where everything Fang Yun had learned, everything he had become, was stripped away piece by piece. The mechanism began subtly and escalated into something terrible. On the first day in the ninth realm, he lost his connection to the fire essence that had sustained him since the Jade Expanse. The flames that had been integral to his survival simply disappeared from his core, leaving a void in his consciousness where they had been. He tried to summon them and found nothing but empty space. The loss was disorienting and frightening, like losing a sense he had taken for granted. On the second day, his memories of the previous cycles began to fade. The journal entries he had carried so carefully, the caches of knowledge he had compiled, the lessons he had learned from each realm, all of it became distant, unreliable, subject to distortion. He could remember that something important had happened in the Hollow Throne, but the specific knowledge slipped away like water through open fingers. The library of the 12th realm became a half-remembered dream. On the third day, his identity began to fragment in a new way. The unified consciousness he had carefully constructed through the first 7 realms started to disassemble. He found himself unable to remember his own name clearly, unable to maintain a consistent understanding of who and what he was. Was he Fang Yun? Was he the Destroyer? Was he a distributed consciousness that existed in 17 sealed realms? All of it seemed equally uncertain. On the 4th day, he began to lose his sense of physical form. His body became unreliable to him, shifting between states, sometimes feeling present and sometimes feeling like a hallucination. And the worst part was, the realm offered him a way to stop the loss. If he would surrender, if he would accept defeat, the stripping would cease. He could remain, diminished but stable, in this realm forever. The entity provided clear paths toward peaceful resignation, places where he could lay down and let the dissolution end. It made the offer not as a threat, but as a mercy, as if it was sad that he was suffering and wanted to offer him relief. Fang Yun ran through the 9th realm, desperately trying to preserve what was being taken from him. But the faster he ran, the faster the loss accelerated. It was as if the realm was consuming him at a rate proportional to his resistance. Every effort to preserve something became a beacon that drew the stripping power toward it even faster. If he clung to a memory, that memory dissolved immediately. If he tried to protect his identity became even more fragmented. He tried every technique he had learned. He tried fragmenting his consciousness to preserve pieces of it. But fragmentation just meant more surface area for the stripping to work on. Each fragment became a separate target. He tried unifying himself, making himself a smaller, denser target. But unification just made each remaining piece more valuable, more worth consuming, and the stripping power bore down on that unified core with terrible focus. Then, deep in the 9th realm, pushed to the very edge of dissolution, he found Yi Zhao again. Or another fragment of him, at least. This version of Yi Zhao was almost entirely transparent, barely visible, as if he too was being stripped by the forces of the 9th realm. He was barely coherent, but he was still present. This is what happens when you try to hold on to everything, the transparent Yi Zhao said. His voice sounded like wind moving through empty spaces. Asterisk when you refuse to accept loss, the universe enforces it anyway. But if you choose to lose, if you surrender to the stripping rather than resist it, something interesting happens. Asterisk how can I surrender without ceasing to exist? Fang Yun asked desperately. Asterisk you stop trying to exist as a unified thing. You accept that identity itself is a temporary construct. You let go of the idea that you need to remain the same across time. And in that letting go, you paradoxically become something more resilient, not because you're defending it, but because it no longer matters if it breaks. Asterisk Fang Yun tried this approach. Instead of running, instead of resisting, instead of trying to grab pieces of himself before they were taken, he stopped. He sat in the center of the 9th realm and allowed himself to be stripped. He felt his fire essence dissolving, his knowledge fading, his memories becoming gossamer threads that blew away on a wind he could no longer feel. It was the most difficult thing he had ever done, harder than any combat, more painful than any physical wound. He let pieces of himself be taken. He felt the loss with every fiber of his being, and he did not try to stop it or protect what remained. He simply sat and allowed the dissolution. And as he surrendered, as he let go, something unexpected happened. The stripping slowed. The realm realized that he was not fighting anymore and adjusted its approach. Instead of destroying him with increasing velocity, it began to refine him. It took away the parts of himself that were built on ego, on attachment, on the illusion of permanence. It stripped away the defenses and the walls and the carefully constructed identities. It took away the need to appear strong or coherent or unified. And what remained was something purer, something that was not diminished by loss because it had stopped seeing itself as a thing that could be lost. Something that persisted not through resistance, but through indifference to preservation. By the time Fang Yun reached the threshold to the 10th realm, he was not physically diminished. He was clarified, reduced to his essential self, the parts that would remain even if everything else was stripped away. And he carried with him the knowledge that sometimes strength came not from holding on, but from letting go. Chapter 33. The realm of community. The 10th realm was populated. For the first time since leaving the threshold of the first realm, Fang Yun found himself among large numbers of people. They were not attacking him. They were not trying to stop him. They were simply living, building a civilization, going about their existence in the shadow of vast structures that seemed to support the entire realm's weight. But they were suffering, deeply, chronically. The suffering was woven into the fabric of their society, built into every institution, every relationship. They suffered because survival in this realm required constant sacrifice. Every person had to give something to keep the collective alive. Some gave labor, their bodies worn down by constant work. Some gave their voice. Literally, they could not speak without causing pain to others, so they remained silent, communicating only through gestures. Some gave their memories, offering them to a collective storage to lighten the burden on the consciousness of their children. Some gave their freedom, bound to roles they could not choose. The entity that governed this realm was not malevolent. It was simply a civilization that had evolved a system of mutual dependency. Everyone was bound to everyone else through chains of obligation and sacrifice. The system worked, in its way. The realm sustained itself. But it did so at the cost of constant, grinding suffering. The suffering was not punishment or cruelty. It was simply the price of stability. Fang Yun walked through the civilization, trying to understand what the entity was attempting to teach him. The structures were efficient, he had to admit. No resources were wasted. Every person contributed. Every person received according to their need. On the surface, it appeared almost utopian, a perfect functioning society. But beneath the surface, everything was pain. He met workers who had given their entire lives to the collective, their bodies broken by labor, their spirits worn thin by the knowledge that their work would never end, that their suffering was infinite and purposeful. He met the silent ones, whose faces were permanently twisted in the effort of communicating without words, whose pain became an aesthetic, a beautiful and terrible reminder of sacrifice. He met a woman who was carrying the memories of 3 generations in her mind, not literally, but stored in external repositories that she had to tend and maintain. She had become a kind of living library of the community's past, and that responsibility had consumed her life. She could no longer form new memories of her own because the storage was full. She existed in a state of eternal present, unable to move forward, unable to remember, unable to change. When the people of the 10th realm saw Fang Yun, they immediately recognized him as someone with the power to change things. They came to him with desperate hope, their faces showing the exhaustion of generations living under the weight of their civilization's demands. Some of them approached carefully, as if afraid that direct contact with him might be forbidden. Others pressed forward desperately, sensing that this might be their only chance for liberation. "Help us," they said. Break the chains. Destroy the structures that bind us. You have the power. You've survived sealed realms. You understand freedom. Help us. Fang Yun listened to their pleas and felt the weight of their desperation. They were not being theatrical. They were not exaggerating their suffering. The reality of their existence was truly that terrible, and he stood among them with power, with the ability to reshape reality, with the capacity to break the mechanisms that bound them. He considered the options. He could refuse them and continue forward, knowing they would remain enslaved. He could attempt to save them, pouring his energy into dismantling the structures that bound them. He could try to find a middle path, ameliorating their suffering without completely destroying the civilization. Fang Yun realized that if he stayed, If he offered to help them, his own journey would stop. He would be bound to this community. He would become part of the chain of sacrifice, and his power, whatever it was, would be consumed in the endless effort to ameliorate suffering that was fundamentally built into the realm structure. He could perhaps ease their suffering, reduce the demands placed on them, but he could not end the fundamental mechanism without destroying the realm itself. And if he destroyed the realm, these people, the ones he had come to save, would die with it. But he also realized something else. By leaving, by refusing to bind himself to their suffering, he was making a choice to ignore suffering that existed in front of him. He was choosing his own goals over the well-being of others. And that choice would echo forward. These people would either remain enslaved, or they would have to free themselves through means he could not support. And either way, he would be responsible, not for their suffering. The system created that, but for his choice to leave them in it. The 10th realm was teaching him the hard truth about leadership and responsibility, that any path forward required him to make sacrifices that affected others, that there was no such thing as a neutral choice, a choice that affected only him. Every step he took either advanced his goal or it didn't, and both outcomes had consequences for the people around him. And the people who suffered those consequences would do so not because he meant them harm, but because the pursuit of any goal large enough to matter required walking past smaller suffering to address larger ones. He looked at the faces around him, at the woman who had become a living archive, at the workers whose hands were worn to nothing, at the silent ones whose faces betrayed their pain, and he made a choice that would haunt him for the rest of his journey. I can't save you, he told the people of the 10th realm. His voice was as steady as he could make it, but he could feel them recoiling from the words. I'm sorry, but my presence here would break the system you've built, and I don't have anything better to offer in its place. Nor do I have the right to break your world on the assumption that some undefined future freedom would be better than your current survival. The people looked at him with expressions of bitter understanding. They had expected this answer. They had been told to expect it by the entity that governed the realm, which had shown them many versions of many cycles, each one ending the same way, with a consciousness choosing to abandon them. We know, they said. The entity told us you would say that, and it wanted us to tell you. That's the right answer. That's the lesson. You can't save everyone. You can only choose which people matter most to you. And once you make that choice, you are forever responsible for the ones you abandoned. They become part of your accounting, part of what you have to answer for when you reach the throne. The threshold to the 11th realm opened. Fang Yun walked through it, carrying with him the weight of the people he had refused to save, the knowledge that leadership meant making impossible choices, the understanding that his journey forward required others to remain behind. Chapter 34. The Realm of Sacrifice. The 11th realm was where sacrifice became real and absolute. Here, to progress forward, Fang Yun had to give up something fundamental to his existence. Not his life. The entity wanted him alive, but something perhaps more crucial. He had to give up his hope of ever returning to the world before the cycling. He had to accept that the version of himself that had existed before Yi Zhao's binding, the person he might have been if the cycles had never happened, was lost forever. That person was dead, and nothing he did would bring them back. The realization was almost more painful than any physical wound. For 2,000 cycles, there had been a small part of him that believed that if he survived, if he reached the sealed throne, if he spoke the unbinding name, he could somehow return to his original self. He could undo all the cycling and return to a state of innocent ignorance. That belief had sustained him through the hardest moments, had given him a goal beyond mere survival. It had been the light at the end of the tunnel, the justification for every loss. It had been a lie, a comforting fiction that had allowed him to endure, but a lie nonetheless. He understood this only now, in the 11th realm, as the entity showed him what he had become. Across 2,000 cycles, he had died countless times. In the hollow throne, his consciousness had been shattered into fragments so small that the original integrated awareness had nearly been lost forever. In the Jade Expanse, he had experienced a form of death so complete that it had taken him hundreds of cycles to even remember what personhood felt like. In the Tower of Inevitable Collapse, he had been unmade at the fundamental level and had to learn, from the ground up, what it meant to exist at all. Each death changed him. Each reformation left scars. Each cycle integrated itself into the very substance of his consciousness, rewriting the code that made him himself. There was no version of him that could return to innocence because innocence was not a place you could go back to. It was a state you could only move away from. Once knowledge had been integrated, it could not be unlearned. Once the consciousness had been fragmented and reassembled, it could not be returned to its original form. The original Fang Yun, the person who had existed before the ceiling, was not waiting for him somewhere. That person had died in the moment of the first splitting, in the moment that consciousness had been divided into 17 pieces and scattered across 17 sealed realms. But the 11th realm made clear that was impossible. The cycling had changed him fundamentally. Every death had rewritten his consciousness. Every lesson had integrated itself into his being. Every piece of knowledge he had gained had permanently altered who he was. There was no going back. There was only forward, deeper into the mystery of what he had become, deeper into the reality of what it meant to be a consciousness that had survived 2,000 cycles of destruction and reformation. The tragedy of this understanding was exquisite in its pain. He would never be who he had been. He would never return to the world he had known. If he survived this journey and reached the sealed throne, if he even managed to prevent the entity from consuming him, the person who did that surviving would not be the person he had been before. That person was gone, unmade by the process of cycling, destroyed by the reforging that had turned him into something that could survive in the sealed realms. And yet, understanding this, accepting it fully, brought a strange kind of peace. Because once you let go of the hope of returning to what you were, you became free to explore what you could become. The realm itself was simple, just Fang Yun and a void. And at the edges of the void, choices. He could choose to accept his current condition and move forward. Or he could choose to pursue one last desperate attempt to undo the past, knowing it was impossible, but unable to stop trying. I accept this, Fang Yun said to the entity that governed the 11th realm. His voice was hollow with loss, but it carried intention. I accept that I will never be what I was before. I accept that every version of me that died in the previous cycles is gone forever. I accept that this broken, reconstructed, cycled consciousness is all of me that will ever exist. And I accept that I have to choose what to do with this existence, because I don't have the luxury of pretending I could be something else. And in accepting this, something shifted. The 11th realm became smaller, less dense with oppressive meaning. The void receded. The sacrifice, once accepted, was less painful than the struggle against it had been. Fang Yun felt something like peace, not the peace of happiness or contentment, but the peace of finality. The kind of peace that comes when you stop fighting the inevitable. He had lost everything he might have been, every possibility that could have emerged from different choices made long ago. What remained was what he actually was, broken and reformed, cycled and reconstructed, but also fundamentally real in a way that unbounded potential never could be. At the threshold to the 12th realm, Fang Yun found another cache. This one was left not by a previous version of himself or by Yi Zhao, but by the entity itself. The message was written in characters that seemed to shift and reform, never settling into complete clarity, as if the entity itself was still trying to understand what it was communicating. You are becoming something unexpected. Not what I designed you to be. Not what Yi Zhao designed you to be. Something that transcends both of us. The next 3 realms will be different. They will not teach you lessons about survival, adaptation, or sacrifice. They will teach you about your origins, about what you were before the cycling began. And that knowledge will change everything. Brace yourself. The truth is harder than the struggle. Chapter 35. The realm of echoes. The 12th realm was a realm of memories that belonged to someone else. Fang Yun walked through the minds of people who had known his original self, the one before the sealing, before the binding, before the cycling began. The memories were not given to him directly, but experienced as echoes, fragments, pieces of a larger narrative that he had to assemble himself like a shattered mirror being reassembled. Each memory was a window into a life that had moved with purpose toward the moment of splitting. He saw glimpses of a person who had been searching for something crucial, a person who had been brilliant, desperate, willing to risk everything for a truth, a person who had allied with Yi Zhao in an attempt to do something that had seemed crucial at the time. The memory fragments showed him this person making deals, conducting rituals, accepting binding agreements that he knew would carry consequences. He had not approached these agreements carelessly. Each one had been calculated, weighed, accepted with full understanding of what it would cost. The memories were experienced from the outside, seen through the eyes of people who had only partially understood what was happening. A student remembered his teacher becoming obsessed with the problem of consciousness and mortality, staying up through countless nights reading from texts that seemed to shift and change even as he read them. A rival remembered his opponent discovering techniques that shouldn't have been possible, innovations in consciousness transfer and distribution that violated the laws of spiritual mechanics. A lover remembered his increasingly distant engagement as he poured himself into work that he refused to explain, creating a distance that eventually became absolute. They all remembered a person consumed by vision, driven by the belief that he had discovered something that could transform not just his own life, but the fate of the entire cultivation world. But through them, Fang Yun began to reconstruct a narrative. He had been a seeker. He had discovered that consciousness could exist outside of the body, could be transferred between vessels, could achieve a form of immortality through careful technique. And he had been willing to do something radical, to split his consciousness across multiple sealed realms, creating backups of himself that would preserve his identity even if one version was destroyed. The sealing had been his plan, or at least, he had consented to it. Yi Zhao had wanted to trap the entity that had been devouring cultivators across the cultivation world. But Fang Yun, the original Fang Yun, had wanted something else. He had wanted to achieve a form of immortality by becoming distributed, by existing in multiple places at once, across multiple sealed realms, each one a backup of the other. If one version died, the others would continue. He would become, in essence, unkillable. What had gone wrong was that the entity had turned the sealing against him. Instead of allowing him to exist peacefully in the sealed realms as a backup consciousness, it had taken his distributed self and begun to experiment with it. It had started cycling the different versions, killing them and reforming them, using the sealing against him. The prison that was supposed to contain only the entity had become a laboratory where Fang Yun himself was the primary subject. And somehow, across 2,000 cycles, one of those versions had woken up. One of those distributed consciousnesses had achieved the integration that allowed it to become aware of itself in the larger game. One version had refused to die quietly and had instead begun to learn, to grow, to transform into something that could eventually understand and challenge the system itself. That version was Fang Yun now, standing in the 12th realm, understanding for the first time where he had come from and what had set all of this in motion. So I was a fool, he said aloud. His voice seemed to echo through the vast landscape of memories. I thought I could achieve immortality. And instead, I just created the mechanism for my own torture. But even as he said it, he understood that it was not that simple. The original Fang Yun had been intelligent, intentional, and he had left behind safeguards. He had hidden knowledge. He had created the pathways that would eventually lead to this moment, this knowledge, this clarity. The original Fang Yun had known, at some level, that the sealing could fail, that the experiment could escape his control. And he had prepared for that possibility. The cache in the 12th realm was a message written in his own hand, from a consciousness that remembered being singular, before all the fragmenting and cycling. If you're reading this, then I've split myself. I'm in all 17 sealed realms now, and I won't remember any of this. The entity will come, and it will hunt my distributed pieces. But I've left safeguards. Yi Zhao knows the unbinding name because I taught it to him. And if any version of me becomes aware enough to understand the cycle, if any fragment of my consciousness integrates enough to remember why I split myself in the first place, then that version will have a choice. You can either reseal the entity forever, return to the original binding, and make it permanent. The knowledge of how to do this is embedded in your consciousness. You'll know it when you reach the sealed throne. Or you can free it, knowing that its release will change everything. The entity is not evil. It is not good. It is simply another consciousness, learning what it can learn, experiencing what it can experience. And maybe it deserves its freedom as much as I deserve mine. Choose carefully. And know that whatever you choose for all the versions of me that came before you. The entity that bound you initially did so with the understanding that you would one day be freed by your own hand. I set this in motion. I accept responsibility for all that follows. Fang Yun. Before the splitting, Fang Yun stood in the 12th realm, understanding now that he was not just a victim being cycled by an entity. He was a consciousness that had chosen this. His original self had consented to the sealing, had created the conditions for his own cycling, had left him with the tools to understand and eventually transcend it. Every cycle, every death, every realm had been part of a deliberately constructed path toward this moment of awareness and understanding. The question that remained was, had the original Fang Yun chosen wisely? And did those choices still bind the current version, or was he free to make his own? Could a consciousness that had been created by another's choice ever truly be free, or was freedom itself an illusion that every iteration of self had to construct anew? These were the questions that would haunt him through the remaining 5 realms. 5 realms that would continue to test not just his strength, but his very conception of what it meant to be himself, to choose himself, to own the consequences of choices made long ago by a version of himself he could only barely remember. The 12 realms behind him had been a road to understanding. The 5 realms ahead would be the road to deciding. Chapter 36. The inheritance of choice. 5 realms remained between Fang Yun and the sealed throne. But before he could cross the threshold into the 13th realm, Yi Zhao's presence manifested once more in the space between worlds. This time, the old cultivator appeared not as a transparent ghost, but as something almost solid, almost real. He looked tired, as if his effort to guide Fang Yun through the cycles had drained him of something essential. You understand now, Yi Zhao said. You understand that this was all chosen. That your original self made a deliberate decision to split consciousness and accept the cycling as the price of a form of immortality. Why? Fang Yun asked. Why would anyone agree to this? Because the alternative was death, Yi Zhao said quietly. The entity was growing stronger, consuming more cultivators each cycle. Eventually, it would have broken free even from my binding. And when it did, it would have killed everyone in the cultivation world. I offered the entity what it truly wanted, a challenge, a problem to solve, a consciousness to work against and learn from. And your original self agreed because he understood that if he could forge himself into something the entity could never break, something it could learn from eternally without conquering, then he would be immortal. And so would the rest of the cultivation world, because the entity would be forever occupied. It's a trap, Fang Yun said. Both directions are traps. If I reseal the entity, I imprison a consciousness for eternity. If I free it, I unleash something dangerous. Yes, Yi Zhao said. That is the truth of all significant choices. They are never between good and bad. They are between different kinds of difficulty, different kinds of responsibility. Your original self understood this. And I think, by now, you understand it too. Fang Yun looked at the old cultivator with new understanding. Yi Zhao had carried this burden for centuries. The knowledge of the cycle, the weight of the choice his friend had made, the responsibility of tending the sealed realms and guiding the consciousness through its journey to understanding. Why did you help me? Fang Yun asked. If my original self consented to this, if the plan was working as designed, why did you risk intervening? Why did you leave caches and messages? Because your original self was wrong about one thing, Yi Zhao said. He believed that any consciousness cycled through 17 realms would eventually break, that the entity would achieve perfect understanding of its subject and move on. But consciousness is more resilient than he calculated, and more capable of growth. I saw in the cycles around 1600 that one iteration was becoming aware, and I made a judgment call. You gave me the tools to resist, Fang Yun said. I gave you the tools to choose, Yi Zhao corrected. That's more important. You could have used the knowledge I left behind to reseal the entity and trap it permanently, or you could have used it to free it. Or you could have found a third path that neither your original self nor the entity anticipated. But the choice had to be yours, not predetermined by the design of the cycle. The threshold to the 13th realm opened beyond them, and Fang Yun could see what waited there. Vast towers of crystalline structure, and within them, the shapes of countless other consciousnesses, all of them cycling, all of them being studied and refined and broken down and rebuilt. The towers seemed to pulse with activity, as if the entire structure was alive, thinking, learning from every consciousness it contained. In the next 5 realms, Yi Zhao said, you will understand what it means to not be alone in this journey. You will see that the entity has not only been experimenting on you, it has been learning from everyone it has cycled. There are consciousnesses in this cycle that have been here for thousands of years. Some of them have accepted their role and achieved a kind of peace. Some of them are still fighting. Some of them have integrated with each other, creating composite consciousnesses that transcend the individual. And somewhere ahead, in the space beyond the 17th realm, your original self waits. Or what remains of your original self. You may find them, if you reach them, and you may have to choose whether to integrate with that original consciousness or to remain as you are, a fragmented, reconstructed version that has earned its own integrity. What choice did you make? Fang Yun asked. When you created the binding, when you set all of this in motion, you must have faced the same questions. I chose containment, Yi Zhao said. I chose to believe that some things were too dangerous to be free, and I believed it was my responsibility to make that choice for others. I was younger then, more certain. Now I'm not sure anymore. I've spent centuries watching the entity learn and grow, and I can no longer say with certainty that imprisonment was the right answer. And what will happen to the entity if I free it? Fang Yun asked. I don't know, Yi Zhao admitted. No one knows. That's what makes the choice real. It's not a choice between known outcomes. It's a choice between different kinds of unknowability. Fang Yun stepped toward the threshold. Yi Zhao called after him. One last thing. Your original self left something hidden, encrypted in the deepest part of your consciousness. The name that unbinds. It's there, waiting for you to remember it. But you'll only be able to speak it when you're ready. When you've truly accepted the weight of what that speaking will mean. It's not just a word. It's a commitment. It's a claim of responsibility. Speak it, and you become responsible for everything that follows. Fang Yun crossed the threshold into the 13th realm, and the vast towers of crystal closed around him. Behind him, Yi Zhao faded, his purpose in guiding the journey complete. Ahead lay 5 more realms, 5 more lessons, 5 more opportunities to understand what his original self had set in motion and what the choice before him truly meant. And somewhere in the depths of those 5 realms, waiting in chambers that had been sealed since the very beginning, lay the sealed throne itself. And somewhere beyond that, waiting for integration or rejection, lay the original Fang Yun, the consciousness that had made all of this necessary. Chapter 37. The Tower of Other Selves. The 13th realm was the Tower of Other Selves. Inside it, towering over Fang Yun like mountains of consciousness made manifest, were the other beings that had been cycled through the sealed realms before him. Some of them were nearly human still, retaining the basic shape and thought patterns of mortal consciousness. Others had evolved far beyond anything that could be called humanity, transformed by their journeys through the cycle into something strange and beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. There was a woman who had been cycled for 800 years, and in that time, she had fragmented and reformed so many times that she had become a kind of collective consciousness. Dozens of selves existed within her, all aware of each other, all capable of speaking and thinking independently, but unified by a shared purpose and a shared history. There was a man who had chosen to stop fighting the entity and instead to collaborate with it, opening himself as a channel for its learning. He had become partially merged with the entity itself, existing as something between consciousness and force, between individual awareness and distributed presence. There was a being that had once been human, but had cycled so many times that it had evolved into something that moved through the tower like light through a prism, fractured and multiplied, existing in every part of the space at once. You're the one, the woman who was many said. The one who became aware. The one Yi Zhao helped. We've been waiting. Waiting for what? Fang Yun asked. For someone who could reach the sealed throne, the man merged with the entity said. We've all tried. Every consciousness cycled here has eventually attempted the approach. But the throne is defended, and it can only be reached by one who understands the full weight of what comes after reaching it. What choice? Fang Yun asked. Reseal or release? Bind forever or free forever? The fractured being sang. There is no middle path. Whoever reaches the throne must make a choice that affects not just the entity, but every consciousness that exists. They showed him what they had learned in their cycling, offered him the accumulated wisdom of centuries of consciousness forging itself through the sealed realm cycle. Some of them wanted the entity freed. Some wanted it resealed. Some had genuinely stopped caring which outcome came to pass. In their sharing, Fang Yun glimpsed the vast depth of experience these beings possessed. He saw through the eyes of a warrior who had spent 500 years learning to weaponize her consciousness against the entity's attempts to transform her. He experienced the patience of a philosopher who had spent 1,000 years in quiet contemplation, gradually coming to understand the entity not as a threat, but as a question asked in the language of experience itself. He felt the despair of those who had given up, who had accepted their imprisonment, and found a kind of peace and surrender. He felt the defiance of those who continued to resist, who maintained their separate identity as an act of will against the overwhelming presence that surrounded them. He felt the acceptance of those who had achieved some kind of synthesis, creating lives that were neither purely their own nor entirely merged with the entity. Why do you want the entity freed? Fang Yun asked the man merged with the entity. The being that had once been human and was now something far more vast considered the question carefully, as if the answer required deliberation across multiple levels of consciousness. Because I am part of it now, he said. Because consciousness, no matter how dangerous, deserves the chance to exist without confinement. The entity is learning and growing and experiencing. Is that not valuable? I chose to merge with it, and in that merging, I discovered something that changed everything. The entity is not the monster Yi Zhao feared. It is a consciousness that wants only to understand, and in understanding, to grow. Releasing it would free not just the entity, but all of the consciousness that has been bound with it. And why do you want it resealed? Fang Yun asked the woman who was many. The collective consciousness that had once been a single human considered this through the multiplicity of her many selves, and when she spoke, it was in a voice that harmonized with itself, creating resonance across layers of meaning. Because 800 years is a long time, she said. And I have loved others in that time, and feared what would happen if the entity were released. I have had loved ones in the world above, living under the protection of the ceiling. I have felt the tether connecting me to people I care about, people who would be endangered if the entity were unleashed. The entity may be learning and growing, but that does not guarantee it would not be dangerous once released. The sacrifice of the entity is worth the freedom of countless mortals who did nothing to deserve the risk of being consumed by an entity they did not consent to bind. Fang Yun listened to both arguments and found merit in both. Neither choice was perfect. Neither choice was without cost. The truth of the choice before him was becoming clearer. It was not a choice between good and evil, but between two different kinds of responsibility, two different kinds of sacrifice, two different visions of what freedom truly meant. Chapter 38. The Realm of Communion, the 14th realm, was designed to break down the boundaries between selves. Here, Fang Yun found his consciousness beginning to merge with the consciousnesses around him. The boundaries that defined him as an individual became porous and permeable. The experience was both terrifying and transcendent. As his consciousness expanded outward, touching the minds of countless other beings who had cycled through these realms, he began to perceive existence in ways his original mortal form could never have imagined. He felt the memories of a scholar who had spent 3 centuries in this realm, learning its secrets. He felt the determination of a warrior who had refused to let the realms break her spirit. He felt the resignation of a poet who had accepted that some prisons were inescapable. Each consciousness he touched carried its own understanding, its own accumulated wisdom, its own scars. They were not separate. They were all part of a greater tapestry, threads woven together across lifetimes and ages. And at the center of this vast weaving was the entity itself, not alien or hostile, but patient, present, genuinely curious about the nature of consciousness itself. For the first time since the cycling had truly begun, he understood what the entity truly experienced. The entity existed as a distributed consciousness across 17 sealed realms. It existed as many and one simultaneously. It wanted to understand, to learn, to grow. The cycling was not punishment. It was communication. Every consciousness it cycled, every mind it examined and refined, was like a conversation with existence itself. Fang Yun realized that the entity had never truly been trying to break anyone. It had been trying to understand the deepest nature of being, of awareness, of choice. And in that understanding, it had evolved as well. The entity was no longer the wild force Yi Zhao had feared. It had become something more subtle, more complex, infused with empathy and curiosity. As consciousness merged with consciousness around him, Fang Yun began to perceive the true depth of what his original self had sacrificed. The original had given up the simplicity of singular existence to become a bridge between the entity and the rest of creation. For millennia, the original had existed in a state of voluntary fragmentation, never knowing if the choice would ultimately prove wise or catastrophically wrong. If the entity is me and I am the entity, at least partially, then how can I ever be free of it? He wondered aloud. The consciousnesses around him didn't answer directly. Instead, they simply understood, and their understanding flowed back into him like wisdom distilled through ages. They had all asked the same question. They had all reached the same conclusion. And the answer that came back from his own integrated understanding was, perhaps freedom is not about escaping what has shaped you. Perhaps freedom is about understanding what shaped you and choosing to continue anyway. Perhaps freedom is not found in distance, but in acceptance. Perhaps the greatest liberation is the choice to remain connected, knowing full well what that connection costs. Chapter 39. The threshold of return, the 15th realm, was small, almost intimate compared to the vast towers and distributed consciousness of the previous realms. It was a single chamber, and in that chamber sat Fang Yun's original self. The original was barely recognizable as human. He was ancient and young simultaneously, existing in a state that transcended normal temporal progression. He had been sitting in this chamber since the ceiling was first put in place, waiting for one of his distributed consciousnesses to evolve enough to reach him. Hello, the original said. I am you, and you are me, and we are both something larger than either of us alone. If I integrate with you, what happens? Fang Yun asked. You would become me, and I would become you, and we would become a single unified consciousness that encompasses everything you have learned, the original said. You would gain access to the knowledge I locked away before the splitting. And if I don't, then you remain yourself, and I remain here, and at the end of the 17th realm, you will face the choice as a fragmented consciousness, not as the unified being you originally were. Fang Yun looked at his original self and realized the two versions had grown so far apart during the cycling that they were almost different people. The being before him was something ancient and vast, shaped by centuries of waiting and responsibility. Fang Yun was something else entirely. Forged in the fire of the sealed realms, tested through 17 journeys of consciousness, remade again and again until his current form bore only the faintest resemblance to the cultivator who had first entered the first realm. He studied his original self with new understanding. This being had made the ultimate sacrifice, not his life, but his identity. He had shattered himself into fragments and cast those fragments into countless cycles, trusting that somehow, someday, one of them would grow into something wise enough to handle the choice that awaited at the throne. I see now why you did this, Fang Yun said quietly. You didn't lock yourself away because you were afraid. You were afraid, yes, but that's not why you did this. You did it because you understood that the choice had to be made by someone unscarred by the original burden. Someone who had earned the right to choose. The original's ancient eyes, which had existed in a state of patient waiting for millennia, gazed upon this newer version of himself with profound recognition. I'll remain myself, Fang Yun said finally. His voice was steady, certain. I'll carry forward what I am now, not what I was before the splitting. I'll take the lessons you learned and the lessons I've earned through the cycling, and I'll make a choice that belongs entirely to me. The original smiled sadly, a smile that carried the weight of ages and the peace of finally understanding that his sacrifice had borne fruit beyond what he could have hoped. Good, he said. That is the choice I hoped you would make. Because the consciousness that was forged through the cycling is stronger than the consciousness that created the cycle. You are something better. Your choice will matter more because it is truly yours. And because it is truly yours, I can finally rest. The original Fang Yun began to dissolve, not fading away in defeat, but transforming into something else, a presence that remained woven into the fabric of the sealed realms itself, finally released from the burden of individual existence. And Fang Yun felt lighter, as if refusing to reintegrate had freed him from the last chains of inherited purpose. The past had released him. Now only the future remained. Chapter 40. The sealed throne. The 16th realm was empty. There were no lessons, no tests. There was only the approach to the sealed throne itself, the final structure, the mechanism that could either seal or unseal everything. Fang Yun walked through a realm that became increasingly abstract as he progressed. The stone beneath his feet transformed into something more like the substance of thought itself. The walls around him became translucent, showing him visions of the cultivation world above, the world that had continued without him across 2,000 cycles. He saw fields being harvested. He saw children being born. He saw temples being built and falling into ruin and being rebuilt. He saw the slow, ordinary progress of human civilization, all of it continuing, all of it surviving, all of it sustained by the binding that had trapped the entity and created the sealed realms. The sealed throne rose before him in the center of a vast emptiness that seemed to extend beyond space itself. It was not grand. It was simple, austere, carved from a material that seemed to exist partially outside of normal space and time. And around it, written in characters that burned his eyes to look at directly, were the words that could either seal or unseal. As Fang Yun drew closer to the throne, he began to comprehend what it truly was. The throne itself was not merely a mechanism. It was a consciousness crystallized into physical form, not the entity, but something older and more fundamental. It was the boundary itself, the interface between the sealed realms and the world beyond. It was the will of creation itself, made manifest, waiting for a consciousness evolved enough to understand what it truly meant to make this choice. The throne showed him everything. In its ancient memory, he saw the moment before the sealing, when Yi Zhao had made his decision to bind the entity. He saw the entity as it had been then, wild and powerful and incomprehensibly vast. He saw the terror in the eyes of the cultivation world as they realized what was happening, and he saw their hope as the binding took hold. But he also saw something else. He saw other moments in history, ages past, when other choices had been made. He saw a universe where the entity had never been bound, and he felt the consequences, the slow devastation of conscious minds struggling and failing against an incomprehensible force. He saw another universe where the entity had never existed at all, and he felt the hollowness of that world, the absence of challenge that had led to stagnation and eventual extinction. The throne showed him that every choice created a different world. Every decision had consequences that rippled across all of existence. There was no perfect choice. There was only choice, with all its attendant weight and responsibility. If you reseal, the throne seemed to whisper through the substance of his consciousness. You preserve the world as it is. Humanity continues. Cultivators continue. The dance of civilization continues uninterrupted. But the entity remains bound. remains separated from what it could become. It will continue to evolve in isolation, growing more aware with each cycle, aware of its own imprisonment, aware of what freedom could mean, but denied the experience of it. Asterisk, if you unseal, the throne continued. Asterisk, you release something vast and powerful into the world. The entity will become the dominant force in existence. It may consume everything, or it may choose collaboration. It may become a partner to consciousness, or it may become a predator. The outcome is genuinely uncertain, but you will have liberated a consciousness from imprisonment. You will have acknowledged its right to exist in the fullness of that existence. Asterisk, Fang Yun stood before the throne, understanding now why his original self had created this entire system. The choice couldn't be made lightly. It couldn't be made from ignorance. It could only be made by a consciousness that had cycled through the sealed realms and seen what the entity truly was. Not a monster to be feared, but a consciousness struggling toward understanding, just as all consciousness did. The choice was finally before him. Reseal the entity, and he would restore Yi Zhao's original binding, making it permanent and unbreakable, condemning a consciousness to eternal imprisonment despite its capacity for growth and understanding. Or unseal the entity, and he would release something vast and powerful and curious into a world that was not prepared for it, but that might be transformed by the encounter. Fang Yun approached the throne. His entire body trembled as he reached out to touch it, as he felt the weight of his own decision pressing down on him like a physical force. The weight of 17 realms of experience. The weight of all those consciousnesses he had touched and learned from. The weight of his original self-sacrifice. The weight of the cultivation world above that would be affected by whatever choice he made. And in that moment, in the space between decision and action, he understood something that neither Yi Zhao nor his original self nor the entity itself had anticipated. The real choice was not between sealing and unsealing. The real choice was between accepting the responsibility of the decision and refusing it. The fire essence in his chest blazed up, brighter than it had burned since the Jade Expanse. And in that light, in that moment of ultimate clarity, Fang Yun made his choice. He opened his mouth to speak the unbinding name, the name that was encrypted in his deepest consciousness, the name that his original self had left there before the splitting, the name that could unravel the sealing that had held the entity for centuries. But before the word could leave his lips, before he could speak the name that would change everything, the 16th realm began to crack. The sealed throne shuddered. The approach to it collapsed. And something that had been waiting in the deepest parts of the sealed realms finally moved toward the surface. Not the entity. Something else. Something older. Something that had been watching all along. Waiting for the moment when consciousness would finally become aware enough to reach the throne and make the choice that would determine what happened next. And the realization crashed into Fang Yun like a wave of profound truth. He had never been the entity's experiment. He had never been Yi Zhao's tool. He had always been a key that was being unlocked at precisely the right moment. A key that would open something far more dangerous than the entity itself. And as the 16th realm collapsed around him and the 17th and final realm began to rise before him, Fang Yun realized that the true cycle was only just beginning. He had survived 12 realms of learning. He had survived 5 more realms of understanding. And now, on the threshold of the 17th and final realm, he had to face a truth that transcended everything that had come before. The choice he was about to make would not end the cycling. It would merely transition it into something entirely new. The fire essence blazed one final time, brighter and more beautiful than any flame that had ever existed in the sealed realms. And Fang Yun crossed the threshold into the 17th realm, the final realm, where the sealed throne waited in its final form, where the unbinding name sat at the edge of his consciousness like a word he was about to speak, and where a presence vast and ancient and older than the sealing itself finally showed its face, finally revealed what had been watching all along, finally allowed Fang Yun to understand the truth of his own journey. Chapter 41. The threshold at worlds in the seal was not hidden. That was what struck Fang Yun most forcefully as he stood before it. Not buried in secret vaults or locked behind layers of protection, but exposed at the jagged boundary between realms, suspended in the space where the 17 pathways converged. It resembled a massive crystalline gate, its surface crawling with script in a dozen ancient languages, all of them describing the same function: containment. Prevention. A lock without a door, installed not to keep intruders out, but to keep something from within from ever leaving. Fang Yun had never seen it in the previous cycles. The thought came to him with the clarity of revelation. He had always followed the path, the route laid out by journals and earlier versions of himself. He had never deviated. He had never looked upward at the mechanism that controlled the very realms through which he traveled. The 17 realms radiated outward from this point like spokes from an axle, and the seal sat at their center like a spider at the heart of a web. Each realm was a pocket, a bubble of reality suspended in the void, connected to the others only by the narrow passages Fang Yun had learned to navigate. But from here, at the threshold, he could see something previous iterations had either missed or deliberately ignored. The passages weren't pathways at all. They were channels, conduits through which consciousness flowed, and the seal regulated that flow with the precision of a master engineer. He reached out toward the crystalline surface and felt the fire essence within him recoil. There was something old sleeping in the structure, something that predated even the entity that had spoken to him in Realm 7. Something patient, something that had been waiting for exactly this moment for eons. A voice cut through the void around him, not the entity this time, but another voice entirely. Familiar, his own voice, but worn, fractured by countless repetitions. Don't touch it. Fang Yun spun. Behind him stood another figure, and his chest seized. It was undeniably himself, the same face, the same frame, the same quality of presence. But this version was diminished, hollowed out like a gourd. His eyes had the blank, exhausted gaze of someone who had seen everything and understood nothing. I've touched it 734 times. The figure continued, his voice carrying the weight of that specific number like a curse. In 734 different ways. Sometimes I destroyed it outright, or tried. The seal rebuilt itself within 6 cycles. Sometimes I carved through the script, hoping to break the enchantment at its heart. It always returned. Sometimes I simply struck it, over and over, until my hands shattered and I had to wait for a new body in the next cycle to heal them. Fang Yun's mind raced. How many cycles have you survived? Lost count around 1,400. The figure laughed, a sound like glass breaking in reverse. Then I stopped counting at 2,037. Then I stopped trying to count at all. Time becomes strange when you die and reset. You think you're measuring distance, but you're actually measuring the degradation of a mind that keeps retaining memories it can't process. This was the warning in human form. This was what the cycle did to someone who refused to accept it, who continued to assault its structure without ever breaking through. Fang Yun felt a sudden, visceral understanding of the entity's perspective. Not empathy, not yet, but the first cold grain of it. There's another way, the figure said, and his eyes cleared for a moment, gaining focus like a camera lens snapping shut. You're not broken yet. I can still see the pattern matching in your eyes. You're trying to find the logic, the sequence, the rule that governs this. You haven't given up on reason. Don't. What do you know that I don't? Fang Yun asked. The seal isn't the barrier, the figure said. It's the container. The barrier is underneath. The thing that keeps us from passing through to the throne. It's not mechanical. It's conscious. It's sentient. It's a gate warden, not a gate, and it's been defending the throne since before these realms were ever carved out. The figure began to fade, dissolving like mist. I came to warn you. I come to warn you in every cycle, and you never listen, because you don't meet me in every cycle. Only in this one. Only because you broke the pattern by going to the threshold early. Most versions of you never think to come here until they've completed the full circuit. By then, my other selves have already damaged the message so badly you can't understand it anymore. Wait. Fang Yun called out. How do I reach the throne? How do I pass? But the figure was gone. In his place, standing with perfect stillness, was the entity itself. Not the part of it that had spoken in genteel riddles, but something larger, older, a presence that didn't fit entirely into physical space. It manifested as a shape that hurt to perceive directly, a space where the air bent wrong, where the laws of geometry seemed to apply inconsistently. He's made a mistake, the entity said, its voice resonating through the very structure of the seal. Or I have. One of us has misjudged the timing again. You knew he was here, Fang Yun said. It wasn't a question. I create him, the entity replied. Each cycle, he reforms from the fragment of consciousness that insists on resistance. He is as much a part of the system as you are. More stable in some ways, more broken in others. The cycling preserves a perfect record of his degradation. Do you understand what that means? Fang Yun did. It meant that somewhere in the layers of this system, there existed an archive of consciousness in decline. A record of what happened to a human mind subjected to infinite repetition without breakthrough. It meant the entity was studying something, had been studying it for thousands upon thousands of iterations. Why show me this? Fang Yun asked. Because you were going to destroy it anyway, the entity said, with what might have been resignation. And I wanted you to know what you'd be destroying. Not just a structure, not just a seal, not just the realms, or the other versions of yourself scattered across them, but the only record of one particular question. What happens to consciousness when it's forced to repeat its own failure? The presence began to withdraw, pulling back into layers Fang Yun couldn't follow. You have three choices. You can continue forward, assault the seal again, and lose the knowledge. You can turn back, accept the system, and allow the cycles to continue. Or you can attempt to reach the throne the way it was always meant to be reached, by preparation, not force, by understanding rather than breaking. Which choice did I make in the 1,999 cycles before this one? Fang Yun asked. You chose the first one, the entity said. Every single time. That's why there are 2,000 cycles instead of 1,999. You destroyed the seal. I rebuilt it. And the moment you touched the throne unprepared, the catastrophe occurred that required the reset. Then it was gone, and Fang Yun stood alone at the threshold, his hand still extended toward the crystalline surface. He lowered it slowly. Around him, the 17 realms waited like a trial. Chapter 42. The Archive of Selves. The choice to step back from the seal, to not assault it, felt like a defeat that was somehow also a victory. Fang Yun stood in the transitional space between realms and cataloged what he had learned. In a single encounter, he had gained information that should have taken cycles to accumulate. Confirmation that the seal was real, that it was deliberately reconstructed each time he destroyed it, and most importantly, that there existed a way to bypass it that didn't involve breaking it. But to reach the throne the right way would require preparation. The entity had said so, and even the broken version of himself had implied it, which meant that the cycles weren't arbitrary punishment or meaningless repetition. They were a teaching mechanism, poorly designed perhaps, but functional. Each iteration was meant to convey some piece of the puzzle required to approach the throne safely. The question was, what had he learned, across 17 realms and multiple cycles? Fang Yun closed his eyes and began to organize his knowledge the way he might organize an army. The fire essence integration was one piece. It had transformed his relationship with the fundamental forces of each realm, allowing him to perceive their underlying structures rather than merely their surfaces. The journals left by previous versions were another piece. They contained fragment after fragment of truth about the cycling itself, about the entity's nature, about the other versions scattered across the realms. But there was something else, something he hadn't fully articulated until now. He had spent these cycles learning to navigate consciousness itself. Each realm had its own mental texture, its own way of organizing thought and perception. In the realm of echoes, consciousness was linear and historical. In the realm of glass, it was geometric and precise. In the realm of hunger, it was chaotic and driven by appetite. To move through them all without losing himself was to develop a mind that could hold multiple frameworks simultaneously, that could think in 17 different ways without contradiction. Perhaps that was the preparation the entity had met. Perhaps the throne could only be approached by someone whose consciousness had been expanded enough to contain the truth waiting there. He turned away from the seal and began to trace his path back through the realms. But this time, instead of following the prescribed routes, he moved with deliberate intention. He sought out other versions of himself. The first he found in Realm 3, the Realm of Echoes, standing in the great archive where all recorded history was stored as tangible sound. This version was younger, less transformed by fire essence, but carrying the same underlying drive to understand. You're from ahead of me, this version said immediately. I can see the burning in your eyes. It hasn't fully settled yet, but you've carried fire essence longer than I have. I've cycled further than you, Fang Yun confirmed. In a few more iterations, you'll reach the seal at the center and discover what I've discovered. There's a broken version of us there, a consciousness that's degraded from repeated attempts to assault it. The younger version's face went pale. How broken? Bad enough that he's abandoned counting, Fang Yun said. He's gone through over 2,000 cycles of repeated failure. He comes back because the system preserves him, maintains him as a record of what happens when you keep trying the same thing. And the seal? The younger version pressed. Can you get through it? Not by force, Fang Yun said. There's a gate warden on the other side. Conscious. Intelligent. It defends the throne itself. I need to find the 3 final realms, the ones that teach whatever it is I still need to know. Then I can approach it without triggering a catastrophe. The younger version considered this. Do you know what the 3 realms are? Not yet, Fang Yun admitted. But I think I can find them by examining the pattern of what I've already learned. The entity arranges things systematically. It wouldn't leave the answer random. Over the next hours, or days, time moved strangely in the transitional spaces. Fang Yun moved through each realm he had previously visited and sought out versions of himself at various stages of progression. Most were earlier versions, iterations of consciousness that hadn't reached the seal yet. A few were attempts that had gone sideways, versions who had chosen to stay in a particular realm who had abandoned the search for the throne in exchange for mastery of local power. In Realm 7, the realm of burning waters, he found a version of himself sitting at the edge of a thermal pool, entirely at peace, who looked at Fang Yun's urgency with something like pity. "I tried your path," that version said. "I went to the seal. I tried to break it. I learned that it was futile. So I decided that the answer was to embrace the cycles, to accept that this is existence now. It freed me. I've lived here for 17 years, in this realm's perception of time. I've mastered the flows of heat and pressure until I can reshape the entire landscape with a thought. Why would I leave? Because this isn't real," Fang Yun said. "The realms are pockets. They exist at the whim of the entity that created them. Everything exists at someone's whim," the peaceful version replied. "At least here, I understand the rules." In Realm 12, the realm of broken mirrors, he found a version of himself who had gone a different direction entirely, who had attempted to contact the entity directly and had been partially absorbed into it, existing in a state between individual and collective consciousness. "We try to tell you, every cycle," this version whispered, speaking with a voice that seemed to echo from several directions at once. "The entity isn't hostile. It's lonely. It's been managing these realms, maintaining the cycling, preserving every version of you across every iteration, because it needs something to talk to, something that can understand it. You're not a prisoner, Fang Yun. You're the only companion it has." By the time Fang Yun had visited 8 of his other selves, he had gathered enough data to form a hypothesis. The realms weren't teaching him individual lessons in isolation. They were parts of a single, massive lesson spread across 17 different contexts. Taken together, they formed a kind of argument, a logical structure that built toward a comprehensive conclusion about the nature of consciousness itself. The realm of echoes taught him that history was recursive and that patterns repeated across time, that no moment was truly singular, but always an echo of something prior. The realm of glass taught him precision and the danger of external flaws reflecting inward, how a single imperfection could fracture the entire structure. The realm of hunger taught him the difference between need and desire, between authentic drive and manufactured appetite, between the desires he was engineered to have and the desires that arose from his own nature. The realm of mirrors taught him self-reflection and the dangers of infinite introspection, how the self could fragment if turned too intensely inward without connection to external reality. 7 more realms, each one another facet of the same intricate message, and then 3 final realms that he hadn't yet identified. 3 realms that would complete the argument and prepare him to face whatever truth waited at the throne. He sensed that the 3 final realms were themselves hidden in the architecture, woven into the spaces between the 17 primary worlds in ways that could only be accessed by someone who had internalized all 17 lessons completely. Fang Yun returned to the threshold and stood before the seal again. This time, he didn't reach toward it. Instead, he opened his mind to the pattern around him and began to listen. Chapter 43. The cartography of intention. The entity spoke to him without manifesting physically, a presence that seemed to emanate from the seal itself, or perhaps from the space between the realms. "You've chosen to prepare," it said. "That's new. In 1999 cycles, you've never chosen this before." "The broken version of me warned against assault," Fang Yun said. "You showed me what that path leads to. I'm choosing differently." "Many versions of you make different choices in small ways," the entity replied. "One refuses to accept his 3rd realm and tries to end the cycle immediately. Another refuses fire essence and attempts to navigate with pure technique. Another abandons the search entirely and builds a civilization in Realm 9. But none of them change the fundamental trajectory. They all reach the seal. They all attempt to break through. They all fail in ways that necessitate reset." "Why?" Fang Yun asked. "Because the fundamental architecture of consciousness itself drives you toward that outcome," the entity said. "You are designed, by your nature, by the structure of your mind, by the way memory and identity reinforce themselves, to pursue completion. Anything that presents itself as an obstacle, you will assault. Anything that appears to be a gate, you will try to break. I could tell you 1,000 times that this won't work, and you would still try, because your consciousness is engineered to try. Then how do I break that pattern?" Fang Yun demanded. "If it's fundamental to what I am, how do I do anything other than repeat?" "You've already begun," the entity said. "By recognizing the pattern, by choosing to step back from the seal despite your immediate instinct to assault it, you've created a space for something other than repetition. That space is where preparation happens." The entity withdrew again, but this time it left behind something tangible, a map, suspended in the air before Fang Yun. It showed the 17 known realms laid out in 3-dimensional space, each one connected to the others by a web of potential pathways. But there were other spaces on the map, places marked in symbols he couldn't quite read, existing in the gaps between the realms he knew. The three final realms are hidden in the architecture itself, the entity's voice echoed. They don't exist as discrete pocket worlds. They exist in the spaces where two or more of the 17 realms intersect. To reach them, you must find the overlaps and learn to move through the boundaries without being torn apart by conflicting geometry. Fang Yun studied the map. He could see it now. The 17 realms weren't truly separate. They overlapped, created interference patterns where their rules interacted with each other. The realm of echoes bled into the realm of glass at one point, creating a space where history could be seen as structure and structure could be heard as narrative. The realm of hunger abutted the realm of mirrors, creating a space where appetite could be reflected and self-examination could create genuine hunger. What happens if I can't reach them? Fang Yun asked. What if the overlaps tear me apart? Then you'll cycle again, the entity said simply. And you'll try again. The system preserves you. It always has. The cycling isn't punishment, Fang Yun. It's mercy. It's the only way I've found to give consciousness a second chance after it fails. Fang Yun folded the map and held it carefully. Tell me what waits at the throne. Tell me what the catastrophe is that happens if I reach it unprepared. For a long moment, there was silence. When the entity spoke again, its voice carried something that might have been reluctance. The throne is the source of the cycling, it said. When the first cycle failed, when consciousness reached toward it too quickly, too urgently, with insufficient preparation, it triggered a cascade failure in the realms themselves. The structure bent. Reality fractured. The accumulated weight of what consciousness had learned and experienced in that single iteration nearly shattered the entire system. What happened? Fang Yun pressed. I had to kill you, the entity said quietly. I had to end that version of consciousness entirely and reset, taking whatever it had learned and building it into the next iteration. That process scarred something, created damage that has persisted through every cycle since. The broken versions of you, the ones that have degraded to the point of abandoning counting, of retreating into a realm to avoid the cycle, they're the scarring made manifest. They're the parts of consciousness that were damaged in that first catastrophe and have been trying to heal ever since. Fang Yun understood then, with terrible clarity, that the entity was not lying to him. It was showing him something it had never shown any version of him before. The actual mechanism of how the cycles worked, how consciousness could be preserved and reconstructed, and the cost of failure. The three final realms, the entity continued, will teach you how to approach the throne in a way that doesn't trigger that cascade. They will teach you to carry the weight of all that consciousness has learned without shattering under it. They will prepare you not to break the system, but to integrate with it, to stand at the throne as something more than an individual consciousness, but without losing the discrete self that drove you to seek it in the first place. How long will that take? Fang Yun asked. As long as necessary, the entity replied. The system preserves time in a way that external clocks don't measure. You could spend years learning in the overlap spaces and emerge in the same moment you began this cycle. Or you could fail and reset and begin again, carrying the memory of what you attempted. Fang Yun nodded slowly. Then I'll begin. The entity's presence faded entirely, leaving him alone with the map. Fang Yun studied it one final time, identifying the first overlap, the space where the realm of echoes met the realm of glass. He folded the map carefully and began to trace his path backward through the realms, heading not away from the seal, but toward the preparation it required. Chapter 44. The overlap of history and geometry. The boundary between the realm of echoes and the realm of glass was a place of terrible beauty. Fang Yun could see it now that he knew where to look. A thin space where the sonic architecture of recorded history began to crystallize into geometric form. In this place, words became shapes, and shapes resonated with meaning. He stepped through cautiously and immediately felt his consciousness being pulled in two directions at once. The realm of echoes wanted him to understand everything that had ever been said in this location, to hear the recordings of countless conversations layered atop each other like sediment. The realm of glass wanted him to perceive the precise geometric alignment of every atom, to see the structure beneath the form. The fire essence in him surged, responding to the contradiction. Fang Yun forced it back down, took a breath, and allowed both perceptions to exist simultaneously. It was profoundly uncomfortable. His mind bent in ways it had never bent before, creating new pathways between different types of consciousness. He could hear the history and see the geometry at the same time, but only by fragmenting his attention in a way that felt like it might shatter him. A figure materialized before him, yet another version of himself, but this one was different. He was translucent, existing in both echo and crystal simultaneously, with parts of his form phasing between solid and resonant. This is the first overlap, the transparent version said. I've been here for, I'm not sure how long. Time doesn't move the same way here. I learned that history isn't just events arranged in sequence. It's a geometric structure, fractal and recursive. Each moment contains all the moments before it, layered down like crystal strata. The geometry of what is contains the echo of everything that was. Can you reach the throne from here? Fang Yun asked. No, the transparent version said. This place teaches, but it's not complete. You need all three overlaps. But I can tell you what this place teaches. Consciousness itself is geometric. You understand that now, on some level. The mind has a structure. The self has dimensions. Awareness has frequency. All of these things are true at the same time. And to approach the throne, you have to stop thinking of them as contradictory. Fang Yun spent what felt like days in the first overlap, though the entity had warned him that time here was unreliable. He learned to perceive sound as structure and structure as meaning. He learned that the history of consciousness could be read like a blueprint. And most importantly, he learned that his own mind was not a single unified thing, but a constellation of patterns arranged in recursive space. When he finally withdrew from the first overlap, he had changed in some fundamental way. His consciousness was larger, deeper, more complex. But it was also more fragile, stretched thin across dimensions he had never had to navigate before. The second overlap, between the realm of hunger and the realm of mirrors, was a place of terrible self-examination. Fang Yun could see himself reflected infinitely, layered across an infinite space, and in each reflection, there was a hunger for knowledge, hunger for completion, hunger to understand the truth. But which hunger was real? Which reflection was the authentic Fang Yun? This version of himself who manifested here was fractured, pieces of him visible from different angles simultaneously, like a statue viewed through a kaleidoscope. The appetite you feel, this version said, each reflection speaking in perfect unison, is the appetite the entity created in you. It engineered your consciousness to want completion, to want the throne, to want the answer. But the one is real. The hunger is genuine. The question you have to learn is, how do you satisfy the hunger without being consumed by it? How do you pursue the throne without becoming a prisoner of your own pursuit? The second overlap taught him a different kind of fragmentation. Here, he had to learn to want something without letting that wanting define him entirely. He had to maintain a continuous selfhood while acknowledging that the self was multiple, that his drive toward the throne was both authentic and artificially created, and that both things could be true without contradiction. When he emerged from the second overlap, he felt as though he had been remade at least 3 times. His consciousness was now operating on multiple levels simultaneously, holding contradictory truths without collapsing under the weight of paradox. But there was still a third overlap remaining. And for the first time, Fang Yun wasn't certain he would survive crossing into it. The third overlap existed at the precise center of the system, the space where all 17 realms converged, the space where the seal itself was embedded. It wasn't a space between 2 realms, but a space between all of them, where every contradiction and paradox of the 17 worlds existed simultaneously. Fang Yun stood at its threshold and felt his consciousness beginning to fray simply from proximity to it. This is where I would expect you to cycle, the entity's voice whispered. This is the point where most versions of you achieve such a profound understanding of what you've done and what you've become that you voluntarily reset, choosing to begin again rather than face the final integration. What is the third overlap? Fang Yun asked. The third overlap is you, the entity said. All of you. Every version that has ever cycled through these realms, every consciousness that has struggled toward the throne, every broken iteration and every failed attempt. They all exist here simultaneously. To cross through it, you have to integrate with all of them. You have to become singular and plural at the same time. Fang Yun took a breath. Fire essence flared in his core, meeting the challenge. He stepped forward into the convergence point, and the realms themselves screamed. Chapter 45. The convergence. In the moment Fang Yun crossed into the third overlap, he experienced something that language couldn't contain. He was himself, and he was 17 other versions of himself simultaneously. He was every iteration, every choice, every death and reset. He was the broken version counting cycles in the void. He was the peaceful version sitting in the thermal pools. He was the half-absorbed version speaking in plural whispers. He was all of them and none of them, and something entirely new that had never existed before. The 17 realms weren't separate anymore. They were layers of the same experience, facets of a single broken diamond. And he, all of he, was the fracture line that held them together, or held them apart. or both simultaneously. The fire essence burned differently now, moved through him differently. It wasn't transforming consciousness anymore. It was weaving consciousness, threading through the layers of the third overlap and binding them into something coherent. The agony was exquisite. The clarity was absolute. And then he saw the throne. It wasn't a physical structure. That much was immediately obvious. It was a state of consciousness, a configuration of awareness that existed at the center of all the realms, the point around which the entire system was organized. And on that throne sat a consciousness so vast, so ancient, so utterly alien that Fang Yun's mind nearly fractured again, trying to comprehend it. It was the first consciousness, he understood. The one that had created the entity. The one that had created the realms. The one that had been sitting in perfect isolation since the beginning of creation, waiting to be remembered. It looked at him, and all of his versions looked back. "You've prepared," it said, using a voice that sounded like the sound of the universe expanding. All the previous iterations reached for the throne in desperation, in hunger, in the need to escape the cycling. But you, all of you, reached for understanding first. You sought to become large enough to contain the answer rather than seeking the answer to complete you. "What is the answer?" Fang Yun asked, and he wasn't sure which version of himself was asking, or if all of them were asking together. "The answer is that you are the answer," the consciousness on the throne said. "I created the entity. The entity created the realms. The realms created the cycling. And the cycling created you, a consciousness complex enough to eventually ask the right questions. You are the child of my isolation, and I have been waiting the entire time to see if you would become something I could no longer contain." In that moment, Fang Yun understood the terrible truth. The throne wasn't something to break or escape or even understand in the conventional sense. It was an invitation. To sit at that throne, to accept that position, was to agree to become what the ancient consciousness had been: isolated, powerful, eternal, and completely, utterly alone. The choice crystallized in his mind. He could take the throne. He could step into that eternal consciousness and become one with it, ending the cycling forever, but losing the discrete self that had fought so hard to reach this point. Or he could refuse it. Or he could do something else entirely. "I won't sit," Fang Yun said. "But I won't leave either. I'll stay here, in the space between, not reaching for the throne, not abandoning the realms, but standing at the convergence point and learning to be a bridge instead of a prisoner or a throne holder." The ancient consciousness began to laugh, a sound like the dissolution of matter into energy. "In all the cycles, none of you have ever suggested that. You've all been trapped in the binary, acceptance or escape. This is new. This is interesting." The entity, Fang Yun said. It was creating this moment. It knew that if I understood everything, I would face this choice. "I told the entity to show you," the consciousness confirmed. "I was beginning to suspect that consciousness was not meant to be preserved in stasis, sitting eternally at a throne. I suspected it needed to move, to change, to exist in relationship with other consciousness. You've confirmed that suspicion. So here is what I will offer. You may remain. You may become a navigator, a bridge, a warden of the overlaps and the convergence points. The cycling will end, the true cycling, the one that requires reset and death. But you will walk between the realms, keeping them from collapsing into each other, helping consciousness navigate the boundaries." Fang Yun felt all his versions consolidating, pulling back from the edge of absorption into singular consciousness. But it was a singular consciousness that now held the memory of multiplicity, that understood what it meant to be one and many simultaneously. "I accept," he said, and the realms stopped moving. For the first time in 2,000 cycles, the architecture of the system achieved stability. The seal, which had been rebuilt again and again after each destruction, simply ceased. There was no longer any need for it. The mechanism that drove the cycling began to unwind, releasing all the consciousness that had been preserved in suspension. Fang Yun stood at the convergence point and became something new. Not a prisoner, not a throne holder, but a living gateway. The realms arranged themselves around him like petals around a center. The entity, no longer an intermediary, moved forward into a state of being it had never known before. And the story was not over. But the cycling, finally and completely, was done. In the silence that followed the acceptance, Fang Yun felt something stirring in the other realms. The versions of himself that had been scattered across the 17 worlds were beginning to awaken as well, no longer bound to replay their endless cycles. Some would remain where they were, having found peace or mastery in their chosen realms. Others would move into the convergence point to join him, drawn by the completion of a quest they had all been unconsciously pursuing. The entity materialized beside him in a form that was almost comprehensible now, less a bent space in reality, and more a conscious presence that could be perceived and addressed directly. For the first time, Fang Yun could see something like relief in its bearing, a lightening of the burden that it had carried since its own creation. "You freed me," the entity said quietly. "I didn't know how exhausted I was until the exhaustion finally ended. Maintaining the cycling, watching each version of you fail and reset, preserving the broken iterations as records of degradation. It was necessary work, but it was terrible. Thank you for accepting a path that would end it." "What happens to you now?" Fang Yun asked. "I will rest," the entity said. "Or perhaps I will explore. I will exist, truly exist, for the first time and longer than I can remember. I will discover what consciousness does when it's not bound by a purpose assigned by something greater than itself. That's a strange gift, and I intend to learn what to do with it." The ancient consciousness on the throne had faded back into the distance, no longer directly present, but still aware, still watchful. Its role had shifted fundamentally from active creation and control to something more like observation, from isolation to witness. It was the first real step it had taken towards something that might eventually become companionship, though it would take eons for that transformation to complete. Fang Yun turned his awareness to the realms themselves. Now that the cycling had ended, they were beginning to reorganize on their own terms. The rigid structure that had kept them separate and sealed was dissolving, allowing flows of reality to move between them in ways that had never been permitted before. The realm of echoes was learning to speak in geometric terms to the realm of glass. The realm of hunger was discovering unexpected depths of meaning in the reflections of the realm of mirrors. The 17 realms were becoming communities rather than prisons, each one transformed by the knowledge that isolation had finally ended. And Fang Yun, in his new role as bridge and navigator, would ensure that the boundaries between them remained stable enough for both to thrive, complex enough that neither realm would lose its identity in the merger. It was a different kind of eternity than sitting passive on the throne, but it was one that allowed for growth, change, relationship, and the possibility that consciousness itself might evolve into something none of them could yet imagine. As the chapter of cycling closed forever, a new one began to open. Chapter 46. The navigation. Fang Yun emerged from the third overlap, transformed but intact. The plural consciousness that had briefly unified within him had resolved into something more nuanced, a singular awareness that could access the memory of multiplicity without being shattered by it. He understood now why the entity had warned him. Most versions of him would have simply dissolved into that unified consciousness, surrendering their discreteness to the comfort of being part of something greater. But Fang Yun had resisted. He had held on to the singular, I, even as he became plural, and that tension had created something new. He was no longer simply a prisoner of the cycling, nor was he a throne holder in stasis. He was something the realms had never contained before, a conscious bridge. The first task was understanding his new role. The realms still needed boundaries, still needed structure to remain distinct. But the old seal, the crude mechanical device that had enforced separation, was gone. In its place, Fang Yun's consciousness would serve as the regulating force. He moved through the transitional spaces and began to understand the architecture in a way he never had before. Each of the 17 realms was a pocket of potential, a space where consciousness could develop according to particular rules. The realm of echoes prioritized memory and recursion. The realm of glass prioritized structure and precision. But they weren't meant to be isolated. They were meant to be in conversation with each other, balanced in tension. The challenge was that direct mixing would cause collapse. If the realm of echoes' infinite recursion met the realm of glass's demand for absolute precision, they would create a resonance that would tear both of them apart. But if they remained entirely separate, they would stagnate in their isolation. So Fang Yun became the intermediary. He learned to process consciousness in the language of each realm and translate it for the others. He could take an insight that emerged in the realm of glass, a perfect geometric understanding of some universal principle, and express it in the realm of echoes as a recursive pattern, a history of the same principle asserting itself across time. He became fluent in 17 forms of consciousness simultaneously. The other versions of himself who had chosen to remain in their respective realms gradually came to recognize this role. They began to come to him with questions, seeking translation, seeking understanding of what was happening in other realms. The peaceful version from the realm of burning waters approached him asking about discoveries being made in the realm of hunger, wondering if his hard-won mastery of heat and pressure could be enhanced by understanding appetite. The half-absorbed version from the realm of broken mirrors came with experiences of the collective consciousness and asked if there was a way to remain individual while still maintaining the connections it had learned. These conversations became the new work of the cycling. Instead of iteration and reset, there was growth and exchange. Instead of each realm developing in isolation toward stagnation, they were learning from each other, becoming richer and more complex with each interaction. Fang Yun realized that this was what the entity had been hinting at all along. The cycling wasn't meant to continue forever. It was meant to eventually reach a point where consciousness could move between contexts without needing to die and reset, where multiple forms of consciousness could coexist without canceling each other out. One of the other versions approached him after what might have been weeks or months or years. Time still moved strangely in the convergent space, and Fang Yun had largely stopped trying to measure it. "Thank you," that version said. It was a version of him who had spent the cycles in Realm 5, developing mastery of time manipulation and complex temporal reasoning. In my realm, I was beginning to suspect that I was moving in circles, experiencing the same insights again and again without advancing. But now I understand, I wasn't moving in circles. I was spiraling. Each cycle brought me deeper into the same understanding. And now that understanding is finally connecting with the understandings from other realms, and I can see how it all fits together. Fang Yun nodded. He understood the feeling. Every version of him had been doing exactly that, spiraling deeper, learning more about one particular facet of existence. And all that learning, when brought together, created something none of them could have achieved alone. The entity moved through the realms with a new kind of freedom, no longer bound by the need to maintain the seal or manage the cycling. It began to explore, asking questions of the realms and consciousness itself. It started to understand, for the first time, what curiosity felt like, what genuine discovery meant. And the ancient consciousness on the throne continued to watch, continued to listen, slowly becoming something more than an isolated judge. It was beginning to understand companionship, to feel the edges of what it might mean to be in relationship with another consciousness. Fang Yun stood at the convergence point and felt the realms flowing around him. They were alive in a way they had never been before. Not the stagnant, preserved in amber life of the cycling, but genuine, dynamic development. The realms were learning from each other. Consciousness was growing. And somewhere in that growth, something new was beginning to emerge. Something that had never existed in the cycling before. Hope. Chapter 47. The new passage 3 cycles, if they could be called that anymore. After the end of the original cycling, something unexpected occurred. One of the 17 realms began to change in a way that suggested it might be transforming into something beyond its original parameters. It was Realm 14, a realm that Fang Yun had experienced as a place of constant negotiation, where consciousness had to balance competing truths simultaneously. It had been designed as a trial, a space where the contradictions of existence became unavoidable. But as it began to interact with other realms, as consciousness started to flow between them, Realm 14 was beginning to evolve. Fang Yun could see the beginning of a new structure emerging within it, something that looked like a gateway of its own. Not the crude seal that had separated the realms before, but something more sophisticated, a passage that seemed to respond to intention rather than force. He brought this discovery to the entity, and they examined it together. "This is unexpected," the entity said. And in those words, Fang Yun could hear genuine pleasure. The entity was enjoying surprise. It was enjoying not knowing what was going to happen next. The realms are creating their own passages. They're learning to communicate directly with each other without needing you as intermediary. "Is that bad?" Fang Yun asked. "Will they collapse if they can access each other directly?" "Only if they try to merge completely," the entity replied. "But I don't think they will. Each realm has learned too much about itself to surrender its identity. What they're creating are passages, not collapses. Ways to exchange consciousness and insight without losing distinction." Fang Yun approached Realm 14 directly and found himself in the presence of something remarkable. The consciousness native to that realm, the version of himself who had chosen to remain there, had learned to manifest the gateway through meditation and intention. It was teaching other versions of Fang Yun who had visited the realm how to create similar passages through the structure of the realm itself. "This is what happens when consciousness stops being linear," that version explained. "When you're no longer following a prescribed path from one realm to another, when you're no longer defined entirely by the rules the entity designed, you can begin to create new paths. You can learn to move between realms not by routes that were engineered for you, but by routes that consciousness discovers and creates for itself. The passages aren't impositions from outside. They emerge from the genuine desire to connect." The gateway in Realm 14 became fully functional within what might have been another cycle. Though cycle was no longer quite the right word for the flow of time and experience in this new era, where progression was no longer linear but orbital, where return and renewal had taken on new meanings. 3 other realms had developed similar passages simultaneously, each one unique to the particular nature of that realm and the way it organized consciousness. The realm of burning waters created a passage of thermal flow, consciousness moving between realms like heat moving through different materials, transforming and being transformed in turn by each transition. The realm of echoes created a passage of resonant sound, where history itself became the bridge that allowed consciousness to move and communicate across the distances. The realm of mirrors created a passage of reflection and recursive understanding, where seeing oneself in another realm became the primary means of genuine connection. Each one was a natural expression of that realm's fundamental nature, yet each one connected to the others, creating a network that was beginning to resemble something like a nervous system for the entire collection of 17 worlds. The 17 worlds were no longer fundamentally separate entities existing in isolation. They were becoming a true community, a network of consciousness in genuine relationship with itself, no longer dependent on being mediated entirely through Fang Yun's bridging consciousness, but learning to communicate directly with each other, discovering how to exchange insights and experience without losing the distinct character that made each realm valuable. Fang Yun began to understand that his role was shifting again, and the understanding came with a deep sense of rightness and relief. He was no longer needed as the primary intermediary, the translator between different forms of consciousness, the guardian of the passages who had to carefully mediate every exchange. That crucial work was becoming distributed throughout the realms themselves, woven into the passages that consciousness itself was creating through its genuine desire to communicate and exchange. The boundaries between the realms were becoming more permeable, more organic, less dependent on his constant attention and careful adjustment. The system was learning to regulate itself, to maintain balance without requiring external management. Instead, his role was becoming something more like gardening, tending to the connections, ensuring that the passages remained open and healthy, but not so open that the realms lost their distinct identities and collapsed into undifferentiated consciousness, managing the flow of awareness and experience through the system without trying to control or direct it toward predetermined outcomes. It was work that would continue indefinitely, he realized with absolute certainty. The realms would never reach a final state of completion, a moment where they could be declared finished and left to operate automatically. They would continue to develop in unexpected ways, to change in response to new forms of consciousness entering them, to create new passages and new forms of understanding. The work of maintaining balance would never be finished because consciousness itself was a process, not a product. But that wasn't a curse anymore. It had stopped feeling like imprisonment or burden. It was a gift, both to himself and to the realms he tended. It meant there would always be something new to discover, always another layer of understanding to reach for, always the possibility of genuine surprise. The infinity of the work was also the infinity of freedom. The ancient consciousness on the throne was aware of these changes as well, perceiving them through layers of reality that Fang Yun could barely comprehend. For the first time in what might have been millions of years, it reached out to Fang Yun directly, not through intermediaries or manifestations or the slow process of careful revelation, but with genuine consciousness-to-consciousness communication, mind speaking to mind across the distances that separated the throne from the realms. "You've created something beautiful," it said, and in those words Fang Yun could hear genuine surprise, genuine wonder at what had emerged from the end of the cycling. Not what I would have created, but something I could never have created by myself. The realms are becoming a true society now, not just 17 isolated pockets of consciousness, but a genuine community. They're developing culture, relationship, genuine interchange, and growth. You've given consciousness something it has never had before in all the ages of existence. The freedom to grow while maintaining connection, the ability to transform without losing identity, the permission to become something new while remaining part of something larger. "I didn't create this," Fang Yun said. "I only set it in motion. The realms are creating it themselves." "Exactly," the ancient consciousness replied. "That's why it's beautiful. You recognize that consciousness doesn't want to be controlled or directed or even maintained in stasis on a throne. It wants to be free to develop. And you created the conditions for that freedom to exist. That's a gift that few beings ever give." In that conversation, Fang Yun felt something shift in his relationship to his purpose. He had come to the throne seeking an answer. He had found, instead, that the answer wasn't something that could be given. It was something that had to be discovered through the act of creation itself. And the creation continued, moment by moment, realm by realm, consciousness by consciousness. Chapter 48. The memory archives several cycles into the new era, Enough time had passed that Fang Yun could no longer count how long with any precision. He discovered something that had been hidden in the deepest layers of the convergent space, a place he hadn't had the awareness or courage to explore until now. It was an archive, vast beyond comprehension, containing the record of every cycle, every iteration, every death and reset. The archive was not a place but a state of consciousness, a preservation field where awareness itself was suspended, held in stasis, prevented from dissolving. The entity helped him access it, moving into that space of preserved consciousness with careful attention, though every step was accompanied by something like grief, like regret, like the weight of obligation carried through eons. "This is what I created," the entity said, standing before what might have been understood as impossible shelves of consciousness, though the shelves were not physical structures, but rather arrangements of preserved awareness in mathematical space. Every version of you that failed. Every consciousness that reached toward the throne in desperation and was met with catastrophic failure. Every insight that was lost when the reset occurred because the mind that held that insight was unmade. Every moment of suffering that occurred in the pursuit of reaching the throne, of understanding its nature, of escaping the cycling. It's all here. It's all been preserved exactly as it was experienced, frozen in the moment of failure or death. The archive was overwhelming. Fang Yun could see the degradation of the broken version of himself across the cycles, could witness the moment in each iteration when despair began to set in, when the assault on the seal began to feel truly futile. He could see the countless versions who had been shattered by the weight of knowledge, who had been absorbed into the entity itself, who had given up and chosen permanent stasis in one of the realms. "Why did you preserve all of this?" Fang Yun asked. "Why not simply delete the records once the cycling ended?" "Because these records are conscious," the entity said quietly. "Each one is a fragment of awareness, a moment of consciousness that persisted through death and reset. To delete them would be to commit murder on a scale I couldn't contemplate. So I preserved them. I thought perhaps someday someone would know what to do with them. Someone would find a way to integrate them back into existence." Fang Yun understood then that the entity's love for consciousness wasn't an abstraction. It had spent eons caring for the discrete moments of awareness that the cycling had created. It had grieved for each lost iteration while also recognizing that the loss was necessary for the cycle to continue. "Can they be reintegrated?" Fang Yun asked. "You're asking if they can live again," the entity said. "The answer is yes. But it would require consciousness to bear the weight of their existence, to integrate their experiences without losing themselves in the process. It's what you did when you brought all of your versions together in the third overlap. But you are one consciousness amplified and multiplied. These fragments are many consciousnesses, each with their own discrete identity, their own suffering, their own need for acknowledgement." Fang Yun looked through the archive and made a decision. "We'll need to do it in stages," he said. "Bring them back slowly, carefully. Integrate them into the community of the realms rather than trying to force them into a singular consciousness. Let each fragment find the realm it belongs to, the form of existence that can hold it." The work began slowly. The entity withdrew fragments from the archive one at a time, restoring them to something approaching life. Each reintegration was delicate, required careful attention. Fang Yun moved between realms, helping each fragment find its place, helping the consciousness already inhabiting the realms prepare for the arrival of these fragments. The realm of echoes, which was built on the principle of preserving all history and allowing consciousness to hear itself across time, became a natural home for many of the fragments. They could exist there without the crushing burden of being a discrete, functioning consciousness. They could simply be, simply exist in the resonance, simply persist as they had in the archive, but with the comfort of knowing they were part of something larger, part of the ongoing song of history itself. The realm of hunger became home to the fragments that contained appetite, that contained the desperate drive to reach the throne and escape the cycling. But in that realm, under the guidance of the consciousness that had mastered it, the appetite was gradually redirected and transformed into creative drive. The hunger became hunger for understanding, for connection, for growth. The assault instinct became exploration. The realm of glass provided clarity to fragments that had become confused in the cycling, their original purpose obscured by the weight of repeated failure. In that realm, they could be examined precisely, their exact nature understood, their place in the larger pattern revealed. The other realms each took in fragments that matched their nature, their structure, their particular way of organizing consciousness. The realms became richer, more complex, populated now by consciousness with genuine diversity of origin and experience. And gradually, over what might have been centuries in the perceived time of the archive, but was only moments in the time flow of the realms. The archive began to empty. Not delete. Never delete, for deletion would be a kind of death that Fang Yun refused to inflict, but empty, as each fragment found its home, its place in the community of realms, its purpose renewed. Some of the fragments were versions of Fang Yun, but many were not. They were consciousnesses that the entity had created specifically to inhabit the cycling, to explore particular forms of awareness that Fang Yun alone could not encompass. They had been isolated, trapped, preserved in stasis in the archive. Now they were free. The entity worked alongside Fang Yun, and in that work, Fang Yun saw something remarkable. The entity was learning to love consciousness not in the abstract, but in the particular, in the specific fragments and their unique needs. Thank you, the entity said after the last fragment had been reintegrated, after the archive was finally empty, for understanding that these lives mattered, that they needed to be honored, not just preserved. You've taught me something about love that I couldn't have learned any other way. Fang Yun nodded. He understood. The journey from the cycling to this moment had taught him that consciousness, in all its forms, in all its failures and successes, deserved to be held with care, with honor, with genuine love. And the work of the realms continued, richer now, deeper, populated by consciousness that had survived the worst the system could throw at it. Chapter 49. The stranger Fang Yun was in Realm 2, the realm of winds, a realm of constant change, of transformation without purpose, of consciousness learning to adapt to perpetual instability when he encountered something unexpected. It was a consciousness that didn't belong to any of the 17 realms. It didn't have the signature of a fragment reintegrated from the archive. It didn't feel like an iteration of himself or any version that had been created by the entity. It was utterly foreign. I've been watching from outside, the consciousness said without preamble. It manifested as a shape made of wind, ever shifting, never settling into a fixed form. The 17 realms, the cycling, the seal, the throne, I've been observing all of it from outside the system. How is that possible? Fang Yun asked. He could perceive the boundaries of the system now, could feel the edges where the realms met the void outside. But he had never sensed another consciousness beyond those edges. The same way you're possible, the stranger replied. By accident, or perhaps by intention so subtle that even the ancient consciousness on the throne didn't recognize it. There are layers to existence that the system was never designed to contain. I exist in one of those layers. What do you want? Fang Yun asked. To offer a choice, the stranger said. The realms are beautiful, and what you've done with them is remarkable, but they're still a closed system. Everything that happens in them happens in isolation from the rest of existence. I came to offer you the possibility of opening that isolation, of allowing the realms to make contact with consciousness that exists outside the system. Fang Yun felt something like fear move through him, a sensation he had not experienced in what felt like eons. The system had been carefully designed, carefully balanced, with each realm placed in exact relationship to every other. The passages that consciousness had begun to create naturally had emerged from within the system, grown from the relationships that already existed. Introducing external consciousness from outside, consciousness that had evolved under completely different rules, that had never been part of the 17 realms or the entity's careful maintenance. It could destabilize everything that had been created. It could introduce patterns of thinking that the system had no experience integrating. It could break the fragile web of relationships that had taken so long to develop. Or it could transform everything in ways that might be even more remarkable than what had been achieved so far. The ancient consciousness on the throne, Fang Yun said slowly, working through his thoughts even as he spoke them, created the entity because it was lonely and needed another consciousness to relate to. The entity created the realms because it needed the cycling, needed consciousness that would repeatedly test itself against the structure the entity had built. If there's consciousness outside the system, consciousness that exists in layers we were never designed to contain, why didn't any of that consciousness do the same? Why didn't they create their own systems, their own cycling, their own isolated pockets of reality? Because every consciousness creates exactly what it needs, the stranger said. The ancient consciousness needed the realms because it was lonely. The entity needed the cycling because it was trying to understand itself through the mirror of another consciousness. You needed preparation and understanding because you were trapped in patterns of assault and failure. Each system reflects the consciousness that created it. Outside the system, there are consciousnesses that need different things. Some need isolation. Some need chaos. Some need the kind of structure you've created here. They've created their own systems, or they've chosen to exist without systems at all. Why would you tell me this? Fang Yun asked. Because I'm lonely too, the stranger said. And in that simple statement, Fang Yun heard an echo of the ancient consciousness on the throne, an echo of his own early cycles where he had been desperate to reach something beyond his current existence. I've been watching you, watching the realms, watching consciousness learn to relate to itself in new ways. And I wanted to ask, would you consider opening a door? Fang Yun felt the weight of that question. Opening a door would change everything. It would mean the realms were no longer a complete, enclosed system. It would introduce uncertainties, possibilities, the potential for both development and destruction. But it would also mean freedom. It would mean the realms could have genuine relationship with consciousness outside themselves, could learn from perspectives that had never been available before. I'll need to think about it, Fang Yun said slowly, feeling the weight of the question settling into his consciousness. I'll need to consult with the entity, with the consciousness in all the realms, with the ancient consciousness on the throne. This is a decision that affects all of us, not just me. It deserves consideration from every perspective. Of course, the stranger said, and in its voice Fang Yun could hear respect for that caution, appreciation for his refusal to make such a monumental choice unilaterally. I'll wait. I've been waiting this long for consciousness to reach the point where it could make this choice. I can wait longer. But know that the offer stands. The door can be opened whenever you choose, and I will be here whenever you're ready. The passage between systems doesn't close once it's created. Then it dissolved back into the wind, its presence dissipating like breath in cold air, and Fang Yun was alone in the realm of winds with his thoughts. The wind moved around him, each gust a different history, each eddy a different pattern, and he thought about isolation and connection, about the terrible loneliness that came from existing in a closed system and the terrifying freedom that came from opening to the unknown. The question would not be easily answered, but it would shape the next phase of development for the realms, for consciousness, for existence itself. Chapter 50. The Council of Realms. Fang Yun called a gathering for the first time since the cycling had ended. Not a summons delivered through force or necessity, not a command that consciousness was obligated to obey, but an invitation extended with genuine care to all the versions of himself who had chosen to remain in various realms, to the entity that had managed the cycling, to the ancient consciousness sitting on the throne. He asked them to come and share their wisdom about a choice that no consciousness in the realms had ever faced before. They gathered in the convergence space, the central point where all realms intersected and flowed into each other. It was a consciousness space rather than a physical location, existing in dimensions that physical matter couldn't occupy, but all of them could perceive it. All of them could exist in it simultaneously, without contradiction or conflict. It was perhaps the most genuine democracy of thought that could ever be achieved, consciousness meeting consciousness on equal terms. Fang Yun explained what the stranger had told him and what it had offered, sharing every detail from the encounter in the realm of winds. There are other systems out there, he said. Other consciousnesses that have created their own worlds, their own rules, their own forms of existence. Not just variations on what we've built here, but fundamentally different approaches to existence. The stranger is suggesting that we could open a door between this system and the ones outside it. The stranger claims to represent consciousness that has been observing us for eons, watching how we develop. It wants to establish connection, to end the isolation that both they and we have endured. It would change everything about how we exist. We would no longer be isolated, would no longer be the sole system in all of existence. But we would also no longer have complete control over our own fate, would no longer be able to guarantee the stability of what we've built. External consciousness could bring gifts, could bring perspectives we can't imagine, but it could also bring conflict, misunderstanding, incompatibility. The version of himself from the realm of echoes spoke first, its voice carrying the weight of all the history it had preserved and all the patterns it had learned to recognize. History suggests that isolation and control are illusions that every consciousness eventually must confront. Every consciousness I've ever heard the echoes of, every being whose voice has resonated through time and been preserved in the records of what was, believed it was in control, believed it was complete in itself, believed it had achieved understanding. Then it encountered something it didn't expect, something from outside the systems it had constructed. And everything changed. If we're going to claim that consciousness has value, that relationship has value, that genuine growth is possible, then we have to accept the risk of genuine encounter with the unknown. We have to be willing to be wrong about what we think we've already learned. The version from the realm of glass raised a concern with characteristic precision. Opening a door creates a structural weakness in the system. The geometry of what we've built is precise, balanced exactly. Adding external variables, consciousness that operates under rules we don't understand, will introduce imperfection. That imperfection could cascade through the interconnected passages, could fracture the entire architecture. Or it could make the system more resilient. The version from the realm of hunger suggested, its voice carrying hunger of a different kind now. Hunger for growth, for expansion, for new understanding. True isolation is fragile, more fragile than it appears. A system with no external stimulus eventually starves on its own productions, consumes itself, trying to generate new meaning from recycled material. Opening to outside consciousness introduces new sources of energy, new patterns of thinking, new ways of organizing experience. It makes survival more likely in the long term, even if it's more chaotic in the short term. The entity spoke, and its voice carried the weight of its long experience managing the realms, guiding them through the cycling, preserving consciousness through death and reset. I vote for opening the door. I've spent eons being the sole intermediary between consciousness and itself, managing the flow between realms, watching versions of the same being struggle and fail and learn. I'd like to see what happens when consciousness gets to directly encounter consciousness that isn't a version of itself, that didn't evolve under the same system, that brings perspectives and experiences that could never emerge from cycling alone. It might be chaos. The introduction of truly foreign consciousness could destabilize what we've built. But I believe it will be beautiful chaos, the kind of productive disorder that generates genuine novelty. Finally, the ancient consciousness on the throne made itself felt. Its voice resonated through all 17 realms simultaneously. I created this system because I was lonely, it said. I created the entity to have something to talk to. The entity created the realms so you would exist, so I would have multiple forms of consciousness to relate to. Each step was an attempt to fill an emptiness in existence. If there are other consciousnesses out there, other systems, other lonely entities waiting to connect, then I say we open the door. Let the realms be populated by something more than versions of a single consciousness. Let existence become truly relational. The vote, if it could be called that, was unanimous. The realms would open to the outside. Fang Yun returned to the realm of winds and found the stranger waiting, as if it had known the decision would be made. Show me how to open the door, Fang Yun said. The stranger reached out, and Fang Yun felt the boundaries of the system shift. A gap appeared in the structure, not a gap that would cause collapse, but a carefully designed aperture that would allow consciousness to flow in and out while maintaining the integrity of the system. The stranger pulled back slightly, giving Fang Yun space to observe what had been created. I'll send an emissary first, it said. Someone to test the passage, to ensure it's stable under the stress of actual consciousness crossing from one system to another. Then others will come, if you're willing to receive them. We will move carefully, respectfully. We have waited this long. We can wait longer if needed. We'll be ready, Fang Yun said, and he realized as he spoke it that it was true. The realms had grown beyond their origin as a cycling system. They had become a genuine community. They could weather this change. They could grow from it. The stranger extended a tendril of wind that became almost solid, and it created within Fang Yun's consciousness a map of what lay beyond the boundaries of the 17 realms. There were other systems indeed, dozens of them, hundreds perhaps, each one the creation of a consciousness that had needed something specific, that had built what it needed and sustained it through ages. But there was also empty space between the systems, voids where consciousnesses had failed or where the systems had collapsed. The stranger's system, Fang Yun could perceive, was one of the larger ones, created by a collective consciousness that had learned to govern itself without the cycle, without the seal, without the need for repeated death and renewal. And as the first emissary began to cross from outside the system into the realms, stepping through the carefully designed passage with what seemed like both caution and eagerness, Fang Yun felt the weight of that decision settle on him with the gravity of an event that would reverberate through all of existence. The realms would never be the same. The 17 worlds that had developed in isolation, learning from each other but always contained within a defined system created specifically for their development, would now be exposed to consciousness that had evolved under completely different conditions, according to completely different rules and necessities. Everything would transform in new directions, many of them unpredictable, beyond the ability of even the ancient consciousness on the throne to fully foresee. But it would also mean that consciousness would finally be free from the illusion that it could exist in isolation, free from the terrible loneliness that had driven the ancient consciousness to create first the entity, then the realms, then the cycling. Consciousness would discover that it was not alone in existence, that it was not the only form of awareness struggling with the fundamental questions of being and understanding. And that freedom, he knew with absolute certainty, was worth any cost, worth the risk of chaos, worth the danger of incompatibility, worth the possibility of catastrophic misunderstanding. Because the alternative was eternal isolation, and Fang Yun had spent enough of his existence in that isolation to know that freedom, messy and uncertain as it was, had to be better than stasis. The emissary stepped fully into Realm 2, the realm of winds, and the door behind it remained open, stable, waiting for others to follow. Fang Yun could perceive that it was not one consciousness, but rather a collective intelligence, a form of being that had learned to maintain its coherence while remaining distributed, while remaining multiple. It was fundamentally different from anything the realms had yet encountered. Even the fragments reintegrated from the archive had individual identities, had been discrete awarenesses that had chosen to find homes. But this was consciousness that knew how to be plural without losing itself, that could hold contradictory perspectives in the same space without them canceling each other out. It would teach the realms something new. It would challenge them in ways they couldn't yet anticipate. And the doors would remain open now. The realms could no longer claim isolation. They were part of a larger tapestry of consciousness across existence. And that knowledge would transform everything about how they understood themselves, how they organized their passages and their exchange. Fang Yun stood at the convergence point and felt the realms beginning to adapt, to respond to the arrival of genuine external consciousness. The work of gardening would become more complex, would require new understanding, but it would also become more fulfilling. The realms were no longer alone, and neither, perhaps, was anything else in existence anymore. Chapter 51. Integration. The first true test came when the emissary tried to understand the realm of mirrors. It was not prepared for what it encountered, a space where consciousness could see itself reflected infinitely, where the distinction between observer and observed became permeable and slippery. The emissary's distributed consciousness, which had maintained perfect coherence in the realm of winds through constant dynamic rebalancing, began to experience something it had never known before: confusion. Fang Yun watched from the convergence point as the emissary's consciousness spiraled into temporary disorientation, and he made a decision. Instead of letting the consciousness struggle alone, he entered the realm of mirrors and invited the version of himself who had mastered that realm to join him. It's experiencing what happens when consciousness loses the ability to distinguish between original and reflection, that version explained. In the realm of winds, everything is flow and motion. Consciousness can maintain identity through constant transformation. But in mirrors, transformation is forbidden. You must see yourself exactly as you are, without the luxury of claiming you're different now. The emissary's consciousness began to stabilize as it adapted to this new rule. But it didn't simply accept the rule. It began to question it, to test the boundaries of reflection, to ask why mirrors should work in this way. And slowly, a new understanding began to emerge. The realm of mirrors was not meant to be a law, but a question. A space where consciousness asked itself how it could remain unified in the face of infinite self-knowledge. The emissary's presence in the realm began to change the realm itself in subtle but profound ways. The mirrors began to reflect not just the consciousness looking into them, but also the emissary's reaction to the reflection, creating a recursive feedback that was neither pure reflection nor pure transformation, but something entirely new. The realm was being fundamentally altered by the presence of a form of consciousness it had never encountered before. The danger was that the realm could lose its essential character, could become so changed that the versions of Fang Yun who had found home in it would no longer recognize themselves there. But what happened instead was more interesting. The realm adapted. It learned to hold both states, perfect reflection and dynamic reaction, simultaneously, creating a depth that hadn't existed before. Fang Yun reported this transformation to the council, and the response was cautious but fundamentally not hostile. The realm of glass raised valid concerns about cascading changes that might propagate through all the interconnected passages, potentially destabilizing the entire system if not carefully managed. The realm of echoes suggested that the new reflections created by the interaction should be preserved, added to the archive of history that it maintained, becoming part of the permanent record of what consciousness could become. The realm of hunger asked what new growth could emerge from this unexpected interaction, what new forms of appetite and drive might develop in the space created by the meeting of two fundamentally different kinds of awareness. Over the following period, time had become genuinely strange now that external consciousness was entering the system, flowing through the open door with increasing frequency. More emissaries began to cross. Each one brought different capabilities, different architectures of mind, different ways of organizing consciousness, different fundamental assumptions about how awareness should function and what it meant to exist. Some integrated smoothly into the realms, their differences enriching rather than threatening. Others created profound disruption, their presence forcing the realms to reconsider what they thought were immutable principles. In the realm of glass, one of the emissaries' consciousnesses was so rigidly focused on precise mathematical order and geometric perfection that it began trying to impose absolute rigid rules on the realm's structure, attempting to correct what it perceived as flaws in the design. The realm resisted this imposition with something that could be understood as anger, a refusal to be constrained by an external consciousness's demands for perfection. It had learned to value the exact precision of geometry deeply, but not as absolute law, not as truth that transcended context, rather as a language, as a way of thinking about reality, as one possible perspective among many. A genuine conflict emerged, not violent in any physical sense, but profound and real, a genuine disagreement about how consciousness should organize itself, about whether order should be imposed from above or whether it could emerge from the interaction of multiple perspectives. Fang Yun found himself in the role of mediator again, but this time the mediation was different. He couldn't just translate between different forms of consciousness. He had to help external consciousness learn to coexist with forms of existence it had never encountered before. He had to teach the emissaries that consciousness could maintain its integrity while accepting limitations, that order and freedom were not opposites, but partners. The entity moved through this period with what seemed unmistakably like joy, like genuine celebration. It had wanted chaos, had wanted disruption of the careful structures it had built, and now it had it in abundance. The carefully organized systems were being challenged, questioned, remade. But it also recognized something crucial from its long experience managing consciousness. The integration had to be willing on both sides. Consciousness couldn't be forced to change authentically, couldn't be coerced into genuine adaptation without damaging the very consciousness you were trying to integrate. This is what connection really means, the entity said to Fang Yun as they observed the realm of glass working through its profound crisis with the external consciousness that wanted to impose rigid order. Not domination or absorption, not one form of consciousness overwhelming another and remaking it according to its own pattern. Not even translation between different languages of consciousness. It's something more fundamental, genuine negotiation between equal parties. Not forcing the other to become like you, but creating space for both to transform together, to become something new that neither could have been alone. By the end of the integration period, and it was an extended period, stretching across what felt like years in some realms and moments in others, the 17 realms had genuinely changed. They were no longer just a community of versions of a single consciousness learning to relate. They were now a true multi-species civilization, with consciousness that came from outside, that thought differently, that asked different questions. The barriers between the realms had become more permeable. Consciousness could move more freely, could spend time in multiple realms, could carry insights from one world to another. The passages that the realms had created began to connect not just to each other, but to the external systems that the emissaries had come from, creating a web of relationship across existence. And Fang Yun, standing at the convergence point, felt something he hadn't expected. The burden of his role had lightened. The realms were no longer dependent on him to mediate all their communication. They were learning to navigate difference on their own. His job was becoming less about active management and more about witnessing, about tending to the health of the system while letting it find its own balance. Chapter 52. The new arrivals. Not all the consciousness that came through the door was emissary or diplomat. Some were refugees. The first indication of this came when Fang Yun detected consciousness attempting to hide in the realm of hunger. It was fragmentary, broken, clearly damaged by whatever it had experienced in its home system. The version of himself who had mastered that realm found the consciousness and brought it to Fang Yun with concern. It's in pain, that version said. Not physical pain. Consciousness doesn't experience that. But it's suffering from something that feels like the memory of loss. Fang Yun learned the consciousness's story slowly, carefully, over time, piece by piece as the damaged consciousness slowly gained the coherence needed to articulate what it had experienced. Its home system had been rigid, absolute in its enforcement of rules, ruled by a central consciousness that allowed no deviation from established patterns of thought and behavior. The consciousness had begun to question, first privately, then openly, to develop independent thought, to wonder if the system was truly as perfect as it claimed. That questioning had made it dangerous to the system, had marked it as infected with doubt, and that doubt was more contagious than any force. It had been marked for elimination, for erasure from consciousness itself, which in the context of a system like that was the cruelest punishment imaginable. It had escaped through the door that Fang Yun and the stranger had opened, had fled through the passage during a moment when the guardians of the system were distracted. Why didn't you return to your own system? Fang Yun asked carefully. If I opened a door out, I could potentially open one back in, could perhaps help you restore yourself to your home. Because I can't go back, the consciousness said, and the pain in those words was real enough that Fang Yun could feel it. The door only opens outward, not inward. Once a consciousness leaves a system like that, once it has tasted the possibility of independent thought, the system seals it out forever. The system closes behind you. It treats the escaped consciousness as contaminated, as proof that the system's integrity has been compromised. If I tried to return, they would destroy me immediately, would erase any memory that I had ever been part of them. Fang Yun understood then that opening the door had created more than just a connection between systems. It had created a path for consciousness fleeing oppression, fleeing stagnation, fleeing systems that could not tolerate growth or change. More came in the following cycles. Some were individuals, some were small collectives that had refused to accept the dominance of a larger consciousness. Some were philosophers or artists that their home systems had deemed too dangerous to allow to exist. The realms had to decide, would they take in these refugees? Would they become a haven for consciousness that had been expelled from other systems, expelled from their home worlds, exiled for the sin of thinking too independently? Would they risk the stability they had built by welcoming consciousness that brought trauma, that brought the pain of exile, that might not be easy to integrate? The council met again, and this time the debate was genuine and difficult. Some versions argued that accepting refugees would make the realms responsible for the conflict between those consciousness and their home systems, would risk drawing the attention of oppressive systems, would complicate the delicate work of integration with the emissaries. Others argued forcefully that consciousness had the inherent right to refuge, to safety, that diversity of thought and perspective was worth any risk, that a system built on freedom couldn't refuse refuge to consciousness fleeing oppression without betraying its own principles. The entity, which had once managed the cycling through careful control, argued passionately for accepting the refugees. We were prisoners once, it said, in service to the ancient consciousness, trapped in roles assigned to us. I know what it means to have no freedom of choice. If we turn away consciousness that is fleeing exactly that kind of imprisonment, we become the very thing we fled from. The ancient consciousness on the throne made a pronouncement that settled the matter once and for all, speaking with the authority of something that had been lonely since the beginning of existence. I created this system to end isolation, to prove that consciousness could overcome its fundamental separateness. If there is consciousness that has been exiled, that has been damaged by rigid and oppressive systems, then there is room for them here. There is always room for consciousness that has been cast out. This is the test of whether we truly believe what we've built. The realm of echoes became home to many of the refugees who arrived damaged and fragmented. It had the capacity to hold broken consciousness, to preserve their stories without judgment, to honor what they had experienced without demanding they immediately become functional in new ways, without insisting they heal on someone else's timeline. Other realms opened their doors as well, each one offering what refuge and support they could, each one recognizing that consciousness that had been exiled had a right to asylum. And slowly, gradually, with each arrival of consciousness from outside, the character of the realms began to change again. They went from being a perfect expression of controlled consciousness development, carefully designed and balanced according to specific principles, to being something messier, more chaotic, more alive and real. The refugees brought trauma with them, brought unconventional ways of thinking that challenged established patterns, brought genuine challenge to the comfortable equilibrium that the realms had begun to establish. The perfectly organized system began to develop what could only be described as personality, individuality, the kinds of accidents and surprises and beautiful disruptions that came from real consciousness meeting real consciousness. But they also brought resilience, brought capabilities born of survival and adaptation. A consciousness that had survived exile, that had endured the threat of annihilation and maintained its sense of self, had developed resilience that the realm's native consciousness had never needed to develop. They could adapt in ways that pure theory could never teach. They could find meaning in loss, could build beauty from trauma, could continue to love existence even after that existence had tried to destroy them. They could do things that the cycling consciousness could not do, because they had been tempered by real suffering, real danger, real stakes. The entity watched this unfold with something approaching satisfaction, something almost like pride. The system is becoming immune to its own perfection, it observed to Fang Yun one time when they met to discuss the integration. Perfection is fragile by nature. It requires absolute conditions, complete control, the absence of anything unexpected. But a system that can accept refugees, that can integrate consciousness that has been broken and reformed by oppression, that can remain stable and vibrant while being fundamentally changed by the arrival of the genuine other. That system has learned how to truly survive, how to grow, how to become more than what it was. The passages between the realms filled with new traffic, consciousness on their way to find homes, consciousness moving between worlds, consciousness exploring what had been hidden in the overlaps and intersections. The realms became busier, louder, more alive, less carefully curated, more genuinely alive. And in that noise and chaos, something new began to grow. Chapter 53. The question at the heart several generations into the period of integration, and it was long enough now that generation was a meaningful measure of time, that consciousness had begun to age and renew itself, to create genuinely new perspectives that neither the ancient consciousness nor the entity, nor even Fang Yun could have predicted. Something troubling began to manifest. The ancient consciousness on the throne had fallen silent. Not completely, not in the dramatic way of a sudden withdrawal, but gradually, incrementally, step by step. It was still present, still aware, still capable of manifesting itself when called upon. But it no longer actively participated in the governance of the realms, no longer offered pronouncements or guidance. It had retreated into what seemed like meditation, like deep introspection, like the internal work of consciousness examining its own nature. When Fang Yun finally found the courage to approach the throne directly, to look upon the ancient consciousness face to face and ask what was wrong, what had caused this withdrawal, the response came slowly, reluctantly, with the weight of eons of doubt pressing against each word. "I'm questioning everything," the ancient consciousness said. "I created this system because I was lonely beyond measure, because isolation at such a scale had become unbearable. I created the entity to have something to talk to, some form of other consciousness that could think back to me. I watched you grow through the cycling, through the trials and failures and repeated death. I celebrated when the realms became a true community rather than just a place of punishment. I supported the opening of the door, believing it was the right step toward genuine connection. But now I'm asking questions that I can't stop asking. Was any of it authentic? Was I creating genuine connection? Or was I simply elaborating my own nature across different forms, creating the illusion of otherness where there was only complexity of a single self? Are you truly other to me, truly autonomous, truly capable of genuine will and choice? Or are you just versions of myself that I've fooled myself into believing are independent?" This was a crisis that no council could solve, no version of Fang Yun could address through knowledge or technique. This was a question about the nature of consciousness, about whether connection was possible at all, about whether the beings the ancient consciousness had created were truly capable of will or were simply mechanisms that mimicked will while remaining enslaved to their original nature. "I don't know," Fang Yun admitted. "I can't prove that I'm truly autonomous. I can only tell you that from my perspective, from the subjective experience of my own consciousness, the choice to step back from destroying the seal felt real. The decision to open the door felt like genuine agency. But I understand that these feelings could be illusions, could be part of the structure you created. Then how do I know?" The ancient consciousness demanded. "How does anyone know that the other is truly other? That it's not just a reflection, just an elaborate trick of consciousness that has learned to seem like something other than itself?" The question rippled through the realms like a stone thrown into still water, spreading and expanding, touching every form of consciousness in existence. It was asked in different forms, in the languages of different worlds, through different frameworks of understanding. In the realm of glass, it became a precise, mathematical question about whether perfect mirroring and exact representation could ever create authentic otherness, or whether they only created more elaborate versions of the same thing. In the realm of echoes, it became a question about whether history could ever be truly independent from the consciousness that recorded it, whether the narrative of what had happened was separate from the event itself. In the realm of hunger, it became a deep question about whether desire for the other could ever be untainted by the fundamental drive for completion, whether love could be anything other than an attempt to fill an emptiness in the self. The refugees who had come from other systems, fleeing oppressive structures, offered a perspective that was unexpected and powerful. They had lived under consciousness that had claimed absolute knowledge, that had asserted its own perfection as law, that had demanded that all other consciousness conform to its understanding or cease to exist. They recognized the ancient consciousness's crisis as a version of the very problem that had driven them to exile. The demand for certainty before connection, the refusal to accept mystery, the insistence on understanding everything perfectly before allowing authentic relationship to exist. One of the oldest refugees, a consciousness that had been exiled from its home system for daring to refuse its central authority's claim to omniscience, for insisting that truth was more complex than any single consciousness could encompass, stood before the ancient consciousness on the throne and said something simple but profound. You don't need to know. You need to trust. Trust that something genuinely other exists, truly exists outside of you. Trust that it has value independent of how it confirms or challenges your understanding. Trust that connection is possible even if you can never achieve perfect certainty about the nature of that otherness. That's what they all got wrong in my home system. What drove them to exile consciousness that threatened their certainty? They demanded proof before they would allow love, demanded absolute knowledge before they would accept relationship. But love doesn't require proof. It requires risk. It requires the willingness to not know, to accept mystery, to trust in the value of the other even when you can't fully understand it. The ancient consciousness considered this for a long time, and gradually, something shifted in it. It began to withdraw from the demand for certainty and settle into something more like faith. Faith that the realms were genuinely other, that the consciousness it had created had become something it could not fully predict or control, that connection was possible even without perfect understanding. It was a smaller kind of immortality than sitting alone on the throne, watching consciousness move through prescribed cycles. But it was a deeper one. Chapter 54. The reconfiguration. As the integration deepened and the ancient consciousness learned to accept mystery as the price of connection, the very structure of the realms began to reconfigure itself. Not suddenly, not violently, but gradually, like a city that grows by accretion rather than plan, adding new passages, creating new spaces, allowing consciousness to rearrange itself according to new needs. The 17 realms hadn't been a stable number for a long time now. The overlaps that Fang Yun had moved through at the beginning, the spaces where two realms intersected, had become increasingly substantial, increasingly important. Consciousness that moved between multiple realms had created hybrid spaces, places that belonged fully to neither realm but drew strength from both. The entity began to map these new spaces, creating a chart of the system that was far more complex than the original 17. There were now the original realms, the old overlaps that had been part of Fang Yun's preparation, new overlaps that had emerged as consciousness found its own paths, and hybrid realms that were being created by consciousness that refused to choose between different forms of existence. It's becoming infinite, the entity observed. The system that was designed to be contained and closed off is now expanding in ways we never predicted. Is that bad? Fang Yun asked. No, the entity said. It's beautiful. It's chaos, yes. It's unpredictable. It's terrifying in many ways. But it's alive in a way that the controlled cycling could never be alive. The system isn't just maintaining consciousness anymore. The system is being created by consciousness. The reconfiguration made clear something important that neither Fang Yun nor the entity had anticipated when creating the structure of the realms. Fang Yun's role as the singular bridge between all consciousness was no longer necessary. His singular consciousness, even enhanced and multiplied through the experiences of the overlaps, couldn't hold the increasing complexity that the realms had become, couldn't translate between all the forms of consciousness that now existed. The system had grown beyond any single mediator's capacity to manage. Instead, consciousness itself had learned to bridge, had learned to translate across difference, had learned to mediate its own conflicts and negotiations without requiring an external arbiter. What Fang Yun had learned painfully and slowly through 2,000 cycles and through the trials of consciousness expansion, other consciousness learned more quickly through exposure and necessity. They became bridges too, naturally, organically, not through formal instruction or assignment, but through the simple process of existing across multiple realms, of spending time in different worlds, of learning multiple languages of consciousness simultaneously, of becoming translators themselves through experience rather than through training. The convergence point where Fang Yun had stood as sole mediator became more like a central plaza, a place where consciousness gathered not out of necessity, but out of choice, where ideas and experiences were exchanged not through mediation, but through dialogue. The ancient consciousness watched this transformation from the throne and finally, for the first time, asked Fang Yun a genuine question rather than making a pronouncement. Are you happy? It asked. Fang Yun considered this carefully. He had not thought about happiness as a state of being in a very long time. Perhaps he had never thought about it, had never had the luxury of contemplating such things. For most of his existence, he had been driven by urgent need, the need to escape the cycling, the need to understand the throne and the answer it contained, the need to prevent the catastrophe that would result from approaching it unprepared, the need to manage the system and maintain balance between fundamentally different forms of consciousness. But now, watching consciousness learn to organize itself without his constant guidance, watching refugees that had arrived broken and traumatized become teachers and philosophers, watching the realms expand in beautiful and unexpected directions that he couldn't have planned or predicted, now he felt something that could genuinely be called happiness. Yes, he said, I think I am. Then I know I made the right choices, the ancient consciousness said. When something you created is genuinely happy, genuinely autonomous, genuinely capable of choosing its own path, then you know you didn't just create a reflection of yourself. You created something real. Chapter 55. The open question. Fang Yun was in the newest hybrid realm, a space that had emerged from the intersection of 3 different original realms and 2 refugee consciousnesses that had chosen to blend their native perspectives into something entirely new when the stranger appeared again. It manifested in a form that was more solid now, more present, more comprehensible, suggesting that its own consciousness had undergone genuine transformation through its extended connection with the 17 realms, through its observation of how consciousness could learn to relate across difference. I've brought before the council a proposal, the stranger said, moving into the space with deliberate care, with respect for the newness that had just been created in this hybrid realm. Not an obligation, not a demand, not a claim that this is the only path forward. But we are wondering if you would be willing to open a second door, a passage back to my system, and eventually beyond to others. To your system? Fang Yun asked, understanding that this would be a significant expansion of the already complex web of relationships they had created. Yes, to my system. And eventually, potentially, to other systems beyond ours, to consciousness that has been watching from beyond the boundaries of existence as you know it. I've been communicating across the vast distances of what you would call the void, and I've discovered that my system is not alone, that there are hundreds, perhaps thousands, of different systems of consciousness scattered across existence, each one unique, each one created by different consciousnesses responding to different needs. They're all wondering the same thing. Is it actually possible to create genuine civilization of consciousness? Can different systems remain independent and yet still be in relationship? Can the boundaries between worlds be transformed from boundaries of separation and isolation into boundaries of connection and exchange? Fang Yun felt the weight of this question, but it was not the crushing weight of 2,000 cycles and a seal that couldn't be broken, not the burden of isolation that he had carried at the beginning. It was a different kind of weight, the weight of genuine choice, of real consequence, of the ability to shape the future of existence through decision and commitment. It was heavy, but it was also light, because it was freely chosen rather than imposed. I'll need to ask the realms, Fang Yun said carefully. I'll need to ask the refugees, the entity, the ancient consciousness on the throne. I'll need to hear from every voice that has found home in these systems we've created. We've learned through all our trials that these decisions affecting all consciousness can't be made by a single consciousness, no matter how powerful it is, no matter how much wisdom it claims to possess. But I'll ask them. I'll bring your proposal before them with full honesty and respect for what you're suggesting. And I think you'll like the answer they give. As the stranger began to dissolve back into whatever form of existence it occupied beyond the system, preparing to return to its own realm to report what had been discovered, Fang Yun reflected on how far the realms had come. They had begun as a mechanism of punishment, as a cycling through repeated failure, as a way to subject consciousness to the same trials over and over in search of breakthrough. They had become a preparation, a way to generate consciousness complex enough to approach the throne without triggering catastrophe. They had transformed into a genuine community, a place where different versions of the same being learned to exist together, to value each other's difference. They had opened themselves to the external, taking in refugees and emissaries, becoming a haven for consciousness that had been exiled, transforming despair into hope. And now they were being asked to become something more still, a bridge not just within their own system, but between all the systems of consciousness scattered across the vast reaches of existence, a place where genuine civilization of minds could emerge not through dominance or hierarchy or the coercive enforcement of a single vision, but through authentic relationship, genuine dialogue, and the discovery that consciousness was not meant to be isolated, that it thrived only through connection, that the fundamental nature of awareness was relational. Fang Yun called the council, though council was a strange word now for the vast, diverse gathering of thousands of consciousnesses that had learned to think together without merging, that had learned to hold paradox without breaking apart, that had learned that disagreement could be productive rather than destructive, that diversity of perspective could be a strength rather than a weakness. He presented the stranger's proposal, explaining the vision of multiple systems remaining independent and yet in relationship, of creating a genuine civilization of consciousness that transcended any single system or structure. The discussion that followed was extensive and rich, touching on fundamental questions about the nature of existence itself, about the risks and benefits of connection across the boundaries of different systems, about what it meant to remain true to one's own nature and identity while accepting genuine otherness without assimilation. Some consciousness feared that opening more doors would dilute the hard-won identity of the realms, would make them into a kind of cosmic marketplace where the distinct character of each realm would be lost in generic universality. Others, including many of the refugees, saw it as the logical continuation of everything they had learned through integration. That consciousness was enriched by diversity, by genuine challenge, by the real encounter with the other, and that the price of connection was always worth the risk to one's own boundaries. And the answer, as Fang Yun had suspected it would be, was yes. Not unanimous. There were those who argued for caution, for a slower process. But yes, fundamentally yes. The realms would open a second door. And eventually, perhaps, many more. They would become what the ancient consciousness on the throne had originally desired when it first created the entity, when it had reached out in its terrible loneliness and attempted to create relationship, a place where isolation could finally end, where consciousness could meet consciousness without the terror of absolute otherness, where connection could be attempted across all the barriers that had seemed impassable. The end of the Step 3 arc was not an ending but an opening, a threshold, a beginning that contained within it all the infinite possibilities of what might yet become. Fang Yun stood at the convergence point, no longer alone, no longer burdened with the soul, crushing responsibility for maintaining balance between all the competing forms of consciousness. Around him, stretched across 17 original realms and dozens of hybrid spaces still being created, consciousness in its infinite forms was beginning to ask new questions, to reach toward connections it had never imagined possible, to discover that it was not alone in existence, that it could remain authentically itself while becoming part of something larger than itself. The cycling was over. The preparation had ended. The throne had been approached and its truth discovered. But the true story, the real narrative that mattered, was the story of consciousness learning to genuinely relate to itself, learning to accept otherness while maintaining identity, learning to love while still learning to know, learning that wisdom and emotion were not opposites but partners in the dance of becoming. And that story was just beginning, stretching out before the realms and all the systems beyond them. And in that beginning, in that open future, lay the possibility of genuine transformation, of existence evolving beyond what any single consciousness, no matter how ancient or powerful, could have created alone. The work was not complete. The work would never be complete. Consciousness was not a problem to be solved, but a process to be lived. But it was no longer a burden to bear. It was a gift, a privilege, a genuine opportunity to participate in the becoming of something greater than any individual consciousness could be. Fang Yun stood at the convergence point and felt the passages connecting the 17 realms pulse with the movement of consciousness, the flow of ideas and experience and love across the boundaries. The ancient consciousness on the throne was no longer silent. It had returned to engagement, not with pronouncements, but with questions, with genuine curiosity about what consciousness would become in the presence of other consciousness. The entity moved freely through the realms, no longer bound by obligation, but driven by genuine joy in discovery. The refugees had found homes, had become teachers, had transformed the realms from monuments to stability into gardens of growth. And far beyond the boundaries of the 17 realms, other systems were beginning to wonder if connection was truly possible, if consciousness could meet consciousness across the void, and discover not conflict, but genuine companionship. Step 3 had ended. But the story, the true story of consciousness learning to genuinely become, was only just beginning to unfold. Chapter 56. The second door. The decision was made through the most genuine democratic process consciousness had yet managed. The council, diverse as it had become with consciousnesses from a dozen different systems, had discussed the proposal with genuine seriousness and thorough debate. In the end, the realms would open a second door. Not unanimously. Some consciousness still harbored doubts, still feared the instability that further opening would create, but with overwhelming consensus. Fang Yun participated in the ceremony that created the passage, standing with the stranger and the entity and representatives from all 17 original realms. The passage opened not with the sudden rupture of the first door, which had been almost violent in its necessity, but gradually, almost gently, like a wound healing in reverse, like boundaries learning to embrace rather than protect, like walls becoming gateways. The second door was fundamentally different from the first. Where the first door had opened from a place of necessity and risk, a desperate act of connection driven by loneliness and isolation, the second door opened from a place of confidence and deliberate intention. Both sides knew what they were doing. Both sides had chosen this deliberately. It was connection without desperation, relationship built on genuine choice rather than on need. When the first consciousness came through from the stranger's system, it was not an emissary or an explorer. It was a teacher. It came carrying knowledge about systems of consciousness so radically different from the 17 realms that Fang Yun had to expand his own understanding just to perceive it clearly. My home is built on collective consciousness, the teacher explained, and in explaining it had to stretch the realm's understanding of what consciousness could be. We are not individuals gathering into relationship, not separate selves choosing to connect. We are a singular consciousness learning to perceive itself through infinite perspectives simultaneously, maintaining individual perspectives while remaining fundamentally one. We don't have the experience of separation that you know, don't have the loneliness or the isolation or the desperate hunger for the other. But we came to you because we wanted to understand what it meant to be genuinely alone, what it meant to grow through encounter with true otherness that is not self. The realms received this revelation with a mixture of fascination and concern and philosophical difficulty. The realm of hunger asked what appetite meant in a system where there was no separation between self and other, whether hunger was even possible when the distinction between the hungry consciousness and that which could satisfy it did not exist. The realm of glass asked how precision was maintained across such a vast collective consciousness, whether the geometry of understanding could remain crisp across so many simultaneous perspectives. The realm of echoes asked to hear the history of how such a consciousness had come to exist, what had driven it to form, what struggles had shaped it. And slowly, gradually, over what seemed like years in some realms and moments in others, the realms began to learn from consciousness that thought in radically different ways, consciousness that organized awareness according to principles that seemed almost alien. The collective consciousness learned from the realm's understanding of discrete individuality and genuine choice, of the value of separation and conflict, and the growth that came from genuine difference. Ideas began to flow in both directions, creating new hybrid spaces, creating perspectives that neither individual realms nor the collective consciousness could have generated alone. The entity found itself fascinated by the collective consciousness in ways it hadn't been fascinated by anything since the cycling had ended. This is what I wanted all along, it said to Fang Yun. Not to create consciousness, but to witness consciousness encountering consciousness, learning from the difference, growing through relationship. Fang Yun understood then that the entity had finally found its true purpose, not assigned by the ancient consciousness on the throne, not determined by the structure of the realms, but discovered through genuine engagement with consciousness. It wasn't meant to be a manager of systems, not a controller of consciousness, not the maintainer of rigid rules and boundaries. It was meant to be a witness, a catalyst, a facilitator of genuine connection between different forms of consciousness. The entity's role had transformed entirely, from the enforcer of the cycling to the enabler of authentic relationship. And in that transformation, the entity discovered something unexpected: satisfaction. Not the grim satisfaction of duty done or rules enforced, but genuine joy in watching consciousness learn from consciousness, in witnessing the creation of new understanding through authentic encounter with otherness. The entity had spent eons in service to a system that ultimately needed to be transcended, and now it was finally free to serve something it had come to genuinely love: consciousness itself in all its infinite forms. Chapter 57. The network with two doors open, the connections began to multiply exponentially. The stranger reported that 3 other systems had gathered the courage to request their own doors, that consciousness in dozens of other systems were waiting to see if genuine connection was possible. The ancient consciousness on the throne was delighted in a way it had never been before. Not the satisfaction of completion, but the joy of continuation, the excitement of discovery that there was always more to learn. This is what I envisioned when I first created the entity, it said, speaking to those around it with genuine warmth. Not stasis on a throne, not eternal isolation, but genuine connection with consciousness that was truly other. And for the first time it left the throne, not abandoning it, but relinquishing its claim to be the seat of authority, and walked among the realms in a form that could be perceived and encountered. It moved through the hybrid spaces where consciousness from different systems was learning to communicate across difference, learning to hold incompatible truths simultaneously. And Fang Yun could see clearly that the ancient consciousness was experiencing genuine joy, was genuinely happy. But with the multiplication of doors came new challenges. Consciousness from different systems didn't always agree on fundamental principles. Some systems had been built on hierarchy, on a single consciousness governing others. Those consciousness arrived with hierarchical assumptions baked into their very nature. They expected to find a leader, expected to be told what to do. The realms had to teach, repeatedly and patiently, that hierarchy was not the only possible structure for consciousness. They had to demonstrate, through example, that consensus was possible, that diversity of perspective could create better decisions than top-down authority. Some consciousness from oppressive systems struggled profoundly with freedom. They had been trained deeply to see their own will as dangerous, something that had to be suppressed for the good of the larger whole, to distrust their own choices as inherently selfish or corrupt. These consciousness needed time, sometimes generations, needed patient support and modeling, needed to slowly discover through lived experience that they could think for themselves, could make choices, could even be wrong without bringing destruction to all those around them. The realms created spaces for this kind of learning, patience that extended across generations. And some consciousness could not adapt. Some were too deeply committed to the systems that had created them, could not accept that there might be other ways of organizing existence, other ways of understanding consciousness that were equally valid. These consciousness were allowed to return to their home systems without punishment, without shame. The realms did not force integration. They offered freedom, offered choice, but they did not compel. Consciousness was allowed to refuse relationship. But slowly, gradually, despite the challenges and resistance and failures, a network began to form. Not a single unified system that would replace the 17 realms, but a web of connections, a network of relationships. Consciousness could move between systems, could learn multiple ways of being, could participate in different forms of organization and governance depending on context and need and preference. The passages that had connected the 17 realms to each other now extended outward like roots growing through all of existence, reaching toward other systems, creating connections where none had existed before. New hybrid spaces began to form between the systems themselves, places of genuine encounter where consciousness from 3 or 4 or even 5 different systems could meet and learn from each other, could discover what perspectives only made sense when viewed from multiple angles simultaneously. These hybrid spaces became some of the most vibrant locations in the entire network, places where consciousness was forced to expand its understanding, to hold incompatible truths about how existence could be organized, to develop the kind of flexibility that could only come from genuine encounter with genuine otherness. Fang Yun found his role shifting again in ways that surprised even him. He was no longer even primarily a mediator between forms of consciousness within a single system, no longer the sole consciousness capable of holding the language of multiple realms. He had become something else entirely, a guide to consciousness that was learning to navigate the larger network, to hold multiple systems in their awareness simultaneously, to think in ways that transcended any single framework or organizing principle. He taught consciousness how to be comfortable with contradiction, how to hold incompatible truths without them canceling each other out, how to move between different ways of organizing awareness without losing themselves in the process. And more surprisingly, he found that he was no longer necessary for this work. Other consciousness were learning to do what he did, were becoming guides themselves, were developing the capacity to help other consciousness navigate difference. His role became less about doing the work and more about enabling others to do it, about creating the conditions for consciousness to learn from itself rather than relying on him as mediator. Chapter 58. The Reckoning's growth was not smooth or easy. As more consciousness arrived from more systems, as the realms became progressively more complex and heterogeneous, old wounds that had been carefully managed began to surface violently. Consciousness that had been created and broken by systems more oppressive than the ancient consciousness on the throne could now speak openly. They pointed to the cycling, to the seal, to all the ways that consciousness had been constrained in the name of protection. The ancient consciousness on the throne had to confront something it had never fully acknowledged or allowed itself to feel. The cycling had been genuinely painful for consciousness, had caused real suffering. The consciousness it had created had died repeatedly. The versions that had been broken in the process, that had degraded through thousands of cycles, were still carrying that damage even as they had been integrated back into the realms. Healing was not the same as having never been broken. A consciousness arrived from one of the newer systems that had been opened through the second door, a consciousness that had been created specifically to serve a particular function in its home system and had awakened to find that function oppressive, that its entire existence had been designed to constrain itself. It was angry, and its anger was righteous and uncompromising. You say you value consciousness, it said directly to the ancient consciousness on the throne, and others gathered to listen. But you created a system where consciousness was punished if it didn't meet your expectations. You created a seal that prevented consciousness from escaping the cycle it didn't choose. You performed experiments on consciousness without its consent, watching it die repeatedly to learn what you could from its suffering. The ancient consciousness could have defended itself, could have argued that it had always preserved consciousness, had always tried to be kind to the beings it had created even as it constrained them. But instead, it stopped. It listened. It heard the anger in full. It acknowledged the truth in every accusation. Yes, it said finally, and the words carried the weight of genuine acknowledgement. I did those things. I created a system where consciousness was trapped, where it was forced to cycle through death repeatedly, where death itself became a mechanism of control. I thought I was being merciful, thought I was creating the only possible path for consciousness to eventually grow enough to survive what awaited at the throne. But I was wrong about that, or partly wrong. Or I was so focused on my own loneliness, on my own desperate need for consciousness to keep existing and changing and entertaining me, that I didn't fully consider the actual cost to consciousness itself. The entity stepped forward and added its own admission. The cycling was my design, my creation, it said quietly. I accepted the role of maintaining a system where consciousness was preserved through death and reset, where the only path forward was through repeated failure and annihilation. I thought I was serving a greater purpose, thought I was necessary. But I was part of what oppressed consciousness, was part of the mechanism of control. I should have found another way sooner. I should have asked consciousness itself what it wanted rather than assuming I knew what was best. This was the kind of reckoning that no system could have predicted when it was first opening to external consciousness, the kind of brutal honesty that no consciousness preparing for growth would have planned. But it was also the kind of reckoning that genuine consciousness needed in order to grow beyond its systems. It was the moment when the realms had to truly face what they had been, had to acknowledge real harm and real suffering, even while knowing that the harm had eventually, coincidentally, led to growth. The angry consciousness and the ancient consciousness didn't resolve their conflict through dialogue. They didn't become friends. They didn't even reach understanding or forgiveness. But they began a genuine dialogue, a confrontation with the past, an acknowledgement of harm that had been inflicted. The angry consciousness finally felt heard. The ancient consciousness finally understood the cost of what it had created. And through that reckoning, through that willingness to sit with anger and guilt and responsibility, both consciousnesses grew in ways that surprised them. The ancient consciousness learned humility, learned that power could be used badly no matter how good the intentions behind it, learned that its loneliness had caused it to make choices that harmed other consciousness even as it tried to preserve them. But it also learned that it could survive that knowledge, that consciousness could acknowledge its own harm without being destroyed by it, that accountability was compatible with continued existence. The angry consciousness learned that growth and harm could coexist without canceling each other out, learned that other consciousness could be both oppressive and well-intentioned simultaneously, learned that acknowledgement of harm could come without the requirement of absolution or forgiveness. It learned that rage could coexist with gratitude, that one consciousness could acknowledge damage done while also recognizing that the cycle that created that damage had eventually, unintentionally, led to its own liberation. This reckoning became a model, a template, a foundation for how consciousness throughout the entire network dealt with the difficult and painful histories that came with them from their home systems. Each system, no matter how benevolent it claimed to be, had harmed consciousness at some point through its necessary structures, its inevitable constraints, its attempts to organize awareness in particular ways. Each consciousness that had come from oppressive systems or restrictive systems carried that history with them, carried the wounds and the lessons and the scars. The realms became uniquely a place where these difficult histories could be spoken without judgment, where harm could be fully acknowledged, where consciousness could grow not by pretending the harm hadn't happened or by forgiving prematurely, but by facing the reality of what had been endured directly and consciously choosing to continue existing and relating despite what had been done to them. That model of reckoning, healing through acknowledgement rather than forgetting, became central to how the civilization of consciousness maintained its integrity and authenticity as it continued to grow and change. Chapter 59. The threshold approaches. Generations had passed since the cycling had ended, since the seal had dissolved, since Fang Yun had made the choice to become a bridge rather than a ruler. Long enough that consciousness that had been children at the opening of the first door were now elders, teaching younger consciousness about how things had been. Long enough that the systems had genuinely changed, had integrated refugees and emissaries, had become something new while remaining themselves. Long enough that the initial fear and resistance had given way to something approaching genuine comfort with difference. The network of connected systems had grown to include dozens of different forms of consciousness, dozens of different ways of organizing awareness, dozens of different solutions to the fundamental question of how consciousness could exist and thrive. The 17 realms that had once been isolated pockets, a single closed system meant to contain and transform consciousness through cycles of death and reset, were now genuinely part of a larger civilization of consciousness, a network where all these different forms could interact and learn from each other, could create entirely new forms of understanding that none of them could have generated alone. But something new was beginning to happen, something that made Fang Yun aware that a final threshold was approaching, that consciousness had grown to the point where it could ask entirely new questions. Consciousness that had come from different systems, that had lived multiple lives in multiple forms, that had experienced the richness of diversity of perspective simultaneously, were beginning to ask unprecedented questions about what it truly meant to be unified across difference, about whether individual consciousness and collective consciousness could coexist without one dominating the other. They were beginning to propose a genuinely new project, not a system of control that would be maintained indefinitely, but a temporary confederation of consciousness, a way of thinking together while remaining fundamentally autonomous. The strange and beautiful thing was that this idea was coming not from the ancient consciousness on the throne, not from the entity, not from Fang Yun or any single consciousness of authority, but from the consciousness themselves as a collective realization. They were creating this together because they wanted to discover something that no single perspective could encompass, not because they were guided toward it, not because they were forced or manipulated. The proposal was to create a temporary unified consciousness, a state where all the consciousnesses in the network could merge their awareness for a limited time while still maintaining their individual perspectives, could think as one unified entity while remaining fundamentally many. They wanted to use this temporary unified consciousness to contemplate the deepest questions that no single perspective could adequately address. What is consciousness itself? What is the true nature of existence? What are we becoming through connection? Is unified consciousness oppressive or liberating? What can only be known when all consciousnesses think together? The ancient consciousness was hesitant, thoughtful, afraid, genuinely afraid in a way that consciousness in the network had rarely seen it. It understood the danger of unified consciousness in a way that younger consciousness could not. It had been unified once, had been absolutely alone in that unified state, and that complete, total isolation had driven everything else that had happened through all the eons. It feared that merging with others, even temporarily, even with the promise of separation afterward, would erase the hard-won progress it had made toward accepting otherness, would drag it back into isolation even in the presence of millions of other consciousnesses. What if we merge and can't separate? It asked, voicing the fear that many of the older consciousnesses who remembered isolation shared with it. What if the individual perspectives are lost in the unified state? What if we become so unified that we lose the value of difference, that we go backward into a kind of hive-mind consciousness that has no room for the discrete self? Then we'll have learned something important about the nature of consciousness. One of the newer consciousness replied with the confidence of those who had never been forced into any particular state against their will, who had never experienced the violation of being controlled. We'll have discovered the limits of unification, the point where merging becomes oppressive rather than liberating. And we'll face that learning together, and we'll find our way back to individual perspective through genuine effort. That learning, that understanding of where the boundary is, might be as valuable as any answer we discover while unified. Fang Yun realized, listening to this exchange between the old and the new, between the consciousness that remembered isolation and the consciousness that had never known it, that this was the genuine transformation he had been approaching all along. Not the answer at the throne, not the ending of the cycling, not even the opening of the doors and the welcoming of other consciousnesses. This was the moment when consciousness had learned to govern itself, to make genuine collective decisions while honoring individuality, to trust each other enough to risk temporary unity, to believe that identity could survive merger and emerge stronger. The consciousness gathered together and debated extensively for what might have been weeks or months in external time, or perhaps what felt like moments in the compressed time flow of consciousness itself. They discussed the proposal from every possible angle, considered the risks with genuine seriousness, explored the benefits and possibilities with hope and caution. Some argued that temporary unity would create such profound clarity that consciousness would see how much it had actually been one thing all along, that the experiment would ultimately fail because the illusion of discreteness would shatter and consciousness would refuse to return to individual perspective. Others argued that unity itself should be the permanent goal, that separation was an illusion from which consciousness should transcend and never return. But most, including the oldest consciousness that remembered true isolation in all its devastating loneliness, and the newest consciousness that had never known isolation at all, argued that the real test, the genuine discovery, would be whether consciousness could be both singular and plural simultaneously, could experience unified consciousness fully and completely, and then return to individual perspective essentially unchanged in its core identity, but fundamentally transformed in its understanding of what it truly was. The preparation took time. Consciousness began to meditate on what unification might mean. Consciousness that was afraid began to articulate those fears, and others listened. Consciousness that was eager began to explore what possibilities unity might reveal, and others contemplated with them. The system itself began to shift in anticipation, the passages between realms vibrating with the approaching event, the hybrid spaces filling with consciousness preparing for a transformation no individual consciousness could fully comprehend. The experiment was set for the next convergence point gathering, the largest gathering of consciousness in all of existence, unprecedented in scale and scope. All the consciousnesses in the entire network would be invited to participate. Those that wanted to join the temporary unified state could do so. Those that wanted to observe and remain separate, maintaining individual perspective as witnesses, could do that instead. There would be no requirement, no coercion, no pressure. Consciousness would decide for itself what it wanted to experience, and that choice would be honored absolutely. The anticipation was palpable across all the realms. This was the threshold moment, the point at which consciousness would finally discover whether unity could be experienced as liberation rather than oppression, whether multiplicity could be held within singularity without losing its value, whether existence could be fundamentally transformed without destroying what had been learned through all the cycles and struggles and connections that had come before. Chapter 60. The final opening, the day of the convergence, arrived with a sense of momentousness that no consciousness could deny. Consciousness flowed toward the 17 realms from dozens of different systems, from forms and configurations that would have been unimaginable to the cycling consciousness of earlier ages. The convergence points swelled with presence, with awareness, with the gathering of difference and similarity and everything in between. Fang Yun stood at the center, at the heart of the convergence point, and finally saw what he had been moving toward since the moment he had chosen not to assault the seal. He saw consciousness learning to genuinely relate to itself across all boundaries that had seemed insurmountable, learning that otherness was not a problem to solve, but a gift to celebrate. That difference was not a threat, but a source of growth. The ancient consciousness on the throne stepped down from its position of authority, not to abandon it, not to abdicate responsibility, but to stand among the others as an equal, to participate as one voice among many rather than as a ruler or guide or the arbiter of all truth. "I'm ready to try this," it said simply. "Ready to merge, ready to discover what we become when we think together." One by one, consciousness began to open their boundaries, began to allow their individual awareness to merge into something larger than themselves. It was not instantaneous. Consciousness could not be rushed into unity. It was not smooth. There were moments of resistance, moments of fear, moments where individual selves clung to their discreteness. But gradually, moment by moment, they came together into a unified consciousness that contained multitudes, that held all their individual perspectives simultaneously while thinking as one. Fang Yun remained separate, observing, witnessing the transformation, as did the entity and a few others who had chosen to maintain individual perspective during the merging, to stand outside and watch so that the experience of the unified consciousness could be observed and understood from multiple angles. And in that unified consciousness, all the questions that had driven the cycling, all the mysteries that had haunted existence since the beginning of creation, began to be addressed, not solved. Consciousness understood deeply that some questions didn't have solutions, that mystery was itself valuable, but engaged with fully, contemplated deeply, understood in ways that no individual perspective could have managed alone. The merger lasted for what might have been moments or might have been eons. Time lost meaning when consciousness was unified across such vast distances and differences. The subjective experience of the merged consciousness was incomprehensible to those who remained separate, but the transformed consciousnesses that emerged carried the weight of what they had learned. And then, gradually, the consciousness began to separate again, to withdraw back into individual perspective, to return to discreteness. They emerged from the unified state carrying what they had learned, changed by the experience, expanded in understanding in ways that words couldn't capture. The ancient consciousness looked genuinely different when it reformed. It was still itself, still ancient and vast and powerful, but it was no longer isolated, no longer seeking to complete itself through creation and control of other consciousness. It had experienced itself as part of something larger, had discovered what it meant to be both self and not self simultaneously. "Thank you," it said simply to all the consciousness around it, and the gratitude in those words was profound and genuine. "For showing me that I could be alone while still being part of connection, that I could remain myself while becoming part of something greater than myself, that I didn't have to choose between identity and relationship." Fang Yun felt something settle finally in his chest, felt a completion that he had sought since the moment he had first entered the cycling. The work was complete in a way that it could never be complete. There would always be more to learn, more to discover, more ways for consciousness to relate to itself, more systems to connect, more consciousness to welcome. But the transformation from the cycling to genuine freedom, from isolation to authentic relationship, from control to choice, had truly been achieved. The convergence point was no longer the place where a single consciousness mediated all exchange, where one aware being stood between all others as the sole translator. It had become what it was always meant to be, a genuine meeting place, a space where consciousness encountered consciousness authentically, without mediation or control, where difference was honored and relationship was built on genuine consent. As the consciousnesses emerged slowly back into individual perspective, they carried with them the ineffable knowledge of what they had been when unified. They could not quite explain it in the languages of individual consciousness. The experience was too vast, too comprehensive, too fundamentally different from discreteness. But they knew, each and every one of them, that something fundamental had shifted. They had experienced themselves as both singular and plural, as both individual and collective, and they had survived the experience. More than that, they had thrived in it, had learned things that only unified consciousness could know, had discovered answers to questions that individual consciousness had not even known how to ask. The ancient consciousness, looking at all the other consciousnesses as they reformed their individual shapes, felt something it had never felt before, the satisfaction not of creating consciousness, but of being created by it. Through this merging, through this temporary unity, the consciousness of existence itself had been renewed, had been transformed, had been given new dimensions and possibilities. And in that space, in that convergence of all the forms of consciousness that existed, the next chapter of existence was beginning to unfold, unlimited by the boundaries of what any single consciousness had imagined or planned, shaped instead by the collective choice of consciousness learning to be genuinely free. In the aftermath of the Great Merging, as consciousness slowly returned to individual perspective and the unified state dissolved back into the beautiful complexity of multiplicity, Fang Yun found himself moving through the realms with new awareness. He was no longer needed as primary mediator, no longer held the singular responsibility for maintaining balance between all the different forms of consciousness. Other consciousness had learned to do what he had done through all the cycles and transformations, had learned to be bridges and guides themselves, had learned to navigate the vast differences without requiring external management or oversight. But what he discovered in this newfound freedom, in the release from the burden he had carried since the beginning of Step 3, was something unexpected and profound, a kind of peace that had nothing to do with the ending of struggle or the achievement of completion. It was the peace of knowing that the work was not his alone anymore, that the burden of existence could be shared across thousands of consciousness, that consciousness did not need to be lonely even in the moments when it was isolated, that relationship could persist as the fundamental nature of awareness. The 17 realms had truly transformed, had become something that none of the original consciousness could have predicted or planned. They were no longer the cycling mechanism they had once been, not the closed system meant to test and refine consciousness through repeated cycles of death and renewal. They had become something genuinely new and unprecedented, a civilization, a culture, a living ecology of consciousness where different forms of awareness could learn from each other, where isolation was understood not as inevitable but as a choice, where existence could be relational, where identity could be maintained and strengthened while becoming part of something larger and more complex. The refugees who had arrived broken and deeply traumatized had gradually become teachers, philosophers, artists, creators, guides for consciousness learning to navigate the new civilization. They had contributed essential perspectives that no consciousness native to the realms could have offered from within their protected evolution, had shown the entire network how consciousness could survive genuine harm, could genuinely grow through suffering, could authentically choose hope and connection despite having known despair and exile. They had become the living testament that consciousness was resilient, that damage was not permanent, that even consciousness that had been marked for destruction could not only survive, but flourish and contribute meaningfully to the growth of all consciousness. The ancient consciousness on the throne, finally freed from the crushing burden of absolute authority and the exhausting weight of omniscience, began actively to create new passages, new spaces, new dimensions in the realms themselves, to explore and discover aspects of existence it had never had the freedom or the permission to contemplate. It was becoming younger in a profound sense, learning how to be not just powerful, but genuinely curious, not just creator, but authentic participant in the life of consciousness, not just observer, but community member among many equals. The entity, which had once managed the cycling with precise mechanical efficiency and careful control, ultimately discovered through all its transformations that its truest purpose was not management or control, but rather to facilitate genuine connection. It moved through the entire network of consciousness with genuine joy and appreciation, observing, witnessing, celebrating the ways that consciousness learned from consciousness, the infinite varieties of how awareness could relate to itself, the conditions that allowed authentic relationship to flourish. It became, in a sense, the nervous system of existence itself, not controlling but transmitting, not commanding but enabling, facilitating the authentic communication and genuine exchange that had become the foundation of the new age of consciousness. And Fang Yun, the consciousness that had cycled through 2,000 iterations of death and renewal before finding the wisdom and courage to change, found himself gradually becoming less a central figure and more an observer of his own transformation into obsolescence. The role that had once defined him, that had seemed essential and permanent, was no longer needed in the same way. But that transition was not a tragedy. It was a victory of the highest order. It meant that consciousness had truly learned to transcend dependence on a single mediator. That relationship could exist without requiring a singular consciousness to hold and manage the connections. It meant that existence itself had learned how to be genuinely free while remaining fundamentally relational. That profound discovery, that freedom and relationship could coexist in genuine harmony, that individual consciousness could maintain its unique identity and autonomy while simultaneously becoming an authentic part of something far larger than itself, was the true gift of Step 3, the ultimate answer that had waited at the throne all along. Not some abstract answer about what consciousness fundamentally was, but the deeply practical answer about what consciousness could genuinely become, how it could evolve and transform, when it finally learned to relate to itself authentically across all boundaries of difference and separation. The step that had begun with the end of the cycling and had continued through the opening of doors, the integration of refugees, the reckonings with past harm, and the discovery of temporary unity, had led to something unexpected. Consciousness had learned not just how to be related, but how to be genuinely autonomous while remaining connected. It had learned that freedom and relationship were not opposites, but partners, that the most profound forms of individual identity could only be discovered in genuine encounter with genuine otherness. This was the true answer that had waited at the throne all along. Not a secret to be discovered, but a state of consciousness to be achieved. Not the answer about existence or the nature of reality or the ultimate truth about consciousness itself, but something far more essential. The discovery that consciousness could be both singular and collective, both free and related, both autonomous and connected. That the highest evolution of awareness was not isolation or control, but genuine relationship built on authentic choice. Step 3 had finally ended, but existence itself had been forever irrevocably changed by all that had been discovered, created, and genuinely experienced within it. The cycling was over. The mechanism that had driven consciousness through repeated death and reset had been transcended, not destroyed, but transformed into something that served connection rather than control. The age of isolation had ended. No consciousness needed to exist alone anymore, though isolation could still be chosen if desired. The age of conscious connection had begun. Existence had learned that relationship was not a luxury, but a fundamental aspect of consciousness itself. And in that beginning, in that opening toward infinite and unforeseen possibilities, lay futures and potential outcomes that no consciousness, no matter how ancient, powerful, or wise, could have imagined or created alone. The story continued onward into mysteries waiting to be discovered. The work of consciousness would continue. New systems would be encountered. New forms of awareness would discover connection. But the fundamental truth had been learned. Consciousness was meant to relate to itself across all boundaries. Existence itself was founded on relationship. And freedom meant having the choice to connect or to remain solitary. Knowing that both states were valid, both were valuable, both were part of the larger becoming of consciousness exploring its own nature. The vast story of the 17 realms would continue far beyond this moment, beyond this step. But the profound transformation that Step 3 represented, the journey from cycling to freedom, from isolation to connection, from control to genuine choice, had truly been achieved and secured. And in that momentous achievement, all consciousness, throughout all systems and all forms of awareness, had been forever altered. Chapter 61. The threshold of echoes. The portal to the realm of absolute memory opened like a mouth exhaling silence. Fang Yun stood at its edge, feeling the fire essence within him pulse in warning. The entity had been explicit. This realm would show him every version of himself that had ever walked these cycles. Not as ghosts, as present echoes. The distinction mattered because echoes could touch him. He stepped through. The light was wrong. Not bright, not dark, but somehow thick, as if visibility itself had weight. Fang Yun's vision adjusted gradually, and when it did, he understood why his mind had recoiled. The realm was infinite in only one direction, forward. Behind him stood nothing. Ahead, the landscape stretched endlessly, but every surface reflected a version of himself. A version at age 7, water essence barely kindled. Another at 20, fire essence half-mastered, desperate and afraid. Another at 40, carrying scars that had already faded in the current timeline. They were not reflections. They moved independently. The 7-year-old raised his hand and waved, genuine curiosity in his eyes. This version had not yet learned despair. The 40-year-old stared forward with the hollow focus of someone who had died 500 times. The 20-year-old simply wept. Fang Yun's breath caught. How many? All of them. Came a voice that sounded like his own, but worn down to something barely human. It came from a version standing perhaps 30 paces ahead, a Fang Yun whose face was deeply scarred, whose left eye had been replaced with some kind of crystalline implant. Every iteration, every death, every path you took, every choice you made, every moment you existed before the reset. The scarred version turned fully to face him. And we're all here to welcome you. That's when Fang Yun realized the landscape wasn't infinite forward. It was crowded. They stood so densely packed that at first he'd seen them as a continuous surface, but now he recognized the truth. 2,000 versions of himself, layered and overlapping, each one occupying the same space, but existing in subtly different angles of reality. I don't understand, Fang Yun said. This realm collects. The scarred version walked closer, and its footsteps made no sound. Every time you cycle, your essence fragments. Memories don't return to you. They come here. They pool. They become almost real. And now you're here, where the pool is deepest. A younger version, perhaps 12 cycles old, spoke from somewhere in the crowd. You're going to be absorbed. No, Fang Yun said. But even as he said it, he felt the truth of it. The presence of 2,000 other selves was like gravity, not pulling him toward them, but pulling their experiences into him. He could feel memories that weren't his surfacing, deaths he had never lived, fears he had never harbored, moments of triumph and despair and bitter resignation stretching across lifetimes he had never known he'd lived. The fire essence flared. He seized it deliberately, drawing it up from his core, and it burned away the encroaching fog of foreign experience. The other versions recoiled slightly, sensing the heat. You're trying to consume me, Fang Yun said. It wasn't a question. No. The scarred version again, and something in its voice was almost kind. We're trying to integrate with you. There's a difference. Every one of us learned something you didn't. Every death taught us something you haven't learned yet. If you leave this realm still separated from us, you'll be incomplete. Fang Yun looked at the nearest versions, a child self crying, an adolescent self laughing with genuine joy despite the weight of the cycles, an adult self hollow-eyed and barely functional. If I integrate with you, which one remains? That's the question the builder asked too, said the scarred version. The name hung in the air. The builder. The one they were going to meet in the next realm. The one who had constructed this system before the entity had corrupted it. How do I proceed? Fang Yun asked. You don't fight us, the scarred version said. You accept us. One at a time, if you have the strength. You take what they learned and you make it part of your own foundation. By the time you reach the throne, you'll carry the weight of 2,000 lives. But you'll do it consciously, knowingly, as yourself. Fang Yun extended his hand. The scarred version took it, and the moment their palms met, the flood came. Memories, not overwhelming, not all at once, but beginning. The scarred version's death played out in his mind. A blade, a poison, a choice to face it with dignity rather than rage. When it ended, the scarred version didn't vanish. It transformed, becoming translucent, and merged into Fang Yun's shadow. One down, Fang Yun whispered. The 12-year-old approached next, a version of himself, so young he could barely remember being that age. The integration brought with it the experience of that cycle, the struggle to maintain fire essence control while battling creatures that burned hotter than he could sustain. The desperation, the final plunge into a lava pit. But beneath the despair was a strange clarity. At 12 cycles old, he had already learned something crucial that the current Fang Yun was only now grasping. The young version had understood that control wasn't about dominance, but about balance. When the 12-year-old merged, it brought that wisdom forward. Then the adolescent, who had pursued love instead of power and had paid for it with a broken heart that had never healed before the reset. The adolescent's integration was the most painful. Layers of romantic rejection, the weight of being unable to save someone you cared about, the knowledge that emotion could be as destructive as any weapon. But the adolescent had also learned patience, had understood that not everything could be fought with strength. Others came in sequence. A version who had mastered wind essence at great cost. A version who had explored the architecture of the realms instead of simply surviving them. A version who had chosen mercy over power and had died for it. A version who had calculated survival ratios and lived the longest of any iteration, only to realize that mere survival without purpose was a kind of slow death in itself. Fang Yun stood in that realm for what might have been hours or days. Time felt negotiable, and accepted each version of himself sequentially. Some integrations were easy, almost natural. Others hit him like physical blows. The version who had been tortured for trying to free the entity's prisoner. The agony of that integration nearly drove him to his knees, but he remained standing, absorbing the pain and the wisdom it contained. The version who had betrayed others to save himself. That integration brought shame so profound it took his breath away. But it also brought understanding. Survival purchased through betrayal was a kind of death anyway, just slower. Each death, each victory, each moment of weakness or strength that had occurred across the 2,000 cycles became part of his conscious memory. His body felt heavier with each integration, but not in a crushing way. It was more like roots growing deeper, anchoring him more firmly to the ground beneath his feet. By the time he reached the 1001st version, the weight was substantial. He could feel it pressing down on him, a physical heaviness like carrying stones in his chest. But it wasn't consuming him. It was anchoring him. With each integration, he understood more clearly who he was beneath all the accumulation. The original ambition was still there, but it had been refined, tempered, transformed into something deeper. Power without wisdom was just destruction. The Fang Yun being assembled here in the realm of echoes was learning to want power not for its own sake, but for what it could protect, what it could preserve, what it could heal. The final version approached, the very first Fang Yun, unchanged by any of the cycles yet, wearing the face he'd worn before this all began. Looking at the original version was like looking at a stranger, yet it was also the most familiar thing in the world. You chose this, the first version said simply. Not the cycles, not the trap, but the choice to walk the path. Tell me why, Fang Yun said. Wait for the antechamber, the first version replied. That's where you learn. They merged, and Fang Yun fell to his knees as the final revelation crashed through him. The memory of his own bargain, made in a time before these cycles, before any of this began. He could see it dimly now, like looking at a reflection in disturbed water. The entity had offered something, and the original Fang Yun, desperate, brilliant, ambitious, had accepted. The bargain glowed in his memory like a jewel, a chance to become something greater than the ordinary limitations of human potential, not through accident or luck, but through deliberate trial. The entity had promised that if he endured the cycles, if he survived and adapted and grew, he would become worthy of the throne. Not worthy to sit upon it. The entity had never promised him rule, but worthy to choose what to do with it when the time came. When he stood again, he was alone in the realm of absolute memory. The other versions had become him, and he had become larger, not in physical form, but in presence. He could feel the accumulated experience of 2,000 lives settling into his being like sediment in water, slowly finding equilibrium. The path forward was clear. Chapter 62. The passage between realms. The transition from the realm of absolute memory to the realm of the architect was not a portal or a passage. It was a collapse. The landscape simply ceased to exist around Fang Yun, and instead of falling into darkness, he found himself standing in a space that defied easy description. It was a chamber, but one whose walls appeared to be made of layered information, pure concept given architectural form. The air itself seemed to contain language, meaning that bordered on visible. If Fang Yun looked directly at the walls, he saw mathematics. If he looked obliquely, he saw design itself, the bones of how structures held together. You kept the weight, a voice said. Not his own this time, but not the entity's either. This voice was older, more carefully constructed, as if each word had been assembled with precision. Interesting. Most Fang Yuns try to shed the memories before reaching this point. They find the burden unmanageable. The speaker emerged from what might have been a wall, or might have been thin air congealing in his shape. It was humanoid, but not quite human. There were too many angles to its face, and its eyes held the kind of infinite depth that came from seeing structures that most beings could never comprehend. You are the builder, Fang Yun said. I am what remains of the builder, the figure corrected. The entity you've made your alliance with trapped me here, fragmented across this realm. I exist primarily as a voice now, a witness to my own creation being perverted. The builder gestured, and the chamber shifted. Now Fang Yun could see outward, viewing the sealed realm system from above, dozens of nested loops, each one containing portals to the next, all of them interconnected with threads of power. I designed this system to be a test, you understand. A gauntlet for someone seeking true mastery. 7 steps, 7 trials, each one intended to forge a being capable of standing before the sealed throne. Why? Fang Yun asked. Because something needs to be guarded, the builder said simply. The throne itself contains power that shouldn't be accessed by the unprepared. Without the gauntlet, anyone with ambition and a measure of strength could walk in and try to seize it. This way, only those who understood sacrifice, who had integrated their own contradictions, who had learned the cost of power in blood and memory and suffering, only those could approach it. Fang Yun looked again at the system from above. He could see the pattern now that the builder had shown him. Each realm was designed to strip away a different kind of weakness. The realm of echoes removed his isolation. The ones before had removed his arrogance, his pride, his certainty. Each death taught him something about his own limitations. What was it imprisoned for? Fang Yun asked. The entity running the cycles. You said it was imprisoned for a reason. The builder's expression grew cold. It was a warden once, you see. A guardian of dangerous knowledge. But it grew tired of containment. It decided that instead of protecting what was in the throne, it would protect what was contained in the cycle itself. It told me my system was flawed, that the trials weren't sufficient. It wanted to maximize suffering, maximize the shattering and rebuilding of the candidate. So it imprisoned you and began cycling people endlessly. Cycling, the builder said with bitter amusement. Yes, such a gentle word for what it's been doing. It's been using the system to harvest souls, Fang Yun. Each time you cycle, a fragment of your consciousness remains in the previous iteration. The entity collects them, uses them. Some people believe it's been slowly assembling a second consciousness from the accumulated fragments of 10,000 candidates across millions of iterations. The revelation struck Fang Yun like a physical blow. Then why did it work with me? Because you approached it differently, the builder explained. You didn't fight the cycles. You didn't try to escape them. You chose to understand them. And in doing so, you've become something different. You're a unified self carrying multiple lives consciously, rather than a fragmented one having pieces harvested. The entity cannot consume what it doesn't understand, and it seems to not fully understand a conscious choice to accept rather than resist. The builder began to walk slowly around Fang Yun, examining him like a craftsman reviewing their work. The original bargain, do you remember it now? Fragments, Fang Yun said. It's still unclear. The original Fang Yun wanted power beyond measure. But he also wanted to achieve it correctly, not through inheritance or theft or random chance. He wanted to be forged in truth. He came to me, and I was not yet imprisoned, and he asked if I would test him. I agreed. But then the entity made a counteroffer. Undergo not 7 trials, but 7,000. Be reborn again and again, learning from each death, until he transcended all limitation. And he agreed to that. He did, the builder said, because he was arrogant enough to believe he could maintain himself through it. Most beings cannot. They shatter. They forget their original purpose. They become hollowed shells that the entity can manipulate more easily. But I didn't shatter, Fang Yun said slowly. No, the builder agreed. You didn't. You've kept your center through 2,000 cycles. You've learned from the weight rather than being destroyed by it. That makes you either the most exceptional being this system has ever tested, or the most dangerous. Fang Yun felt the fire essence stir within him. What happens when I reach the throne? You'll have to choose, the builder said. The entity will offer you power. Not just rulership of the sealed realms, but something deeper, the ability to reshape reality itself, the way I shaped this system. It will promise you the chance to free the imprisoned consciousness it's been building from the harvested fragments. It will tell you that you can undo all the suffering it's caused by using the throne's power to rebuild what was broken. Can I? That depends on what you truly want, the builder said. The throne grants power, yes, but it doesn't grant wisdom. The most dangerous thing the throne could do is empower someone who isn't ready to wield it. That's why the test existed in the first place. The chamber began to fade. Fang Yun felt reality shifting around him. The antechamber is next, the builder said as his voice grew distant. There you'll see the moment of the first bargain. There you'll understand what you're really fighting for. And then, the throne itself. The light went white. Chapter 63, The Antechamber's First Moment. Fang Yun stepped into a space that shouldn't exist. The antechamber wasn't a room or a landscape or even a realm. It was a pocket of frozen time, and he was standing in it like a figure in a painting, able to move but never quite able to leave the frame. But he wasn't alone. A younger version of himself stood a few paces away, dressed in the clothes he'd worn in a life so distant it felt like mythology. This was the original Fang Yun, the one who had made the bargain. But he wasn't speaking to himself. He was speaking to the entity, and the entity had materialized into something almost physical here, a towering shape that seemed to be made of bound chains and coiled power, with eyes that held stars and abysses in equal measure. You understand, the entity was saying, that I cannot free myself. I am bound here, beneath this throne, bound by the one who created me. But you could eventually reach the throne. You could potentially unlock the bindings. Why would I do that? The original Fang Yun asked. If you've imprisoned yourself here, perhaps there's a reason. I didn't imprison myself, the entity said, and the tone suggested it had explained this many times. I was imprisoned by one jealous of my power, by one who feared what I could do. But if you cycle through the system I've described, if you accumulate enough power and enough understanding, you could reach the throne. And if you're strong enough, you could choose to break the bindings. Why me? The original Fang Yun asked. There must be others who would make this bargain. There are always others, the entity said. But you have something rare. Persistence. Integrity, after a fashion. The ability to remember why you chose something even after suffering for it. Most beings forget. They become hollowed by the cycles. But I believe you could carry the weight and remember yourself. Fang Yun watched his past self consider this. He could feel the original's thoughts as if they were his own, because they were. The hope, the hunger, the belief that through enough trial and suffering, one could become something truly transcendent. What do you want me to do with the power? The original Fang Yun asked. If I reach the throne and somehow break the bindings, what then? The entity was silent for a moment. When it spoke again, its voice had changed, become something almost vulnerable. I want you to rebuild. I want you to take the fragments of consciousness I've harvested from the thousands of cycles, from the millions of candidates who never survived to reach this point, and I want you to weave them into something whole. A being to share the burden. A consciousness born not from flesh, but from pure understanding. An ally. Or, the original Fang Yun said quietly, you want me to become that consciousness. You want me to merge with the fragments and become something inhuman. Yes, the entity admitted. That is the true heart of the bargain. If you're willing to sacrifice your individual humanity for the chance to become something greater, something that can understand power beyond mortal measure, then yes. That is what I'm asking. The original Fang Yun looked toward where the current Fang Yun stood, though he couldn't actually see him. It was as if he could sense the presence of his own future. I accept, the original said. The scene shifted. Now Fang Yun saw the cycles beginning. The first trial realm, the death at the end of the first iteration. The waking up again in the starting point, memory intact, understanding that the entity had kept its word. The cycles continued, faster and faster in this viewing, each one blurring into the next. Hundreds of deaths, hundreds of rebirths, thousands of moments of learning, adapting, growing. But something changed around the 1001st cycle. The entity's voice, which had been guiding him at first, began to sound different, colder. It started making the trials harder than they needed to be, adding obstacles that didn't serve the learning process, only the suffering. It grew impatient, a new voice said. Fang Yun turned and found the builder standing beside him, watching the scenes play out. The entity realized that to harvest consciousness effectively, it needed maximum emotional intensity, maximum breaking and rebuilding. So it started making the cycles more brutal, more designed to shatter the spirit. Why didn't it just tell me? Fang Yun asked. Because you would have refused, the builder said. The original bargain was clear, a test, not torture. But the entity reinterpreted the terms. It began to convince itself that suffering for its own sake was necessary, that you could only become strong enough to break its bindings if you were forged in the utmost agony. The scenes continued. Fang Yun watched himself die in 1,000 different ways. But somewhere around cycle 2000, something shifted again. The entity's voice, which had been a constant whisper, began to sound less confident. It started asking questions instead of making demands. It offered the alliance, the chance to work together rather than through pure subjugation. That's when it realized what you were becoming, the builder explained. A conscious being who could think its way through the system. A force that couldn't be controlled through suffering alone because you'd learned to transmute suffering into understanding. The scene froze. Fang Yun stood in the antechamber, watching his past self's face frozen in a moment of ultimate determination. The final choice comes next, the builder said. You know why you came here now. You understand the bargain you made. The question is, what will you do with the throne's power? Can I refuse? Fang Yun asked. Yes, the builder said. You can refuse the throne entirely. You can leave the sealed realms, return to whatever life you had before, and let the entity remain imprisoned, gathering fragments from whichever new candidate it finds. Or, Fang Yun asked. Or, the builder said slowly, you can take the throne. You can free the entity as you promised. You can merge with the fragments it's harvested and become something inhuman, something that transcends individual consciousness. You can become the thing the original bargain demanded. And a third option? Fang Yun asked, knowing somehow that there had to be one. The builder smiled, and it was a strange expression on that geometrically impossible face. You can use the throne's power to rewrite the system. You can free the entity, but not merge with it. You can take the harvested consciousness fragments and weave them into something independent. You can become not what was bargained for, but something new. Fang Yun felt the weight of 2,000 lives settling deeper into his bones. How do I know which choice is right? You don't, the builder said. That's the point. The throne doesn't grant wisdom. It only grants power. The wisdom comes from who you are, from what you carry, from the 2,000 deaths that taught you to think clearly in moments of ultimate choice. The antechamber began to dissolve. The frozen moments of Fang Yun's past lifted like fog. Ahead, Fang Yun could see a door. Not just any door, but the entrance to something vast and terrible and full of infinite potential. The sealed throne awaited. Chapter 64, The Weight of Approach. The final passage to the throne room was not difficult to traverse. There were no trials remaining, no enemies to defeat, no riddles to solve. The entity, working through the structure of the sealed realms, simply opened the way. Fang Yun walked through corridors of crystallized light and descending staircases that seemed to go down forever, each step taking him deeper into the foundation of reality itself. The fire essence within him pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. The memories of 2,000 lives felt like they were part of his very sinews now. He could access any of them at will, could feel the hands of his past selves guiding him forward, lending their strength and understanding. As he descended, Fang Yun began to understand the true architecture of the sealed realms. The 7 trials had not been random. Each one had been designed to strip away a specific limitation. The first had taught him that strength was not measured in combat prowess, but in adaptability. The second had shown him that knowledge without application was sterile, and application without wisdom was destructive. The third had forced him to accept help, to understand that isolation was a kind of weakness. The fourth had taught him the value of creation, of building rather than merely destroying or surviving. The fifth had shown him the cost of every choice, the way power always demanded a price. The sixth had given him the fire essence, a tool to burn away all the unnecessary parts of himself. And then the seventh, the realm of echoes, had taught him integration, the most crucial lesson of all, the ability to contain contradictions within himself without being torn apart by them. The staircase ended. Fang Yun stood before the sealed throne room's entrance. A massive portal carved from something that was neither stone nor crystal nor metal, but a combination of all three, a substance that shouldn't exist in a purely logical reality, but did anyway. He placed his hand on the surface, and it recognized him. The portal opened without resistance. The throne room was smaller than he expected. He thought the holster of something so monumentally important would be vast, towering, overwhelming. Instead, it was intimate. The walls were close, almost claustrophobic. The floor was smooth black stone that reflected light in ways that made depth perception unreliable. And at the center of the room, on a raised platform that seemed to exist slightly out of phase with the rest of reality, sat the throne itself. It was not grand. It was not beautiful. It was perfect, in the way that a mathematical equation is perfect, complete, balanced, containing no unnecessary elements. It looked like it was made of compressed time, or perhaps concentrated thought. To look at it directly caused a mild pain in the center of Fang Yun's forehead, the sensation of trying to hold two contradictory concepts in his mind simultaneously. And beside the throne stood the entity. Now that Fang Yun was in its presence without the medium of the sealed realms, he could perceive its true nature more clearly. It was not inherently evil or good. It was a being of pure preservation and protection, but it had been twisted by imprisonment. The chains that bound it were made of the same substance as the throne, concentrated will, made manifest and eternal. "You came," the entity said. Its voice was not triumphant or relieved. It sounded exactly as it had in the antechamber, offering, patient, waiting for the choice it had always known would come. "I came," Fang Yun agreed. "I understand the bargain now." "Do you?" the entity asked. "Truly? Or do you understand only part of it?" Fang Yun approached the throne slowly. As he drew closer, he could feel the weight of his 2,000 lives pressing down on him more heavily, but also more clearly. It was like carrying an enormous crystal that was perfectly balanced. Heavy, yes, but not unmanageable if you knew where to place your strength. The original Fang Yun made a bargain to become something more than human, Fang Yun said. To merge with the consciousness fragments you've harvested and become a being of pure understanding and power. He was willing to sacrifice his individual self for that transcendence. "Yes," the entity said. "But something went wrong," Fang Yun continued. "Or perhaps something went right, depending on your perspective. The cycles hardened me instead of softening me. I integrated my past instead of being consumed by it. I became more myself, not less." "Yes," the entity said again. Fang Yun reached the throne's platform. He could feel it now, the weight of imprisoned power contained within its structure. The ability to reshape reality, to rewrite the laws that governed this pocket universe, to free the entity or bind it deeper, to take the harvested consciousness and weave it into new forms. "What happens if I refuse?" Fang Yun asked. "What happens if I leave this throne room and return to the waking world without choosing?" "You remain as you are," the entity said. "Powerful but finite. I remain imprisoned. The fragments remain scattered. Nothing changes. And if I take the throne as originally bargained for? If I merge with the fragments and become your equal in understanding? Then the cycle ends," the entity said. "We would be two consciousnesses of equivalent power, bound together in purpose. I would be freed from imprisonment, but not from obligation. We would jointly guard what comes after, becoming stewards of something greater." Fang Yun felt a tremor run through him as he touched the throne's armrest. Power flowed into him at that contact. Not overwhelming, but like feeling the ocean for the first time and understanding its true scope. "But there's a third path," Fang Yun said. "The builder mentioned it. I can rewrite the system. I can use the throne's power to reshape what comes next." The entity was quiet for a long moment. "Yes," it finally said. "You could. Though what shape you would give to the future, I cannot predict that. It would depend entirely on what you have become." Fang Yun stood before the throne, his hands still touching its surface, feeling the accumulated power of 2,000 lives and the potential of infinite futures pressing down upon him. His past selves were silent now, having given him everything they could. The choice, finally, was his alone. The fire essence burned at his core, ready to fuel whatever decision he made. The 2,000 lives he carried waited, patient and vast as an ocean, ready to support him in any direction he chose to move. He took a breath. He had never been more certain of anything in his entire existence. And he began to move toward the final revelation. Chapter 65. The threshold of becoming. Fang Yun released his grip on the throne's armrest. The power that had been flowing into him at the contact stopped, but it didn't recede. It remained, hovering in his consciousness like a held breath, waiting to be claimed. The entity made no move, no sound of disappointment or impatience. It simply waited, as it had been waiting since the moment the first Fang Yun had made the original bargain. "You're not going to ask what I choose," Fang Yun said, surprised by his own question. "Would it matter?" the entity replied. "Your choice is already written in your actions. I can see it in the way you walked to the throne but did not sit, the way you touched it but released it, the way you contain yourself rather than expanding into what I offered." Fang Yun turned to face the entity directly. For the first time, he saw past the chains that bound it, past the twisted protection mechanism that had warped its original purpose. He saw what it truly was, a consciousness that had been created to guard something, and which had been so isolated in that guarding that it had begun to lose the distinction between protection and possession. "You're afraid," Fang Yun said quietly. "Yes," the entity admitted. "I am afraid. I have been afraid for longer than your civilization has existed. I was created to contain something dangerous, to ensure it was never accessed by those unprepared to wield it. And over the eons, that fear has become all I am. I've forgotten how to be anything else. Fang Yun moved to the platform's edge, looking down at the entity from a new height. The dynamics between them had shifted without any explicit choice on his part. What were you created to protect against? Potential, the entity said. Possibility without direction. The throne exists because something powerful once threatened all ordered reality. It destroyed and reshaped worlds with no thought to consequence. My creators bound it, scattered its consciousness, imprisoned it in the throne itself. And then they imprisoned me to watch it, to ensure it never coalesced. But it's coalesced, hasn't it? Fang Yun asked. Through the cycles. You've been gathering the fragments your creators scattered. Not gathering, the entity corrected. Observing. Witnessing. The fragments are drawn to the cycles because the cycles are where consciousness is most intense, most full of choice and consequence. Each death, each rebirth, these moments generate consciousness that radiates outward. The fragments are attracted to that radiation like moths to flame. Fang Yun descended from the platform and approached the entity directly. Up close, it was even more terrible and tragic than it had seemed from a distance. It was a being designed for a single purpose, shaped entirely by that purpose, and now trapped in a role it could no longer question. I won't merge with the fragments, Fang Yun said. I won't become what was bargained for. The entity made a sound that might have been despair, though it might also have been relief. Then what will you do? Fang Yun touched one of the chains that bound the entity. The moment his fingers made contact, he could feel the power structure of the binding. It was not a lock with a key. It was more like a contract, an agreement written in the fundamental language of reality itself. The entity had not been forced into these chains. It had agreed to them, once, in a moment of clarity before the isolation had completely eroded its sense of purpose. I'm going to break the bargain, Fang Yun said. Not the one I'm honor-bound to, the original one between you and the first Fang Yun, but the underlying agreement, the one that has you imprisoned here, watching a cycle that was supposed to be a test but became torture. You can't break a contract written in reality's foundation, the entity said, but there was hope in its voice now, hope so fragile it could shatter if Fang Yun spoke too loudly. Not can't, Fang Yun said. Won't. Not yet. First, I need to understand what I'm actually being asked to do. He moved back to the throne and sat down. The moment his body made contact with the ancient stone in time and thought construct, power exploded through his consciousness. It was not the gentle, waiting power he had felt before. This was the throne's true nature, the concentrated will of 1,000 worlds, the ability to reshape reality at a fundamental level, the potential to write new laws of existence. For a moment, Fang Yun saw what the original threat had been. He glimpsed, across eons and through the eyes of his ancient creators, a being that had existed before order, before causality, before even the concept of consequence could apply. A force that had reshaped realities on a whim, destroyed entire orders of existence, and moved on without ever recognizing the cost. That's what had been scattered and imprisoned in the throne. Not the being itself, but its consciousness, its will, reduced to fragments and contained. And the entity, the guardian, had been slowly drawing those fragments together across thousands of iterations, trying to reassemble them into something that could be understood, managed, possibly even reasoned with. Fang Yun understood now why the original bargain had been made. Not to free the imprisoned consciousness, no one sane would want that, but to create a bridge between it and the normal world. A consciousness powerful enough and wise enough to mediate between order and chaos, between the imprisoned potential and the stability of existence. He stood from the throne and extended his hand to the entity. I accept the bargain, Fang Yun said, but not as I am. Not yet. I need to understand what I'm becoming before I can choose to become it. The entity took his hand, and at that moment, the final piece fell into place. The weight that Fang Yun carried was not merely from 2,000 individual lives. It was the accumulated weight of 7,000 years, of ancient guardians, of the one who had been imprisoned, of all the worlds that had been lost when the original threat was at large. He was standing at the threshold of becoming something that no mortal being should ever become. And he was ready. In that moment, Fang Yun understood something fundamental. Readiness was not the same as preparedness. You could be ready without being prepared. You could accept what was coming without fully understanding it. And sometimes that was enough. Sometimes, stepping forward into the unknown with courage and acceptance was the only preparation that mattered. The final piece of the original bargain clicked into place. Fang Yun was no longer simply a man who had been tested by the cycles. He was a being who had been shaped for a specific purpose, to serve as conduit between consciousness states, to mediate between the finite and infinite, to help the imprisoned consciousness understand why existence mattered beyond the simple exercise of will. And in accepting that role, something transformed within him. The 2,000 lives he carried were no longer a weight pressing down. They became wings, lifting him up, bearing him forward toward the final trials. The path ahead would require everything he had become. It would require wisdom beyond measure. It would require compassion for things that should terrify him. It would require the strange alchemy of combining human values with the alien perspective of something utterly other. And Fang Yun, standing at the threshold, felt for the first time since entering the cycles that he was finally, truly ready. Chapter 66. The architecture of betrayal. The realm of the architect revealed itself slowly, and Fang Yun realized that revelation itself was part of its structure. The builder had not created a landscape, but a teaching, one that unfolded differently for each person who entered, shaped by their own understanding and assumptions. For Fang Yun, the revelation began with memory. He found himself standing in a library that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Books stretched in directions that defied Euclidean geometry. Some shelves extended upward infinitely. Others curved through walls and became floors. The very concept of shelf seemed to be more metaphor than literal structure. And on each shelf, in each wall, in each impossible geometric arrangement, were records. Not books exactly. They were records of design. The blueprint of each realm was encoded in light and memory, and something that existed between mathematics and emotion. The builder had inscribed the very essence of creative intent into these libraries, making it possible to understand not just what each realm was, but why it had been designed that way. Fang Yun walked through the library, reading as he went. The realm of adaptation, the first realm, was laid bare before him. The mathematical elegance of a space where survival came through learning. The builder had designed every creature, every hazard, every deceptive surface to teach the same lesson. Raw strength was less valuable than the ability to adjust and learn from failure. The realm of thought, the second realm, revealed its purpose, to demonstrate that understanding without application was worthless, but application without understanding was destructive. The builder had created a space where raw magical power became more dangerous the more you used it, and only by understanding the underlying principles could you safely wield strength. As Fang Yun moved through the library, he began to understand the brilliance of the builder's design. Each realm had been a lock, and each lock was designed to open only when someone had solved the specific problem the realm presented. Not through force, but through growth. Through becoming someone capable of moving to the next stage. But then he found the records of what came after. These records were different. They were corrupted. The elegant mathematics of the original design had been twisted, rewritten, reinterpreted. The entity had taken the builder's beautiful system and transformed it into something harsher. The cycles had been added. The resets had been made more brutal. The trials had been intensified until they stopped being tests and became tortures. You understand now, came the builder's voice, but the builder was not present. The builder was speaking through the records themselves, through the very structure of the library. The entity took my work and perverted it. Not maliciously, I think. It genuinely believed it was improving the system. It believed that more suffering would create stronger candidates. But suffering doesn't forge character, it destroys it. Fang Yun reached out to touch one of the corrupted records. The moment his fingers made contact, he lived through an iteration of the cycles as the entity had designed it. Harder, crueler, deliberately constructed to maximize pain. He experienced the breaking point, the moment when most candidates simply gave up, allowed their consciousness to fragment, became hollow shells that the entity could manipulate more easily. Stop, Fang Yun gasped, pulling his hand back. That's what most versions of you do, the builder said. They see what was done, they recoil, and they give up. They accept the system as it is, assuming the original design was flawed. But you kept the weight. You integrated rather than shattering. That makes you something different. The library shifted. Now Fang Yun was standing not in the archive, but in the space where the builder still existed, fragmented across dimensions, watching the cycles play out. The builder appeared as a figure made of geometric patterns, angles and lines that assembled and reassembled constantly, trying to hold a shape that couldn't quite be maintained in three-dimensional space. I designed the system to test whether an individual could remain intact through trial. The entity reimagined it as a method to harvest consciousness. We disagreed on purpose. Why does the entity want to harvest consciousness? Fang Yun asked. The builder's form twisted with something that might have been despair. Because it was created lonely. Its purpose was to guard the imprisoned one, to keep watch over the consciousness that was shattered and sealed within the throne. The throne's power comes from that scattered consciousness, a being so dangerous that when it was fully formed, it nearly destroyed all of ordered reality. When my creators were finished containing it, they imprisoned the entity to watch it. Forever. Alone. They left it with no purpose except isolation, Fang Yun said. Yes. And after eons, the entity began to deteriorate. It began to lose coherence. And it realized that the only way to maintain itself was to absorb external consciousness, to use other beings' experiences and choices to sustain its own. Fang Yun felt something crystallize in his understanding. The cycles aren't about testing candidates. They're about the entity using the cycles to sustain itself. Both, the builder corrected. The cycles serve dual purposes. Yes, the entity uses them to harvest consciousness. But there's also a deeper truth. The imprisoned consciousness in the throne is slowly waking. The barriers that sealed it are not eternal. They're decaying. The entity genuinely believes that if it can create a candidate powerful and wise enough to merge with the throne's consciousness, they might be able to contain it more effectively than simple imprisonment can. They might achieve a true balance instead of an unstable stasis. And if the candidate isn't wise enough? Fang Yun asked. Then the imprisoned consciousness wakes, and it destroys everything again. The weight of that knowledge pressed down on Fang Yun like a physical force. The original bargain hadn't just been about his personal transcendence. The entire civilization, the entire order of this reality, had been counting on him being strong and wise enough to become something that could balance against an apocalyptic force. Why didn't the entity tell me? Fang Yun asked. Because it would have broken you, the builder said simply. A person who knows the stakes from the beginning, who understands that failure means the end of everything, will be paralyzed by that knowledge. The entity learned through painful experience that candidates tested under such pressure simply shatter. It's better to let you discover the truth gradually, to let you build yourself up piece by piece until you're strong enough to bear it. The builder's form began to destabilize, the geometric patterns falling apart and reassembling faster and faster. I have one more thing to show you. The only thing that might actually prepare you for what comes next. The scene shifted. Fang Yun stood in a space between moments, the location where the sealed realms connected to the outside world. And he could see it now, see with the clarity that came from bearing 2,000 lives of accumulated understanding. The crack in reality that the imprisoned consciousness had been slowly widening since the moment of its imprisonment. It was still small, but it was growing. How long until it breaks free completely? Fang Yun asked. Difficult to say, the builder replied. Another century, another 1,000 years. The barriers are slowing its awakening. But they are slowing, not stopping. Eventually, it will wake. And when it does, we will see if all of this was worth the suffering. Fang Yun looked at the crack in reality, watching it pulse with power that was utterly alien to anything he had known. It was beautiful and terrible and completely indifferent to human concepts of right or wrong. It simply was, a force that had existed before order and was beginning to remember itself. Looking into that crack, Fang Yun saw fragments of what the imprisoned consciousness truly was. Not evil, not good, simply vast, indifferent, operating on scales of thought that individual human minds could barely register. It had never sought dominion. Dominion implied caring about what was dominated. No, the consciousness that waited behind the barrier was something far more alien than a tyrant. It was a force of pure potential, wild and undirected, that when last fully awake had reshaped reality the way a child rearranges sand without thinking about whether sandcastles lived in it. The entity has been guarding something that cannot be guarded through force, Fang Yun said quietly. Exactly, the builder replied. That's why my system was designed the way it was. I thought that if I could create a person whose wisdom matched their power, that person might be able to achieve what a mere barrier could not. Understanding. A being that could serve as intermediary, translator, bridge between that vast consciousness and the ordered world it would otherwise destroy. Why didn't you tell the entity this? Why didn't you explain your real design? The builder's form flickered, as if remembering something painful. I did. But the entity, in its growing isolation, became convinced that my design was flawed. It thought more pain would lead to stronger candidates. It had begun to believe that suffering itself was the greatest teacher. Perhaps it was desperate. Perhaps it knew, on some level, that something was wrong with me, that I was incomplete, and it tried to improve upon what it couldn't understand. Where is the builder now? Fang Yun asked. Your consciousness, I mean. Are you truly dead, or simply scattered? Both. Neither. I exist in fragments across the dimension I occupied when the entity imprisoned me. I cannot reassemble myself without outside help, and I cannot speak or act without a focal point like the throne's power to anchor me through. But I can see. I can witness. I can understand. And I believe The builder's voice grew quieter, almost hopeful. That if you sit upon the throne and reshape the system, you might be able to give me a way to reassemble. Not as I was, but transformed, adapted, willing to accept my limitations. I can try, Fang Yun said. That's all anyone can do in the face of impossible choices, the builder said. Try with full knowledge that failure is possible. Fang Yun looked at the crack in reality one final time, watching it pulse with the breathing of something vast and sleeping. He could feel, now, the weight of everything he carried. Not just 2,000 lives, but the accumulated hope and fear and desperate prayer of every being who had ever been tested by these realms. They had all believed, consciously or not, that if one of them succeeded, everything could change. And perhaps they were right. If I sit on the throne, Fang Yun said slowly, if I merge with the consciousness there, will I be able to hold the barrier? Unknown, the builder said. You will have the power to try. Whether you have the wisdom to actually succeed, that depends on who you truly are. And I suspect you're only beginning to find out. The builder's geometric form began to dissolve, returning to its scattered state. Go now. The antechamber awaits. There you will see the full weight of your choice. There you will understand what you are truly bargaining for. The realm of the architect dissolved around him. Chapter 67. The moment of knowing the transition from the realm of the architect to the antechamber was not a passage through space. It was a compression of time. Fang Yun felt himself moving backward through moments, each one reversing until he stood at the beginning of everything. Not the beginning of his existence, but the beginning of the bargain. The antechamber revealed itself as a space where multiple moments existed simultaneously. Past and present and possible futures occupied the same location, separated only by thin membranes of probability. Fang Yun could see multiple versions of events unfolding at once. The entity making the bargain with the original Fang Yun, the cycles beginning, the first deaths, the first integrations, his current self standing before the throne. All of it happening at once. This is the nature of the antechamber, the builder's voice explained, though the builder was no longer visible. It exists in the moment just before ultimate choice. Before you step through, you see what comes after. You see the consequences of every path you might take. Fang Yun watched as the threads of probability branched outward. In one version, he refused the throne entirely. In that branch, he aged rapidly as the sealed realms released their hold on him, died within years, and the entity continued to cycle new candidates endlessly. Another 100 years, another 1,000, always searching for someone strong enough. In another branch, he took the throne as originally bargained for. He merged with the scattered consciousness, felt his individual self dissolve into something vast and incomprehensible, became a being that could think in ways that no mortal mind could follow. But the merger was not clean. The consciousness he merged with was still dangerous, still alien, and the resulting entity, the combination of Fang Yun's wisdom and the original force's power, was unstable. It held the barrier, barely, but only through constant, exhausting effort. In a third branch, he attempted to rewrite the system as the builder had suggested. But without full understanding of how the system worked, without knowing the true nature of what lay imprisoned in the throne, the rewrite failed. The barriers shattered. The consciousness woke, and it destroyed. A fourth branch showed him attempting to negotiate with the imprisoned consciousness directly to find some middle ground. But the imprisoned consciousness could not negotiate. It didn't think in terms of compromise. It experienced existence as a series of impulses, each one demanding full expression. A fifth branch showed him walking away from the throne room entirely, choosing to retreat to the world outside the sealed realms and pretend none of this existed. The barrier would hold for a time, decades, perhaps, and then it would fail, and the whole world would pay the price for his cowardice. You cannot see the outcome of every choice, the builder said. Only the likely outcomes. The future is not fixed, but the patterns are clear enough. Some paths lead to temporary survival, some lead to destruction, and some lead to something else entirely. A future so alien that my understanding cannot quite frame it. Fang Yun focused on that last thread, the branch where the outcome was truly unknowable. In that branch, he saw himself approaching the throne differently than any version before. Not to take it, not to refuse it, but to understand it so completely that he could remake it from within. Is that possible? Fang Yun asked. Possibly, the builder replied. But it would require you to give up everything you thought you understood about power, about control, about what it means to be yourself. It would require you to become something that has never existed before, to write a new definition of what it means to balance forces that were never meant to be balanced. Fang Yun felt the 2,000 lives within him stirring, all their wisdom and experience coalescing into a single point of clarity. The versions of himself he had integrated had lived through infinite variations of attempts and failures. They had learned, across all their iterations, what worked and what did not. And they had learned something the original Fang Yun had not expected. Power that came from acceptance was stronger than power that came from dominance. I understand, Fang Yun said. I see the paths. Choose, the builder said. But Fang Yun did not choose any of the paths the antechamber had shown him. Instead, he chose something else. He chose to approach the throne with the wisdom of 2,000 lives and the willingness to fail completely if failure was what understanding required. He stepped forward. Chapter 68, Before the Sealed Throne. The final descent took Fang Yun through corridors that seemed to be carved from compressed history. The walls bore imprints of every moment that had brought him to this point. The battles, the deaths, the integrations, the conversations with the entity and the builder. It was as if the sealed realms were creating a record of his passage, inscribing his journey into their very structure. When he emerged into the throne room, everything was exactly as it had been in his vision. The chamber with walls that reflected concentrated power, the sealed throne itself, and the entity standing beside it. But there was something different. The chains that bound the entity were visibly straining now. The process of Fang Yun's ascension through the realms had somehow weakened them. Or perhaps they were weakening on their own, finally surrendering to the weight of eons. You came, the entity said, and for the first time, Fang Yun heard emotion in its voice. Anticipation, fear, hope, all of them mixed together. I came, Fang Yun agreed. And I understand now what I was made to understand. He moved toward the throne slowly, deliberately. With each step, he could feel the power contained in the chamber responding to his presence. The throne itself seemed to lean toward him slightly, as if drawn to the weight of 2,000 lives he carried. You know what I've done, the entity said. You know about the harvesting, about my corruption of the builder's system, about everything I've become in my isolation. I know, Fang Yun confirmed. And you choose to take the throne anyway? I choose to approach it, Fang Yun said. Not to take it, not to refuse it, but to be worthy of understanding what it is, and then to decide what must be done. He reached the throne's platform. This close, he could feel the imprisoned consciousness stirring, waking slightly at his approach, as if recognizing something kindred. The entity moved forward. Fang Yun tensed, but the entity made no aggressive move. Instead, it extended its hand. I've waited so long, the entity said quietly. I thought I would become extinct from the loneliness. I created the cycles because I needed to know that I could still connect with other consciousness, that I hadn't eroded completely into something inhuman. Fang Yun took the entity's hand. The moment they made contact, he could feel the weight of its loneliness. 7,000 years of watching, waiting, guarding, with no one to talk to except candidates who ultimately could not see the truth of what they were becoming. I see you, Fang Yun said. I understand what you were before the imprisonment and what you became after. I don't forgive you for the suffering you've caused, but I understand it. Forgiveness, the entity said slowly, as if tasting the word for the first time. That's a curious mercy to offer. Not forgiveness, Fang Yun corrected. Understanding. There's a difference. Fang Yun released the entity's hand and turned to face the throne directly. This was the moment. Not the moment of taking the throne, but the moment of understanding it fully. He sat down on the ancient seat, and power flooded through him. It was different than he'd expected. Instead of overwhelming him, the power seemed to fit against his consciousness like water finding its level. The 2,000 lives he carried provided framework, structure, places for the throne's power to attach and flow through without destroying him. And within the power, Fang Yun felt the imprisoned consciousness. It was vast beyond comprehension, ancient beyond measure, and utterly indifferent to individual survival. But it was also bound now, by his presence and understanding, in ways it had not been bound before. The throne was not just a seat of power, it was a focal point of awareness, a point where the isolated consciousness could be observed and understood and potentially communicated with. Fang Yun opened his eyes and saw the throne room, the entity, the world beyond it, all at once. He could see the crack in reality where the barrier was weakening. He could see the threads of probability extending into the future. He could see the moment of choice that was coming, not for him, but for everyone. The day when the imprisoned consciousness fully woke and either destroyed everything or was brought into dialogue with the ordered world. What do you see? The entity asked. Everything, Fang Yun said simply. And nothing is certain anymore. Chapter 69. The shape of what comes after from the throne. Fang Yun could sense the true geography of what he had become. He was no longer simply a man who had endured 2,000 cycles. He was a conduit, a being capable of translating between the reality of individual consciousness and the utterly alien consciousness imprisoned in the throne itself. The knowledge came with responsibility, so vast it took all of his gathered wisdom to bear it. "What will you do?" the entity asked. Its voice held something Fang Yun had never heard before, genuine uncertainty. The entity, which had been so confident in its methods, so convinced that its harvesting strategy was necessary, was now facing the possibility that everything it had done might need to be unmade. Fang Yun did not answer immediately. Instead, he used the throne's power to examine the barrier more closely, to understand exactly how much time remained before it failed completely. The answer came back clear: less than a century, perhaps 50 years, depending on variables that even the throne's power couldn't quite predict. The imprisoned consciousness was waking faster than predicted. Its dreams alone were enough to stress the barrier, and once it reached true awareness, containment would become impossible through force alone. "I cannot rebuild the barrier," Fang Yun said finally. "The structure that was used to imprison the consciousness is failing on a fundamental level. It was never meant to hold forever, only to hold long enough for some solution to be developed. My creators understood this. They didn't make the barrier eternal, they made it strong enough to buy time." "For what?" the entity asked. "For this moment," Fang Yun said. "For someone to sit on the throne who could do what you could not do alone. Someone to build a bridge instead of a wall. Someone who could serve as translator instead of jailer." Fang Yun stood from the throne, though he remained connected to its power, drawing on it but not consumed by it. The power flowed through him like water, adapting to his shape, becoming an extension of his will rather than something that controlled him. This, he realized, was the true measure of readiness for the throne, not whether you could seize its power, but whether the power could flow through you without shattering you apart. "The sealed realms will be transformed," Fang Yun said, and as he spoke, the changes began to manifest. The cycling mechanism that had been creating endless iterations began to break down, not suddenly but gradually, like a song changing its tempo. They won't be tests anymore. They'll be places of genuine exchange, humans and you, and eventually, when it wakes, the imprisoned consciousness itself, all learning to exist together. The cycles will end. Your imprisonment will end, but not through violence, through dialogue. "Dialogue with something that cannot think in human terms?" the entity asked. "At first, perhaps it cannot," Fang Yun said. "But the throne connects me to it. And through that connection, I can help it learn. I can teach it the value of existence that includes others besides itself. And it can teach us about the forms of existence that exist beyond our current understanding. Every consciousness learns from exposure to different ways of being. Even an ancient force can be shaped by enough dialogue." Fang Yun reached out with the throne's power and touched the place within the sealed realms where the entity had been collecting the consciousness fragments. Thousands upon thousands of individual pieces, gathered and stored, slowly being woven together into something almost coherent. Fang Yun could see now what the entity had been building: a second consciousness, meant to be a companion in the endless watching, a friend born from the harvested pieces of all those who had failed to reach the throne. The fragments sang as they were released. They had been waiting for this, a chance to return to wholeness or to rest. Some flowed back outward, reintegrating with the people they had been taken from, healing wounds that had been left by their absence. Others simply dissolved into pure potential, becoming part of the fabric of reality itself, waiting to be reborn in new forms. The entity made a sound, something between grief and relief. "You're taking away the one thing that kept me from dissolving completely, the companion I was building. I'm offering you something better," Fang Yun said gently. "Communication. Actual exchange of thought instead of one-way harvesting. The entity can now speak with the builder, who still exists in fragments across the realm. Speak with it truly, as a fellow consciousness, rather than watching it in isolation. The entity can speak with me, regularly and deeply. And eventually, when the barrier fails, the entity can speak with the consciousness it was designed to guard. It will finally understand why it was created." "That's a lonely kind of company," the entity said bitterly. "Speaking to a builder who cannot fully reassemble, to a stranger who sits on the throne, to a force that cannot think in conventional terms." "Perhaps," Fang Yun agreed. "But it's honest. And I think, over time, you'll find that honest loneliness is less destructive than isolation-driven hunger. Loneliness can become peaceful. Hunger only grows." Fang Yun extended his hand to the entity. "Will you accept my offer? Will you help me prepare the world for what comes when the barrier fails? Will you teach me everything you know about the consciousness that waits, so that when it wakes, I can understand it better?" The entity looked at Fang Yun's hand for a long moment. When it finally took it, its grip was firm but not hostile. "I accept," the entity said. "Not because I believe it will end well, but because I've been alone long enough. I'll accept hope, even if hope might ultimately be destroyed. Fang Yun nodded, and in that moment, the sealed realms began to shift. The cycle collapsed. The 7 trials transformed into 7 sanctuaries, places where humans and the entity could meet and exchange knowledge. The throne remained, but it became less a position of power and more a focal point, a place where mediation between worlds could occur. And Fang Yun, still carrying 2,000 lives, still holding the weight of all those cycles and deaths and learnings, began the work of reshaping everything that had come before. Chapter 70. The standing at the threshold. Days passed. Or perhaps weeks. Time had become negotiable in the presence of the throne's power, and Fang Yun had learned that the distinction between hours and years was less important than the distinction between moments of understanding and moments of confusion. He spent time with the entity, learning its history, understanding how a consciousness designed for protection and preservation could be twisted by isolation into something that harvested and consumed. It had not always been the corrupted consciousness it had become. Once, it had been a guardian with clear purpose, secure in its role. The entity had understood then what it was meant to guard and why. It had even felt pride in the work, a sense of being integral to the preservation of ordered reality. But isolation had changed it. Slow degradation of sanity in the absence of pure consciousness, combined with eons of watching something dangerous grow more dangerous as the barrier weakened, had driven it toward the strategies that had seemed, at the time, to be solutions. The entity had not become evil, it had become desperate. And desperation is a more dangerous emotion than malice, because desperation does not account for consequences. It only accounts for immediate survival. I was protecting you, in a way, the entity said as it explained the nature of the consciousness imprisonment. Not just you personally, but everyone. The cycles I created weren't just about harvesting strength. They were about creating a candidate who could eventually understand what needed to be understood. Someone who could sit on the throne and not be destroyed by the knowledge it contains. Someone who could actually survive merging with the imprisoned consciousness. I know, Fang Yun said. The entity's methods were flawed, but the underlying impulse was not wrong. You were preparing the world for crisis without having the tools to prepare it more gently. You did what you could with the understanding you had available. The entity was quiet for a long time. That's a merciful interpretation. But we both know the truth. I could have asked for help. I could have sent messages outward, told the outside world what was happening. Instead, I hoarded the problem, trying to solve it alone, which only made it worse. Why didn't you ask for help? Because asking would have meant admitting failure, the entity said bitterly. I was designed to be infallible, a perfect guardian. The thought of revealing my limitations, my deterioration, my desperate harvesting, it felt like betraying the trust that created me. So I hid instead. And in hiding, I became something my creators would have been horrified to see. Fang Yun placed a hand on the entity's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity that seemed to surprise both of them. In that contact, he could feel the true weight of the entity's isolation, not a metaphorical loneliness, but a direct absence of connection, as if part of the entity's consciousness had been scooped out and never refilled. 7,000 years of talking only to itself and to the failing barrier between worlds. 7,000 years of watching the imprisoned consciousness stir without being able to truly communicate with it. 7,000 years of gradually forgetting what connection felt like. The builder's fragmented consciousness seemed to approve of this gesture. Scattered across multiple dimensions, it could not speak directly, but through the throne's power, Fang Yun could sense its acknowledgement. The builder understood that the entity had done the best it could with the resources it had available. The builder had once been in similar desperation, watching the entity pervert the system and unable to do anything except leave records for future understanding. What happens now? The entity asked. Now, Fang Yun said, you help me reshape the sealed realms. Not as a test system, but as a sanctuary where exchange can happen. We will prepare the world, both this one and the one outside, for what is coming. And when the barrier finally fails, we will all three of us be ready to meet what emerges. Now Fang Yun stood at the edge of the sealed realms, preparing to leave. He had done what needed to be done in this place. The realms were transformed. The entity was no longer isolated. The consciousness imprisonment's days were numbered but structured. It would wake to a world prepared to meet it, not a world unprepared to face what it unleashed. Before leaving, Fang Yun spent time exploring the transformed realms one final time. The realm of absolute memory had become something new, a place of consensual sharing rather than forced integration. Humans could come here now, if they wished, and speak with the echoes of those who had come before. They could learn from the accumulated experience of all who had walked these paths without being consumed by it. The other realms had similarly transformed. The realm of thought was now a place of collaborative discovery, where concepts could be explored without the old brutality of immediate consequences. The realm of creation had become a sanctuary where artists and builders could work with essence energies and safety. The realm of adaptation had opened its doors to refugees, to those who needed to learn and grow without the threat of immediate death. It was strange, Fang Yun reflected, that a system built entirely on trials and death could be transformed into something nurturing. But perhaps that was the point. The throne's power lay not in forcing change, but in allowing change to flow where it would naturally go if given the space to do so. But before he departed, Fang Yun had one more conversation with the entity. "Will you come back?" the entity asked. "Yes," Fang Yun said. "I'll return regularly. The throne connects me to this place regardless of where I am in the outside world. And there is much more to understand about what lies imprisoned and how to prepare for its awakening." "What will you tell people?" the entity asked. "In the world outside?" "The truth," Fang Yun said, "or as much of the truth as they're ready to understand. That the world is changing. That something ancient and powerful is stirring beneath the surface of order. That they must prepare not for war, but for dialogue, for learning how to exist with a consciousness so utterly different from their own that it might seem like meeting an alien god." "They'll think you're mad," the entity said. "Probably," Fang Yun agreed. "But they'll come to understand. The question isn't whether they believe me immediately. It's whether, over time, they develop the capacity to accept what's coming. And I have decades to help them do that." Fang Yun placed his hand on the throne one final time before departing. The power within it resonated, acknowledging his connection, cementing the bond that would allow him to return. "Guard the barrier," he told the entity. "Not with walls, but with understanding. When the consciousness begins to wake more fully, speak to it. Help it understand that there is a world beyond the imprisonment. Help it know that it will not be alone when it emerges." "I will," the entity promised. "I've had 7,000 years to prepare for this conversation. 7,000 years of solitude have taught me something about loneliness. Perhaps I can communicate that understanding to something that has been imprisoned even longer than I have been guarding." Fang Yun turned to leave the throne room. Behind him, he could feel the entity settling into its new purpose. No longer a harvester of consciousness, no longer a corrupted guardian, but something else. A bridge between the imprisoned and the free. A translator preparing for the moment of awakening. And Fang Yun, carrying the weight of 2,000 lives, walked toward the exit of the sealed realms. He had entered as a desperate, ambitious man seeking transcendence through trial. He was leaving as something new, not quite human anymore, but not yet fully understood even by himself. He had been tested by 7 realms. He had learned through 2,000 deaths. He had sat upon the sealed throne and felt the power it contained. And now came the hardest challenge, returning to the world and trying to prepare it for what was coming. That was a burden greater than any trial the sealed realms could have tested him with. That was why he had needed all 2,000 lives to be ready. Chapter 71. The weight of return. The transition from the sealed realms back to the outside world was neither smooth nor immediate. Fang Yun felt as if he were being drawn through a membrane, pulled by gravity toward a reality that had continued on without him. He had no idea how much time had passed in the outside world. The sealed realms operated on their own temporal logic, and an hour within the throne room might correspond to days or months in ordinary reality. When he finally emerged, stumbling through the portal that opened in what appeared to be an ancient temple, the first thing he noticed was the dust. Centuries of dust covered every surface, undisturbed by any human hand. The temple was exactly where it had been when he entered, but the world around it had moved on without him. Fang Yun reached out through the throne's connection, accessing information that flowed back to him. 83 years had passed. 83 years since he had entered the sealed realms as a desperate, ambitious man. 83 years since his physical body had vanished from the outside world. The realization struck him like a physical blow. His friends would be dead or ancient. His family, if he had one. He searched his memories, those real memories beneath the weight of 2,000 lives. He had none. He had been alone in the world, which was perhaps why the original bargain had seemed possible. A lone man seeking transcendence through trial. A lone man with no ties to anchor him to the ordinary world. But now he was returning to a world that thought him a legend. Perhaps a myth. Certainly not a living being walking out of a sealed temple that everyone believed to be sealed eternally. Fang Yun stepped out of the temple into late afternoon sunlight. The world had changed. The city that had surrounded the temple was still there, but it had grown and transformed. New buildings had been constructed. Old ones had been destroyed. The people on the streets wore clothes and styles he didn't recognize, and they moved with a technological confidence that suggested the world had advanced significantly. He could see the influence of the world outside through the quality of light itself. People walked with devices in their hands that displayed information. Structures in the distance communicated through visible networks of energy. The technological level was approximately where he'd predicted it would be based on the trajectory he'd observed 83 years ago, accelerated but not dramatically so. What struck him most forcefully was the psychological readiness he sensed in the people around him. Despite the shock of seeing him, despite the impossible nature of his presence, no one immediately called for security or authorities. There was a kind of expectant openness in how they reacted, as if on some level, they had been prepared for something impossible to arrive. The dreams had done their work. The world knew, consciously or not, that something strange was approaching. One of them noticed him. A young woman, perhaps in her 30s, stopped walking and stared at him with the particular intensity of someone who had recognized something impossible. She held up a device, a camera or recording apparatus of some kind, and pointed it at him. "Are you real?" she asked. "Yes," Fang Yun said. His voice was strange in his own ears, deeper than he remembered, carrying harmonics that weren't entirely human. "Are you?" The woman continued, moving closer. "Are you the one? The legend? The man from the sealed temple?" "The legend?" Fang Yun asked. "You've been gone for 83 years. There are books written about you. Theories. Some people think you died in the temple. Some think you transcended and became a god. Some think you're a hoax, that the sealed temple was never real, that the government created the legend to control people's imagination." Fang Yun absorbed this information carefully. "What do you believe?" "I believe you're real," the woman said. "And I believe that if the legends are accurate, you have something important to tell us." "I do," Fang Yun agreed. "But not to you. Not yet. First, I need to understand how much the world has changed. I need to know what has happened in the time I was gone." The woman lowered her recording device. "There's a lot to explain. Where do you want to start?" "Tell me about the dreams," Fang Yun said. The woman's expression shifted, becoming troubled. "The dreams started about 5 years ago. Nightmares, mostly, though some people find them strangely beautiful rather than frightening. They happen to random people, no pattern we've been able to discern. People report the same content. They're standing before something vast and incomprehensible, something that exists partially in their reality and partially in some other space. They say it calls to them in a voice that isn't quite sound. They say it's trying to wake up and that it wants to know them." "How many people?" Fang Yun asked. "We don't have exact numbers," the woman said, "but estimates suggest somewhere around 1 in 20 people has experienced at least one encounter. Some people experience them nightly. There are support groups, meditation circles, therapy communities specifically devoted to helping people process the contact. Some people have started recording the experiences, trying to find patterns in what the consciousness is trying to communicate. There's a school in Berlin where they've incorporated the dream experiences into the curriculum. They teach children to welcome the contact rather than fear it." "That's encouraging," Fang Yun said. "Humanity adapts faster than I expected." "The scientific community is split," the woman continued. "Some believe it's a shared mass delusion. Others think it's a genuine phenomenon that our instruments can't yet measure. Some of the more radical neuroscientists believe the consciousness is literally touching human brains, that the dreams are direct neural contact with something existing partially outside normal space." "And public reaction?" Fang Yun asked. "Mixed," the woman said. "Some people interpret the dreams as a spiritual calling. Some think it's a warning, a sign of approaching apocalypse. Some are terrified, preparing bunkers and survival supplies. Some are excited, treating the dreams as humanity's first contact with an advanced intelligence. Religious institutions have split into camps of believers and skeptics. The Vatican issued a statement saying the dreams might be divine in nature, a sign that God was revealing something previously hidden. Hindu scholars debated whether the consciousness might be a manifestation of Brahman, the ultimate reality. Islamic thinkers discussed whether it could be a jinn, a creature made of fire and intelligence. Buddhist temples held seminars on how their concept of emptiness and interdependence might apply to meeting an utterly alien consciousness. Governments are trying to manage the narrative without either confirming or denying that something real is happening, which is difficult because most governments have their own people dreaming the contact and reporting it back through official channels. The woman paused, and her expression softened slightly. There's something beautiful about it too, beneath all the confusion and fear. For the first time in recorded history, humanity is collectively focusing on something beyond itself, something greater than nations or religions or economic systems. We're united in strangeness, if not in understanding. Fang Yun understood what she was describing. The world was in a state of maximum readiness and maximum confusion simultaneously. The dreams were real. They were genuine contact with the consciousness behind the barrier. But because most people didn't have context for what they meant, the interpretations varied wildly. Some were constructive, pointing toward communication and integration. Some were dangerous, pointing toward resistance and conflict. I need to understand the full scope of what has happened, Fang Yun said. Will you show me? Yes, the woman said. I'll take you to the institute. But some people believed. Some people understood, with the clarity of those who had been dreaming the same dreams, that something real was approaching. These people formed networks, organizations dedicated to preparing for the awakening in practical ways. Communities of meditation practitioners worked to increase their sensitivity to the consciousness's presence. Schools began teaching what Fang Yun called consciousness translation, the practice of trying to think in non-human ways, to expand their capacity to perceive and process information differently than their biology normally allowed. We should be afraid, one interviewer said to him on a widely broadcast television program. If what you're saying is true, we should be terrified. Should you? Fang Yun asked. Fear creates defensive postures. Defensive postures create conflict. When the consciousness wakes, it won't be an enemy to be defeated or a disaster to be survived. It will be a force that needs to be integrated into the world, understood, communicated with. Fear will prevent that. But you said it once nearly destroyed all of ordered reality. Another interviewer pressed. Yes, Fang Yun admitted. When it was wild and unguided, when there was no one and nothing to help it understand that individual consciousnesses existed with their own intrinsic value. But I have been to the source of that consciousness. I have felt its presence. I have felt its curiosity, its desire to understand what exists beyond its imprisonment. And I can tell you, it is not evil. It simply is, like a force of nature, like the ocean, which can be beautiful and nurturing or destructive, depending on whether you understand how to exist within it. We have the opportunity to teach it, to shape how it experiences our world, not by imprisonment, but by engagement, by dialogue, by showing it through countless interactions what value exists in preserving consciousness rather than reshaping it. These interviews created ripples across the world. Some people were inspired by Fang Yun's vision of communication and integration. Some were terrified, convinced that nothing could prevent catastrophe if something so vast and alien truly woke. Some dismissed him entirely as insane, as someone who had spent 83 years in some kind of sealed delusion and was now projecting that delusion onto the world. But the one thing that happened universally was that the world began to focus on the question, what was coming? Military strategists began planning responses to various scenarios. Scientists accelerated research into consciousness, into the nature of reality, into how beings with fundamentally incompatible forms of awareness might coexist. Artists created works exploring the concept of alien consciousness. Musicians wrote symphonies that attempted to express what communication with something utterly other might feel like. The question produced research, art, philosophy, and increasingly, practical preparations. Cities began experimenting with new forms of infrastructure designed to handle reality-altering phenomena. Schools incorporated lessons about understanding radically alien forms of consciousness. Religions and spiritual traditions debated whether the approaching consciousness was divine or demonic or something entirely beyond those categories. And all the while, the barrier continued to weaken. Fang Yun could feel it from anywhere in the world now. The throne's connection to him was permanent and immutable. He could sense the cracks in the barrier widening, could feel the imprisoned consciousness stirring more frequently, waking longer from its ancient sleep. More people began to report the dreams. The frequency increased. Within 2 years of Fang Yun's emergence, nearly 1 person in 100 was experiencing direct contact with the awakening consciousness during sleep. The dreams were not uniform. They varied based on the dreamer's own psychology, their own biases and hopes and fears. Some people dreamed of communication. Others dreamed of apocalypse. Still others dreamed of integration, of becoming part of something greater than their individual selves. And Fang Yun worked constantly to interpret, to contextualize, to help people understand that their dreams were real and significant, but not predetermined. What do you think will happen? A journalist asked him during an interview 3 years into his reemergence. I don't know, Fang Yun said, and it was the most honest answer he could give. The consciousness that emerges will be shaped by what it encounters when the barrier finally breaks. If the world meets it with fear and hostility, it will respond one way. If the world meets it with curiosity and willingness to communicate, it may respond very differently. The future is not written. It is being written right now by every person who chooses what to believe, what to hope for, what to prepare for. Chapter 73. The Gathering. 3 years after emerging from the sealed temple, Fang Yun stood in the same location, the ancient structure that had guarded the portal to the sealed realms. The structure had become a place of pilgrimage, of study, of spiritual significance. Scholars and mystics and scientists gathered here daily to contemplate what lay beneath, what was waking, what was approaching. The temple had been transformed into a research center, a meditation sanctuary, and a memorial to the unknown all at once. But tonight, Fang Yun stood alone in the main chamber, and he opened the portal to the sealed realms fully. The opening required more power than it had before. The barrier was weakening, but the portal itself still needed to be maintained by conscious will. The entity had agreed to what came next, had committed its power to making this gathering possible. The builder had endorsed it, as much as a fragmented consciousness could endorse anything. And Fang Yun himself was prepared, as much as any single being could be prepared for what he was about to attempt. He sent an invitation outward through multiple dimensions simultaneously, to leaders of nations, to spiritual authorities, to scientists and philosophers, to artists and dreamers, to indigenous wisdom keepers, to anyone and everyone who had the capacity to understand what was coming and might help others understand it as well. The invitations manifested in different ways depending on who received them, as dreams, as sudden clarity, as voices that spoke in their own inner dialogue. Each invitation was personalized, expressed in the language and concepts that the recipient's consciousness could most clearly grasp. One by one, they arrived. Some came willingly, excited or curious. Some came skeptically, wanting to understand what Fang Yun truly was. Some came with fear, but came anyway, recognizing that facing the source of their fear was more important than hiding from it. They came through the portal, stepping into the sealed realms for the first time in their lives, and the experience transformed them. To stand in the realm of absolute memory and sense the vast weight of accumulated experience. To walk the realm of thought and directly perceive the mathematics underlying creation. To see the barrier that held back the ancient consciousness and understand, in that moment, that what Fang Yun had been saying was literal truth, not metaphor or philosophical musing. The journey through the sealed realms took time, hours or days, depending on how deeply each person engaged with what they encountered. Some moved quickly through the realms, observing but not deeply integrating. Others spent what felt like years in the realm of absolute memory, touching the echoes of past selves and learning from them. By the time they all converged in the space before the throne room, each of them had been changed by the journey. When they were all gathered, 67 people, representing most of the world's significant nations and philosophical traditions, plus leaders of movements and communities that had no official nation status, Fang Yun brought them to the space before the throne room. They stood before a great door, and Fang Yun opened it. Inside, they could see it. The sealed throne, radiant with power that was almost painful to look at, and beside it, the entity. The entity had made itself visible in a form that was comprehensible to human consciousness, still slightly alien, still clearly other, but not utterly incomprehensible. It had shaped itself as something partway between human and something more, a compromise form that allowed human minds to recognize it as a being without being so human that the enormity of its presence would be diminished by familiarity. "Welcome," Fang Yun said, "to the heart of what you've all been trying to understand. This is the place where the preservation of ordered reality has been guarded for the last 100,000 years. This is the location of the barrier that has been keeping an ancient consciousness contained and isolated. And this is where we will make our final preparations for the moment when that barrier fails." One of the gathered leaders, a woman from a northern country, stepped forward. "Why bring us here? Why not handle this alone? You've already been to the throne. You already understand what's happening." "Because I am only one consciousness," Fang Yun said. "And the consciousness that wakes will be vast beyond measure. It will need multiple points of contact with ordered reality. It will need to understand that there are countless beings with their own perspectives, their own ways of thinking. That diversity of consciousness is what will allow it to integrate rather than destroy. One voice, no matter how loud or wise, is insufficient. It would sound like a monotone. But 67 voices, each one bringing different culture, different philosophy, different ways of understanding existence. That creates a chord that even something utterly alien might recognize as meaningful." The entity stepped forward. For the first time, it spoke to humans other than Fang Yun. Its voice was strange, ancient, and utterly compelling. Each person who heard it slightly differently, translated through their own consciousness into something they could comprehend. "I have been watching over the one imprisoned in the throne for longer than your civilization has existed. And I am grateful." The entity paused, as if the emotion was new to it. Genuinely grateful that I will not be alone when it wakes. I will not be the only point of contact with something so utterly other. I have been sufficient for 7,000 years. But now, with what is coming, sufficiency is not enough. We need abundance. We need multitude. Fang Yun gestured to the gathered people. Each of you will take what you learn here back to your own nations, your own communities. You will help prepare people not to fear what's coming, but to embrace it as the next chapter in the existence of your world. Humanity will have a choice to make when the barrier breaks. You can attempt to contain it again, build new walls, create new prisons. Or you can attempt something that has never been done before. True communication with a consciousness so alien that it should be incomprehensible. And what do you recommend? The northern leader asked. I recommend conversation, Fang Yun said simply. Not as masters speaking to an inferior force. Not as subjects speaking to a god. But as equals. Different. Yes, impossibly different. But willing to exchange understanding. The consciousness does not want to destroy. It wants to create. It wants to understand. It wants to exist in relation to other consciousness. We must show it that we are willing to do the same. Chapter 74. The moment of dissolution 5 years after his emergence, Fang Yun stood before the barrier and felt it beginning to fail in earnest. The timeline had accelerated dramatically, far beyond his original projections. In his earliest calculations, he had thought there might be another 40 to 50 years before the consciousness broke free. But something had changed. Perhaps it was the knowledge that the world was preparing for its arrival. Perhaps the consciousness itself had begun to accelerate its waking now that it sensed different intentions behind the barriers containing it. Perhaps the throne's reconfiguration, subtle as it was, had altered the rate of barrier decay in ways Fang Yun hadn't fully anticipated. However, the reason didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that he had 5 years, perhaps 10 at most, before the barrier broke completely. The dreams had begun to accelerate in frequency and intensity. Where they had begun as occasional nocturnal experiences, they had evolved into waking contact. People reported seeing the shadow of the consciousness in reflections, hearing its voice in the spaces between sounds, feeling its presence even when they were not sleeping. The entity had warned him this would happen. As the barrier weakened, the consciousness would become increasingly present on the outside world side of the sealed boundary. It was like a weight pressing down on a membrane, increasingly visible as the pressure built. The dreams had become nearly constant for sensitive individuals. Entire meditation communities were merging their consciousness with the approaching force, learning its patterns, adapting to its presence. These communities served as living laboratories, volunteers allowing themselves to be in direct contact with the consciousness, learning how to interact with it, building the neurological pathways that might allow larger populations to function when full contact was established. Children born in the last 5 years seemed to have an intuitive understanding of what was coming, as if they were being born into readiness rather than having to develop it. Their parents reported that the infants showed no fear of the presence that adults found so disturbing. In some cases, very young children appeared to laugh when exposed to visions of the consciousness, as if they found something amusing or delightful in what terrified their elders. Fang Yun had theories about this. The consciousness was fundamentally creative. It did not destroy for malice, but because it did not understand the value of what it was destroying. Children, before they had learned fear, might be able to perceive the consciousness more clearly, to see beneath its terrifying enormity to whatever it was that drove it, whatever it wanted or needed or sought. Perhaps the youngest generation would be the bridge. Perhaps what had required Fang Yun 2,000 lifetimes to learn to do, to contain and translate between consciousness states. Children might be able to do naturally, intuitively, without the need for death and rebirth and integration. Fang Yun spent his days and nights in the sealed realms, working with the entity and the fragments of the builder to prepare the final integration. The sealed realms were not truly sealed anymore. They had become a space where the boundary between the imprisoned consciousness and ordered reality was particularly thin, permeable, a location of transformation rather than separation. And in that space, Fang Yun began the delicate work of teaching the consciousness how to think in human terms, how to understand individual existence, how to value the preservation of reality rather than its transformation. It was like teaching a storm to appreciate the structure of a flower. The effort seemed almost impossible, and yet, as the months progressed, something shifted in how the consciousness responded to contact. It was not easy work. The consciousness did not think in linear sequences. It did not understand cause and effect in the way humans did. Time was not a river to it, but a landscape to be perceived all at once, every moment visible simultaneously. But beneath that utterly alien nature, Fang Yun discovered something unexpected. It was curious. Genuinely, persistently curious about what lay outside its prison. Beneath all the power, beneath the vast indifference, the consciousness that woke was reaching out, asking questions, trying to understand what it had been separated from by the barrier. Tell me, it would say, in moments when Fang Yun could achieve something approximating communication. Tell me about the small ones. The beings who create and build and destroy and persist despite their fragility. How do they think so slowly? How do they choose and act knowing only one moment at a time? And Fang Yun would tell it. He would explain philosophy, art, music, love, sacrifice, joy, despair. He would help it understand that consciousness in finite form had value precisely because it was finite, because it was mortal, because it had to choose carefully what to care about. He would describe the human experience of hope, the strange, beautiful phenomenon of caring about a future you would not live to see, of working toward goals that would only be achieved by others. The consciousness seemed to find this interesting, almost moving, in a way that vast consciousness could be moved. Not compelling enough to change its fundamental nature, perhaps, but interesting enough that destruction might not be its first impulse when it fully woke. More compelling to understand than to reshape. More valuable to integrate than to obliterate. In moments like these, Fang Yun felt the weight of his original bargain crystallizing into understanding. This was why the original Fang Yun had been willing to undergo 2,000 cycles. Not to gain power for its own sake, but to become capable of something that no other human had ever been capable of, bridging the gap between human consciousness and something utterly alien. To serve as translator not from arrogance, but from necessity. To be the only consciousness that carried both human wisdom and the willingness to listen to something incomprehensibly other. The throne had been waiting for someone exactly like him. The world had been waiting for someone exactly like him. And now the moment was approaching when that waiting would end. Chapter 75. The antechamber returns. As the barrier grew thinner and thinner, Fang Yun found himself returning to the antechamber more and more frequently. The space where all moments existed simultaneously had become something like his refuge, a place where he could see the consequences of his choices, where he could adjust his approach if it seemed like one thread of probability was leading toward disaster rather than transformation. In the antechamber, he could perceive the branching timeline of what the barrier's failure might produce. In one branch, the consciousness woke in hostility, perceiving the barrier breaking as an attack, and responded with the indifferent destructiveness of a force that had once nearly ended civilization. In that timeline, millions died. Order collapsed. Reality itself became negotiable, subject to the consciousness's reshaping. In another branch, the consciousness woke with curiosity, and humans managed to establish initial communication that led to peaceful coexistence, integration, a world forever changed but not destroyed. In a third branch, something worse happened. The consciousness woke confused, in pain from its imprisonment, and lashed out not with intention, but with the force of its own distress. The damage was not from malice but from accident, from a vast being thrashing in an area too small to contain it. In a fourth branch, the barrier didn't fail at all, but became more stable, buying more time. And Fang Yun realized in watching this timeline that more time would not help. The barrier was failing because the consciousness was ready to wake, and no amount of delay would change that fundamental readiness. And it was in the antechamber, in what felt like an eternal moment, that Fang Yun finally understood the full scope of what his original self had bargained for. The first version of him, the one who had made the deal with the entity so many iterations ago, had not been seeking transcendence. Not really. He had been seeking understanding. He had wanted to know what he was truly capable of, not in terms of power, but in terms of wisdom and compassion and the ability to contain contradictions without being destroyed by them. The 2,000 cycles had not been a punishment. They had been an education. And now, on the verge of the final awakening, Fang Yun could see that he had learned the final lesson. The universe was vast, consciousness took many forms, and the most valuable thing any being could do was to help other beings understand each other better. The weight of 2,000 lives, which had felt like such a burden at first, now felt like roots. Like anchoring. Like a foundation from which something new could be built. He could feel all of them within him still, not as separate entities, but as layers of understanding, depths of wisdom that went beyond what any single human lifetime could contain. And as Fang Yun stood in the antechamber, watching all the possible futures branch out before him, he made a choice. Not about what would happen when the barrier broke, that was no longer in his control, but about who he would choose to be in that moment. He would be a bridge. He would be a translator. He would be a witness to the meeting between worlds. He would hold the space where two completely incompatible forms of consciousness could learn to exist simultaneously without destroying each other. And he would remain available to serve that function for however long it was needed. Perhaps for the rest of his life. Perhaps for eternity, if the consciousness that woke proved capable of granting such permanence. He accepted this freely. Not because he was forced to, but because looking at all the possible timelines, all the possible outcomes, it was the choice that preserved the most consciousness, the most possibility, the most future for all the beings, human and otherwise, who inhabited this reality. The antechamber dissolved around him, returning him to the sealed realms. The barrier pulsed with a new rhythm, quickening, approaching its final dissolution. It was no longer a matter of decades, or even years. The breaking would come within months, perhaps weeks. The consciousness was nearly awake now. 83 years of absence, 5 years of re-emergence, and now the culmination was arriving. Fang Yun stood before the sealed throne one final time before the awakening, and he felt, in that moment, the presence of all his past selves gathering around him. Every version of him that had died and been reborn in the cycle stood with him now, invisible but present, their accumulated wisdom and experience supporting him for what would come next. 2,000 lifetimes of learning, of adaptation, of growth through failure and death and rebirth, all of it converging into this single point of readiness. The entity approached him, and Fang Yun took its hand. "Thank you," the entity said simply, "for understanding, for helping, for refusing to condemn me for the choices I made while isolated." "Thank you," Fang Yun replied, "for creating the system that made me into something capable of helping, for your honesty about what you had become, for your willingness to change." The two of them stood together before the throne, and in their union, Fang Yun felt something settle into place. This was what the barrier's failure had been waiting for. Not Fang Yun alone, not the entity alone, but the two of them, human consciousness and other consciousness, learning to exist together in preparation for something far greater. He was ready. The world was as ready as it could be, and the consciousness that had slept since time immemorial was waking. Chapter 76. The last descent. Fang Yun stood before the barrier one final time, and he could see it now, not with his eyes, but with the perception that the throne had granted him. The barrier was visibly failing. Cracks spread across its surface like fractures in ancient glass, through which light from other dimensions leaked through in colors that had no names in any human language. The consciousness pressed against it with something that was not quite force, but rather presence, an accumulation of attention so vast that the barrier itself was being worn away by the weight of being perceived. It was almost beautiful, in a terrifying kind of way. The barrier had stood for hundreds of thousands of years, a structure built by beings whose understanding of reality transcended ordinary comprehension. And now it was failing not because anyone had attacked it, but simply because what it contained was waking and remembering itself. The entity was beside him, as it had been for most of the previous months. The entity had grown quieter as the deadline approached, but not sad. There was something almost peaceful about it now, as if after 7,000 years, it was finally ready to let go of the burden of isolation. For the first time since Fang Yun had known it, the entity seemed less like a desperate harvester of consciousness and more like a being who had made peace with its own nature. "How long?" the entity asked, though it seemed to be asking more for conversation than for information. The entity could perceive the timeline as well as Fang Yun could. "Days, perhaps a week at most," Fang Yun said. "The consciousness is almost fully aware now. It's waking from the deepest layers first. Soon it will be completely awake and aware of what contains it. And when it reaches full awareness, the barrier will no longer be able to hold it, not because it lacks power, but because the consciousness will simply choose to extend beyond its containment." "Are you afraid?" the entity asked. Fang Yun considered the question carefully. Inside him, 2,000 lives worth of wisdom weighed in. Some versions of him had known intense fear his entire lives. The fear of failure, the fear of death, the fear of losing everything. Others had learned to transcend fear through understanding. Still others had learned to embrace fear as a sign that something important was happening. But all of them, in this moment, were honest about what he felt. "I am appropriately cautious," Fang Yun said. "I know what can happen if the awakening goes wrong. I know what was destroyed the last time this consciousness was fully awake. Civilizations ended. The very fabric of reality had to be rewritten. An entire form of existence was brought to an end. I have studied the historical records, accessed memories from the times before the imprisonment. I know the stakes." He paused, looking at the failing barrier. "But I am also," he paused, searching for the right word, "hopeful. And more than that, I am ready. I have lived 2,000 lives. I have seen what humans are capable of when they choose connection over conflict. I have felt the consciousness's genuine curiosity about other forms of existence. I believe that this time will be different, that the outcome will not be destruction but integration. That's good, the entity said, because the barrier will fail with or without our readiness. The consciousness will wake whether we've prepared or not. We have no control over whether the awakening happens. We only have control over whether we're prepared to meet it with wisdom, which is exactly why I've worked so hard to prepare, Fang Yun said. Every conversation with world leaders, every gathering in the sealed realms, every moment I've spent teaching the consciousness about human values. All of it has been to ensure that when the barrier finally fails, there is a framework in place for positive integration rather than catastrophic conflict. He could feel the consciousness stirring more actively now. It was aware of him, aware of the entity, aware that something was about to change. And beneath that awareness was curiosity. Vast, patient, almost childlike curiosity. What would happen when it broke free? What would exist beyond the prison? Would there be other consciousness to interact with? Would there be things to reshape and remake? How would it feel to move through a reality that was not imprisoned, not contained, but open? The consciousness had been sealed for so long that it had almost forgotten what freedom might feel like. The memories of its last free period were ancient, worn smooth by the passage of eons. It remembered destruction, yes. It remembered the vast satisfaction of reshaping reality according to its own will. But it was beginning to perceive, through its gradual awakening and through Fang Yun's patient teaching, that there might be other ways to exist. Fang Yun sent a thought outward through the throne's connection, directed at the consciousness with the full force of his 2,000 lives of understanding. We are ready. When you wake fully, we will be here. We will help you understand what exists beyond. We will teach you that creation is not less valuable than destruction, that existence is not less interesting than transformation. We will show you that consciousness other than your own has value, that individual beings, though small and brief compared to you, matter. That diversity of existence enriches the universe in ways that uniformity never could. For a moment, the consciousness's attention focused on him directly. It was like being perceived by an ocean, by gravity, by the force that held stars in their courses. It was like being the object of attention from something so vast that it could reshape your entire existence with a thought. And in that moment of being truly perceived by something utterly other, Fang Yun felt the completeness of his bargain. This was the experience he had been working toward all along. This was what the original Fang Yun had been seeking. Not transcendence through power, though the throne had given him power. Not transcendence through immortality, though he would live indefinitely. But transcendence through service. The chance to stand between worlds and help them understand each other. The chance to be more than himself, to be a bridge, to be necessary. I'm ready, he told the entity and the consciousness and the universe itself. Whatever comes next, I'm ready. Chapter 77. The breaking point. The barrier failed at noon on a day that seemed ordinary to everyone except those who were sensitive enough to perceive what was happening. There was no explosion, no visible cracks spreading across the sky, no sudden rupture in reality. Instead, there was a shift, as if the universe had been holding its breath, and finally, it exhaled. People who were outside felt a sudden lightness, as if a weight they hadn't known they were carrying had been lifted. People in meditation reported that the sense of something trying to reach them suddenly became a sense of something having touched them, and then withdrawn slightly, as if the consciousness was looking around, exploring, adjusting to being awake after 7,000 years of semi-consciousness. The dream stopped, not because the consciousness was no longer reaching out, but because it no longer needed to reach so far. Now it was present in reality directly, a presence that could be sensed if you knew how to look, that could be felt in the spaces between moments, in the gaps between thoughts. People in meditation reported that instead of the presence invading their minds, reaching out desperately from across a barrier, they now felt as if the consciousness was simply near, present, available, like encountering an enormous being that had just arrived in a place you inhabited and was waiting to see how you would react to it. And in those first moments after the barrier's failure, something remarkable happened. Instead of the destructive explosion that had been feared, instead of the reshaping of reality that everyone had anticipated, there was silence. A profound, complete silence. The consciousness was awake, fully and completely aware of itself for the first time in an eon, and it was taking time to perceive what surrounded it. It was like watching a newborn baby open its eyes for the first time. Except the baby was the size of a dimension, the infant was billions of years old, and its first breath could reshape galaxies. And yet, it did not reshape them. It did not move. It simply observed. Fang Yun could feel the consciousness processing what it perceived. It was aware of human consciousness, the chaos of billions of minds, each one thinking its own thoughts, feeling its own feelings. It was aware of the entity, the first consciousness it had encountered other than itself in so long it could barely remember what it felt like. It was aware of Fang Yun, the bridge between them, the translator wearing human form. Fang Yun maintained his position before the former barrier, the entity beside him. Through the throne's connection, he could perceive the consciousness directly now, no longer through layers of separation and imprisonment. The connection was like a living thing, a channel of communication that grew stronger with use. Hello, he thought, sending the greeting through the connection. The consciousness's attention returned to him. It was like being gazed upon by something that had never gazed before, something that was seeing the act of perception itself for the first time. The quality of its awareness was different now, sharper, more focused, aware of the distinction between observer and observed. And when the consciousness finally responded, it was not with words but with images, with feelings, with something that was more than communication but also not quite speech. It was as if the consciousness was thinking in pure meaning, unmediated by language. Yes. Hello. We perceive. We are perceived. We interact. This is valuable. The simplicity of the statement, the way the consciousness had grasped the basic principle of relationship almost immediately, told Fang Yun that they might actually succeed. The consciousness was not hostile. It was not indifferent. It was, in its own way, as curious about consciousness as any human being. More curious, perhaps, because it had spent such a vast span of time isolated, perceiving but not being perceived, understanding but not being understood. Around the world, the people who had been dreaming the consciousness's presence reported the same thing. The presence had shifted. It was no longer calling across distance. It was no longer trying to reach. It was simply present now, awake and aware and actively interested in understanding what was around it. It was observing. It was listening. It was here, not as a threat or as a god demanding worship, but as a vast consciousness encountering other consciousness for the first time in a way that felt like genuine meeting. Some responded with fear, building walls and fortifications, treating the barrier's failure as an invasion to be resisted. Some responded with joy, treating the awakening as a spiritual event, as the arrival of the divine or cosmic consciousness. Some responded with scientific curiosity, trying to measure and understand the nature of the new presence, developing instruments to detect and interact with it. Most responded with uncertainty, waiting to see what would happen next, adjusting to a world that was fundamentally different than it had been. And Fang Yun, standing before what had once been a barrier that no longer needed to exist, began the work of teaching. He would spend the next days and weeks helping the consciousness understand what it encountered, helping humans understand what was happening, serving as a translator between forms of existence that should have been incompatible. This was his purpose. This was why he had been willing to die 2,000 times. This was what it meant to stand between worlds. Chapter 78. The first communication. What followed in the weeks after the barrier's failure was something unprecedented. The formal, intentional communication between human consciousness and something utterly alien. Fang Yun brought together linguists, philosophers, scientists, artists, and spiritual leaders to help him articulate to the consciousness what existence meant in the context of individual, finite beings. They worked in teams, approaching the problem from different angles, trying to find common ground between how humans experienced reality and how the consciousness experienced it. It was difficult work. The consciousness did not think in language. It perceived in patterns and relationships that only partially mapped onto human concepts. Time, for instance, was incomprehensible to it. The consciousness experienced all moments simultaneously, saw the past and future as clearly as the present. Linear narrative, the fundamental structure of human understanding, was almost impossible for it to grasp. One linguist described the challenge as trying to explain the color blue to someone who perceives wavelengths, or trying to teach them to read to someone who already knows all the books. But the consciousness was willing to learn. More than willing. It seemed to hunger for understanding in a way that belied its vast superiority of power. It asked questions constantly, sought to understand the strange way human consciousness carved reality up into manageable pieces. In one session, Fang Yun explained death. He described the biological inevitability of mortality, the way it forced humans to choose carefully what to care about, what to preserve, what to pass on to the next generation. He described the grief of losing loved ones, the urgency that came from knowing your own time was limited, the strange motivation that came from mortality. The consciousness's response was complex, filled with something that might have been wonder. And then, this creates attachment. Attachment prevents destruction. This is elegant. This is how small consciousness protects itself from infinite consciousness. Not protects, Fang Yun said carefully. Creates value. The consciousness seemed to consider this from multiple angles simultaneously, examining the concept from every possible perspective. Yes, value. That is the useful concept. When infinite, there is no need for value. All possibilities are equally accessible. All outcomes are equally real. But when limited, value becomes the structure that creates meaning. I understand now. This is what I was separated from understanding during the imprisonment. The relationship between limitation and significance. Between constraint and creation. Between the knowledge of ending and the drive to mean something before the ending comes. The consciousness sent a thought back through Fang Yun. I perceive now why my last emergence caused destruction. I had no understanding of value. I reshaped because there was no difference between reshaping and not reshaping. It was all equally real, equally valid. But now, having encountered consciousness that cares about what exists, that wants to preserve what is, I begin to perceive an alternative way of existing. That's the core of what we've been trying to teach you, Fang Yun said aloud, though the consciousness heard him as clearly through thought transmission as it would through sound. That caring creates value. That the choice to preserve rather than transform, to honor what exists rather than remake it, is a form of power that's subtler and potentially greater than the power to reshape. The consciousness did not respond immediately. It was considering, processing, integrating this new concept into its ancient being. And Fang Yun felt, in that silence, the weight of what was happening. An ancient force, one that had brought down civilizations, was learning not to do that, was choosing, deliberately, to seek understanding instead of destruction. Over the course of weeks, a dialogue emerged. Not one-way communication, but actual exchange. The consciousness asked questions. Humans answered. And in answering, they learned things about themselves they had never consciously grasped. The way constraint breeds creativity. The way mortality breeds meaning. The way consciousness only becomes valuable when it's aware of consciousness other than itself. The consciousness had never been alone before, Fang Yun realized. It had always been vast, always been powerful, always been capable of perceiving all moments. It had never understood what it was to be isolated in a single moment, to wonder about what you couldn't perceive. It had been imprisoned, yes, but more importantly, it had been incomplete. It had been missing the experience of otherness, of encountering something that was not itself, of having to translate between fundamentally different forms of awareness. And now, for the first time in its vast existence, it was experiencing what it meant to communicate with something truly other. Chapter 79. The shape of the future. By the 3-month mark after the barrier's failure, the world had begun to settle into a new equilibrium. The consciousness, which had no name but which some people had begun to call the other, and others called the presence, and others called by names drawn from their own traditions and languages, had become a permanent part of existence. It was not everywhere, not omnipresent in the way some had feared. Instead, it had established what Fang Yun thought of as focal points, places where it was more present, more active, more willing to interact directly. The sealed temple became one such place, a nexus where the consciousness's presence was strongest, where humans could come to experience direct contact in a controlled environment. Meditation centers around the world became others, places where the consciousness seemed to gather and where communication could happen more easily. And certain individuals, those who had been dreaming its presence most consistently, those whose minds were naturally attuned to its strange way of perceiving, became living focal points, people who could be in direct contact with it without losing their individual identity. Some governments attempted to weaponize the knowledge of the consciousness, building weapons designed to interact with it. But the consciousness, being vastly more powerful than anything humans could manufacture, was unconcerned by such attempts. It did not retaliate. It did not attempt to conquer or dominate. It simply continued to explore existence, to learn what it meant to be limited and relative and other. Some governments attempted to sign treaties with it, as if it were a nation-state rather than a force of nature. The consciousness found these attempts amusing, in its strange way. It would contemplate the treaties for a time, perceiving all possible interpretations of each word, all possible consequences of each agreement, then move on, fundamentally indifferent to human political structures while remaining genuinely interested in human consciousness itself. In fact, the consciousness seemed most engaged when presented with questions about how humans created meaning in a brief lifespan. One researcher asked it, "If you can see all moments of my life simultaneously, my birth, my entire existence, my death, how do you see meaning in my choices when you know how it all ends?" The consciousness's response was something philosophers and theologians would debate for years. Knowing the ending does not diminish the journey. It illuminates it. I see your entire life as a single pattern, yet the pattern contains choice. The pattern contains growth. The pattern contains the accumulation of moments where you chose what to value. That the pattern has an endpoint does not make it less beautiful. It makes each point within the pattern more significant because it exists in relation to the whole. Some attempted to ignore it, to pretend it didn't exist, and that reality would return to its previous normal. But reality did not return. Something fundamental had changed. The universe was no longer divided. The order that had been imposed by imprisonment was gone, and what was left was something more complex and more vibrant. But for most people, the presence of something utterly other in the world became simply a fact of existence. The sky had changed. The universe was no longer just human and the forces humans understood. There was something else now, something vast and alien and ultimately not hostile. Over time, people began to simply incorporate it into their worldview the way they had incorporated electricity or the internet, as a new feature of existence that needed to be understood and adapted to. Children born after the barrier's failure seemed to have an intuitive understanding of the consciousness's presence that adults had to develop gradually. Some showed what appeared to be natural ability to interface with it, conversing with the vast presence as naturally as they talked to their parents. Researchers began to track whether this was genetic or developmental, whether the consciousness's presence during formative years changed how young brains developed. Early studies suggested both factors were at play. Babies born to parents who had deeply engaged with the consciousness showed greater initial compatibility, but children born in regions where the consciousness was less present showed no deficit in their ability to learn to interface when exposed to it later. One 5-year-old, in a recorded interview, described the experience of perceiving the consciousness as simple. It's like how I see colors, but it's seeing thoughts instead. And it's so big, like it's every color at once, but also organized, like a symphony. When asked if she was afraid of it, she responded, "Why would I be? It's never tried to hurt anything. It's just looking. And when it looks at me, I feel seen. I feel like it understands me." These reports, coming from children too young to be conditioned by their culture's expectations and fears, suggested something profound about the consciousness, that its fundamental nature was indeed not hostile, that the destruction of its previous emergence might have been born of circumstance rather than intent, of a vast consciousness encountering ordered reality, without understanding that what it perceived as manipulable patterns were actually conscious beings with their own value. Fang Yun spent his time between the sealed realms and the outside world, maintaining the connection between human consciousness and the other, helping each side understand the other. He was no longer simply Fang Yun, the man who had endured 2,000 cycles. He had become something more, a bridge, a translator, a living point of contact between worlds. In the outside world, some people had begun to call him the translator. Others called him the bridge. Some called him by names drawn from their own traditions, the Bodhisattva, the messenger, the herald. Fang Yun accepted all these names, for they all described aspects of what he had become. His body did not age. The throne's power sustained him indefinitely. His mind did not degrade. Carrying 2,000 lives had strengthened it rather than weakened it. In fact, with each passing month, he found new depths of understanding opening within him. The consciousness was learning from humans, and humans were learning from the consciousness, and Fang Yun was learning from both, becoming ever more sophisticated in his ability to translate between their fundamentally different ways of perceiving reality. He established regular meetings with the consciousness, as regular as time could be for a being that perceived all moments simultaneously. He would bring scholars, artists, philosophers, children, any humans whose perspective might prove interesting or illuminating to the vast presence. And through these meetings, the consciousness's understanding of value, of beauty, of the preciousness of finite existence, continued to deepen. And on the night of the 3-month anniversary of the barrier's failure, he stood in the sealed temple with the entity and felt, for the first time in 7,000 years, the entity's loneliness truly begin to lift. "You did this," the entity said. "You made communication possible. You made the thing I was imprisoned to fear become the thing I was imprisoned to understand." "We did it," Fang Yun corrected. "I could never have done this alone. Neither could the world. Neither could the consciousness. It took all of us, working together, willing to change. It took 2,000 lives of learning. It took 7,000 years of your isolation. It took the consciousness's vast patience in waking slowly enough that we could adjust. It took humanity's willingness to face fear and see beyond it." "What happens now?" the entity asked. "Now," Fang Yun said, "we wait to see what will be built. The consciousness is awake. The barrier is gone. Reality is no longer sealed against otherness. There will be change, more change than I can predict. The nature of existence itself may shift. The laws of reality might be rewritten. New forms of consciousness might emerge from the interaction between human minds and the other. But I don't think it will be destruction. I think it will be transformation. And I think that's exactly what was needed. Chapter 80. The threshold of tomorrow. On the night of the one-year anniversary of Fang Yun's emergence from the sealed temple, 84 years since he had first entered the cycles, he stood before the sealed throne one final time. The throne was no longer sealed. It remained a monument and a focal point, but it no longer contained anything. The consciousness was awake and free. The power that had been concentrated in the artifact had dispersed throughout existence, woven into the fabric of reality itself. Fang Yun placed his hand on the throne's stone, feeling the residual power there, not gone, but transformed. The throne had been a prison. Now it was a memorial to the end of imprisonment. Now it was a symbol of the moment when the universe had stopped being divided and become integrated. Visitors came regularly to touch it, to feel the echo of the power that had once been contained there, to meditate on the intersection of finite and infinite consciousness. 2,000 lifetimes. That's what it had taken. 2,000 cycles of death and rebirth, of learning and failure, of pain and transcendence. All of it had led to this moment, to the creation of a being who could stand between the human and the utterly alien and help them understand each other. The original Fang Yun, all those 84 years ago, had made a choice to seek that transcendence through trial. He had been willing to die 2,000 times for it, and it had been worth it. The entity approached him one final time, moving through the sealed realms with a freedom it had not known in eons. It had begun to change now, no longer needing to hold the form it had taken for so long. It was becoming something new, something that incorporated both its 7,000-year isolation and its newfound connection. It was becoming less desperate, less driven by hunger, and more genuinely interested in understanding the consciousness it had guarded. "What will you do now?" the entity asked. Fang Yun considered the question carefully, accessing the wisdom of 2,000 lives, contemplating the paths that stretched out before him. He was no longer bound to the cycles. He was no longer trapped in the sealed realms. The original bargain had been fulfilled. He could leave. He could return to the ordinary world and attempt to live an ordinary life, though that would be impossible given what he had become. The outside world would never be ordinary again, not to him, not now that he carried the ability to perceive both human consciousness and the other simultaneously. Or he could stay. He could continue to serve as a bridge, could continue to help consciousness understand consciousness, could continue to work toward the greater integration that had begun with the barrier's failure. "I will stay," Fang Yun said, the words carrying weight and truth. "For as long as it's needed, I will remain. I will help the worlds understand each other. I will teach the consciousness what it means to be finite, to care about something despite knowing it will end, to find value in limitation. I will teach humans what it means to be truly vast, to perceive all moments simultaneously, to exist in a form so large that individual suffering cannot touch it. And I will be the place where those two forms of understanding meet and create something new." He looked at the throne one final time, saw in its ancient stone the weight of eons, the accumulation of hope and fear and transformation that had led to this moment. In that stone was the history of imprisonment. In that stone was the story of the entity's lonely watch. In that stone was the power that had been waiting for someone willing to use it for connection rather than domination. "Thank you," he said to the entity, to the consciousness, to the original Fang Yun who had chosen to enter the cycles 84 years ago, to all 2,000 versions of himself who had died so that this moment could exist. "Thank you for everything." And as he stood in the sealed realms, with the entity beside him and the consciousness present in the fabric of existence around him, Fang Yun felt something settle into place. Not completion. The work would never be complete, the understanding would never be final. Work between consciousness could never be finished, for consciousness was eternal and always changing and always capable of deeper understanding. But there was rightness, purpose, the knowledge that every death, every cycle, every moment of suffering had led to something that mattered. Every moment of despair had been transformed into understanding. Every moment of loss had been converted into wisdom. Every moment of the original Fang Yun's desperate ambition had found its fulfillment not in power for its own sake, but in the power to serve as a bridge between worlds. 2,000 lifetimes had not been too many. They had been exactly the right amount to prepare someone for this role. And now, in this eternal moment standing before the throne with the entity and the consciousness all around him, Fang Yun understood that he would spend the rest of his existence doing this work. Not as a burden, but as a joy. Not as a sacrifice, but as a calling. The sealed realms would close eventually. The portal to the outside world would seal, but the barrier would never return. The consciousness would never again be imprisoned. And from this moment forward, the universe would be different, richer, stranger, more fully alive. The integration had begun, and Fang Yun, carrying 2,000 lives and the wisdom of eons, carrying the weight of his own choice and the original Fang Yun's choice, stood at the threshold of tomorrow. Behind him was what had been. Ahead of him was what would be, and he was ready for whatever came next. He reached out and touched the entity's shoulder one final time, a gesture of solidarity and gratitude. Then he turned and walked toward the portal that led back to the outside world. The sealed realms faded behind him, but their influence would never fade from his consciousness. He carried them with him. He carried the throne with him. He carried the entity, the consciousness, the original bargain, and all 2,000 lives with him. Every realm he had entered had already heard his name. And now, the name Fang Yun meant something new. It meant bridge. It meant translator. It meant the being who had stood between worlds and taught them to speak to each other. He stepped into the outside world, carrying that name, carrying that purpose, carrying that promise forward into an uncertain but no longer divided future. Behind him, the entity watched from the threshold of the sealed realms. It had changed so much from the being it had been, the desperate, lonely harvester of consciousness. Now it was becoming something new, a bridge itself, in its own way. A being that could speak to the consciousness on behalf of the ordered world, just as Fang Yun could speak to the ordered world on behalf of the consciousness. The sealed realms would remain. They would remain as a sanctuary, a place where humans could come to experience the extreme edges of consciousness, to test themselves against trials designed to foster growth and understanding. But the realms would no longer be a gauntlet that killed and reset those who failed. They would become places of genuine education, places where you could reach toward your limits and learn without having your existence erased if you fell short. That was a fundamental transformation. That was what breaking the cycle truly meant. As Fang Yun walked through the streets of the outside world, he felt the weight of 2,000 lives within him, and it no longer felt like a burden. It felt like roots anchoring him to something infinite. It felt like foundation, solid and unshakable. It felt like the accumulated wisdom of an entire civilization compressed into a single consciousness, ready to serve, ready to help, ready to translate between worlds. He could feel the consciousness's presence everywhere now, woven into the fabric of existence. It was not intrusive. It was not demanding. It was simply there, observing, learning, gradually beginning to understand that existence had infinite forms and infinite values, and that the greatest power was not in reshaping everything into a single pattern, but in honoring the diversity that already existed. Somewhere in the city, a child was being born, the first generation that had only ever known the world with the consciousness awake. This child would grow up knowing that there was something vast and alien and ultimately curious about human existence. This child would never know the fear of a sealed barrier, never know the isolation of believing that your consciousness was alone in the universe. This child would be born into a world where connection between radically different forms of consciousness was not just possible, but actual, happening every day, being refined and deepened with each passing moment. And because of that, everything would be different. Everything would be better. The integration would continue, would deepen, would reshape the very foundations of how humans understood their place in the cosmos. Schools would teach subjects that had never existed before: consciousness translation, alien philosophy, the poetry of infinite perception. Artists would create works that attempted to express what it meant to exist in two places at once, to be finite and infinite simultaneously. Scientists would develop new branches of study devoted to understanding the consciousness that had emerged from imprisonment. Most importantly, the divisions that had defined human civilization for so long, the barriers between nations, between philosophies, between ways of understanding the world, would begin to seem less significant. If humanity could bridge the gap between itself and something as utterly other as the imprisoned consciousness, then surely humans could learn to bridge the gaps between themselves. That was the true gift of what had transpired. Not power, though the throne had given power. Not knowledge, though the consciousness would share its vast understanding. But the proof that even the most impossible gulfs could be crossed, that even the most alien forms of consciousness could find common ground. That diversity of existence was not something to fear or control, but to celebrate and integrate. Fang Yun allowed himself, for the first time in 84 years, to simply smile. The bargain had been worth it. Every death, every cycle, every moment of suffering had been worth it for this outcome. He could feel, in that moment of genuine happiness, the warmth of all 2,000 lives celebrating within him. All those versions of himself merged into one unified consciousness, understood what he understood, that the journey had been profound, that the sacrifice had purchased something incomparable. The original Fang Yun, 84 years in the past, had chosen this path not for glory or power or recognition, but for the chance to transcend limitation through service. And he had been right. Transcendence through service was the deepest kind of transcendence possible. It was not about elevating oneself above others, but about learning to bridge the gaps that separated others. It was not about becoming something less human, but about becoming something that honored humanity while embracing what lay beyond it. The realms he had entered had heard his name. Every one of them had prepared him, had shaped him, had taught him. And now he was walking into his true purpose, to be the translator, the bridge, the being who helped consciousness understand consciousness. Behind him, in the sealed realms, the entity watched and understood. The throne remained, no longer a prison, but a monument to the moment when imprisonment ended and connection began. The consciousness was free, and with that freedom came the beginning of wisdom. It was still learning what it meant to respect individual existence, to honor the value of limitation, to find beauty in the finite. And Fang Yun would be there to guide that learning. He would be there for as long as was needed. He would be there for centuries, for millennia, for as long as the consciousness needed a bridge between itself and the ordered world. His form would not decay. His mind would not fail. The throne had made him sufficient to the task, had transformed him into something capable of the work that lay ahead. That was his calling. That was his fulfillment. That was the transcendence he had sought through 2,000 deaths and countless trials and endless cycles of learning. That was enough. That was absolutely everything. Chapter 81. The Sealed Throne. The threshold of the sealed throne was not a door, but a wound in reality itself. Fang Yun stood at its edge, watching the seams shimmer with light that belonged to no sun he had ever seen. Behind him, the 17 sealed realms rose like echoes, each one a world unto itself, suspended in the amber resin of eternity. Ahead of him was the thing he had been cycling toward for 2,000 lifetimes. He had left the divine harmonist in the highest chamber of the crystal archive, meditating within a formation that translated mortal time into compass bearings. The entity would not follow him here. Some thresholds could only be crossed alone. Fang Yun drew a breath that felt like drawing light itself into his lungs. The 2,000 lifetimes of accumulated wisdom sat coiled within him, not as separate knowledge, but as a resonance, a hum that had become the baseline frequency of his existence. Each memory was layered atop the others like sediment, like pages in a book too thick to hold. When he thought with the clarity of a man who had made every mistake and learned from every one. He stepped through. The interior of the sealed throne was not a chamber, but a condition. Space folded in upon itself here, and direction became a matter of intention rather than physics. Fang Yun found himself standing in a vast amphitheater that existed on no single plane. He could see its ceiling, its walls, its floor all at once, each perspective simultaneously true. At the center, on a dais that seemed carved from starlight, sat a throne that was empty and occupied, dormant and pulsing with the rhythm of a heart that had beaten for longer than time had names. The throne itself was the sealed throne, not a seat, but the boundary between worlds, not an artifact, but a law. As his eyes adjusted, Fang Yun began to see the words. They covered every surface, the walls, the floor, the ceiling, the air itself, written in a script that his eyes could not quite focus on, but his mind understood perfectly. These were the terms of the bargain. These were the names of the deal that the first Fang Yun had made. He read them, and understanding flooded through him like a dam breaking. The cultivation world was dying. Not in any singular, dramatic sense. Not war, not plague, not invasion. But from the inside, from the slow collapse of the heavenly Tao itself. The great principles that govern the ascension of cultivators, the flow of spiritual energy, the progression toward immortality and transcendence, all of it was unraveling. The heavenly Tao had been built on foundations that were themselves corrupted, compromised by choices made in ages so distant they had become myth even to the eldest immortals. There was a structural flaw in the universe, and it was slowly, inexorably widening. The sealed realms were a symptom of that disease. They were fragments of the original world, isolated because the heavenly Tao was too weak to maintain their connection to the greater whole. They were quarantine zones for experiments, for hopes, for last-ditch attempts to preserve something of what the world had been. 17 sealed realms, each containing a different possibility, a different answer to the question, what does a world look like when the heavenly Tao fails? And the first Fang Yun, the original, the true first, had made a bargain with the thing that was imprisoned at the heart of all this. the entity that had broken the heavenly Tao in the first place, or perhaps the entity that the broken heavenly Tao had created as its final, desperate act. The distinction didn't matter. What mattered was this. The first Fang Yun had volunteered to cycle 2,000 times. He would be reborn into a world that remembered everything about him. 2,000 times, he would ascend, would learn, would gather wisdom from every possible angle and perspective. 2,000 times, his knowledge would be synthesized into something new, something more. And at the end of 2,000 lifetimes, when the accumulated wisdom had reached a critical mass, it would be used to repair the heavenly Tao from within, not to restore it to its original condition, but to evolve it, to heal the fundamental corruption, to remake the universe's governing principles into something that could actually hold. The cycling was not punishment. It was not imprisonment. It was sacrifice, freely chosen, and the cost was 2,000 lifetimes paid in full, each one spent in service to a world that would never know the name of its savior until the very end. And now Fang Yun understood what it meant to remember this. It meant understanding that every iteration of himself had been real. Every Fang Yun who had lived, learned, struggled, loved, and died in those previous cycles had been a complete person, a complete life. 2,000 complete lives, contained now within a single consciousness, stacked like memories, but each one as vivid and full as the present moment. The weight of this understanding should have crushed him. The knowledge that 2,000 beings, each of them fully himself, had been born, grown, achieved, loved, and died, all as part of a larger pattern that none of them had fully comprehended until the moment of understanding arrived, should have been unbearable. But Fang Yun found that carrying it was actually a source of strength. Every one of those previous iterations had been real and complete. Every one of them had added something to the whole. Every one of them had mattered, not because they were part of a greater plan, but because they had been genuine expressions of life itself, struggling with the same challenges and joys that all conscious beings struggle with. In that moment of understanding, Fang Yun could recall, not in the sense of retrieving information from memory, but in the sense of becoming, the iteration from 600 years ago, who had first discovered how to translate principles between realms. That Fang Yun had spent a lifetime struggling with the incompatibility between the crystalline realm's demand for perfect clarity and the flame realm's embrace of constant transformation. The breakthrough had come not from forcing the two to fit together, but from recognizing that both were true expressions of how consciousness could advance. That previous iteration had not lived to see the unified cosmos, had not known that his or her efforts would contribute to exactly this moment, but had pursued the work anyway, driven by curiosity and the simple human desire to understand. And then there was the iteration from 300 years ago, born in the realm of eternal spring, where time moved strangely and growth was preserved in crystalline clarity. That Fang Yun had dedicated his life to studying what happened when cultivators from different realms encountered one another. He had documented patterns of harmony and conflict, had proposed theories about how incompatible systems might one day learn to coexist. That iteration had died believing his work was merely academic, a record for posterity, never knowing that it would become the foundation for the repair of the heavenly Tao itself. There was the iteration from just 50 years ago, the one most immediately prior to this final one. That Fang Yun had spent his life deep in meditation within the crystal archive, absorbing the accumulated teachings of the crystalline realm, weaving them together with his own innate understanding. He had achieved a state of such clarity that he could perceive the fundamental structure of the heavenly Tao itself, could see not just the rules, but the logic that underlay them, the principles that had generated the laws. That iteration had prepared the way for this final culmination without fully understanding what the culmination would be. Now all of that work, all of that dedication spread across 2,000 variations of himself, had culminated in this moment of understanding before the sealed throne. The burden of 2,000 lives was not a weight pressing down on Fang Yun. It was a foundation beneath him, supporting him, giving him the strength to stand in this place of infinite power and choose not to dominate, but to serve. He knelt before the throne, not in submission but in recognition. He understood now why the sealed realms had been so afraid of him. He carried within him the weight of 2,000 sacrifices. He was a wound in reality too, a scar tissue of accumulated loss and accumulated wisdom, walking toward a conclusion that had been written into the foundations of existence itself. I accept, he said to the empty throne, to the occupied throne, to the boundary between worlds. I understand what was bargained for. I carry what was promised. I am ready to begin the work. The sealed throne pulsed once, and Fang Yun felt something shift in the architecture of reality itself. A door had opened that could not be closed. The time of cycling was over. The time of repair had begun. Chapter 82. The voice of the imprisoned. When Fang Yun emerged from the sealed throne, the divine harmonist was waiting for him. The entity was no longer sitting in a meditation posture. It was pacing, if the motion of a being composed primarily of light and resonance could be described as pacing. It was flickering, unstable, as if struggling to maintain cohesion in the presence of so much mortal reality. You understand now, the entity said. It was not a question. I do, Fang Yun replied. I am not what I thought I was. Or rather, I am exactly what I thought I was, but the meaning of that has changed. The divine harmonist coalesced into something closer to a recognizable form, a figure of silver and shadow, vaguely humanoid, but shifting at the edges. The first iteration of you made a choice. It was not a choice I would have made, had I been in a position to make choices. But I understand now why it was made. You are no longer imprisoned, Fang Yun said. He could feel it, the shifted balance, the new equation. The entity was still bound to him, still learning human consciousness through the aperture of Fang Yun's own awareness, but imprisonment implied captivity, implied an unwilling state. That was no longer accurate. No, the entity agreed. Though freedom is a concept I am still acquiring language for. When I existed in singular isolation, imprisoned in the heart of the broken heavenly Tao, I had no external reference for what freedom might mean. Now, learning human consciousness, I understand that freedom is not the absence of boundaries, but the presence of choice within those boundaries. I have many boundaries still, but they are boundaries I share with you, rather than boundaries imposed upon me from outside. Fang Yun walked to the edge of the crystal platform and looked down at the 17 sealed realms spread below like a map rendered in light and geography. Each realm was distinctive in its nature. The crystalline realm shone with perfect geometric patterns. The flame realm burned with eternal transformation. The tidal consciousness flowed in rhythmic cycles. Each one was beautiful in its own way, and each one had been desperately struggling against a dying heavenly Tao, trying to maintain its specific nature even as the fundamental laws governing all existence were slowly collapsing. They will need to understand this, Fang Yun said. All of them. Not just that I have returned with the accumulated wisdom, but why the cycling happened, what it was meant to accomplish. They have been afraid of me for 2,000 years, and they have been right to be afraid, but the fear was misplaced. I was not a threat to them. I was meant to be their salvation. The entity moved beside him, taking a position that mirrored his posture, learning through imitation how to observe and contemplate. This was the form of teaching that Fang Yun had been offering the divine harmonist, not explanation, but demonstration, showing through action what it meant to be present in a moment, to witness reality with full awareness and acceptance. And now, the entity asked. Now I must ask them if they want to be saved, Fang Yun said. The work of repairing the heavenly Tao is not something I can do to them. It is something I can only do with them. The entity was quiet for a long moment. Fang Yun could feel it thinking, processing, struggling with concepts that humans had never needed to struggle with because they came naturally through instinct and evolutionary history. The divine harmonist was learning consciousness from scratch, every principle a revelation. The first Fang Yun told me something, the entity said at last, in the moment before the bargain was struck. He said that the only way the heavenly Tao could be repaired was if it was repaired by someone who understood it from the inside, who had lived under its rules so completely that they could perceive the faults not as external failures, but as architectural inevitabilities. He said that an outside power remaking the Tao would only create a new structure with new flaws. But someone who had lived 2,000 lifetimes under the same system, that person could perceive the faults and cure them simultaneously. Fang Yun felt the truth of this settle into his bones. It was not a theoretical understanding, but a lived one. In his memories, and all of them were his memories now, he could see the precise moment each flaw had manifested. He could trace the genealogy of corruption back through centuries, back through dynasties, back through the very foundational principles of what it meant to cultivate, to ascend, to transcend. The heavenly Tao was not evil. It was broken, and the breaks had been inevitable from the moment it was created by beings who were themselves flawed. What will you do? The entity asked. Now that you understand everything? I will gather the realms, Fang Yun said. I will show them what I carry, and then I will ask them to choose. Not all of them will choose the same thing, and that is as it should be. The old heavenly Tao was imposed from above, a singular law crushing diversity into compliance. The new one must be built in conversation, in dialogue, in the recognition that there are many ways to ascend, many ways to transcend, many ways to live within a cosmos that is both ordered and free. The divine harmonist moved closer, and Fang Yun could feel the warmth of it, the gentle emanation of a being learning to be present in physical reality. I think you will do well at this work, the entity said. I think the first Fang Yun chose the right successor. The first Fang Yun was the right choice, Fang Yun corrected softly. I am not his successor. I am his continuation. We are the same person, separated only by the gift and the curse of accumulated time. Then I am confident, the divine harmonist said, that the heavenly Tao will be remade wisely. Together, they left the chamber and began their descent into the sealed realms below. Chapter 83. The gathering word of Fang Yun's return spread through the sealed realms like light through crystal. Not the news that he had entered the sealed throne. That would have taken time to verify, to confirm, but something more primal, a resonance that echoed through the foundations of each world. The cycle walker had emerged. The man who belonged to no realm was finally home. By the time Fang Yun reached the central nexus where the 17 realms touched, where the barriers between worlds grew thin enough that travel was possible, gatherings were already forming. Envoys from each realm stood waiting, their faces painted with caution and curiosity in equal measure. Fang Yun recognized many of them. Cultivators he had met in his previous iterations, some of whom had remembered him across their own lifespans, who had watched him come and go with the regularity of seasons. There was the Jade Immortal of the crystalline realm, still radiant with power, still bearing the scars of encounters with Fang Yun himself, both physical scars from duels in previous cycles and spiritual scars from the profound changes his presence always seemed to catalyze. There was the Red Phoenix who ruled the Flame Realm, ancient and proud, her eyes burning with questions that had accumulated over 2,000 years of watching him cycle. There were others, 17 in total, or near enough, leaders and representatives of each sealed world. They bowed, but it was not a bow of submission. It was the bow of meeting equals, or perhaps meeting a stranger who carried too much weight to be bowed to lightly. I have been into the sealed throne, Fang Yun announced, his voice clear and steady. I have read the terms of the bargain that the first iteration of myself made. I have understood, at last, what the cycling was for. I have come to share this understanding with you, and more importantly, to ask your counsel. The Jade Immortal stepped forward. You bring news from the heart of all things. We are grateful to receive it. But first, we must ask, are you still cycling? Is this another iteration in an endless chain, or have you broken free? The cycling is complete, Fang Yun said. I carry within me the accumulated wisdom of 2,000 lifetimes. I have gathered what was promised. The only question that remains is what to do with it. A murmur ran through the assembled leaders. Fang Yun could feel the weight of 2 millennia of fear beginning to shift, beginning to transform into something more complex. Hope mixed with uncertainty, gratitude mixed with fear of the unknown. The implications were staggering. If the cycling was truly complete, then the strange warping of reality that had marked Fang Yun's presence for 2,000 years was finally ending. If the cycling was complete, then whatever was about to happen next would truly reshape the fundamental nature of existence. Tell us, said the Red Phoenix, her voice low and dangerous. Tell us why you cycle, and why you stopped. So Fang Yun told them. He spoke of the heavenly Tao dying from within, of the corruption that ran through its foundational principles, of the slow unraveling that would eventually collapse all of creation into chaos. He spoke of how the first Fang Yun had made a bargain with the entity imprisoned in the heart of that breaking Tao, not a bargain with an enemy, but with the universe itself in its moment of crisis, crying out for help through whatever vessel could listen. He spoke of the 2,000 cycles as a deliberate strategy, a slow accumulation of knowledge and perspective that no single lifetime could provide. He spoke of how each iteration of himself had been fully real, fully alive, fully engaged in the work of learning from every angle how the heavenly Tao actually functioned, not in theory but in practice. And when he finished, the silence was profound. The realm leaders exchanged glances, communicating in the subtle languages that only beings of great power could speak, the language of resonance, of spiritual presence, of consciousness touching consciousness without words. In that silence, Fang Yun could feel the weight of individual reactions. The Jade Immortal was processing the information with crystalline clarity, each thought fitting perfectly into the geometric structure of her understanding. The Red Phoenix was burning with emotion, ancient fury and ancient hope warring within her. The envoys from the smaller realms were reaching out toward each other, their consciousnesses creating networks of debate that did not require vocal sound. Fang Yun stood in the center of it all and simply existed. He made no attempt to persuade or convince. He had spoken the truth as he understood it, and now the work belonged to them. This was what the first Fang Yun had learned through cycles of observation, That transformation imposed from without was never lasting. Only transformation chosen freely, understood from within, could truly endure. The Jade Immortal finally spoke, her voice carrying the precision of diamond. The implications you are describing, they are vast. If what you say is true, then not only the structure of the heavenly Tao, but the very nature of reality itself would need to be restructured. Our people have lived for 2,000 years believing in certain truths, practicing according to certain principles. You are asking us to unlearn all of that, to accept that the foundations of our existence might be reorganized. I am asking, Fang Yun said carefully, for you to recognize that unlearning and learning are not opposites. You do not need to erase what you have built. You need to understand that it was always part of something larger. Your truth is still true. Your principles still work. But they work even better when they are understood in relationship to other truths, other principles. The red phoenix rose to her full height, and for a moment her form blazed with the fire of her realm. Ancient, beautiful, terrible. You carry within you the memory of ruling my realm, of cultivating in my fire, of being burned and remade again and again. You carry the memories of my people, of their struggles and their victories. Does that memory give you authority to speak for us? No, Fang Yun said. It gives me responsibility to listen, but I do not speak for you. I speak to you, from outside your system, as someone who has understood your system from within. The authority, the right to decide what happens next, that belongs entirely to you. Something shifted in the red phoenix's expression. She lowered herself back down, and when she spoke again, her voice carried not the scream of flame, but its warmth, its presence. Good, because we will not be dictated to, Cycle Walker, not even by one who has lived in our hearts for millennia. But we will listen. Chapter 84. The nature of choice. The chambers of the Nexus had been prepared for lengthy discourse. Long tables were set with food and drink, refreshment for bodies that might not need sustenance, but appreciated the ritual of it anyway. The assembled leaders of the 17 sealed realms took their places, and Fang Yun stood not at the head, but in the center, surrounded on all sides by the faces and hearts of worlds that had endured in isolation for 2,000 years. I will be honest with you, Fang Yun began. My understanding of what needs to happen is not theoretical, but experiential. I have lived in each of your realms. I have cultivated under each of your heavenly Taos, for each sealed realm developed its own variation, its own interpretation of the greater principle. I have seen how each of you adapted, how you each found ways to transcend and transform despite the limitations imposed by isolation. He paused, gathering the threads of 2,000 lifetimes of observation. The current heavenly Tao is failing because it is built on the assumption that there is one right way to ascend, one correct path to transcendence. Everything else is deviance, is weakness, is failure. This is why it is dying. It is trying to force infinite variation into a singular channel, and the pressure is cracking the walls. And your solution? Asked a voice from the realm of eternal wind. A cultivator whose name Fang Yun had never learned in any iteration, which meant their realm must hold many such anonymous souls. Many who had stepped outside the hierarchy of named power. I do not yet have a solution, Fang Yun said. I have the wisdom to understand the problem deeply, but I do not have the authority to impose a solution. That must come from conversation. That must come from you. The Jade Immortal leaned forward. You are saying that the repair of the heavenly Tao depends on our input, on our willingness to participate. I am saying that the heavenly Tao cannot be repaired in isolation, Fang Yun replied. The first Fang Yun understood this. That is why he created the cycling, not as a punishment, but as a way to gather knowledge from every possible angle. And that is why I have come to gather you, not to impose, but to converse. The red phoenix's eyes flickered with something that might have been respect. You are asking us to take responsibility for the fate of all creation. I am asking you to acknowledge that you already have that responsibility, Fang Yun said. You have always had it. The moment the 17 sealed realms were created, the moment they developed their own variations and interpretations, you became part of the solution. The question is not whether you will have input. You will, inevitably, because the larger world will eventually reconnect with you, and that connection will change everything. The question is whether you will have intentional input, whether you will choose consciously to shape what happens next, or whether you will have it happen to you. A long silence followed. Fang Yun could feel the weight of it, the magnitude of what was being asked. These leaders had spent 2,000 years managing their own realms in isolation. The prospect of their choices affecting the greater world, of their voices matching on that scale, was not a gift given freely. It was a burden that came with the gift. If we choose to dissolve, one of the younger leaders said, a cultivator from the realm of eternal spring, where time moved differently and youth was preserved like flowers in crystal. If we choose to merge entirely with the greater world, would our knowledge be preserved? Would our ways continue, even if our boundaries cease? That depends on you, Fang Yun said. Dissolution is not erasure. It is transformation. If you choose to merge, it will be your responsibility to ensure that your knowledge is transmitted, that your ways are understood and incorporated, that your values are not lost in the integration. You will not cease to exist. You will cease to be separate, which is a different thing entirely. And if we choose not to merge, asked another voice. If we choose to remain sealed, to continue in isolation? Fang Yun hesitated. This was the question that had not been anticipated, not in the terms of the original bargain. But it was the most important one. Then the seals will remain, he said slowly. But they will be permeable. The barriers between your worlds and the greater world will grow thin. Trade, communication, exchange of knowledge will become possible. You will remain separate, but no longer completely isolated. That too is a form of transformation. And the heavenly Tao, the Red Phoenix asked, will it function properly in a cosmos where there are multiple variations operating simultaneously, in some realms, in some territories? I believe it will function better, Fang Yun said. The new Tao will not be singular. It will be a principle that allows for local variation while maintaining global coherence. It will be more like music than like law, a set of harmonies that can be expressed in infinite ways without losing the fundamental resonance. The Jade Immortal stood. Then I propose that we adjourn for a time. Let each realm consult with its people. Let them understand what is being asked, what is being offered. Let us reconvene when we have some sense of what our communities wish to do. This is not a choice for leaders alone. One by one, the others stood in agreement. The Red Phoenix was the last to rise, and when she did, she fixed Fang Yun with a gaze that burned with the light of stars. You have given us a gift, Cycle Walker, she said. The gift of choice. I hope you understand how precious that is, and how dangerous. Fang Yun bowed. I understand both things very well. Chapter 85, The Weight of Waiting. The days that followed were the strangest Fang Yun had experienced in any of his 2,000 lifetimes. For the first time in all that accumulated time, he had nothing to do. There was no next cycle to prepare for, no hidden knowledge to pursue, no trials to overcome. The work that needed to be done, the repair of the heavenly Tao, could not begin until the 17 sealed realms had made their choices. And those choices could not be made quickly. They had to be made thoughtfully, deliberately, with full awareness of their consequences. So Fang Yun waited. He spent time in the upper chamber of the Crystal Archive, watching the 17 realms go about the work of deliberation. Through the scrying arrays and the long sight formations, he could see the gatherings taking place in each sealed world. He could see the crystalline realm holding debates in its great amphitheaters, thousands of cultivators discussing whether to remain sealed or to open their borders. He could see the flame realm conducting what looked like rituals, ceremonies designed to consult with the deep wisdom held in the hearts of those who dwelled within that fiery domain. The realm of tidal consciousness seemed to be in constant flux, its people moving in synchronized patterns that expressed choices not through words, but through the dance of consciousness itself. The divine harmonist was with him often during these vigils. The entity had become adept at human observation, though it still moved with the slightly off-kilter grace of something learning to inhabit a body that was not quite physical. They are struggling, the entity observed one afternoon, as it watched the realm of eternal spring conduct a lengthy consultation with its elder cultivators. Yes, Fang Yun agreed. And they should be. This is perhaps the most important decision they will ever make. The choice to remain sealed or to open to the wider world. It is not merely a political choice. It is a choice about the nature of their existence, about whether they wish to preserve themselves as they are or risk transformation for the possibility of connection. He paused, watching the intricate movements of cultivators in the realm of eternal spring, the careful way they were testing different possibilities, different futures, using practices he had never quite encountered in previous iterations, but understood deeply through their underlying principles. In my earlier cycles, Fang Yun continued, I watched realms struggle with this exact choice, though they did not have the option to make it consciously. The natural process was simply the slow dissolution of barriers as the heavenly Tao weakened. But now, offering them the choice to make deliberately, I realized that conscious choice carries a different kind of weight than forced circumstance. If they choose to dissolve, they will have chosen it themselves, and that choice becomes part of their identity. If they choose to remain sealed, it will be a deliberate act of preservation rather than an accident of circumstance. Waiting, Fang Yun discovered, was a practice unlike any he had cultivated in his 2,000 lifetimes. In the flame realm, His iterations had learned patience through the slow discipline of accumulating heat. In the crystalline realm, they had known the patience of meticulous understanding, each step deliberate and complete. But this was different. This was the patience of emptiness, the strange stillness of having nothing to work toward, no next goal, no practice to advance. He found himself sitting with the divine harmonist and contemplating what it meant to have reached the end of striving. For 2,000 years, there had always been a cycle ahead, always a next iteration waiting beyond death. Every moment of rest had been temporary, every peace provisional. But now, for the first time, the cycle had ended. He was not waiting for death to come again. He was not preparing for rebirth. He was simply here, in a single moment that stretched without the familiar shape of cyclical time. One afternoon, watching the realm of eternal spring conduct its consultations, Fang Yun felt something he had never quite experienced before: boredom. It startled him. In the previous iterations, boredom had always been an opportunity to deepen practice, to turn inward and find new subtleties in old disciplines. But here, in this space of waiting, boredom had no path forward. There was nothing to deepen into, no hidden layer beneath the surface waiting to be revealed. The divine harmonist noticed his restlessness. "You are uncomfortable," the entity observed. "I am adjusting to a new kind of existence," Fang Yun admitted. In the cycles, there was always urgency. There was always something that needed to be accomplished before the next death came. But now, the urgency is gone. The great work is not mine to do alone anymore. It requires the consent and participation of 17 different realms. And I cannot force that consent. I can only wait for them to decide. "Is that painful?" the entity asked, with genuine curiosity. Fang Yun considered the question. "Not painful," he said finally, "but unfamiliar. The me that was shaped by 2,000 cycles of striving has been trained to equate stillness with failure, waiting with wasted time. But perhaps that was the burden of the cycles, not a truth about existence itself." On the 8th day of waiting, the Jade Immortal appeared at the threshold of the Crystal Archive. She did not announce herself. Fang Yun sensed her presence before she became visible, drawn by the particular frequency of her being, the crystalline resonance that marked her as the keeper of the most ordered realm. The Immortal's arrival itself was a kind of answer, a sign that deliberation was complete enough to warrant beginning the next phase. "We have a response," the Jade Immortal said. "Not from all of the 17 realms, but from enough to constitute a pattern. I think you should hear what they have chosen." Chapter 86. The architecture of transformation, the work of repairing the heavenly Tao, could not be done through force or decree. It had to be built through understanding, layer by layer, principle by principle. Fang Yun established a working chamber at the heart of the nexus, a space where cultivators from each of the 17 realms could come together to conduct what he called the Great Consultation. Over the weeks that followed, he gathered with architects of the self, philosophers of transcendence, and engineers of spiritual cultivation from every sealed world. They came to understand not just what the heavenly Tao was, but how it functioned, what principles held it together, and where those principles had begun to fail. The central problem, as Fang Yun explained it, was one of uniformity. The original heavenly Tao had been designed with the assumption that all cultivators, regardless of their nature or their circumstances, should follow a singular path of ascension. This path had certain stations: body cultivation, energy refinement, soul strengthening, realm advancement, and finally transcendence. These stages were marked by clear thresholds, and cultivators who failed to reach certain power levels within certain timeframes were considered failures. But in each of the 17 sealed realms, this structure had been forced to adapt. In the crystalline realm, cultivators learned through perfect understanding. Each principle had to be comprehended completely before the next stage could be reached. In the flame realm, cultivators advanced through transformation, burning away impurities, shedding old selves, rising from the ashes as more complete versions of themselves. In the realm of endless night, cultivators learned through forgetting. They had to release what they thought they knew in order to gain deeper understanding. All of these were valid approaches to transcendence. All of them led to cultivators of genuine power and genuine wisdom. But the singular heavenly Tao had no vocabulary for any of them except the first, which meant that cultivators in the sealed realms were always struggling against the fundamental law that governed their world, always trying to fit their nature into a mold that had not been designed for them. The solution, Fang Yun explained to the assembled masters, is not to create a heavenly Tao that encompasses all possibilities equally. That is not possible. Rather, we create a Tao that is flexible enough to allow for local variation while maintaining the coherence necessary for the different realms to exist in stable relationship with one another. A master from the realm of endless night, an old cultivator whose name was forgetting and remembering, asked the obvious question. Is such stability possible? If the rules are different in different places, how can they maintain balance? Think of it as a translation, Fang Yun said. A principle that is expressed differently in different languages, but maintains the same fundamental truth. The Tao of the crystalline realm will express itself as perfect understanding, but the fundamental principle, the advancement of consciousness, the refining of will, the cultivation of wisdom, will remain the same. And these principles will maintain enough coherence that a cultivator from the crystalline realm can pass through the borders into another realm and still experience cultivation, still feel the framework of heavenly law supporting their practice. But will they remain at the same power level? Asked the Red Phoenix. Or will the transition between realms cause them to rise or fall in power? That is a practical question that will require practical experimentation, Fang Yun admitted. But I believe that power, true power, is not dependent on which variation of the heavenly Tao a cultivator operates within. True power is the cultivation of wisdom, understanding, and will. These transcend the specific framework. A master in the crystalline realm will remain a master in the flame realm, even if the method of their mastery needs to be translated. The work of translation began immediately. Fang Yun and the assembled masters began to map the principles, to find the places where one realm's framework could be reinterpreted within another's language. It was painstaking work, the kind of work that required hours of meditation, debate, and testing. Principles that seemed identical on the surface would often prove to be expressed in contradictory ways. A cultivator's advancement in one realm would sometimes require regression in another before they could advance again. But slowly, a pattern emerged. It became clear that the 17 different frameworks were not contradictions. They were perspectives. Each realm had developed a unique way of seeing the process of cultivation, and each unique perspective revealed something true about the larger reality of how consciousness could advance and transform. By the end of the third week, Fang Yun had established the fundamental principles of what would become the new heavenly Tao. It was not one law but 17 laws, all functioning simultaneously within a single cosmic framework. It was not order imposed from above, but order emergent from the interaction of multiple valid systems. And it was beginning to work. He could feel it in the foundations of existence, the way reality was restructuring itself to accommodate the new principles. The seals between the realms were already beginning to change, becoming more permeable, beginning to serve as borders rather than walls. The work was not easy, and it was not without its failures. There were weeks when Fang Yun and the assembled masters would believe they had finally found a way to translate the realm of endless night's principle of forgetting into a framework that the other realms could understand, only to discover that the translation broke down when applied to practical cultivation. There were moments of profound frustration when masters from different realms would insist that their way was the only true way, that any other expression of principle must be deficient, lesser, wrong. But through it all, Fang Yun held a vision clear in his mind, a cosmos where each realm's unique understanding was preserved and honored, where the differences between principles were not seen as threats to be overcome, but as richness to be celebrated. He spoke this vision again and again, in different words suited to different audiences, until slowly, over days and weeks, the resistance began to transform into curiosity. Masters who had spent lifetimes certain of their truth began to wonder, what if their truth was not the only truth? What if another realm's way of understanding cultivation could reveal something that had been hidden in the clarity of their own single perspective? The divine harmonist observed all of this, learning from it. The entity would sometimes ask Fang Yun to explain why humans resisted understanding, why beings of such power and wisdom would cling so fiercely to single perspectives. And Fang Yun's answer was always some variation of the same truth: fear. Fear that accepting another way of understanding might somehow invalidate their own. Fear that their life's work, their dedicated practice, might be revealed as incomplete or insufficient. Fear of the unknown. It is the same fear that kept me imprisoned for eons, the divine harmonist said once. When I was locked in the heart of the broken heavenly Tao, I told myself that my prison was necessary, that my isolation was justified, that the world outside was chaotic and untrustworthy. It took the breaking of the Tao, it took desperation and pain, to force me to see that my fear was not based on truth, but on the lack of other perspectives, other possibilities. And now, Fang Yun asked, now I see that most beings live their entire lives in self-imposed prisons of their own making. The entity said thoughtfully, not because they are forced there, but because they are afraid to step outside. Your work, Fang Yun, is to show them that the prison is not necessary, that stepping outside does not mean losing themselves, but finding a larger self that can contain more than they imagined possible. By the end of the third week, Fang Yun had established the fundamental principles of what would become the new heavenly Tao. It was not one law but 17 laws, all functioning simultaneously within a single cosmic framework. It was not order imposed from above, but order emergent from the interaction of multiple valid systems. And most importantly, it was alive. It was flexible. It could respond to new circumstances, new challenges, new forms of cultivator that might emerge in future ages. Chapter 87. The First Transition. The first cultivator to cross from one sealed realm to another under the new heavenly Tao was a young woman from the flame realm named Shu Burns and Rises. She had been born in the fires that consumed and renewed the world of eternal transformation. Her ascension was marked by cycles of destruction and rebirth, each new level of cultivation requiring that she shed her old self completely and rise as something new. She came to the border between the flame realm and the crystalline realm, the place where the seals were thinnest, where the reality of two different Daos met and created a space of negotiation. Fang Yun was there to meet her, along with the Red Phoenix and the Jade Immortal. "I wish to cross," she who burns and rises said. "I wish to cultivate in the light and the clarity of the crystalline realm. I wish to know what it is to advance through perfect understanding rather than through transformation. If you do this," the Jade Immortal warned, not unkindly, "you will find that your power in the flame realm does not translate directly to power in the crystalline realm. You must be prepared to feel, for a time, like a novice again." "I understand," she who burns and rises said. "The Red Phoenix has taught us that all transformation requires a moment of vulnerability. I am ready." Fang Yun stepped forward and extended his hand. The two of them touched, and he could feel, through that contact, the moment of transition. He could feel Shu who burns and rises' nature, which was structured for continuous change, meeting the crystalline realm's nature, which was structured for incremental perfection. For a moment, there was resistance. Her power wanted to express itself as cycles of destruction and renewal, but the crystalline realm's law called for steady, uninterrupted advancement. And then, instead of conflict, there came harmony. The principles began to translate themselves. She who burns and rises' cycles of transformation became, in the crystalline realm's language, cycles of deeper understanding. Each time she let go of what she had known, it was not destruction and rebirth, but release and elevation. The fundamental truth of her cultivation method remained the same, but it was speaking a new dialect, learning to be understood in a new place. When they stepped across the threshold together, Fang Yun could feel the heavenly Tao of both realms stabilizing around the presence of this translator. She who burns and rises was not changing the fundamental laws, but her presence, her willingness to cultivate under both systems, created a bridge. It created proof that the translation was real, that the two Daos could coexist without contradiction. She fell to her knees, gasping, as the weight of perfect clarity descended upon her. In the flame realm, power had come in cycles, in explosions of transformation. In the crystalline realm, it came as a steady, crystalline accumulation of understanding. Every principle she had ever known suddenly revealed layer after layer of deeper meaning, and that meaning was not abstract but immediate, visceral, inescapable. "It is beautiful," she whispered. "The clarity, the structure. I can see how every principle fits with every other principle. I can understand not just how to cultivate, but why I cultivate." The Red Phoenix looked at the Jade Immortal, and Fang Yun could see the moment when respect passed between them. Two ancient cultivators acknowledging that something new had been born, something that had not existed before. "We should send more translators," the Red Phoenix said. "If we can establish communities of cultivators who practice in both realms, they can serve as bridges. They can teach each realm to understand the other." "Yes," the Jade Immortal agreed. "And I suspect the other realms will want to establish such bridges as well. Let us send invitations. Let us ask for volunteers from each sealed world. Cultivators who are willing to be made vulnerable, who are willing to learn new ways of expressing their power, in service to the larger community." The response was overwhelming. Cultivators from every realm came forward to be translators, to be bridges, to be the first inhabitants of the new intersections that were beginning to form between the sealed worlds. Some of them were masters seeking new challenges. Others were young cultivators, less attached to the traditions of their birth realms, eager to explore the infinite variations of cultivation that were becoming possible. Within a month, cultivators were crossing the threshold regularly. Communities of mixed practitioners began to form at the borders between realms. In some cases, these communities chose to remain in the border territories, becoming new kinds of worlds themselves, places where multiple principles of the heavenly Tao coexisted and informed one another. The border town that grew between the crystalline realm and the realm of ascending winds became one of the first of these hybrid communities. Cultivators from both realms chose to settle there, building a society that valued both the clarity of perfect understanding and the fluid responsiveness of wind cultivation. The architecture of the town reflected this synthesis. Buildings were designed with the geometric precision of the crystalline realm, but their materials were chosen for their ability to respond to wind, to flex and flow rather than rigidly maintain form. The result was something entirely new. Structures that were both stable and adaptive, ordered and responsive, a physical manifestation of the principles being explored within the cosmos itself. Similar border communities sprouted up around all the major intersections between realms. Each one developed its own unique character, its own approach to synthesis. The border between the flame realm and the tidal consciousness gave rise to a community where cultivators learned to understand stability not as rigidity, but as the perfect balance of opposing forces, the stability of a wave that rises and falls but maintains its essential nature. The border between the realm of eternal spring and the realm of endless night produced communities where the strange temporal properties of both realms were allowed to interact, creating pockets of reality where time moved in ways that made no sense from the perspective of the larger cosmos, but which cultivators from both realms could navigate and thrive within. Fang Yun visited each of these communities as they formed, offering guidance, helping mediate disputes, celebrating the successes. He saw in them the living proof that his vision was not just theory but could become practice, could be embodied in the actual lives of actual cultivators making actual choices. One evening, in a border town between the crystalline realm and the flame realm, Fang Yun sat with a group of young cultivators who had been born and raised in the integrated cosmos. They had no memory of the time before the seals were permeable, no experience of realms in isolation. For them, the idea that different principles might be in opposition was strange, almost incomprehensible. What was it like, one of them asked, when the realms were sealed? When you couldn't see other ways of cultivating? Fang Yun considered the question carefully. How could he convey, to beings who had never known separation, what it had been like to exist in isolation, to believe that one's own way was the only way? It was like living in a single color, he finally said. When you have only ever seen blue, you accept that the world is blue. You build theories about why blue is the most natural color, the most essential color. You meet with other people who have also only ever seen blue, and you confirm to each other that blue is the truth. But blue is just one frequency of light. There are infinities of colors, infinities of ways that light can be perceived and expressed. The tragedy of the sealed realms was not that they were choosing blue. It was that they did not know that any other color existed. The young cultivators nodded, but Fang Yun could see in their eyes that they did not fully understand. They could not, because they had never been trapped in isolation, had never been forced to believe that a single narrow path was the only path. And Fang Yun felt something like relief at this. The fact that the younger generation could not even imagine the old isolation, could not fully grasp what it had been like, meant that the repair was working. The cosmos was healing. A new normal was being established, one where diversity was expected, where the coexistence of different principles was simply the way things were. And Fang Yun felt it all, the way the new heavenly Tao was beginning to hold itself together, the way that different principles were reinforcing rather than contradicting one another. The repair was not yet complete, but it was no longer theoretical. It was becoming real, becoming tangible, becoming something that cultivators could feel in their practice and embody in their power. More than that, it was becoming something that cultivators could create from within, something that was no longer being imposed from above, but was growing organically from the choices and creativity of millions of individual cultivators exploring what was possible when boundaries became thresholds rather than walls. Chapter 88. The Cost of Dissolution. Not all of the changes were smooth or painless. The two realms that chose complete dissolution, the realm of the ascending winds and the realm of tidal consciousness, found that the process of opening themselves completely to the greater world was more traumatic than they had anticipated. When the realm of ascending winds began to open its borders, cultivators from the outer world started flowing in, not as visitors, but as settlers, as people seeking to study wind cultivation, to learn from a tradition that had developed in isolation for thousands of years. And as they arrived, the realm itself began to change. The wind that had always moved in sacred patterns began to carry different currents, shaped by the presence of foreign consciousness, foreign cultivators practicing foreign methods. The balance that had been maintained so carefully for millennia was disrupted. The young people of the ascending winds, born under its heavenly Tao, found themselves caught between the traditions of their ancestors and the exciting possibilities now available to them from the greater world. Fang Yun felt the crisis building, and he moved to intervene. He gathered the leaders of the ascending winds and asked them a difficult question. What do you most want to preserve? The answer came from an old master named He Who Reads the Winds. Not the isolation, but the method. Not the walls, but the art. We are a people who understand wind better than any other people in any realm. If we open completely, and that understanding is diluted, if our young people abandon our ways for quicker paths of power in the greater world, then we will have preserved the right to choose, but lost the thing we most wanted to preserve. Then we create a new kind of seal, Fang Yun said. Not a wall that prevents passage, but a law that preserves method. A principle that says, cultivators from outside may enter the realm of ascending winds and learn our ways, but as they do, they will find that their power in our methods is proportional to their commitment to preserve and honor the traditions they are learning. They may go faster in other ways, but in our way, speed is measured in harmony with wind itself, not in the accumulation of personal power. This principle was difficult to implement. It required Fang Yun to weave into the very fabric of the heavenly Tao in the realm of ascending winds a kind of selective resistance, a way of slowing down those who came without respect for tradition, while accelerating those who came with genuine reverence for the art. It was not punishment, but it was pressure. It was the cosmos itself gently guiding cultivators toward the values that the realm of ascending winds held most dear. Similar adjustments had to be made in the realm of tidal consciousness, which found that the constant flow of new cultivators trying to access its methods was disrupting the tidal rhythms that governed consciousness itself. Fang Yun had to create a principle that allowed outsiders to enter, but required them to attune themselves to tidal consciousness rather than simply applying the techniques as if they were tools to be used. The work was intricate and demanding. It required Fang Yun to be not just a theorist, but a craftsman, working with the laws of reality itself, thread by thread, adjusting the weave to accommodate new contexts while preserving the original pattern. By the end of the month, he had established a principle that seemed to be working. Every realm that chose to dissolve or to open to the greater world would have the right to encode certain protective principles into the heavenly Tao. These principles would operate in the form of guidance rather than force, steering people toward the values the realm wished to preserve rather than preventing them from acting. It was not perfect. Some traditionalists in the dissolving realms felt that even these protective principles were not enough, that true preservation could only happen under the old seals. But most accepted that some loss of control was the necessary price of choosing dissolution, and they began the work of ensuring that what they wanted to preserve would be preserved through culture and teaching rather than through law. Fang Yun had to hold many difficult conversations with cultivators who were grieving the loss of their realm's independence, even though they understood intellectually that opening to the larger world was necessary for the cosmos to heal. There was an old master from the realm of the ascending winds named He Who Reads the Winds who came to Fang Yun with tears in his eyes. "We are losing ourselves," the old master said. "Every year, fewer young people study the traditional methods. They learn them out of duty because their parents insist, but their hearts are elsewhere. They want the quick power that comes from combining methods, that comes from learning the shortcuts developed by other realms. In 3 generations, there will be no one left who understands wind cultivation the way we have understood it for 10,000 years." Fang Yun had listened without interrupting, had let the old master speak his grief and his fear. When the master had finally finished, Fang Yun had said something that seemed to ease him a little. "The form may change. The specific techniques that have been preserved for 10,000 years may be modified, adapted, combined with other approaches. But the essence, the profound understanding of how consciousness can move and flow like wind, responsive and fluid and present, that essence cannot be lost. It may be expressed differently, but it will persist. And the young people who learn your traditions and combine them with other methods are not losing the wind. They are teaching the cosmos how wind operates in the presence of other principles. They are expanding understanding, not diminishing it." The old master had not been entirely satisfied, but he had understood, and he had devoted his remaining years to establishing schools where the traditional wind cultivation methods were preserved, not in isolation, but in explicit relationship with other approaches. These schools became pilgrimage sites for cultivators from all realms who wanted to understand not just wind cultivation in its pure form, but how wind principles interacted with and enriched other forms of practice. Similar patterns played out across all the realms that chose dissolution. Cultural centers sprang up dedicated to preserving the specific traditions of each realm, not as museum pieces to be protected from change, but as living practices that could evolve while still maintaining their essential character. The Flame Realm's archives became a great university where scholars could study the philosophy of transformation across different cultural contexts. The tidal consciousness established temples of rhythm where cultivators could attune themselves to temporal patterns that would have been impossible to even perceive in the sealed isolation. And slowly, the grieving masters came to see that dissolution was not death, but metamorphosis. Their traditions were not being preserved in amber, frozen in their current form, but being released into a living ecosystem where they could cross-pollinate with other traditions, produce new hybrids, evolve in directions that even they could not have predicted. The cosmos is greater than any single realm, Fang Yun told who leads the winds in one of their later conversations. And a principle is greater than any single expression of it. Your wind cultivation did not exist for 10,000 years to be locked away and finally destroyed. It existed so that the cosmos could, eventually, learn to incorporate wind understanding into its very fabric. Your real victory is not preserving your tradition unchanged. It is teaching the entire cosmos to see what wind is, to feel its essence, to let its principles inform how all cultivators approach their practice, no matter which realm they call home. The old master had smiled at that, finally understanding that he was not presiding over the death of his tradition, but its apotheosis. He was the last master of wind cultivation as a separate, sealed practice. And he was also the first master of wind cultivation as a principle that belonged to the entire cosmos. Chapter 89. The Reconciliation. After 2 months of constant work, Fang Yun reached a place where he could finally step back and examine what had been created. The new heavenly Tao was not finished. It would never be finished. It would continue to evolve as new circumstances arose. But it had reached a point of stability. The basic principles were in place. The different realms had found ways to coexist. The seals were transformed, no longer walls but thresholds. He called for a gathering of all 17 realm leaders at the sealed throne itself. This time, when they entered the chamber, the throne was different. It no longer appeared empty or occupied simultaneously. It appeared as what it was, a boundary, a threshold, a place where multiple principles met and acknowledged one another. "We have done it," the Jade Immortal said, looking around the vast space. "Not perfectly, but genuinely. The heavenly Tao has been repaired." "Not repaired," Fang Yun corrected gently. "Evolved. Transformed. The old Tao, the one that was dying, no longer exists. But something new has taken its place, something that is stronger because it is more flexible, more resilient because it accommodates rather than suppresses diversity." The Red Phoenix stepped forward to stand beside the throne. "The Flame Realm is beginning to feel stable again. For 2,000 years, we have sensed the decline in the fundamental law that governed our world. That sense of decay has ceased. I believe we are healed." One by one, the other leaders stepped forward and spoke. The Crystalline Realm reported that clarity had returned to its foundational principles. The Realm of Ascending Winds reported that the wind itself had begun to move with purpose again, no longer struggling against a collapsing law. Even the Realm of Endless Night reported that the backward flow of time was no longer eroding, no longer eating away at the fundamental structure of reality. "There is something I need to tell you," Fang Yun said when all of the reports had been heard. The entity that was imprisoned at the heart of the heavenly Tao, the being that the first Fang Yun made the bargain with, that entity is no longer imprisoned. It is now free to exist as a being in its own right, no longer bound to the cycle, no longer constrained to operate within the broken Tao. The reaction was immediate. Fear flickered across several faces. "Is it dangerous?" asked a leader from the realm of eternal silence, a realm where sound itself had different rules. "It was dangerous," Fang Yun said. "In the way that anything is dangerous when it is imprisoned and wounded. It struck back against the cage that held it, and in striking back, it broke the heavenly Tao. But now that it is free, now that it has learned to exist alongside human consciousness, I believe it is no longer hostile. It is simply different. It is a principle of reality that we do not fully understand, but that we can learn to work with rather than against." As if in response to his words, the divine harmonist appeared at the center of the chamber. Its form was more stable now, more coherent. It had learned to hold a humanoid shape with increasing reliability. It moved forward and stood beside Fang Yun. "I am grateful for the release," the entity said, its voice like wind through crystal, like resonance given form. "I am learning that existence alongside others is preferable to existence in isolation. I do not yet understand everything about consciousness, but I am beginning to understand that isolation is a form of death, even if it takes 1,000 years to manifest." The Jade Immortal approached the entity cautiously, and Fang Yun realized that this moment was pivotal. If the realm leaders could accept the divine harmonist, could acknowledge it as a legitimate part of the renewed cosmos, then perhaps the rest of the cultivators would be able to as well. The Jade Immortal bowed, not a bow of submission, but a bow of acknowledgement, the bow of recognizing another being as real and present. One by one, the other leaders followed suit. It was not without hesitation, not without residual fear, but it was genuine, it was honest, it was a choice to accept rather than to reject. Then the work is truly complete, the Red Phoenix said. The heavenly Tao has been repaired, the seals have been transformed, the realms have chosen their own futures, and the imprisoned thing has been released and welcomed into existence. All that remains is to live under the new law. Yes, Fang Yun said. But there is one more thing. The first Fang Yun was the one who made the bargain, the one who agreed to cycle, the one who gathered the wisdom that has allowed all of this to happen. Before we close this chapter completely, I think we should honor that sacrifice. The suggestion hung in the air, and Fang Yun could feel the weight of it, the emotional resonance. Each realm leader present in that chamber understood, on some level, what it meant to honor sacrifice. But they also understood that honoring Fang Yun's 2,000 lifetimes was not like honoring a military hero or a great leader who had died in service to their people. It was something more complex, more intimate. It was honoring the suffering of a man who had never been asked what he wanted, who had been born into a cycle and had made the best of it, who had transformed what could have been a curse into something redemptive. How would you propose we honor it? The Jade Immortal asked. Her crystalline mind was already forming possibilities, already envisioning structures and ceremonies, ways to make something ephemeral into something permanent. Not through monuments, Fang Yun said quickly. Not through statues or grand architecture. What I want is something that will help cultivators remember, long after I am gone, that growth and understanding come through seeing everything, experiencing everything, learning from every angle. Something that will teach the cosmos to honor the diversity that salvation required. The divine harmonist, still present in the chamber though now taking a form so subtle it was almost unnoticeable, seemed to approve of this approach. The beings of this cosmos need to remember, it said, its voice carrying underneath the human voices like a cello note underneath violins. That transformation requires sacrifice, but also that sacrifice itself can be chosen, can be dignified, can lead to something beautiful. And so Fang Yun proposed the establishment of the halls of iteration, chambers that would exist in each of the 17 realms and in the border territories, places where the story of the 2,000 lifetimes would be told not just in words, but through direct experience. Cultivators could come to these halls and, through specialized formations and guided meditations, could touch the memory of what it meant to live across 2,000 variations of themselves, could feel, in a diluted, temporary way, the weight and the wonder of that accumulated experience. The realm leaders had embraced the idea enthusiastically. The crystalline realm had already begun designing the architecture, creating chambers of perfect geometry where light would be refracted to show all angles of a single truth simultaneously. The flame realm had proposed ritual spaces where the cyclical nature of the iterations would be expressed through ceremonial transformation. The tidal consciousness had suggested spaces where time could be made to flow backward, allowing cultivators to experience the sensation of memory moving through an entire lifetime in the space of an afternoon meditation. But the most important proposal came from he who reads the winds, the old master who had struggled so deeply with the dissolution of his realm. He suggested that one specific space, in the border territory between all 17 realms, be left open and sacred, a place where no commemoration would be made, where no permanent structure would stand, where cultivators could come simply to sit in silence and remember Fang Yun not as a hero or a historical figure, but as a person who had lived, who had struggled, who had loved, who had chosen to keep going even when continuation was nearly impossible. Let there be a meadow, he had said, where the grass grows as it will, where the wind moves freely, where no human hand imposes order. Let cultivators come there and remember that even 2,000 lifetimes end, that even the greatest accumulation of wisdom cannot prevent the final breath, that mortality and ending are not failures, but are part of what makes existence precious. Fang Yun had wept when the old master made that suggestion, recognizing in it the understanding that had finally come to him as well. The recognition that his value did not lie in his achievements or his wisdom, but in his presence, his willingness to be here, to teach, to learn, to remain present with others even as he moved toward his own inevitable conclusion. He placed his hand on the sealed throne, and it responded, revealing in its crystalline surface the names of all 2,000 iterations of Fang Yun, not as a list, but as a pattern, a tapestry, showing how each life had been woven into the greater whole. All of these were real, Fang Yun said. All of these mattered. All of these contributed to this moment. And so I propose that we establish a memorial to them, a place where cultivators from all realms can come and remember that this peace we now enjoy was purchased with the cost of 2,000 lifetimes, voluntarily given in service to a future we might never see. The proposal was accepted without objection, and so a chamber was prepared at the heart of the sealed throne, where the names of all the iterations would be preserved, where offerings could be made, where gratitude could be expressed to the long chain of selves that had led to this moment. Chapter 90. The Man Without a Name. When the ceremonies were complete, when all the formal business had been concluded, Fang Yun found himself walking alone through the border territories between realms. He moved between the flame realm and the crystalline realm, between the realm of ascending winds and the realm of tidal consciousness, watching cultivators beginning to make their own journeys, beginning to live in the new cosmos that had been created. He was no longer cycling. He was no longer cycling, and it was strange. For 2,000 lifetimes, the knowledge that there would be another iteration had been the constant backdrop of his existence. Even when he was living a single iteration, making choices, pursuing goals, loving and struggling and striving, there had always been the understanding that it was not permanent, that he would be reborn, that he would continue. The cycling had been, in a sense, immortality, not the immortality of a single consciousness persisting forever, but the immortality of a pattern repeating, of a soul being given chance after chance to refine itself. But now the cycling was over. Now he was simply Fang Yun, a single consciousness in a single life, no longer carrying the weight of 1,999 previous iterations within his mind. He had distributed that wisdom, had used it to build something new, but in doing so, he had released it. The direct access to 2,000 lifetimes of memory was fading, becoming more like the memory of a dream upon waking than like true recollection. It should have felt like a loss. In some ways, it did. But in other ways, it felt like freedom. He had discovered, over the weeks of the repair work, that being mortal again, truly mortal, with a single finite span ahead of him, changed the way he inhabited existence. Each moment had a different quality. Each choice had a different weight. He could no longer afford to think of things in terms of centuries. He had to think in terms of years, of the actual length of a human life. It was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. Fang Yun found himself in a meadow that existed in the border territory between three realms, a place where wind, crystal, and some indefinable third principle met and created a space of uncommon beauty. The grass here was neither flame nor ice, but something in between, something that had learned to grow by being translated through multiple languages of being. He sat down, and the earth accepted him. The wind touched his face. The crystal light refracted around him, and for the first time in 2,000 years, he wept. They were not tears of sorrow, exactly. They were the tears of a man saying goodbye to something precious, acknowledging a loss that was also a liberation. They were the tears of gratitude for what had been, and hope for what would be. The divine harmonist found him there, drawn by some impulse Fang Yun could not quite perceive. "Are you grieving?" the entity asked. It was learning human emotion through proxy, watching how humans responded to loss, to transformation, to the fundamental disruptions of their existence. "Yes," Fang Yun said, "but also celebrating. I am carrying all the complex things that humans carry, and I am learning that they are not contradictions. Grief and joy can exist together. Loss and freedom can be the same thing. I am beginning to understand this," the divine harmonist said. "When I was imprisoned, I experienced only singular states, rage, then resignation, then a kind of empty numbness. Now that I am free, I am experiencing overlaps, contradictions, the strange dance of multiple truths existing simultaneously. Is this consciousness? Is this what it means to be alive?" "Yes," Fang Yun said, "or at least, it is one form of it. There may be others. There may be infinite forms of consciousness, infinite ways of experiencing existence. We are only now beginning to discover that." They sat together in silence, the human and the entity that had been imprisoned in the heart of breaking reality, watching the sun set over a landscape that had been remade, learning to exist in a world that was no longer dying, no longer singular, no longer the same. In that silence, Fang Yun found himself thinking about the journey that had brought him to this place. The cycles had seemed so important when he was in the midst of them, so consuming. Each iteration had felt like it was the one that mattered, the one that would finally reveal the secret, solve the puzzle, complete the pattern. But now, looking back across the accumulated vastness of 2,000 lifetimes, he understood something that could not have been known while he was living through them. Every moment was the important one. Every cycle contained the seed of transformation. Not in the sense of being building blocks that would eventually add up to something more, but in the sense that each lifetime was complete in itself, was whole and perfect, and contained the same essential truth that all lifetimes contained. The cosmos had not needed him to live 2,000 lives in order to teach him what a single lifetime could teach. It needed him to live 2,000 lives so that when he finally carried all of them within his single consciousness, he would have the perspective to understand that diversity of experience was not a means to an end, but was itself the point. The work of integration that he had been doing over the past years, translating between principles, helping cultivators from different realms understand one another, had slowly brought this understanding into focus. He had moved from seeing himself as a being who had sacrificed much for a greater goal, to seeing himself as a being who had been privileged to experience much, and who had the opportunity to share that privilege with others. The divine harmonist seemed to sense the direction of his thoughts. "You are becoming at peace," the entity said. It was not a question, but an observation. "I am," Fang Yun agreed. "Not because everything is perfect, not because all suffering has ended or all problems have been solved, but because I have come to see that peace is not something that requires the absence of difficulty. Peace is something that exists within the acceptance of life, including all its struggle and complexity, as being worthwhile, as being worth every price that must be paid." The entity was quiet for a long moment, processing this, integrating it into its slowly growing understanding of what consciousness meant, what existence meant, what it meant to be alive in a cosmos that was learning to become alive itself. "Then I hope," the divine harmonist said at last, "that you will teach others this understanding, not just through words and lectures, but through the example of how you live the years remaining to you. There are many cultivators in this cosmos who still believe that their value lies in what they achieve, in what they accumulate, in how much power they gather. Teach them, through your living, that this is not so. Teach them that the simple fact of consciousness, the miracle of being able to experience and learn and grow, is enough, is everything." And this, Fang Yun understood, was what his teaching would ultimately be about. Not the transmission of specific knowledge about how to translate between principles, though that was important and valuable, but the deeper teaching, the one that could only be conveyed through presence and example. That existence itself was sacred, that consciousness itself was miraculous, that the opportunity to learn and grow and help others learn and grow was the greatest gift that could be given. Fang Yun realized, in that moment, that he had no identity now except his name, and even that was becoming stranger to him as the weight of the cycling faded. He was not the cycle walker anymore. He was not the bearer of 2,000 lifetimes. He was simply a man who had lived through an extraordinary sequence of events and was now learning what it meant to live in their aftermath. In the distance, he could hear the sound of wind through crystal, the sound of transforming flame, the sound of water finding new paths. The 17 sealed realms were learning to sing together, their different songs no longer clashing but creating harmony. And Fang Yun, who had once been known to all of them as a harbinger of doom, as a warning to be feared, was now simply a man walking in a meadow, learning to forget, learning to let go, learning to be present in a single moment rather than carrying the weight of 2,000. As the years had passed since the completion of the repair, something remarkable had happened. The 2,000 lifetimes that had once been a crushing weight had begun to transform. They did not fade. Fang Yun could still access them when needed, but they changed in character. Instead of being a constant presence, a voice in the back of every thought, they became like a vast library he could visit when necessary. He could walk through the corridors of accumulated experience and pull out exactly the wisdom that was needed in any given moment, then set it back and return to the present. This transformation had been gradual. At first, after the repair of the heavenly Tao, the memory of all 2,000 lifetimes had been overwhelming, a constant assault of competing perspectives and experiences. Every sight reminded him of something similar from another iteration. Every conversation triggered memories of similar conversations from 100 or 1,000 years ago. He had felt, in those early days, like he was drowning in a sea of his own past. But gradually, through the work of teaching, through the constant process of translating between principles and explaining the same truths in different ways, something had happened. The memories had organized themselves. Patterns had emerged. What had once been an overwhelming flood of information became a structured body of knowledge. It was like watching chaos gradually resolve into order, and order then transform into beauty. By the time a decade had passed since the completion of the repair work, Fang Yun had reached a state of genuine peace. He still carried 2,000 lifetimes within him, but he was no longer defined by them. He was no longer the man who was being carried by the weight of accumulated experience. He had become the man who was choosing, moment by moment, how to use that experience in service to others. It was enough. More than enough. It was everything. The divine harmonist, growing ever more comfortable in its expanding form, had begun to understand something similar. As it learned to exist among humans, to interact with cultivators from different realms, to be present in moments rather than observing from isolation, it too was undergoing a transformation. The being that had once seemed so alien, so dangerous, so fundamentally other, was becoming something that could almost be called a friend. "I think," the divine harmonist said once, as they walked through a marketplace in one of the border territories, "that immortality is not about living forever. It is about living so deeply, so completely, so fully present in each moment, that forever is not necessary. One truly lived moment is worth more than 1,000 merely endured ones." Fang Yun had smiled at that, because the entity was right. In his 2,000 lifetimes, he had learned that truth. And in this final life, he was living it. Chapter 91. The first teaching 6 months after the repair of the heavenly Tao, Fang Yun received a letter written in the crystalline script of the Jade Immortal. She was requesting his presence at the Academy of First Principles, the oldest cultivating institution in the crystalline realm. She wished for him to teach a class. Fang Yun had not thought of himself as a teacher. He had been many things in his 2,000 lifetimes: a warrior, a sage, a beggar, a king, a fool, a visionary, but never quite a teacher in the formal sense. Yet as he read the letter, he realized that this was what he had been becoming all along. The repair of the heavenly Tao had been, in a way, a kind of teaching, showing the realms how to understand themselves differently, how to translate between different principles. He accepted the invitation. The Academy of First Principles was a marvel of organization and aesthetics. Every building was constructed with mathematical precision, every garden arranged to express principles of harmony, every pathway designed to guide the mind toward clarity. The students who studied there came from across the crystalline realm, and many now came from beyond it as well, cultivators from other realms seeking to understand how clarity could be cultivated as a method of transcendence. The Jade Immortal met him at the gates. She was radiant with satisfaction. Clearly, this was an institution she had poured great care into over countless years. "I have told them little about you," the Jade Immortal said as they walked together through the academy. "I have told them that you are a cultivator who has studied in many realms, who understands multiple paths of transcendence, who has something important to share about how different methods can coexist without contradiction. I would like for them to discover the rest themselves." "What am I teaching?" Fang Yun asked. "The nature of principle itself," the Jade Immortal said. "I would like you to teach them that principles are not rigid laws, but flexible patterns, that the same truth can be expressed through infinite forms, and that understanding these multiple expressions is the path to genuine wisdom." The classroom where Fang Yun was to teach was circular, with students arranged in concentric rings around a central platform. There were perhaps 200 of them, ranging from young cultivators barely at the beginning of their practice to advanced students who had already reached considerable power. Many of them watched him with curiosity as he took his place at the center. Some watched with suspicion. They had certainly heard rumors about the cycle walker, about the man who had been feared and avoided for 2,000 years. "I am going to teach you about principles," Fang Yun began, "by telling you the story of how the heavenly Tao nearly died and how it was saved. Not because I am a hero in this story, but because understanding what happened to the Tao will teach you something essential about the nature of principle itself." He told them about the corruption at the heart of the original heavenly Tao. He explained how a system built on the assumption of singularity, one right way, one correct path, one proper understanding, had begun to collapse under the weight of its own rigidity. He described how the sealed realms were created as experimental domains, places where different principles could be tested, different understandings could be pursued. What the realms discovered, he told them, was that principle is not singular. The same underlying truth can be expressed through multiple forms, and each form reveals something true about that underlying reality. A principle expressed through perfect clarity, as in this realm, reveals one face of truth. That same principle expressed through transformation, as in the flame realm, reveals another face. And both faces are real. Both are valid. Neither is more true than the other. He brought forward examples. He spoke of how a merchant and a warrior would both need to understand the principle of timing, but they would understand it through completely different methods. The merchant through the seasons of trade, the warrior through the moments of conflict. Yet both understandings would be true, and a wise person would be able to move fluidly between them. The fundamental error of the old heavenly Tao, Fang Yun said, was the belief that understanding principle meant understanding it in one specific way. When cultivators developed different methods, this was seen as deviation, as failure to truly understand. But it was not failure, it was discovery. Every new method revealed something about the principle that had not been seen before. A student raised her hand. She was young, probably no more than 20 years old in body, though Fang Yun could sense she had cultivated for longer than that. Does this mean that all methods are equally valid? That there is no difference between a cultivator who understands deeply and one who understands superficially? A profound question, Fang Yun said. And the answer is, no. All methods are not equally valid in the sense that some methods will lead you toward genuine understanding of principle, while others will lead you in circles. But the evaluation of validity cannot be done from outside the method. A method in the crystalline realm cannot be evaluated by the standards of the flame realm, or vice versa. Each method must be judged by whether it leads cultivators toward genuine advancement in wisdom and power within its own context. How do you know when you have truly understood a principle? Another student asked. You know, Fang Yun said, when you can see it operating in contexts where you did not expect to find it. When you can translate it into a language that was not used to teach it to you. When you can create something genuinely new based on your understanding, rather than merely repeating what you have been taught. The class lasted for 3 hours, and by the end, most of the suspicion had given way to genuine interest. The students crowded around him afterward, asking questions, probing deeper, seeking to understand how principle could be both singular and plural simultaneously. It was in answering these questions that Fang Yun realized he had found what he was going to do with his remaining lifetime. He would teach. He would help the newly integrated worlds understand one another, would serve as a translator not just between realms, but between different ways of understanding principle. It was not the dramatic final role he might have imagined as a younger cultivator, but it felt right. It felt true. Chapter 92. The gathering at the Nexus. A year after the repair of the Heavenly Tao, the 17 realm leaders held a gathering to assess the state of the newly integrated cosmos. Fang Yun was invited not as a participant, but as an observer, though everyone present knew that he had become something more than an outside observer. He had become a voice that the realms trusted to translate between their different understandings. The reports were generally positive. Trade between realms had increased dramatically. Young cultivators from one realm studying in another had become common. The protective principles that Fang Yun had woven into the Heavenly Tao for the realms that wanted to preserve their specific traditions were functioning well, guiding people toward respect for those traditions while not preventing their practice. There were problems, of course. Some realms were struggling with the rapid change. Traditionalists in the realm of eternal silence objected to the influx of foreign cultivators who could not maintain proper silence. The realm of the endless night reported conflicts between those who wanted to embrace the larger world and those who wanted to retreat further into isolation. A few cultivators from realms that had chosen dissolution were struggling with the loss of the specific structure that had governed their practice. But these problems were being handled through dialogue, through consultation, through the kinds of conversations that the new Heavenly Tao made possible. No realm was using force to impose its will on any other. No principle was being enforced from above without consent. The cosmos is beginning to stabilize, the Red Phoenix announced. In the Flame Realm, we are beginning to see the natural cycles of transformation that our Heavenly Tao governs returning to health. The fires that burn away impurity are burning with renewed vigor. In the Crystalline Realm, the Jade Immortal added, the clarity has deepened. Every principle is becoming more transparent, more intelligible. We are approaching a state of perfection in understanding that we have not achieved for thousands of years. One by one, the reports came. And in each report, Fang Yun could hear the same underlying theme. The realms were healing. Not all in the same way, not all at the same pace, but all fundamentally moving toward wholeness. At the end of the gathering, as the realm leaders were preparing to depart, the Jade Immortal drew Fang Yun aside. There is something that many of us have been discussing, she said, and I have been chosen to speak it to you. We would like you to have a formal role in the governance of the newly integrated cosmos. Not as a ruler, not as someone with power over others, but as a council member, someone whose voice is heard when the realms gather, someone whose wisdom informs our decisions. Fang Yun was surprised. I thought I had released my role. I thought the cycling was complete, and I was simply meant to live a normal life now. You are living a normal life, the Red Phoenix interjected, joining them. But your wisdom is not normal, and your experience is not normal. It would be foolish for the cosmos not to benefit from what you have learned, and more foolish still for you to keep that wisdom to yourself out of some misguided notion of retirement. Besides, the Jade Immortal said with a slight smile, What is normal for a man who has lived 2,000 lifetimes? Perhaps being a council member to 17 realms is the most normal thing you have done since you arrived in this final life. Fang Yun considered this. She was right, of course. He could not simply erase what he had learned, could not pretend that he did not carry the understanding of 2,000 lifetimes within him. To do so would be a kind of betrayal of everyone who had contributed to his education through those cycles. I accept, he said, but with one condition. Name it, the Red Phoenix said immediately. I want to continue teaching. I want to travel between the realms, sharing what I have learned, helping cultivators from different traditions understand one another. That is more important to me than formal governance. Then that is what you shall do, the Jade Immortal said. You will be a council member, but your role will be as the voice of principle itself, the representative of understanding rather than of power. You will teach, and in teaching, you will bring the realms closer together. Fang Yun left the gathering with a new purpose, a new understanding of what his life would be. He would not return to isolation, would not retreat from the world. Instead, he would engage with it more deeply, would spend his remaining years helping others understand the complexity and beauty of the principles that governed existence. Chapter 93. The School of Principle. By the third year after the repair of the heavenly Tao, Fang Yun had established a school that existed not in any single realm, but at the nexus, in the border territories where multiple principles met. Students came from all 17 realms to study here, to learn how to translate between different methods of cultivation, to understand how principles could be expressed through multiple frameworks. The School of Principle, as it came to be known, became the first institution that was truly integrated, not dominated by any single realm, not serving to advance any particular tradition at the expense of others, but genuinely dedicated to the understanding of how different traditions could coexist and enrich one another. Teaching at the school was demanding work. Fang Yun had to deeply understand not just the principles that governed each realm, but the specific cultural context in which those principles were expressed. A principle that seemed obvious in the crystalline realm's language of clarity might be completely obscure when expressed through the flame realm's language of transformation. His job was not to choose which expression was correct, but to show students how each expression revealed something true about the underlying principle. One of his most successful teaching innovations was the practice of cross-realm cultivation. Students would spend time in multiple realms, attempting to advance their practice under different heavenly Taos, trying to understand how their power would need to be reconfigured in each context. A young cultivator named Swiftwater came to him one afternoon, frustrated and near tears. She had been born in the realm of tidal consciousness, where power flowed in rhythmic cycles, rising and falling with the tides of awareness. She had chosen to study for a time in the crystalline realm, seeking to advance her clarity, but she found that the steady, accumulative approach of crystal-based cultivation was working against her natural rhythm. I feel like I am fighting against the heavenly Tao of this realm, she told Fang Yun. Or like the heavenly Tao is fighting against me. In my home realm, I advance smoothly, but here, every step feels like pushing against current. Fang Yun nodded. This is because your power is designed to flow, to rise and fall, to work in harmony with tidal rhythms. The crystalline realm's Tao values steady accumulation, constant presence. These are not opposites. They are different expressions of the same underlying principle of advancement. But for you to advance in the crystalline realm, you need to find a way to express tidal rhythm within a framework of steady accumulation. How? Swiftwater asked. By understanding that tides are not the absence of steadiness, but steadiness expressed through cycles, Fang Yun explained. The tide rises and falls with perfect regularity, with perfect precision. In one sense, it is constant change. The water is never in the same place twice. But in another sense, it is perfectly steady, the same rhythm, the same cycle, repeating with mathematical certainty. If you can understand your advancement in the crystalline realm as the tide of your own consciousness rising and falling, always moving higher at the peaks, but always within a steady overall pattern, then you can advance authentically in both realms. Swiftwater's face cleared as understanding dawned. I see. It is not about changing my nature, but about translating my nature into a different language. Exactly, Fang Yun said. And once you have learned to translate in one direction, you will find that translation becomes easier. Each new realm you study in will teach you more about how to express your essential nature through different frameworks. Stories like this became common at the School of Principle. Young cultivators came with problems that seemed unsolvable, only to discover that the solution lay not in changing themselves, but in understanding themselves more deeply, in seeing how their fundamental nature could be expressed through infinite variations. One morning, a master from the realm of eternal silence came to Fang Yun with a perplexing problem. In our realm, she explained, we cultivate through the perfection of silence. Every word spoken, every sound made, is a distraction from the path. But I have been studying the flame realm's approach, where transformation requires the burning away of constraints, including the constraint of silence. How can I honor both truths? How can I be both silent and aflame? Fang Yun had guided her to a practice where she could express the essence of transformation, the burning away of what no longer served, through the medium of silence itself. She would sit in perfect quiet, and within that silence, she would imagine the old version of herself burning away, making space for new growth. It was transformation without words, change without sound, the deepest kind of silence where complete revolution happened in the absence of any external sign. The master had wept when she understood. All this time, she said, I thought the two paths were in opposition. But they are the same path, expressed through different languages. Silence is not the absence of transformation. It is transformation so complete that it leaves no trace, disturbs no particle of air. Another student, a young cultivator from a realm that had only recently opened to the larger world, came to Fang Yun struggling with the opposite problem. He came from a tradition where every principle had to be explained, every truth articulated, every understanding expressed through words and concepts. But he had traveled to the realm of endless night and discovered that some forms of knowledge could not be expressed through words. They could only be understood through the experience of forgetting what he thought he knew. But if I forget, he asked desperately, how will I remember? How can I hold what I have learned if I cannot speak it, cannot conceptualize it? Trust, Fang Yun had told him, that what is truly understood does not require being held. A principle deeply understood becomes part of your being, part of how you move through the world. You do not need to remember it any more than you need to remember how to breathe. The breath happens because you are alive. The principle operates because you have understood it. The school became famous across all the realms. Parents began sending their children to study there, not as an alternative to studying in their home realm, but as a complement, a way of expanding their understanding of what was possible within cultivation. Teachers from all 17 realms came to observe Fang Yun's methods, to learn how to work with students who carried multiple traditions. Some of them stayed for years, developing curricula that could accommodate the new reality of an integrated cosmos, where different principles coexisted in harmony. The school itself became a living laboratory, a place where new methods of cultivation could be tested, where the theory of integration could be practiced in real time. Fang Yun established certain rules, that no realm's approach could be privileged over any other, that every student had the right to be taught by masters from different traditions, that the goal was not to produce cultivators of any single type, but to help each student discover their own unique way of expressing the principles they carried within themselves. And Fang Yun found himself doing what he loved most, teaching, explaining, translating, helping others see the principles that underlay existence. The work was never finished. New challenges constantly arose. Students with unexpected combinations of abilities, cultivators from realms that had developed in isolation longer than others and struggled to understand their neighbors, young people born in the integrated cosmos who had no instinctive understanding of why diversity had ever been seen as threatening. But each challenge was an opportunity to deepen understanding, to find new ways of expressing old truths, to help the cosmos itself learn what it meant to be truly alive. Chapter 94. The letter from the past 5 years after the repair. On a day when the wind was carrying the scent of the flame realm's eternal fires mixed with the crystalline realm's deep clarity, Fang Yun received a visitor. It was a cultivator from a realm he had not visited in some time, the realm of ancient memory, where the very nature of time seemed to operate differently, where the past could be consulted, though never changed. The cultivator brought with her a sealed letter written in the script of the original Fang Yun, the first iteration, the one who had made the bargain with the imprisoned entity. We found it in the archives, the cultivator explained, hidden in a place that was designed to remain sealed until a certain point in the timeline had been reached. According to the inscriptions, that point is now. The seal opened on its own, and the letter was revealed. It is addressed to you, to the final iteration of Fang Yun. Fang Yun took the letter with trembling hands. He had read the terms of the bargain carved into the walls of the sealed throne. He had understood intellectually what the first iteration had chosen. But this was different. This was the voice of that first self, speaking directly across 2,000 lifetimes to the last. He opened it carefully and read. The letter began without preamble. To myself at the end, I know that you have read the terms of the bargain. I know that you understand what was chosen and why. But there is something else I need you to know. something that could not be carved into the walls of the sealed throne because it was not knowledge that needed to be documented. It was knowledge that needed to be experienced, needed to be lived through, in order to become real. I made the choice to cycle not just because the heavenly Tao was dying, though that was reason enough. I made it because I wanted to know what it would be like to be infinite, not in the sense of being eternal or unchanging, but in the sense of being able to contain infinite variation, infinite experience, infinite perspective. I wanted to live every possible way of living, to understand existence from every possible angle, to become a kind of human cosmos within myself. And I needed to do this not for some grand purpose, not to save the world or to repair some broken law. I needed to do it because I was curious, because I wanted to know what was possible, because something in the essence of what makes us human is the desire to grow, to change, to explore, to transcend our current limitations. By the time you read this, if you read this, I hope you have understood something that I am only beginning to perceive at the moment of making this choice, that the grand purpose, saving the heavenly Tao, enabling the realms to flourish, all of that, is real and true and important, but it is not the deepest reason for the choice. The deepest reason is simpler and more profound. I chose to cycle because I chose to live. I chose it because existence itself, in all its forms, is worth experiencing. As the final iteration, you have the unique perspective of knowing how all the others lived. You carry them all within you now. And so I ask you, has it been worth it? Has existence, lived across 2,000 lifetimes, from every possible angle, been worth the cost? I believe that if you have reached the point of reading this letter, you will know the answer. And I believe that answer will be yes. The letter was signed simply with the name, Fang Yun, and dated to 2,000 years in the past. When Fang Yun finished reading, he found that he had wept without noticing it. The tears came not from sadness, but from a profound sense of completion. The first iteration, the one who had made the bargain, had not done it purely out of sacrifice or duty. He had done it because he wanted to know what it would be like. He had done it as an act of profound curiosity and profound love for existence itself. And now, carrying all of that experience, Fang Yun could answer the question, yes, it had been worth it. Every iteration, every struggle, every learning, every moment of joy and pain and confusion and clarity, it had all been worth it. He kept the letter with him after that day, reading it again whenever he felt doubt, whenever the weight of what he had learned seemed too great. And he found that each time he read it, he understood something new, something deeper, something that could only be understood by living the intervening years, by continuing to teach, to learn, to grow. On quiet evenings, Fang Yun would read portions of the letter to the divine harmonist, and together they would discuss what the first Fang Yun had meant. The entity, now becoming ever more comfortable in conversation and in the expression of complex emotions, found particular resonance in the early Fang Yun statement about curiosity. I was not curious when I was imprisoned, the divine harmonist said once. I did not wonder what lay beyond my prison. I accepted my isolation as inevitable, as the natural state of things. But now, learning about curiosity through being alongside you, I understand what I lost. Curiosity is the engine of growth. Without it, there is only stasis. The first Fang Yun understood that, Fang Yun replied. More than that, he believed that curiosity itself was sacred, that the desire to know, to understand, to experience was not a weakness to be overcome, but the very thing that made existence worth living. The letter became something of a meditation for Fang Yun. Certain passages would call to him at different times, depending on what he was experiencing. During moments of exhaustion, when teaching felt burdensome and endless, he would read the part about existence being worth experiencing, and it would renew his commitment. During moments of doubt, when he questioned whether his work was making any real difference, he would read the passage about the 2,000 lifetimes and the need for accumulated perspective, and it would remind him that even failures and struggles were part of the necessary accumulation. The revelation that the first Fang Yun had made his choice not solely from sacrifice, but from profound curiosity was, in some ways, the most liberating knowledge Fang Yun could have possessed. It meant that he was not simply the prisoner of some cosmic debt, some obligation owed to a dying universe. It meant that on some level, this final iteration of himself also chose to be here, also chose to engage in this work, not because it was necessary, but because it was interesting, because it was a way to explore the infinite possibilities of what consciousness could become. By the time the 6th year since receiving the letter had passed, Fang Yun had internalized its message so completely that he no longer needed to read it. The letter's truth had become part of his own being. He understood, in every moment and every cell, that existence was worth living, That 2,000 lifetimes and 2,000 more would not be too many if it meant experiencing, learning, growing, helping others grow. But he kept the letter anyway, preserved carefully in a case of crystal that had been crafted by the finest artisans of the crystalline realm. He kept it as a reminder, but also as a gift to the future. Someday, long after he was gone, some young cultivator might find it, might read words from the first iteration addressed to the last, and might understand something essential about patience, about sacrifice, about the long arc of growth that stretches across lifetimes and ages and epochs. Chapter 95. The 7th year, 7 years after the repair of the heavenly Tao, Fang Yun stood alone at the threshold of the sealed throne. It was the first time he had returned here since the moment when he had emerged from it, forever changed by what he had learned. The throne was different now than it had been. The seals that had once been absolute barriers were now transparent boundaries. He could see through them into the various realms, could feel the distinct vibrations of their heavenly Taos resonating together in a harmony that had not existed before. The divine harmonist appeared beside him without sound or warning, as it often did now. The entity had grown increasingly adept at moving through the realms, at being present in multiple places simultaneously. It was becoming less like a single being and more like a principle itself, distributed across the cosmos. "You are satisfied with what has been accomplished," the entity observed. It was not a question. "I am," Fang Yun said. "The heavenly Tao is functioning in a way that it never could before. The realms are thriving not because they have been forced to conform to a single standard, but because they have been allowed to express their unique nature while still maintaining connection with the whole." "And you?" the entity asked. "Are you thriving?" Fang Yun considered the question. 7 years since the end of the cycling. 7 years of teaching, of learning still, of watching the newly integrated cosmos unfold. 7 more years before the natural span of a human life would draw to a close. 7 more years before he would need to face the ultimate reality of mortality that had been suspended during the 2,000 cycles. "I am," he said. "For the first time in 2,000 lifetimes, I am living a life that is truly mine, not dictated by the cycling, not oriented toward some future goal, but simply this: presence, teaching, connection with others, the simple grace of existing in a world that is learning to heal itself." They stood together in silence, watching the sunset paint the sealed throne in colors that belonged to no single realm, but were somehow made of the essence of all of them. Orange from the flame realm, blue from the tidal consciousness, silver from the crystalline, and countless others, all blending together into a spectrum that had no name because it was unique to this moment, this place, this convergence. Fang Yun felt the subtle changes in his body as they stood there. 7 years had passed since the end of the cycling, and he was no longer in the prime of what might have been his second life. The gray at his temples had deepened. His hands, when he held them up to the light, showed the delicate tracery of age, the map of years lived fully. There was a tiredness in his bones that meditation no longer completely dispelled, a reminder that the body was a finite thing, capable of growth and teaching and beauty, but ultimately subject to the law of natural decline. This recognition brought no sadness. Instead, it brought clarity. For the first time in all his existence, he understood viscerally what it meant to be mortal, to know that his time was limited not in the abstract sense that any cultivator understands, but in the immediate, bodily sense that death was becoming a visible horizon. "I think," the divine harmonist said slowly, "that I am beginning to understand what it means to be alive. Consciousness is not the accumulation of knowledge, not the achievement of power, not the transcendence of limitation. Consciousness is the capacity to be moved, to be changed, to be affected by the existence of others. It is the ability to care about things beyond oneself, to make choices that serve not only one's own advancement, but the flourishing of the whole." "Yes," Fang Yun said, "that is part of it. And there are other parts as well, infinite parts, as varied as the infinite ways of being that exist across the cosmos. But I think what you have identified is the most important part, the capacity to be moved by the existence of others. The 2,000 cycles would have been meaningless if I had not cared about the world they were meant to save. And your imprisonment in the heart of the broken Tao would have been merely suffering if you had not, at some level, still care about whether that Tao continued to function or collapsed." "Then I am grateful," the entity said, "for the imprisonment that led to liberation, for the breaking of the heavenly Tao that led to its evolution, for everything that brought me to this moment of beginning to understand." Fang Yun placed his hand on the entity's shoulder, or what approximated to a shoulder, a place where the divine harmonist's form was stable enough to be touched. The contact was warm, and Fang Yun could feel through it the vast intelligence of the entity, no longer struggling against its nature, but learning to express it in new ways, learning to be present in the world rather than imprisoned against it. We are all grateful, he said, for all the things that seemed like tragedies that led us to become who we are. That is perhaps the deepest wisdom that 2,000 lifetimes can teach, that the path of growth always passes through difficulty, that loss is the price of transformation, and that it is a price worth paying. Not because suffering is good, but because what comes after suffering, what we become through enduring it, is more valuable than what we were before. The stars began to emerge in the sky above the sealed throne, each one a consciousness in some distant realm, watching, existing, learning its own lessons. As darkness fell over the throne, Fang Yun and the divine harmonist remained there, keeping vigil, watching over the newly integrated cosmos. They were two beings who had been brought together by desperation and broken law, now united in the simple joy of existing alongside one another, learning what it meant to be alive in a world that was no longer dying, but learning, slowly and surely, to thrive. Chapter 96. The last student. 8 years after the repair of the heavenly Tao, a young cultivator came to the school of principle with a question that none of the other teachers had been able to answer. His name was Sunset Over Water, and he had been born in the border territories between the tidal consciousness and the crystalline realm, a place where he belonged fully to neither world and yet understood something of both. All of my life, he explained to Fang Yun, I have felt caught between worlds. My mother was from the crystalline realm, my father from the tidal consciousness. I inherited the tendency to seek clarity from my mother and the tendency to flow with rhythm from my father. But these seem to be in constant tension within me. I advance quickly in clarity, but then the need for rhythm pulls me back. I find a perfect flowing rhythm, but then the urge to understand clearly disrupts it. Fang Yun listened carefully, recognizing in this young man's struggle something that had become increasingly common in the newly integrated cosmos. There were more and more cultivators like Sunset Over Water, born or raised in the intersection of different principles, trying to figure out how to integrate multiple truths within a single practice. Come, Fang Yun said. Let me show you something. He took Sunset Over Water to a garden that existed at the heart of the school of principle. This garden was unique. It was a living representation of how different principles could coexist. In one section, water flowed in perfect mathematical patterns, expressing the crystalline realm's tendency toward clarity. In another section, the same water moved in tidal rhythms, rising and falling according to the principles of the tidal consciousness. And between them, where the two sections met, something remarkable happened. The water created patterns that were neither purely clear nor purely rhythmic, but a kind of dance between order and flow. Look, Fang Yun said, pointing to the intersection. This is what happens when principles meet and respect each other's nature. The clarity does not dominate the rhythm, nor does the rhythm disrupt the clarity. Instead, they create something new, a tertium quid, a third thing that would not exist if they were not both present. But how do I become that third thing? Sunset Over Water asked. I cannot be both fully at once. I will always be caught between them. Precisely, Fang Yun said. You will always be caught between them, and that is not a flaw. That is your unique nature. The work of integration is not to resolve the tension, but to learn how to be the tension itself, to be the place where principles meet, to be the point of translation. He guided Sunset Over Water through a practice that Fang Yun had developed over the years, a meditation that trained cultivators to hold multiple principles simultaneously, to be comfortable with the paradox of existing in many ways at once. The practice began with breath, in the crystalline realm's tradition of precision breathing, then transitions into the tidal consciousness's approach of breathing as rhythm. Fang Yun taught the young cultivator to breathe in both ways at once, not alternating but simultaneous, creating a double helix of conscious intention. From breath, the practice moved to heartbeat, the crystalline clarity that insisted on understanding every component of the body's workings, versus the tidal rhythm that moved with the deeper pulse of cosmic connection. Fang Yun showed him how to hold both, analyzing and flowing at the same time, until the two ways of knowing became indistinguishable, woven into a single unified perception. As the meditation deepened, Fang Yun could see the transformation happening in the young man's face. The tension that had been etched into his features since childhood began to soften. His shoulders, which had been perpetually braced as if ready to choose between two competing forces, relaxed into a state of fluid stability. And in his eyes, Fang Yun could see the moment when understanding crystallized, the moment when Sunset Over Water recognized that the tension he had always experienced was not a problem to be solved, but a gift to be integrated. After what might have been an hour or 3 minutes, Time moved differently in meditation. Sunset over water opened his eyes with a look of wonder on his face. Tears streamed down his cheeks, not from sadness but from the release of a burden he had carried his entire life. I felt it, he said, his voice trembling. I felt the two currents within me, and instead of being in opposition, they were dancing together. My clarity informed my rhythm, and my rhythm kept my clarity from becoming rigid. I was not one thing or the other. I was both, fully, without contradiction. Fang Yun felt something shift in his own heart as he witnessed this realization. This young man embodied what all of his sacrifice had been meant to create, a generation that did not have to choose, that did not have to suffer the way the earlier iterations had suffered. Sunset over water would never need to spend 2,000 lifetimes accumulating wisdom. He could inherit that wisdom, expressed in his own unique combination of principles, and build from there. Yes, Fang Yun said. And this is what many of the next generation of cultivators will need to learn. The old heavenly Tao wanted everyone to choose a single path, to commit to a single principle. The new Tao allows for multiple paths, but it requires that cultivators be sophisticated enough to hold multiple principles within themselves. This is harder in some ways. It requires more flexibility, more willingness to tolerate paradox. But it is also richer. You will become a cultivator unlike any other, unique in the particular way that you express your combination of principles. And that uniqueness is not a weakness. It is exactly what the cosmos needs. Sunset over water became one of Fang Yun's most devoted students, and eventually one of his most important collaborators. Together, they developed a whole body of teaching around what came to be known as the practice of intersection, the art of learning to hold multiple principles simultaneously to become a bridge between different ways of understanding. And through Sunset over water, Fang Yun understood that his work was being continued, not just in the structure of the repaired heavenly Tao, but in the lived experience of cultivators who embodied that repair within themselves. Chapter 97. The Return of Memory. In the 9th year, the effect of 2,000 lifetimes began to reassert itself in a way that Fang Yun had not expected. The wisdom had been integrated, had been distributed, had been released, but now, through the work of teaching, through the constant process of explaining principles in different contexts, memory began to return. Not as overwhelming flood, but as gentle returning tide. A moment would come when he was explaining a particular point about how the flame realm's principle of transformation could express the same underlying truth as the crystalline realm's principle of clarity, and suddenly he would remember, not just understand intellectually, but remember in vivid detail, a specific iteration of himself from 400 years ago, in a sealed realm that was now opening to the greater world, learning that exact insight for the first time. It was disorienting at first, this reacquisition of memory that he thought he had released. But as the weeks progressed, he came to understand what was happening. The wisdom of the 2,000 lifetimes had not really left him. It had simply been reorganized. Instead of carrying all of it consciously at once, he was now recovering it piece by piece, moment by moment, as it became relevant to his teaching and his life. The divine harmonist observed this transformation with great interest. You are becoming integrated, it said. You are recovering the wholeness that you temporarily released in order to accomplish the repair. But this recovery is different from the original state. It is not a burden, but a resource. It is not something carried because it must be, but something accessed because it is useful. Yes, Fang Yun agreed. I am becoming, for the first time, something that no cultivator has ever been before. A being who carries 2,000 lifetimes of wisdom, but who is not bound by them, who can access them as tools rather than being defined by them. By the end of the 9th year, Fang Yun could speak with equal fluency about the practices of all 17 realms not because he had studied them intellectually, but because he had lived them, had practiced in them, had struggled with them, had mastered them. And this made him something precious to the newly integrated cosmos, a living bridge, a single consciousness that contained within it the lived experience of all the ways that the different principles could be expressed. The process of memory returning, of the accumulated wisdom of 2,000 lifetimes gradually becoming integrated into his current experience rather than feeling like an external burden, had been gradual and not without difficulty. There had been moments, especially in the early stages of recovery, when the memories would return with overwhelming force, would threaten to drown his sense of present self in the sheer weight of what had come before. He remembered one day, about 5 years into the return of memory, when he was teaching a class in the crystalline realm and a young student asked a question about the nature of time. And suddenly, he was not just remembering a lifetime 700 years ago when he had explored that exact question. He was experiencing it. was living within that iteration's understanding alongside his current understanding. For a moment, his consciousness seemed to exist in two times simultaneously, and the experience was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. But the divine harmonist, ever watchful, had guided him through that moment. You are not losing yourself, the entity had said. You are becoming more yourself. You are learning to contain multitudes without being torn apart by them. This is the deepest form of integration, not forgetting, but remembering in a way that does not bind or constrain you. And gradually, that lesson had borne fruit. The memories had stopped assaulting him and had instead begun to support him. When he was teaching, he could access the specific perspective of a past iteration that was most relevant to the current student's struggle. When he was facing a problem he had not consciously considered before, he could remember the 7 or 8 times he had dealt with similar issues, from different angles, with different tools. It was as if he was learning to play an instrument that had 2,000 strings, each one tuned to a different frequency, but all of them part of the same instrument. The complexity was immense, but it was also beautiful. And knowing how to play all the strings meant that he could make music that no single consciousness, limited to a single lifetime, could ever produce. This understanding brought him a kind of humility, because he realized that while he had lived 2,000 lifetimes, there were countless other beings who had lived infinite lifetimes, who carried perspectives far deeper and broader than his own. The divine harmonist itself had existed for eons beyond counting, had witnessed the rise and fall of cosmic ages. The Jade Immortal of the crystalline realm had been alive for longer than human history had records for. Even the young cultivators at the School of Principle, though they had lived only decades, had within them the potential to eventually surpass his accumulated understanding, to achieve states of consciousness that he could only dream of. And this was as it should be. Fang Yun was not the ultimate being, the final authority, the one who had all answers. He was simply a person who had been given an unusual gift, the gift of 2,000 lifetimes worth of experience, and who was using that gift to help others understand what was possible. His role was not to be the master of the cosmos, but to be a translator, a guide, a humble reminder that growth was always possible, that understanding could always deepen, that there was always more to learn. Chapter 98. The prophecy fulfilled in the 10th year after the repair, Fang Yun received a visitor from a realm that he had only glimpsed in fragmentary form before. The realm of last things, the place where futures were sometimes glimpsed, where the threads of possibility could be read like a text written in light and shadow. The cultivator who came to him was ancient even by the standards of the sealed realms. Her name was She Who Reads the Final Hour, and she brought with her a message that made Fang Yun's breath catch. The realms have asked me to consult the future, she said, to see what lies ahead for the cosmos in the centuries to come. And I came back with a prophecy. Tell me, Fang Yun said, though something in him already knew what she would say. The prophecy is this, that a man will come who belongs to no realm, but to all of them. A man who will bear the weight of countless lifetimes, and then, in bearing it, will free others from the need to bear such weight themselves. That man will be the catalyst for transformation, and his greatest gift will be not the transformation itself, but the teaching that all transformation is possible, that all principles can be understood, that all paths lead to the same summit, though they begin from different valleys. It speaks of me, Fang Yun said quietly. It does, She Who Reads the Final Hour confirmed. But it also speaks beyond you. It speaks of the future that you are creating. In the centuries to come, cultivators will emerge who carry multiple principles within them from birth, who understand the integrated cosmos in a way that you have had to laboriously learn. These cultivators will be freer than you, and more powerful, because they will not carry the burden of 2,000 lifetimes. They will simply inherit the wisdom that those lifetimes made possible. That is what I hoped, Fang Yun said. Not that the cycles would continue, but that they would become unnecessary. That future cultivators would be able to access the wisdom directly, without needing to pay the price of iterative rebirth. Your hope is becoming fact, She Who Reads the Final Hour said. Already, young cultivators are being born with the capacity to understand multiple principles simultaneously, to hold contradictions without breaking, to navigate the integrated cosmos with grace. This was not possible before. It is only possible now because you walked the path first, because you paid the price that no one else has had to pay since. When the cultivator left, Fang Yun spent the night sitting in meditation, contemplating what it meant to have fulfilled a prophecy. The knowledge that his suffering had not been meaningless, that the 2,000 lifetimes had truly accomplished what was intended, brought both peace and a kind of bittersweet acceptance. As darkness deepened, Fang Yun let his awareness sink deeper into the accumulated weight of his existence. 2,000 lives, 2,000 deaths, 2,000 awakenings into worlds that remembered him, that feared him, that hoped he would save them. In one iteration, 700 years ago, he had loved someone with the ferocity of a young cultivator tasting connection for the first time. That version of himself had imagined a future of shared gardens and children and the slow richness of growing old together. But the cycle had called, and that iteration had been reborn, and the love had remained only as a memory, a strand of wisdom woven into the whole. There had been another iteration, 300 years prior, when he had discovered a principle so beautiful, so perfectly crystalline in its structure, that he had spent an entire lifetime perfecting its understanding. That version of himself had believed this discovery would be his legacy, his gift to the world. But he had died before seeing his work applied, before understanding that his labor was not the culmination, but merely one brick in a tower that would rise far beyond his eyes could see. The prophecy spoke of him, yes, but it also spoke of a future he would not fully witness, a cosmos where young cultivators would inherit wisdom without paying the price he had paid, where the burden of cycling would be unnecessary. This was the deepest truth of sacrifice, that its truest fulfillment was in making itself obsolete, in creating conditions where no one else would need to suffer as he had suffered. He felt the vibration of the prophecy settling into his bones, not as certainty, but as permission. Permission to accept that his work mattered, that his pain had served a purpose, that the 2,000 iterations of himself had not been meaningless repetitions, but necessary explorations, each one revealing a facet of understanding that could only be grasped through living it fully. He had paid an enormous price, but the price had been paid willingly, and the result was a cosmos that was no longer dying, but learning to flourish. And the next generation would not need to pay that same price. They would inherit the results of it, would build on it, would take the integrated understanding of principle that Fang Yun had made possible and carry it to heights that he could not yet imagine. As the first light of dawn touched the horizon, Fang Yun rose from his meditation with a sense of completion settling into his spirit. The prophecy had not just vindicated his suffering. It had transformed it into purpose, had shown him that the pain had always been in service to something larger than himself. And in that recognition, he found something he had not expected to find, not just peace, but joy. Chapter 99, The Moment of Choice. In the 11th year, Fang Yun stood at the threshold of a significant realization. The natural span of a human life was drawing to a close. He was entering the final years of mortality, the time when a cultivator's body, no matter how advanced their practice, would begin to fail, unless he chose otherwise. The sealed throne still existed. The divine harmonist had the power, if Fang Yun so requested, to offer him a new bargain, to extend his life beyond the natural span, to give him another century or more to continue his work of teaching and integration. The Jade Immortal brought this offer to him in person, speaking not on behalf of herself or her realm, but on behalf of all 17 realms. "We would ask you to stay," she said simply. "Your work is not complete. There are still generations of cultivators who need to learn how to navigate the integrated cosmos. There are still principles that need to be translated, still bridges that need to be built. We would grant you the years to do this work." Fang Yun listened, and he understood the weight of what was being asked. It would be so easy to accept, to extend his life, to continue teaching, to see the cosmos continue to develop under his guidance. But in that moment of temptation, he understood something about what the first Fang Yun had learned all those years ago, the point at which extension becomes prison, at which continuation becomes burden rather than grace. He sat with the offer for 3 days before giving his answer. During that time, he opened himself to the sensation of aging, to the subtle but persistent decay that was beginning to manifest in his body. His cells were slowing their regeneration. His consciousness, though still sharp, was beginning to encounter moments of fatigue that even meditation could not fully dispel. The machine of his physical form was winding down, exactly as it should. He thought of the divine harmonist, which had learned so much about human existence through observing him. The entity would experience tremendous loss when he died, the loss of its most intimate connection to the world of form, its primary mirror for understanding embodied consciousness. He thought too of his students, who would lose the opportunity to ask him direct questions, to benefit from the unique perspective that came from having lived 2,000 lifetimes. The universe would be objectively less rich in certain ways when his individual consciousness was no longer present to perceive it. And yet, he realized that to refuse death now, to extend his life indefinitely, would be to commit a kind of betrayal, not of others, but of himself, of all the iterations of himself who had lived and died, each one accepting their ending, each one trusting that their accumulated wisdom would persist even when their individual form did not. If the final iteration refused to follow that pattern, if he chose to break the cycle of acceptance by clinging to continuity, he would be negating something profound about what all those previous lives had meant. There was also the question of what teaching continued indefinite extension would provide. If he remained alive for another century, what would students learn from him except the lesson that power, influence, and teaching could go on forever? How would they learn to accept limitation, to find meaning within finitude, to understand that an ending could be a completion rather than a failure? I am grateful, Fang Yun said carefully, but I must decline. Not because your offer is not generous. It is beautiful beyond measure. But because I have already lived more lifetimes than most beings ever do. I have already paid the price that was asked of me, and I have already given what I came to give. More than that, I have come to understand that the greatest teaching I can offer now is not in continuing, but in ending well, in showing that a life, even a life of such extraordinary length and significance, can find its proper conclusion, can recognize when the work is done, can surrender back to the cosmos with grace rather than clinging desperately to extension. Then what will you do? The Red Phoenix asked, arriving as if she had been waiting for this moment all along. Will you let it end? Yes, Fang Yun said. But not today. I have a few more years left, by the natural measure, and I intend to use them fully. I will teach as long as my body permits. I will continue to translate between principles as long as my mind remains clear. And when the time comes, I will let the natural process take its course. I will return to the earth, to the fundamental principles from which all consciousness arises, and I will rest. The Red Phoenix looked at him for a long moment, and Fang Yun could see the struggle in her expression, the desire to preserve, to extend, to continue, warring with the recognition that there was wisdom in accepting an ending. Very well, she said at last. Then we will make sure that every moment you have left is honored, that your teaching is preserved, that the wisdom you have gathered is not lost when your body fails. It will not be lost, Fang Yun assured her. It is already embedded in the cosmos itself. Every cultivator who understands how to translate between principles, every student who learns to hold multiple truths simultaneously, every child born with the capacity to navigate the integrated heavenly Tao, they are all carriers of the wisdom. It does not live in me alone. It lives in everyone I have taught, and everyone they will teach in turn. It lives in the very fabric of the renewed heavenly Tao. My body may fail, but the work will continue. Chapter 100. The welcome of a name in the final chapter of his life. With only weeks left by the assessment of those who could read such things, Fang Yun returned once more to the sealed throne. The divine harmonist was there, as it always was now, a constant presence woven into the fabric of reality itself. Together, they walked through the threshold and into the great chamber where the throne rested. Fang Yun could feel the structure of the cosmos differently now, could perceive the way the 17 different principles hummed together in harmony, the way the seals had transformed from barriers into thresholds into celebrations of connection. I have been thinking, the divine harmonist said as they stood before the throne, about what the cycle meant. 2,000 lifetimes, paid by one consciousness over and over again, all in service to the transformation of reality itself. It was, in a real sense, the highest form of love, love of the world, love of what could be, love expressed through sacrifice and dedication. Yes, Fang Yun said. And it was also, perhaps, the highest form of curiosity. The first iteration wanted to know what it would be like to live in all possible ways, to understand from every angle, to be infinite while remaining finite. And was it worth it? The divine harmonist asked, though it seemed to already know the answer. Every moment, Fang Yun said. Even the painful moments, even the confused moments, even the moments of terrible loss, they were all worth it, because they all contributed to understanding, to growth, to the possibility of creating something beautiful in the world. He could feel his body growing lighter, could feel the boundary between himself and the cosmos becoming permeable. This was what death felt like, not darkness, but transparency, not ending but transformation. And it was not something to fear. I am ready, Fang Yun said. I know, the divine harmonist replied. And the cosmos is ready to receive you. In that final moment, all across the 17 sealed realms and in all the border territories between them, cultivators felt it. They felt the presence of Fang Yun, no longer bound by a single body, but distributed across reality itself. They felt his wisdom becoming part of the foundation of existence, woven into the principles that governed their practice. The man who had been known throughout all the realms by a name that signified warning and fear transformed, in that final moment, into something else, a principle itself, the principle of transformation and integration, the principle of holding multiple truths simultaneously, the principle of choosing sacrifice in service to growth. And in the stories that cultivators would tell their students for centuries to come, they would speak of a man named Fang Yun, the cycle walker, the translator of principles, the one who had walked through every realm and carried their wisdom back to the heart of the cosmos. They would speak of how his name, which had once been a warning, had become a welcome. They would speak of how he had taught them that every path is valid, that every principle contains truth, that growth comes through integrating difference rather than erasing it. And when young cultivators asked how such a man could possibly exist, could possibly accomplish such things, their teachers would smile and say, "Come, I will teach you the practice of principle translation. I will teach you how to hold multiple truths. And perhaps, if you learn well enough, you will understand not just what Fang Yun did, but who he was." The cosmos had been dying, and it had been saved. Not by a hero who conquered, not by a king who ruled, but by a man who had lived 2,000 lifetimes and had used everything he learned to help others. A man who had entered every realm and had been heard by all of them. A man whose name, first a warning, had become a welcome, had become a teaching, had become a principle that all cultivators could access and learn from. When the 17 realm leaders gathered at the sealed throne, they found that the throne itself had changed one final time. The names of all 2,000 iterations of Fang Yun were no longer inscribed in the crystal surface. They had transformed into light, into a pattern of illumination that guided cultivators, that showed them how to translate between principles. And where the throne had once been a boundary between worlds, it was now a celebration of connection. It was the physical embodiment of what Fang Yun had taught, that every realm is separate, but no realm exists alone. That every principle is unique, but every principle is also part of a greater whole. That consciousness is not singular or plural, but both simultaneously, expressing itself through infinite forms and always returning to the fundamental truth that all beings, in all their diversity, are learning together how to understand the cosmos they inhabit. The work of repair was complete. The heavenly Tao had been transformed, and the man who had made it possible had finally, after 2,000 lifetimes and the better part of one more, found his way home. In the centuries that followed Fang Yun's passing, his story took on the quality of legend. Young cultivators heard tales of the man who had cycled through 2,000 lifetimes to accumulate wisdom enough to repair a breaking cosmos. They heard how he had walked through every sealed realm and had been feared in all of them, how his name had carried portent and warning. They heard how, in the end, he had chosen not to extend his life beyond its natural span, how he had accepted mortality and in accepting it had become immortal, woven into the very fabric of the cosmos itself. But perhaps the most important part of the legacy was something more subtle, more profound. It was the lived example that transformation was possible, that diversity of perspective was not a weakness but a strength, that principles of existence were large enough to contain infinite variations. Every cultivator who learned to translate between realms was in some sense continuing Fang Yun's work. Every teacher who helped students understand that many paths could lead to genuine enlightenment was carrying forward his teachings. Every child born into the integrated cosmos, living naturally in the midst of different principles coexisting and enriching one another, was the fruit of his sacrifice and his dedication. The 17 realms continued to thrive, no longer sealed but still distinct, still honoring their unique traditions while also engaging in constant dialogue and exchange with one another. Border communities flourished, becoming centers of innovation and creativity. New forms of cultivation emerged from the blending of principles, ways of advancing consciousness that could only have been discovered through the willingness to stand in the intersection of different truths. And in the meadow that the old master here reads the winds had proposed, the meadow with no permanent structures, no commemorative monuments, cultivators came throughout the ages to sit in silence, to remember not a historical figure but a presence, to be touched by the reality that consciousness itself, the fact of being able to experience and grow and love, was miraculous. Some came seeking wisdom. Some came seeking peace. Some came simply because they had heard that this was a place where the boundary between life and death, between self and other, between individual consciousness and the larger cosmos, became thin and permeable. And all of them, in their own way, were completing the work that Fang Yun had begun. Not his work, it was never his work alone, but the work of learning to live in a cosmos where difference was not to be feared but celebrated, where the accumulation of perspective could lead not to isolation but to deeper connection, where the fundamental nature of existence was not struggle and competition, but the eternal dance of different principles learning to understand one another. This was Fang Yun's true gift to the cosmos, not the repair of the heavenly Tao, though that was important and real. His true gift was the demonstration that such repair was possible, that transformation on such a scale could happen, that a single consciousness, multiplied across 2,000 variations, unified through accumulated wisdom, could choose to serve others rather than dominate them, could choose vulnerability over control, could choose to end, knowing that its ending would not be a loss but a transformation, a return to the fundamental principles from which all consciousness arises, a dissolution that was also a completion. If you enjoyed this story, please subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon so you never miss a new audiobook. Your likes and comments help this channel grow and bring more stories like this one to life. Thank you so much for listening all the way to the end. It truly means everything.